and Suisui sat quietly in her chair, clutching her rabbit plush tightly. She rested her chin on the black tabletop, silently observing the others. The atmosphere was a bit strange. 9 people sat around the long black table, each silent, facing off against one another. And Suisui was one of them. None of the 9 knew each other. Around 10:20 last night, they had all been suddenly pulled into this strange room. No one could say exactly what had happened. The room was dark, with only the dim, old lighting providing a bit of brightness. Dong, dong, dong. The sudden chime of a clock startled everyone. Instinctively, they looked toward the source of the sound. It was a very old clock, the kind you'd only see in an interstellar museum. Following the chime, a cold electronic voice sounded, making the atmosphere even more eerie. Welcome to the National Survival Game. This is the beta test mode. Players have been randomly selected to participate. Please play actively and clear the game seriously. This round's game, Werewolf. What does that mean? A young man sitting diagonally across from Suisui broke the silence. He wore a loose shirt and brightly patterned shorts, looking just as casual as Suisui. It seemed he, too, had been pulled here while getting ready for bed. After the electronic voice finished its introduction, black writing appeared beneath the wall clock, listing all the rules of the werewolf game in detail. And Suisui glanced over them. They weren't much different from what she already knew. And Suisui was a well-known gaming expert in the interstellar world. She had played all kinds of games, both popular and obscure, so of course she was familiar with this classic, long-standing, and endlessly interesting game. Now begin drawing identity cards. A glowing card flew in front of Suisui. She reached out and touched it, and immediately her role appeared in her mind. Prophet. This was a powerful yet dangerous role. In Werewolf, there are 3 factions: werewolves, seers, special roles, and villagers. Villagers have no special abilities. Their main goal is to find the werewolves and protect the seers. The 3 seers are the witch, the hunter, and the prophet. The prophet can check any player's true identity each night, making them the werewolf's top target. The witch has 2 potions, an antidote and a poison. The antidote can save a dead player, while the poison can kill a living one. Finally, there's the hunter. While alive, the hunter is just like everyone else, but if killed, their gun ability is triggered, taking another player down with them. However, here, the hunter's ability has been tweaked. If killed by a werewolf, the ability triggers automatically, taking the werewolf who killed them. If voted out at dinner, the hunter can choose anyone to take with them. And Suisui paid special attention to this change. With her sharp gaming instincts, she knew this would be important. The werewolf role was straightforward. They were the hidden villains of the game, 3 in total. Each night, the werewolves could kill 1 player. After dark, the good players couldn't leave their rooms. Only the werewolves could, and they had the ability to open other players' doors. And Suisui quickly compared the usual werewolf game to this version and sensed something was off. The others were also digesting the information, trying to pick out the key points. So, we're in a game now? The young man in the floral shorts looked blankly at the rules on the wall. The game was simple, but no one could explain why they were here. At the end of the table, a middle-aged man had regained his composure. He coughed lightly to get everyone's attention. From the looks of it, none of us know why we're here. Since that's the case, why don't we do as the voice said and try to clear the game first? What do you all think? Seeing everyone look at him, the man said kindly, "Let's introduce ourselves first. I'm Wang Gaoyuan, 42 years old." With someone breaking the ice, the others forced themselves to perk up and briefly introduced themselves. Of the 9, only 3 were women: Suisui, Xia Xuan, who sat next to Suisui, and Wen Yue, who huddled in the corner and spoke very softly. Xia Xuan sat to her left, tall and slender, her hair dyed wine red and tied in a ponytail. She rested one hand on the back of her chair, her brows tightly furrowed, constantly shifting her posture, clearly agitated. Seems like a hot-tempered woman, Suisui thought. After looking at Xia Xuan, Suisui turned her head to check the seat on her right. There sat a very tall man. While everyone else was dressed casually, only he was impeccably dressed. His black shirt without a single wrinkle. His legs were crossed casually, but his back was perfectly straight. Sensing on Suisui's gaze, Jianshi turned his face slightly, giving the petite, round-eyed girl beside him a crooked, arrogant smile. And Suisui puffed out her cheeks. This guy looked unreliable. She decided to check him first when she got back to her room. The table was piled with delicious food, but no one was in the mood to eat. After a brief interaction, everyone found an excuse to leave. And Suisui looked at the untouched food, picked out some filling and long-lasting items, and put them on a plate to take with her. Jianshi watched her, raised an eyebrow, and copied her actions before leaving. 10 o'clock was considered nightfall in the game, and Suisui sat in her assigned room, examining its layout. It looked like a regular hotel room, nothing special. She went to the door and tried to open the lock, but it was as if glued shut. No matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge. Although the werewolves might still be confused on the first night and not act, just in case, and Suisui not only locked the door, but also pushed the nightstand and other heavy objects against it. At least if someone tried to come in, it would buy her some time to react. She couldn't help being cautious. Her soft, harmless appearance often made her a target. After finishing her preparations, she lay down on the bed, pulled up the covers, and went to sleep. In a long, drawn-out game like Werewolf, if you can't rest well on the first night, you'll never get another chance once the werewolves settle into their roles. At 7 the next morning, the loud crow of a rooster sounded outside, and Suisui's eyes snapped open, clear and alert, without a trace of sleepiness. It was time to go out. After a night of mental struggle, the players finally adapted to their current roles and were able to properly immerse themselves in the game. The first night was a peaceful one. No one was killed. The werewolves did not make a move. The game didn't provide them with breakfast, and even the lavish food from the lobby the previous night had disappeared. The players woke up with growling stomachs, only to find nothing to eat, gritting their teeth in frustration. There was clean drinking water in the room, available at any time, but they couldn't possibly fill their stomachs with just water, could they? Ugh, what kind of crappy game is this? Are they messing with us on purpose? Bang! Someone slammed their door shut, venting their anxiety and unease. And Suisui pushed open her door and quietly poked her head out. The outside had already returned to silence. Most people had gone back to their rooms, with only a few hesitating about whether to do something. She glanced around casually and immediately spotted Jianshi, who was leaning against the doorframe, watching the commotion. Jianshi was strikingly good-looking and tall. Among a group of people in pajamas, he stood out in his formal attire. Seeing that no one else had noticed her, Suisui waved at Jianshi. Jianshi paused, the corners of his brows lifting slightly. After a moment, he walked into Suisui's room. And Suisui wasn't the type to invite just anyone in. She had already guessed Jianshi's identity last night and only dared to let him in after confirming he was on her side. "I know your role." And Suisui got straight to the point, not beating around the bush. "You're the hunter, right?" Jianshi's tall figure was curled up on the sofa, legs crossed, one hand propping up his chin. His long, narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he silently sized up the girl across from him. At first he hadn't taken Suisui seriously. Just as she had described herself, she looked soft and harmless. The first time she appeared in front of everyone, she was hugging a bunny plushie, her bright eyes looking like she could cry at any moment. He hadn't expected her to be the first to enter game mode. Thinking back to Suisui's actions before entering her room last night, Jianshi let out a soft chuckle. He'd been wrong. She was actually a very shrewd girl. "How did you know?" he asked slowly. And Suisui didn't hide anything. This place was full of strangeness, and she needed allies to help her finish the game quickly. "I'm the seer. I checked your identity last night." The sooner she said this, the better, because later on, the roles of the special characters could easily be impersonated, making it much harder to prove her own identity. "Have you played this kind of game before?" Jianshi didn't give anything away, his tone still calm and unhurried, making it hard to guess what he was thinking. and Suisui had already admitted to being the seer, so there was nothing else worth hiding. I have played Werewolf before, but this game has changed a lot of things, so you can't rely entirely on past experience. Jianshi listened quietly without commenting, so Suisui shared her rough deductions with this person she didn't fully trust. In a normal game, someone always dies the first night. The werewolf's usual trick is to fake an attack on themselves to trick the witch into using her antidote. It was an old trick, but a useful one. Because on the first night, everyone has very little information, and the witch can't be sure if the person killed is a good guy or a werewolf faking it to waste the antidote. Although the risk is high, the chance of success is even higher, and the payoff is substantial. The person saved by the witch often gains her trust, and in future discussions, the witch will be more inclined to believe this person's conclusions. But right now, the situation is unclear. We don't know what dead even means in this game, and the werewolves wouldn't easily target themselves. On the first night, the werewolves themselves were still confused, so they wouldn't attack other players either. Tonight, though, things would be different. As Suisui scribbled on a blank sheet of paper, Jianshi suddenly asked, "Where did you get the paper?" And Suisui was momentarily stunned, then replied, "There's blank paper under the sofa cushion and pencils in the tea canister." She'd found them in those nooks and crannies. Should she say, "That's just like a little girl"? Jianshi lowered his gaze, not sure how much he believed her. "Go on." And Suisui had quickly recruited her first ally. After sending Jianshi off, she pulled a silvery card from her pocket. She'd found more than just blank paper. Of all the players, only Suisui and Jianshi had stored up food for the second day in advance. The others waited with empty stomachs until noon, but still no food appeared. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Outside stood the female player, Wen Yue. Wen Yue looked nervously at Suisui inside, biting her lip and softly asking, Can I have a little bit of food?" After saying this, Wen Yue's cheeks flushed red as if she felt embarrassed. Afraid of being refused, Wen Yue lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers, not daring to meet Suisui's eyes. But she was really hungry. If she couldn't get food from Suisui, she'd have to go knock on Jianshi's door. No matter what, Suisui seemed much easier to talk to than Jianshi. And Suisui looked at her for a moment. "Wait here." She'd brought quite a lot of things yesterday, more than she could eat alone, so sharing some wasn't a big deal. "Here you go." Wen Yue gave a shy smile. "Thank you. I don't know when we'll get to eat again." "Don't worry," Suisui reassured her. "There'll be new food at dinner." Wen Yue's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know?" Suisui replied, "It's written on the wall." The game rules explained that every evening at dinner, players had to gather at the table to discuss and vote, but the players were clearly resistant to the game. How could they get everyone to gather together? Of course, by only bringing out food after everyone had been hungry all day. Wen Yue relaxed visibly at this, relieved that they wouldn't be left hungry all the time. At dinner time, the aroma from the table was so strong it could be smelled even with the doors closed. The players, starving all day, rushed out to check and were immediately drawn to the food on the table. And Suisui also opened her door and walked to the table. Unlike yesterday, today, each chair at the table had a player's name on it. Did they really have to sit in their assigned seats? Maybe not, but no one was willing to test the game's limits. Everyone took their seats one after another. Even after a day of hunger, the players still acted very restrained in this unsettling environment. Ding dong. It's deduction time. Everyone, please get ready to speak up and find the werewolf hidden among you. Someone was startled by the sudden voice and choked on their food, coughing violently as it went down the wrong pipe. The others also paused what they were doing, waiting for further instructions from the mechanical voice. Ding dong. Preparation time is over. Deduction phase begins. Player 1, please speak. Player 1? Everyone's gaze circled the table and finally landed on Jian Shi, who was eating unhurriedly. Jian Shi was player 1. Next to his utensils stood a palm-sized sign with the number 1 on it. "Starting with me?" Jian Shi put down his utensils, wiped the food from his mouth with a napkin, and only then began to speak slowly. "I'm the hunter. Whoever messes with me, I'll take them down with me." And Suisui. He just revealed himself? She knew this guy was unreliable. And Suisui was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "I'm the hunter's friend, just an ordinary good person." Jian Shi's hand paused. He turned his face slightly, looking at her with a half smile. The hunter's friend? She sure knows how to talk. Anyone who didn't know better would think the two of them were acquainted. When it was player 3's turn, Jia Zhuan was as irritable as ever. She casually said, "I'm not a werewolf," and said nothing more. The speaking round continued, but everyone's statements were either vague or brief, offering little to go on. When it came time to vote, no one knew who to pick, so everyone simply abstained. This round of discussion was destined to go nowhere, but this time the players had learned their lesson. When leaving, they all made sure to take enough food, so they wouldn't go hungry the next day. And Suisui quietly observed everyone's actions, but didn't notice anything unusual for now. Tonight, though, there was no way the werewolves would stay idle. Before entering his room, Jian Shi paused. "Be careful tonight." With that, he closed his door, leaving it unclear who he was talking to. At 10 o'clock that night, Suisui suddenly got up from bed, walking barefoot around her room, afraid to miss any sound. But whether it was because the room was too well soundproofed, she kept watch all night, pressing her ear to the wall and the door, but didn't hear a thing. Half asleep, a loud rooster crow pierced her ears. And Suisui jolted awake, jumping up from the floor. The moment she opened the door, a strong smell of blood hit her. And Suisui froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. Someone was dead. "Ah!" Tang Zuxin opened his door and got a clear view of the crime scene in the room opposite. His pupils dilated and a shrill scream escaped uncontrollably from his throat. During the day, the room's soundproofing had inexplicably disappeared. With such a commotion, there was no way the others wouldn't be alerted. Kong Shui, who lived next to Tang Zuxin, was the first to open his door to check what was happening after hearing the scream. "What's going on? Screaming like a ghost so early. What the hell?" Player Wu Zhiwen from room 203 had his door wide open. He himself lay stiffly on the floor, his face ashen, a large pool of bright red blood beneath him, and deep claw marks from a beast on his back exposing bone. The other players who came to check couldn't help but take a step back. The game? Someone actually died? Such a bloody scene left everyone pale. So, people killed by the werewolves really die? Wu Zhiwen lay in his room, eyes bulging, mouth slightly open as if calling for help in his final moments. The onlookers stood frozen, as if encased in ice. "Move! You're blocking the way!" Jian Shi pushed aside the players in front of him and slowly stepped into Wu Zhiwen's room. The room was a mess. Gray-white wolf fur everywhere. The table on the balcony had been knocked over. Clearly, Wu Zhiwen and the werewolf had had a desperate chase in the room. And Suisui steadied herself and followed Jian Shi in to search for clues. The person was already dead. Unless the witch saved him, there was no way he'd come back. And Suisui quickly glanced at Wu Zhiwen's face. He really showed no signs of life at all. Could the witch really bring a dead player back to life? Did this mean that death in the game wasn't real death? While Suisui and Jian Shi searched the room, the other players lingered at the door, unwilling to leave but too afraid to step inside. The sun rose, warm light streaming through the window, bringing some comfort to everyone's hearts. It's all fake. Just a game, they told themselves. And Suisui searched thoroughly, her anxiety pushing her to leave no corner unchecked. Suddenly, in a hidden spot under the bed, she saw a glint of light. And Suisui immediately reached for it, but no matter how she tried, she just couldn't reach. It was just out of her grasp. Heh, short arms. Jian Shi stepped past Suisui and easily picked up the object. It was a hair tie, decorated with blue flowers, a common accessory for girls. "Is this yours?" "It's not mine," Suisui denied immediately. "I wouldn't have something so childish." "Childish?" Jian Shi glanced meaningfully at Suisui's bunny pajamas. Was there anyone here more childish than her? Suisui glared at him. The pajamas were a gift from her mom. What did that have to do with her? Jian Shi turned around and held the item up for everyone to see. "Whose is this?" Jia Xuan just glanced at it. "Only little girls use such flashy things." A flash of panic crossed Wen Yue's eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. No, it's not mine." Jian Shi laughed. "So it's no one's? Is it one of the men's then? Or maybe it belonged to the late Wu Zhiwen?" When they sat down at the black dining table again, the food before them no longer held any appeal. The events of the day were still fresh in their minds. If they couldn't find the killer, they'd never be able to eat or sleep in peace. People could die. Their mindset had changed, and the players now took the game much more seriously. It started with Jian Shi again. "There are 3 werewolves among us. Everyone knows that." Jian Shi sat calmly in his chair, recounting the day's findings for everyone. "First, this hair tie. I doubt any of the men here have a taste for such things, right?" He swept his gaze over everyone's faces. Each looked calm, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. Second, the footprints. Among the many messy prints at the scene, I found a few that were noticeably smaller than the rest. I think at least one of the 3 werewolves is a woman. Any objections? Everyone stayed silent, even casting subtle glances at the 3 women present. Jian Shi left it at that, not directly accusing anyone, giving the others room to draw their own conclusions. After Jian Shi finished, it was Suisui's turn, and Suisui pressed her lips together. "First, this hair tie isn't mine. If it were, I would have quietly picked it up the moment I saw it. You wouldn't have even noticed it." She was the first to spot the hair tie. If she were a werewolf, there'd be no point in drawing attention to it. After a pause, Suisui continued. "Secondly, I agree with Jian Shi's deduction." She didn't say anything more at this point. It still wasn't the right time to reveal her identity as the seer. Jia Xuan for once quietly listened to someone finish speaking. She could tell that this game was no joke. "I've said before, flashy things like that definitely aren't mine. You all know what my style is. Anyone with eyes can see it." Except for Jian Shi, all the players here were wearing pajamas, and Jia Xuan was no exception. Generally speaking, pajamas reflect their owner's personality to some extent. Jia Xuan's red nightdress was bold and sexy, just like her fiery hair, and it really didn't match that light blue hair tie. Now, everyone's gaze fell on Wen Yue. So far, Wen Yue was the most suspicious of all. Nervously clutching her fingers, Wen Yue hadn't even been called on to speak, but she took the initiative. "No, that's not mine either." She denied it, but the panic on her face was impossible to hide. She even wanted to look up and ask the others for help. But for some reason, she quickly lowered her head again. Wen Yue wasn't good at lying. Kong Shui stared at her for a while, then said slowly, "But Wen Yue, I remember you were wearing something on your hand. Where is it now?" Wen Yue's whole body stiffened. She slowly looked up at Kong Shui, who was sitting across from her, and after a long time managed to say, "I didn't bring it out of my room." The other players clearly didn't believe this answer. Wen Yue's slip was too obvious, especially compared to the other 2 werewolves who were much better at hiding. Wen Yue was the first player to be voted out. She sat in her chair, her vision blurred with tears, but she couldn't say a single word in her own defense. The waiting felt especially long, and Wen Yue's anxiety gradually spread to the others. Kong Shui wanted to say something to lighten the mood, but the next second, Wen Yue's body suddenly trembled, and she abruptly shifted from 3 dimensions to 2. Then, as a flat image, Wen Yue was slowly erased by a rubber eraser, disappearing without a trace. Kong Shui's slightly amused expression froze instantly, his mind going blank. And Suisui instinctively gripped her bunny plushie tighter, her eyelashes trembling. This was even more shocking than seeing Wu Zhiwen's corpse. After dinner, most people returned to their rooms with only a few still wandering outside, and Suisui went to Wen Yue's room. It was as if Wen Yue had been completely erased. There wasn't a single trace of her left. Tap, tap, tap. Jianshi slowly approached on Suisui. "Who did you check last night?" He didn't seem affected at all, just as carefree as ever, and Suisui snapped out of it, scratching her head in frustration. "It was Wu Zhiwen. He was a villager." Jianshi raised an eyebrow. "Why were you all so focused on him?" He could understand the werewolves targeting Wu Zhiwen, but even on Suisui the seer had checked his identity. Was there something special about him? And Suisui felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, not really. She didn't know why the werewolves targeted him, but she checked him because Wu Zhiwen's aura was gloomy. He didn't talk much, and his gaze was always a bit sinister. He really gave off werewolf vibes. Before the werewolves made a move, she didn't have any better options, so she could only check the most conspicuous people first, like Jianshi. Jianshi. Check Xiaxuan tonight. And Suisui had been thinking the same thing. There were clearly women's footprints in Wu Zhiwen's room, but no one could guarantee they were all left by the same person. If the other woman happened to be a werewolf too, they might overlook her due to their own assumptions. But speaking of which, isn't the witch supposed to be able to save people? Why didn't she act? Is it that people killed by werewolves can't be saved? But the rules say it's possible, so what's really going on? And Suisui was troubled by this question all night. If she hadn't checked Wu Zhiwen's identity in advance, she would have thought the first person killed was the witch herself. That would explain why she didn't get a chance to save herself. Day 4, 7 a.m. sharp. The players all opened their doors at the same time, breathing a sigh of relief when they saw their neighbors across the hall. Only Qianming was stunned, because the door to the room opposite his was open, but there was no one inside. "Where's Kong Shui?" His question drew everyone's attention. They gathered at Kong Shui's door, craning their necks to look inside, but there was no sign of him. "Kong Shui? Kong Shui!" Qianming called out a few times at the door, but got no response. What was going on? Even if Kong Shui was dead, there should at least be a body. And Suisui, being petite, couldn't squeeze in no matter how hard she tried. She shouted a few times, but no one heard her, and her face turned red with frustration. Someone grabbed her by the back of her collar. She thought she heard Jianshi's silent laughter. "If you're not going in, don't block the door." Jianshi's words carried more authority than on Suisui's. Those who wanted to watch but didn't dare enter quickly made way. Kong Shui's room was just like Wu Zhiwen's yesterday, covered in gray wolf fur. The werewolves had clearly been there. But where was Kong Shui? The two of them searched the entire room and finally found a clue by the bed. Kong Shui's bed was unusually heavy. Working together, they lifted the whole bed. The headboard fell forward, and someone rolled out from underneath. It was the missing Kong Shui. "Kong Shui? Kong Shui, wake up, are you still alive?" Kong Shui looked exhausted. Hearing their voices, he barely managed to open his eyes. I survived?" It turned out Kong Shui, like on Suisui, had blocked the door with heavy furniture. When he saw the doorknob turning, he hid in a spot he'd prepared in advance, enduring the whole night until the werewolves left at dawn. "The werewolves kept pacing around my room. If my hiding place hadn't been well concealed, I'd definitely be a corpse by now. Why is this game so cruel?" Kong Shui broke down in tears. The others silently turned away. It was hard to imagine what a grown man had gone through last night to end up like this. Jianshi lifted the headboard for a look. The headboard was quite thick, with a slight forward curve just big enough to hide a person. Kong Shui only needed to remove a small part of the wood to crawl in from below, making it hard to find him. It really was a good hiding spot, but it could only be used once, and spending a whole night in there was far from comfortable. Judging by Kang Shui's stiff limbs, that much was clear. "Did you see what they looked like?" Jian Shi asked. Kang Shui shook his head. "From where I was, I couldn't see outside, and if you don't hide in advance, there's no way to escape them." Having narrowly escaped death, Kang Shui was extremely agitated. "I don't believe the werewolves didn't leave any clues. I demand a search of all the players' rooms." This request was a bit abrupt, but under the circumstances, no one could object to privacy concerns. After all, these were just temporary lodgings for a few days, with no personal belongings. What privacy was there to speak of? No one objected. In fact, many people had already thought about searching the rooms themselves, but they just couldn't bring themselves to say it. Having the victim, Kang Shui, bring it up was just right. With everyone around them having been attacked, the players were anxious and eager to find the hidden killer lurking in the shadows. So Qianming helped support Kang Shui, and they started searching from the first room. There were 10 rooms in total. Wang Gaoyuan lived in 2001, across from an empty room, with the late Wu Zhiwen next door. Tang Zhixin was in 204, Qianming in 205, Kang Shui in 206, then An Suisui in 207, Jian Shi in 208, Jia Xuan in 209, and the eliminated Wen Yue as well. Of the 10 rooms, 3 were now empty. Kang Shui decided to start the search from Jia Xuan's room. Whether it was because the werewolves were too cautious or for some other reason, nothing suspicious was found in the first few rooms, until they entered Tang Zhixin's room. "You say you're not a werewolf? Then what's this?" Kang Shui demanded, holding up a tuft of gray-white wolf fur found in the window curtain, his voice cold. Tang Zhixin denied it desperately. "I don't know. I'm really not a werewolf." "You say you're not, and that's it?" Kang Shui panted, pressing further. "Where's your proof? How can you prove you're not a werewolf?" Tang Zhixin was speechless. There really was no way to prove it. The identity cards disappeared as soon as the players touched them. Only the player themselves knew their role. With everyone staring at him with suspicion, Tang Zhixin grew frantic. Suddenly, an idea struck him and he shouted, "I'm not a werewolf. I'm the witch. I still have a bottle of poison." And Suisui was stunned. Tang Zhixin was the witch? Shouldn't the witch also have an antidote? Why do you only have poison? Where's your antidote? And Suisui's rapid-fire questions left Tang Zhixin dumbfounded. He hesitated for a long time, and seeing the others' increasingly skeptical looks, he gritted his teeth and finally revealed what he'd been hiding. "I did have an antidote, but I used it last night." "You saved Wu Zhiwen?" And Suisui's eyes widened. Could a player killed by the werewolves really be revived? Tang Zhixin didn't dare meet her eyes and mumbled, "No, I didn't save him. The antidote can also be used to protect your room from being entered by the werewolves." At this point, Tang Zhixin suddenly became agitated. "Last night, a werewolf tried to open my door. If it weren't for the antidote protecting me, I'd be dead. The werewolf tried to kill me." And Suisui hesitated after hearing this. "You mean the werewolf tried to kill you last night, but how do you know?" "I heard the door being opened, but I had the antidote's protection, so they couldn't get in." "Is that so?" And Suisui wasn't sure if Tang Zhixin was telling the truth. She hadn't verified Tang Zhixin's identity, nor did she know if there would be a sound when the werewolves tried to open a door. After all, under normal circumstances, they weren't supposed to hear anything outside their rooms after dark. The others didn't know either. Kang Shui was clearly unconvinced. "If the werewolf never got into your room, then how did the wolf fur get in here?" "How should I know?" "Then you still can't prove what you're saying is true. I could say I'm the prophet and claim I checked you and you're a werewolf. No one has any evidence, so we can all just say whatever we want." I still have a bottle of poison." "So you want to poison someone just to prove your identity?" Tang Zhixin was stumped. Without the antidote, the witch really had no way to prove their identity. No one believed Tang Zhixin, not even An Suisui or Jian Shi spoke up for him. They really couldn't find a reason to refute the others' questions. At dinner, Tang Zhixin was voted out, and Suisui felt anxious. To be honest, She thought there was something odd about Tang Jushin's situation, but she couldn't find any solid evidence. As night fell, Jianshi heard a banging sound outside his door. When he opened it, he saw Suisui holding a candlestick, banging it against the door frame. "What are you doing?" Suisui turned around and saw not only Jianshi, but also other players secretly watching her. "I want to take the door down," Suisui said. "If I take the door down, maybe I'll be able to see the werewolves leave their rooms at night." "All the players? You can do that?" Jianshi considered it. It was actually a pretty good idea. "Step aside." He pushed Suisui aside, closed the door, and then kicked the door hard. With a bang, the wooden door slammed into the wall. Jianshi, "Oops, missed. Let's try again." Suisui, "If you try again, are you going to take down my wall too?" Jianshi smiled. "Then let's take it down. What's the difference between a door and a wall? As long as we can see outside, it's fine." Suisui was speechless. That made sense, but also didn't seem quite right. Under Jianshi's violent efforts, Suisui's door finally gave way and crashed to the floor. After taking down Suisui's door, Jianshi took down his own as well. "Can't leave a little girl to face the werewolves alone, right?" he said. Their wild actions stunned everyone. The idea sounded good, but it was risky. What if the werewolves went on a rampage with no doors to stop them? With doors, only one person could die each night. Now, with all the doors gone, would the werewolves just go from room to room killing everyone? Who knew what the werewolves' rules were, or if they could kill so many people at once? After some hesitation, the others decided not to follow Suisui's example and take down their doors. At 10 o'clock, night fell, and Suisui and Jianshi sat at their doorways facing each other. The rooms were actually quite far apart. Even without doors, there was now an invisible, transparent barrier where the door used to be, preventing Suisui from sticking her head out to look around. So the two of them could only see the doors to the rooms on their left and right. Opposite Suisui were Kong Shui, Jianshi, and Wen Yue. Opposite Jianshi were Xia Xuan, Suisui, and Qian Ming. Further down were the eliminated Tang Jixin, the deceased Wu Zhiwen, and Wang Gaoyuan, who was the farthest away. Those rooms they couldn't see. Their actions that night were seen by everyone. Maybe the werewolves would choose to wait and not act, which would actually be to Suisui's advantage. Suisui had to make her prediction before 10 o'clock, and she didn't miss the chance that night. Jianshi raised his hand and pointed to the room farthest away, and Suisui made a beastly pouncing gesture. "Wang Gaoyuan is a werewolf." Creak. The door opened, and the werewolf Wang Gaoyuan left his room, slowly walking toward the two of them. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, and Suisui and Jianshi couldn't hear anything, and by the time they saw the so-called werewolf, Wang Gaoyuan was already standing right in front of them. "Oh my goodness." And Suisui stared in shock, eyes wide. She hadn't expected that the werewolf player would actually transform into a werewolf after dark. If it weren't for the fact that one player's room had slipped out of her and Jianshi's line of sight, she wouldn't even know who this person was. Wang Gaoyuan was now a 2-meter-tall werewolf, the muscles bulging on his arms showing off his strength to the world. He stood between Jianshi and Suisui, his green eyes greedily fixed on them. Jianshi met his gaze for a while, a look of contempt in his eyes. "You only dare bully the weak, coward." He even raised his middle finger to provoke the werewolf. Even though she couldn't hear what he said, and Suisui could tell from his mouth shape that it wasn't anything nice, the werewolf wasn't angered. Its crimson tongue licked over its fangs, and a guttural sound rumbled from its throat. After pacing between the two for a while, Wang Gaoyuan chose Suisui. Seeing the werewolf approaching her step by step, Suisui's face showed no panic. She quickly got up from the ground, retreated into the spacious living room, and kept a safe distance from the werewolf. The werewolf grinned, as if mocking Suisui's actions. In his eyes, Suisui was just struggling in vain before death. Wang Gaoyuan pressed his wolf claw against the door, and a translucent barrier rippled. He swaggered right in. Jian Shi frowned, pulled a silver pistol from his waistband, and fired a test shot at the door. Bang! The bullet couldn't penetrate the barrier. Jian Shi pressed his back teeth together in frustration, his gaze dark and unreadable. If Suisui died, their original plan would probably fall apart. Hands in her pockets, Suisui showed no fear as the werewolf closed in, her eyes fixed on his every move. She was observing Wang Gaoyuan's abilities. After entering the room, Wang Gaoyuan first checked the layout, making sure there were no traps, then spread his sharp claws and lunged at Suisui. In his mind, Suisui should either be knocked to the ground or panic and try to dodge, only to be chased around the room, just like Wu Zhiwen before. But in reality, Suisui only stepped back half a pace, and as he lunged, she used a bit of force and flipped herself over the side of the sofa. Her movements were crisp and agile, not the least bit flustered. She even picked up a teacup from the floor and threw it at him. Wang Gaoyuan was a little surprised. In his eyes, Suisui was petite and weak, someone who could only cry when things went wrong, the easiest prey. But the result was completely unexpected. Hiding behind the sofa, Suisui poked her head out and saw Wang Gaoyuan's shocked expression, which made her angry. "What's with that look? Am I really that slow? Even if you're a werewolf, you can't catch me." Wang Gaoyuan shook his head, scoffing at her words. "Bragging, huh? How could an ordinary person be faster than a werewolf?" "Ah, woo!" Wang Gaoyuan howled, his gray-white figure turning into a gust of wind, his huge body stirring up a fierce gale as he ran. He wanted to show off in front of Suisui, so he used all his strength. But Suisui seemed to be cheating. Her petite body was incredibly nimble, and she dodged every one of his attacks with ease. Instead, Wang Gaoyuan himself was exhausted from the intense chase, yet he hadn't even managed to grab a single strand of Suisui's hair. Leaning against the wardrobe, panting, his dark green eyes were full of unwillingness. He knew he couldn't win. Wang Gaoyuan hadn't planned to leave his room at all. As long as he stayed inside, these two could live here forever and never know who the werewolf was. But when the night bell rang, Wang Gaoyuan suddenly remembered the seer hidden among the humans. If the seer wasn't eliminated, the longer things dragged on, the worse it would get for him. He had to go out. A delicate, weak girl like Suisui was his first choice for a hunt. But he never expected to fail here. Suisui stood not far in front of Wang Gaoyuan, eyes fixed on the werewolf's gray-white figure, not daring to relax for a second. Seeing the werewolf show signs of fatigue, a glint flashed in Suisui's eyes. If killing a player as a werewolf wasn't an absolute rule, did that mean she had a chance to fight back? She reached into her pocket and gripped a silver card in her hand. When she first entered this assigned room, she'd turned it upside down. Besides daily necessities like paper and pens, she'd found something special. The moment Wang Gaoyuan lowered his head, Suisui's eyes sharpened. The silver card flew from her hand, slicing through the air toward Wang Gaoyuan. The werewolf's senses were sharp. He quickly looked up at Suisui. Seeing that she'd only thrown a card at him, Wang Gaoyuan was puzzled. What was this girl up to now? She actually threw a playing card at him. "Beast's cage," Suisui whispered. A blinding white light flashed. The card transformed into a huge cage, crashing onto the floor with a clang, trapping Wang Gaoyuan right in the center. What was going on? Wang Gaoyuan was stunned. He didn't understand what had just happened, or where this giant iron cage had come from. He pulled hard at the bars, but they were incredibly sturdy. Even with a werewolf's strength, he couldn't move them at all. Suisui swallowed, only relaxing a little once she was sure Wang Gaoyuan was truly trapped. Honestly, when she grabbed the card, she wasn't sure it was a real item. She'd just been testing it. If it failed, there was nothing to lose. Suisui lowered her gaze. Besides this beast's cage, she still had another card in her pocket. Jian Shi had watched the whole thing. His eyes narrowed slightly, his thumb rubbing the cold barrel of his gun, lost in thought. The situation was settled. The 2 humans and 1 werewolf said nothing, waiting in silence until the sky began to lighten and the rooster crowed to wake all the players. Jian Shi crossed the corridor and entered Suisui's territory. Inside the cage, Wang Gaoyuan had already reverted to human form, slumped in a corner in defeat. Jian Shi observed Wang Gaoyuan for a while, then turned his attention to the iron cage. The black cage was made of some unknown material, unusually sturdy, and heavier than he'd expected. There was no way an ordinary person could move it by hand. Jian Shi circled the cage with interest, then suddenly thought of something and walked over to Suisui. He gently pinched her arm. It was soft, with no muscle at all, which surprised him. He clearly remembered that last night, Suisui had been incredibly agile when dealing with the werewolf, as if she'd been specially trained. And Suisui, annoyed, snatched her arm back. "What are you doing?" Jian Shi's gaze dropped to her calf. "You didn't install something in your leg, did you?" And Suisui felt insulted, puffing up like a pufferfish in anger. "Nonsense! I win by skill. Do I really look that weak to you?" Jian Shi curled his lips in a mocking smile, but didn't ask a single question about the silver card. After a brief silence, Suisui chose to tell him on her own. "I found a silver card with a cage drawn on it in the toilet tank. I guessed it was a game item, but I didn't expect it to really be one." She told Jian Shi where the card came from and how she used it, but kept quiet about the fact that she had another card. For some reason, Suisui felt these cards were extremely important. Jian Shi frowned slightly after hearing this. "Where did you find it?" "In the toilet tank." "Jian Shi, you even searched there?" And Suisui puffed out her cheeks. Great people don't fuss over details. What does he know? After daybreak, the players who had been hiding in their rooms all came out. But none of them expected to be greeted by such an unbelievable scene. It was already the 3rd time Suisui had explained what happened to them. Chan Ming still thought there was something wrong with his ears. "So, because the werewolf broke into your room, you managed to catch it? Is catching a werewolf really that easy?" And Suisui explained the function of the item again, and even turned it back into a card in front of everyone. "That's really amazing?" With Suisui's permission, Xiaoshuan took the card and examined it carefully. Beast's cage. A fierce beast needs a space to move around. An iron cage is just right. Sturdy and durable, though a bit heavy. Uses left. 1/3. Besides this self-introduction, there was also a line of small print in the lower right corner, explaining how to use it and some precautions. But what does this mean? Kong Shui squeezed over and pointed at a string of numbers on the card, and Suisui thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "I think it means this card can only be used 3 times. The number of uses matched up with what she'd already done, so that's how it was." Kong Shui took another look at the item card, then reluctantly looked away. At 8 p.m., Wang Gaoyuan was brought out of his room by the players and tied firmly to a chair with cloth strips. But Wang Gaoyuan remained calm, even though he knew he was likely to be voted out, showing no sign of panic. Before anyone could question him, he swept his gaze over the players at the table and spoke slowly. "I'm not a werewolf. And Suisui is." The players paused, hands raised to vote, and looked up at Wang Gaoyuan. He was caught red-handed and he's still trying to argue? "If you're not a werewolf, why did you show up in Suisui's room?" Xiaoshuan tapped the table impatiently, thinking this was pure sophistry. Trying to drag someone else down with you before dying, truly a werewolf style. No one spoke, their suspicious gazes shifting between Suisui and Wang Gaoyuan. Suisui is a werewolf? What a joke. Wang Gaoyuan remained composed and continued. "Why did I appear in her room? Of course it was the werewolf who dragged me there. Everyone knew you couldn't leave your room after dark, and this had already been confirmed by several players. But whether a werewolf could drag someone out of their room, no one really knew." And Suisui frowned slightly, not sure what Wang Gaoyuan was getting at. She stood up, facing everyone's suspicion head-on. "Whether I'm a werewolf or not, I'm sure the hunter sitting across from me knows best." Last night, she and Jian Shi had taken down their doors together, so everything that happened in her room was right under Jian Shi's nose. Wang Gaoyuan smiled. Who knows if you two are working together? Maybe you're both werewolves. A bold accusation. Jian Shi lazily lifted his eyelids. I don't see any reason for the hunter to hide. If anyone else thinks they're the hunter, feel free to stand up and refute me. The hunter was the hardest role to fake, since their skill was so unique. Whether killed by a werewolf or voted out, their identity would be immediately revealed. No matter what, the hunter was definitely still alive. And Suisui pondered Wang Gaoyuan's intentions, a bit distracted. Just as she was about to argue back, Jiaxuan snorted beside her. If An Suisui were a werewolf, she could have just killed you last night. Why go through all this trouble to frame you? What's the point? She firmly stated her position. Compared to Wang Gaoyuan, Jiaxuan trusted An Suisui more. It made sense. If An Suisui were a werewolf and Jian Shi her accomplice, they could have killed any player last night and then pinned it on someone else. That would leave only two good guys. Even if the werewolves were unlucky, they'd only need to survive one more night to win. Why make things so complicated? Wang Gaoyuan's eyes flickered, and he snorted. Isn't it just because they want to play it safe? The hunter is still alive, and if a werewolf tries to kill the hunter, it could get messy. Who would risk their own life to hunt the hunter? No one knew if the eliminated players were really dead or not, but Wang Gaoyuan knew the others would worry about this, so he deliberately brought it up. And Suisui was speechless. This guy was really good at twisting things, still trying to smear her even at the end. Although Wang Gaoyuan's words were full of holes and illogical, the players were like frightened rabbits at this point. Any little thing could spook them, and some were actually starting to waver. And Suisui stared at him for a long time, then spoke slowly. If I were just an ordinary villager, I might not be able to explain myself after your accusations. She stood up, her gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. My role is prophet. So far, the players I've checked are Hunter Jian Shi, Villager Wu Zhiwen, Villager Xia Zhuan, and Werewolf Wang Gaoyuan. If I'm wrong about anyone except the werewolf, feel free to stand up and refute me. And Suisui is the prophet? Two players who hadn't been the focus of the discussion instinctively looked at Jiaxuan, who had been named. Jiaxuan sat silently in her chair, fingers still tapping the table. In this situation, not answering was as good as admitting An Suisui was right. There were only 6 players left, and there couldn't be more than 2 werewolves remaining. If all 3 werewolves were still in the game, there'd be no need for pretense. The good guys would already have lost. Hearing An Suisui reveal her identity, even Wang Gaoyuan's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't say anything more, quietly waiting for the vote. When the result was finally announced, he suddenly said, Jiaxuan's identity was just a wild guess by An Suisui. She's the real werewolf. You'll see. Even if you vote me out, the game won't end. As soon as Wang Gaoyuan finished speaking, his figure was erased. And Suisui immediately understood. So that's why he insisted on throwing dirt on her. He was trying to confuse the other players' judgment. The werewolves hadn't all been eliminated. There was still one hiding among them. And Suisui didn't voice her suspicions, but quietly observed the only 2 players whose identities she hadn't verified. Kong Shui and Qian Ming gripped their forks tightly, quietly waiting for the game to end. They had already voted out 3 werewolves. If everything had gone smoothly, the game should be over. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the room. The game was still going. They hadn't won. At least one werewolf was still hiding among them. Qian Ming looked up in panic, sneaking glances at An Suisui and Jian Shi across from him, his mind replaying Wang Gaoyuan's last words. Could it be they had really wronged Wang Gaoyuan? Was An Suisui actually the real werewolf? Impossible, he muttered, unwilling to accept that conclusion. Kong Shui gritted his teeth, suddenly stood up and slammed his fork onto his plate. You said Wen Yue was a werewolf and she was voted out. Then you said Wang Gaoyuan was a werewolf and he was voted out too. Plus Tang Zhixin, by all rights the game should be over, but it's still going. And Suisui, you must be the werewolf. Jianming looked nervous, staring intently at An Suisui, afraid she'd say yes. If An Suisui was the werewolf, then Jian sure must be too. 2 werewolves and 3 villagers. 1 more night and another would die. Wouldn't that mean the good guys were doomed? And Suisui puffed out her cheeks. Do you have amnesia or something? Sure, I pointed out Wang Gaoyuan, but what does Wen Yue being voted out have to do with me? Wasn't that your own decision? She was baffled. Why did everyone keep blaming her? Did she really look that easy to bully? Kong Shui glared at her fiercely, his eyes full of hostility. You didn't directly say Wen Yue was a werewolf, but you brought up her bracelet. How is that any different from calling her out? Passing the blame, just like that. Jian Shi narrowed his eyes, watching Kong Shui thoughtfully. And Suisui rolled her eyes dramatically. So you're saying Wen Yue was framed by me? If I could get other people's personal items on the first day, I must be really something. After a pause, she continued. Speaking of which, Kong Shui, you're even more suspicious than me. Of the 3 people voted out, Tang Juxin's case was the most rushed. It seems more like you orchestrated it. Kong Shui snorted. You say you're the seer, but what proof do you have? Of the 2 people you checked, one was your accomplice and the other you just got lucky guessing, right? I even know what you'll say tomorrow. I'm the one most hostile to you here, so you'll definitely get rid of me first. Then you'll say I was the last werewolf. And Suisui, annoyed at being underestimated, simply went along with his words. If I really were the werewolf, why would I wait until tomorrow? Wouldn't I just get rid of you tonight? Kong Shui was stumped, angrily grabbed some food from the table and stormed off, refusing to argue with An Suisui any longer. With the main troublemaker gone, the argument naturally fizzled out. Qian Ming's mind was a mess. He didn't know who to trust anymore. He also grabbed some food and left in a hurry. And Suisui, on the other hand, wasn't in a rush to leave. She sat at the table, quietly staring at her food, sometimes puffing her cheeks, sometimes frowning, her expressions lively and animated. Suddenly, as if she'd thought of something, she turned to Xiaoshuan beside her and said, No matter whether the werewolf is Kong Shui or Qian Ming, you're probably in danger. And Suisui had weapons, so the werewolf wouldn't dare mess with her. Jian Shi was obviously strong and would be hard to deal with too, but Xiaoshuan, as a girl without any weapons, was naturally the best target. Xiaoshuan frowned. She'd been thinking the same thing. Jian Shi sat lazily to the side, tapping his fingers on the table, not expressing any opinion. Wang Gaoyuan set us up before he left. If the werewolf is Qian Ming or Kong Shui, after killing Xiaoshuan, they'll rope in another villager, and then it'll be 2 against 2. That could get tricky, An Suisui continued. Jian Shi lifted his eyelids. Just tell her your prediction result later and have her leave evidence in advance. That way the last fool will get the hint. And Suisui suddenly understood. Right, they could set things up ahead of time. After listening for a while, Xiaoshuan finally couldn't help but speak up. You 2 are discussing what to do after I die, right in front of me. Isn't that a bit much? And Suisui blinked, patted Xiaoshuan's shoulder and said, Don't worry. Sleep with me tonight and I'll protect you. And Suisui thought, if the 2 of them shared a room, the werewolf would weigh the risks and probably go after the more vulnerable Jian Shi. Jian Shi wasn't exactly trustworthy. He had a gun hidden in his pocket, clearly not a good guy. Jian Shi chuckled softly, not reacting otherwise. He wasn't afraid of the werewolf, or he wouldn't have deliberately provoked Wang Gaoyuan last night to lure him into his room. It was just that Wang Gaoyuan was too cautious to fall for it. Back in her room, An Suisui used the same trick as yesterday, knocking and fiddling with the door until she managed to take it off its hinges. If the werewolf went into Jian Shi's room, maybe she could watch the fight. But, unexpectedly, as soon as An Suisui took down the door, she turned around and saw a brand new one had already appeared in its place. An Suisui. At least announce it when you fix a bug. She'd wasted all that effort for nothing. And Suisui was cute, and when she got mad, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. Xiaoshuan couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek, and Suisui hated being called cute, weak, or innocent. She always thought of herself as a boss. Sensing Xiaoshuan's affectionate gaze and Suisui's internal alarm went off, she quickly backed up until her back was against the wall, putting on a fierce expression. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't touch me. Even if we're both girls, that's not okay. Xiaoshuan's hand came up empty, and she clicked her tongue in disappointment. This little face really was as soft as she'd imagined. Distracted, she nodded absent-mindedly, brushing off Suisui's words. Yeah, you're right about everything. And Suisui, is she even listening to me? Cuckoo, cuckoo. It was 9 o'clock. The cuckoo clock on the wall chimed on the hour, drawing on Suisui's attention and making her forget about Xiaoshuan's odd behavior. The seer's verification time was after dinner, before dark. If you missed it, you forfeited your chance. Closing her eyes, the seer's identity card appeared in Suisui's mind. She softly recited Kong Shui's name. As expected, Kong Shui was the last werewolf hiding among them. Xiaoshuan waited nearby for a moment. When she saw Suisui open her eyes, she asked curiously, So? Whose identity did you check? And Suisui replied, It was Kong Shui. Kong Shui is a werewolf. Xiaoshuan nodded slowly. So it was him. She wasn't even surprised. Kong Shui always likes to steer the conversation. Now that Kong Shui's identity was confirmed, Suisui replayed all of his actions in her mind from beginning to end, her frown deepening the more she thought about it. If Kong Shui was a werewolf, then everything he said was a lie, which meant Tang Zhixin was the one who was wronged. He might really have been the witch. The two of them sat quietly in the room, waiting for the werewolf to awaken. The fate of the good guys would be decided tonight. At exactly 10 o'clock, the cuckoo clock in the room chimed automatically. Cuckoo, cuckoo. And Suisui turned to say something to Xiaoshuan, only to find that Xiaoshuan had disappeared. This damn game was so strict. She guessed that Xiaoshuan had been sent back to her own room. The game didn't allow two players to stay in the same room. Back before she'd confirmed Wang Gaoyuan's identity, Suisui had already checked Xiaoshuan's role and contacted her privately, which was why Xiaoshuan had been so steadfast in her support. Inside the room, she couldn't hear anything from outside or see what was happening, and Suisui was wide awake, anxiously pacing. In the next room, as soon as Xiaoshuan heard the clock chime, her vision blurred. When she came to, she was already back in her own room. It seemed she was destined to die tonight. Xiaoshuan sighed, her gaze sweeping over the furnishings as she wondered if she could leave any clues behind. Just then, the door banged open. A 2-meter-tall werewolf, eyes glowing green, slowly walked in. Xiaoshuan clenched her fists, forcing herself to stay calm. The room was so small and she had no items. There was no way she could win against a werewolf. After transforming, Kong Shui had picked up some of the werewolf's habits. Smelling Xiaoshuan's scent, foul saliva dripped from his mouth, his gaze growing greedier. Plop, a drop of drool hit the floor. Xiaoshuan glanced at it, then immediately closed her eyes in disgust. No, she still couldn't face death calmly. No matter what, she had to struggle. Kong Shui didn't bother with pretense, lunging at Xiaoshuan with sharp claws. Xiaoshuan grabbed a stool and smashed it against Kong Shui. The stool shattered, but Kong Shui only staggered for a moment before regaining his balance. After becoming a werewolf, a player's physical abilities changed. Xiaoshuan wasn't a fighter. There was no way she could take on a werewolf barehanded. After a long chase around the room, Kong Shui finally caught his prey, gripping her throat tightly. Xiaoshuan felt herself suffocating, struggling desperately, but it was useless. After a while, she suddenly started laughing, so hard she choked and clutched her stomach, coughing violently. You think killing me means you win? Your identity's already exposed, Kong Shui. Even if I die, you'll join me soon enough. A flash of viciousness passed through the werewolf's green eyes. Enraged, Kong Shui tightened his grip. With a crack, Jiaxuan's neck snapped. The light faded from her eyes and her head drooped limply. Kang Shui snorted, let go, and tossed Jiaxuan's body to the floor before striding out. At dawn, as soon as the rooster crowed, Suisui rushed out of her room. The door next door was wide open. Even without entering, Suisui could see the aftermath inside. Jiaxuan's body lay stiff on the floor, her neck twisted at an unnatural angle, eyes bulging. Unable to bear the sight, Suisui turned away, stopping at the doorway without going in. The other players gathered as well. Qianming looked at Jiaxuan's corpse and couldn't help but shudder, as if seeing his own fate. The werewolf had killed again. Would he be killed the same way tonight, never to wake up? He took a step back, leaning against the corridor wall to keep from collapsing. Kang Shui kept up the act, first glancing at Jiaxuan's body, then flying into a rage, pointing at Suisui and cursing her out. Suisui, I never thought you could be so ruthless. We're both girls, and you could still do something so cruel. And Suisui turned, her gaze icy as she stared at Kang Shui, speaking each word clearly. That's what I should be saying to you, Kang Shui. You're the last werewolf. Ha! Kang Shui sneered. So that's how it is? Profit my ass. I predicted this would happen yesterday. Qianming, did you hear that? Now there's only the two of us good guys left. After tonight, the game will be over? Just wait to die, there's nothing left to fight for. Kang Shui snorted and turned back to his room. And Suisui's gaze fell on Qianming. Qianming trembled, his eyes darting away, lips quivering as he stammered, I need to calm down. Let's talk tonight. He hurriedly fled the scene, and Suisui was so angry she could barely stand it, stomping her foot hard before entering Jiaxuan's room. She lifted Jiaxuan onto the bed, doing her best to straighten her twisted body. Jian Shi watched for a while, raising an eyebrow. Is your profession an undertaker? Got a professional habit? No matter how much you fix her up, the body will disappear tonight. And Suisui snapped her head around, glaring at him fiercely. Jian Shi was startled, finally realizing Suisui was truly angry. After a moment of silence, he finally tried to comfort her. If what the game says is true, as long as we win, she'll come back. If you want to save her, focus on voting Kang Shui out. And Suisui took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. She was afraid that only the survivors would be considered winners. But there was no rule that clearly said the teammates of the winning side would be revived. That night, the atmosphere was especially heavy. The 4 remaining players sat silently in their seats, a table full of food in front of them, but no one touched a thing. And Suisui stared straight at Qianming. Tonight's vote is crucial, Qianming. You'd better think carefully. Kang Shui snorted, egging Qianming on from the side. What's there to think about? You've already won. We've lost. No matter how you vote, it won't change the outcome. And Suisui ignored Kang Shui, instead breaking down the suspicious points for Qianming. Think about it carefully. If we really were the werewolves, why would we kill Jiaxuan instead of you or Kang Shui? Jiaxuan was the one who supported me the most, wasn't she? Qianming's eyes wavered a little. Kang Shui was watching Qianming closely. Seeing this, he immediately exploded, putting on a look of utter despair. Forget it, Qianming. If you want to vote for me, just do it. We've already lost anyway. It's just a matter of sooner or later. After speaking, he walked to the ballot box, deliberately pulled out Suisui's name to look at it, and then, in front of everyone, cast it into the box. Next were Jian Shi and Suisui. Naturally, both of them voted for Kang Shui. Qianming stood in front of the ballot box for a long time, hesitating before finally drawing a name and casting it in, then hurried back to his seat, and Suisui waited quietly. The results of this vote are: Suisui, 2 votes; Kang Shui, 2 votes; Jian Shi, 0 votes; Qianming, 0 votes. Ballots are being redistributed for a revote. There were many changes in this live-action version of Werewolf, such as the voting phase. If there's a tie in the first round, there's a chance for a revote. This gives the 2 with the highest votes a last chance to turn things around. Whether they can seize it is up to them. And Suisui was already disappointed in Qianming. She anxiously rubbed her cheeks, thinking that if either she or Jianshi were still villagers, but Qianming was actually the last villager, then if Qianming died, the villager camp would be completely defeated. She pondered. If they couldn't vote Kong Shui out tonight, then to ensure the villagers' victory, she'd have to lend her card to protect Qianming. But Suisui still couldn't help but remind him, trying to wake Qianming up, "You'd better think carefully. If we don't vote Kong Shui out tonight, you'll definitely be the one in trouble." Qianming clutched his hair in pain, burying his head deep in his arms. Jianshi looked at Qianming's dejected state, frowned, and suddenly spoke up. "If you think both Suisui and I are werewolves, then why not vote for me instead of her? Didn't I say I'm the hunter? If you vote me out, you'll know if it's true or not." Qianming suddenly looked up at Jianshi in disbelief. Who would volunteer for death? And Suisui frowned too, clearly disapproving. Who knew if being eliminated meant real death? This was risking your life. Everyone was shocked by this choice, but Jianshi himself just raised his eyebrows indifferently. "Hurry up and vote. I still have to go home and work after this." Jianshi made a good point. If he was a werewolf, voting for him or Suisui made no difference. Gritting his teeth, Qianming cast his vote for Jianshi. And Suisui let out a heavy sigh and also voted for Jianshi. This was the safest method. When the hunter dies, he can use his skill to take a werewolf with him, mutual destruction. Kong Shui couldn't stop it in time and could only watch as Jianshi was sent to the top of the ballot, gritting his teeth in hatred. He knew he was doomed. The second round of voting was quickly tallied. Jianshi 3 votes, and Suisui 1 vote, Kong Shui 0 votes, Qianming 0 votes. The eliminated player is Jianshi. Hunter skill activated. Please choose a player to take with you. Hearing this, Qianming's eyes widened. Jianshi really was the hunter. That meant everything Suisui said was true. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Qianming's face, and he lowered his head even further. Jianshi lifted his chin and looked at Kong Shui. "Isn't it obvious? Of course I'm taking the werewolf, Mr. Kong Shui." Kong Shui's face looked terrible. He'd had a bad feeling as soon as Jianshi spoke, and now it had come true. Hunter skill activated successfully. Player Kong Shui eliminated. All werewolves have been eliminated. Villager camp wins. Game settlement in progress. Kong Shui was erased by a rubber eraser, his face gloomy. Jianshi kept his right hand in his pocket, tightly gripping a silver card. Only when the results were announced and nothing happened to him did he finally relax. Immediately after, all the eliminated villagers reappeared in their chairs, some surprised, some confused. And Suisui's eyes widened in delight. But before she could say anything, a flash of white light appeared, and all the players vanished from the space at the same time. And Suisui found herself in a strange place, surrounded by white mist, but when she reached out, she felt cold metal. It was both strange and familiar. A familiar mechanical voice sounded. "Congratulations on your first game victory. Player identity activated. Player detected as an invited player. You have 1 special spin the wheel chance. Would you like to start?" And Suisui pursed her lips, quickly regaining her composure. No matter what was happening, or what would happen next, she had to claim her reward. What if she got dragged into another weird game next time? She needed some survival tools, so she chose yes. A huge, colorful wheel appeared before her. There were tens of thousands of options on the wheel, so many that Suisui couldn't even see what was written on each one. After hesitating for a moment, she pressed the start button herself. The thin pointer began to spin, finally stopping on a golden square. "Congratulations, you have obtained an S-rank companion, Husky. Would you like to view it?" Husky? And Suisui frowned slightly. The name sounded familiar. She had a bad feeling, but S-rank, how bad could it be? She chose yes again. A small dog, mostly black with some white, appeared out of thin air in front of Suisui. The dog's tongue hung out, drool dripping onto the floor. It sniffed and Suisui, then suddenly started bouncing around excitedly, running wildly in the not-so-large space, its movements wild and unruly. And Suisui watched, her heart pounding, her sense of foreboding growing stronger. She was sure she'd never seen this thing before, yet it felt strangely familiar. Could it be some extinct species? Before she could figure it out, the system continued. Due to your outstanding performance in this game, you have earned 3 more draws. Would you like to draw cards now? Draw cards? And Suisui was stunned, subconsciously reaching into her pocket and feeling 2 hard cards. The cards she found in the game were still with her. Could the cards from the system be the same kind of items? It seemed these really were game props. Without thinking, she immediately chose yes, drawing. Congratulations, you have obtained the following cards: Special Permanent Backpack, Sharp Little Knife, Hemostatic Gauze. This game is now over. Would you like to return to the real world? And Suisui's eyes lit up and she chose yes again. In a flash, she was back in her own bedroom. It was just dawn. The familiar environment made Suisui relax, and the exhaustion from staying up all night hit her at once. She lifted the covers, crawled into bed, and fell asleep immediately. Janshur also returned to his own home. He sat at his desk for a long time, unable to focus on a single word. After a while, he pulled a pen from the holder and wrote down a few names on a blank sheet of paper, then dialed his subordinate's number. "I'll send you some information. Help me find out if these people exist," Janshur said. The other side immediately replied, "Understood, Commander." And Suisui slept for a long time, so long that her mother finally lost patience and dragged her out of bed. "Still sleeping? Still sleeping? Do you even know what time it is?" Seeing her mother standing by the bed, fuming, Suisui scrambled up, carefully dodged around her, and rushed to the dining table. Ji Chutong, her mother, followed with a dark expression. And Suisui wanted to ask her dad for help, but realized that today only she and her mom were at the table. Ji Chutong snorted. "What are you looking at? There was something at the hospital today, so your dad left early and hasn't come back yet." "Oh, I see." And Suisui bit her chopsticks, then tried to nuzzle up to her mom. After barely surviving the torturous breakfast, Suisui snatched up the dishwashing duty and sent her mom away, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Ugh, if I'd known, I wouldn't have stayed up so late last night." At this, Suisui paused. Why had she stayed up late last night? Werewolf. Werewolf game. Suddenly recalling the real-life game she'd just experienced, Suisui slapped her forehead, put down her bowl and chopsticks, and ran back to her room. She locked the door and checked herself from head to toe, soon discovering a silver tattoo on her wrist. The color was faint and the design small, easy to miss if you weren't looking closely. And Suisui lowered her head and gently touched the tattoo. It flashed with a trace of light, and a semi-transparent screen popped up. Loading data. Player, and Suisui ID, 0023, age 22, level 1 experience, 0, 15 HP, 100, agility, 6 speed, 10 endurance, 6 strength, 1 defense, 1 companion, husky, S, special ability, none. Player has gained 10 experience points, leveled up to 1, and received 3 attribute points to allocate. And Suisui rubbed her eyes. The game panel was still there, confirming that what happened in the game was real, not a dream or hallucination. She looked over her player info again, frowning when she saw she only had 100 HP. She rummaged in her drawer for a small knife, closed her eyes, and steeled herself to make a small cut on her finger. Because she controlled her strength, it only left a thin line of blood at her fingertip, not a serious wound. She checked the game panel again. Her HP hadn't changed, and she finally relaxed. Good. Her HP was pretty durable. She wouldn't just die for no reason. She continued reading, looking at her agility, speed, endurance, and other stats. After thinking it over and comparing to her own physical condition, she figured her strength and defense were average, agility and endurance were decent, and her biggest advantage was speed. It all matched up. So, the player's attributes were based on their real-life physical condition. Seeing the red prompt on the panel, Suisui was instantly tempted. 3 bonus attribute points. If she added them, would it show up in real life? After hesitating, she put 2 points into strength. Her speed was already high, and adding 1 or 2 points wouldn't make much difference. But if her strength increased, it would be obvious. After allocating the points, she didn't feel any different. And Suisui looked around her room and found an apple. She'd never been able to break an apple with her bare hands before, but this time, not only did she split it easily, she even crushed it. And Suisui. Better not let Mom see that. After testing the attribute points, she put the last one into speed. She had to keep her advantage. If she could get as fast as lightning, no matter how strong her opponent was, they wouldn't be able to hit her, just like her strategy in VR games. Imagining the future, Suisui's gaze fell on her companion, the husky. This S-rank husky was the special reward she'd drawn before leaving the game. She clicked on the husky's name and its attribute info popped up, and Suisui glanced over it. Everything looked great, especially its attack power, which was already as high as her speed stat. But her right eyelid kept twitching, so she opened her computer and searched for husky on the Star Network. Soon, all kinds of information about huskies appeared before her. Husky, extinct species. The last one disappeared 300 years ago. Extremely destructive, energetic, and incredibly stupid. And Suisui, why do I have a bad feeling about this? She spent a long time relaxing at home, so long that she almost forgot about the game, until one night she heard the familiar mechanical system voice again. Ding, game loading, so, load successful. Please play actively and clear the game seriously. This round's game, defend the carrot. Please eliminate all monsters before the carrot is eaten. And Suisui, in the middle of the night, can't I get some sleep? This time the game setting was a desert. 10 players had been dropped here with a huge, tender carrot in the middle of the group. Whoa, that carrot is huge! How big are the monsters going to be? The speaker was a scruffy man in a gray tank top and floral shorts. His thick beard covered his cheeks, making it hard to tell his age. He looked up at the 2-meter-tall carrot, eyes full of amazement. All the players this time had already experienced at least one game. Though they were still nervous, no one bothered asking basic questions anymore. And Suisui calmly scanned the players, and to her surprise, spotted a familiar face in the crowd. John Schur had also seen her and walked over. What a coincidence, little bunny. Little bunny? Who are you calling little bunny? And Suisui puffed up her cheeks in protest. She was a fearsome game killer. A killer, got it? How could she be a little bunny? Jian Schur chuckled, his gaze falling meaningfully on her bunny plush and bunny pajamas. Who else could be a bunny but you? And Suisui immediately flushed with embarrassment and anger. These are just pajamas, okay? And look at yourself. Out of everyone here, you're the only one not in pajamas. How dare you say that about me? As it turned out, John Schur was still in formal wear for this game. In the middle of summer, everyone else was dressed as cool as possible, but he was the only one in a suit, looking completely out of place. Jian Schur didn't care. Wearing a suit just means I wasn't asleep yet, but looks like you got dragged out of bed again. Are you tired? Look, even the carrot is trembling. It was rare for players to know each other. Most of them were strangers. Under the guidance of a few, the players began introducing themselves, hoping to unite and cooperate in the upcoming team game to fight the monsters together. Suddenly, a row of black text appeared in the clear sky. The players watched the words warily, trying to decipher any hidden information. What does this mean? One player asked, pointing at a number highlighted in red in the sky. I know, another player jumped out. It's defend the carrot. I've played this game before. He explained everything he knew. It's a tower defense game. Soon, monsters will keep spawning from the refresh points, and our job is to destroy them and protect the carrot. That number 10 probably means there will be 10 waves of monsters in this round. This explanation made sense. Before the game officially started, there wasn't much information, so the players stopped talking and began checking their own belongings. And Suisui reached into her pocket, the cool touch of the items inside calming her nerves a bit. She currently had 5 cards: hemostatic gauze, a special backpack, a sharp little knife, the beast's cage, and one rather special card. While sorting through her cards, Suisui suddenly remembered the pet that made her right eyelid twitch. It was S rank, after all. Surely it couldn't be that bad. She decided to let the husky out and take a look. After the first game ended, a player tattoo had appeared on her wrist, invisible to anyone but players. She gently touched the tattoo and her personal information instantly appeared before her eyes. Player, Suisui ID, 0023, age 22, level 1, XP 015, HP 100, agility 6, speed 11, endurance 6, strength 3, defense 1, companion, husky, S, special ability, none. In the companion row, a small black and gray dog tilted its head at Suisui, looking very cute. Suisui clicked companion, and the dog suddenly appeared at her feet. The dog was lively, immediately circling Suisui as if getting used to her scent. Suisui had never owned a dog and didn't know much about their habits, so she watched it warily in silence. After a few laps, the dog was suddenly attracted by the big carrot not far away and dashed toward it. The ground in the gobi was uneven, with loose stones everywhere. The dog had only run a few steps before it tripped over a rock and fell with a thud. Before Suisui could react, the dog got up by itself, but it seemed especially angry, convinced that the stone had tripped it on purpose. "Awoo! Awoo!" The dog started arguing with the stone, and Suisui couldn't pull it away. Of course, the stone didn't respond, so the dog got more and more worked up, then suddenly picked up the stone in its mouth and started gnawing on it. At that moment, Suisui's right eyelid started twitching again, and she hurried to stop the dog. But the dog was too worked up. Not only did it not let go of the stone, it picked it up and ran, only to trip over another stone. Tragically, the first stone was still in its mouth, and when it fell, the stone got lodged in its throat. The dog let out a weak whimper, collapsed, twitched a few times, and then turned into a puff of light, disappearing before Suisui's eyes. At the same time, Suisui received a game notification. Your companion husky has died. Suisui. Jianshu, who had watched the whole thing, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The still sky suddenly shifted, clouds moving, and the wind whistled through the rocks, bringing the gobi to life in an instant. All the players tensed up. The game had begun. Suisui reacted quickly, climbing up a high rock to observe the gobi. Her eyesight was pretty good. She could see things dozens of meters away. Not just the player who'd spoken up, but Suisui herself had played Defend the Carrot before and knew the rules. But she also knew that in real-life games, many things would be changed, so she couldn't rely entirely on the original rules. She kept scanning the bare ground and finally spotted something odd. Fist-sized black ants were crawling out of the cliff, but there were no visible ant holes. So where were they coming from? "Everyone over here!" After alerting the others, Suisui was the first to run toward the spot where the ants were emerging. These ants looked like ordinary black ants, but they moved fast, had a strong sense of direction, and there were a lot of them. If these were the small monsters, they'd be tough to deal with. She picked up a stone and threw it at one of the monsters to test it. The stone hit an ant's back, and a string of numbers floated up from its body. Suddenly, a red health bar appeared above what had looked like an ordinary ant, so they really were monsters. The other players who arrived saw this and were all surprised. So, these were the monsters? If they could just defeat 10 waves, would they win? There was almost nothing on the gobi but rocks. Even Suisui didn't have a truly useful weapon. The ants' attacks weren't strong, but they were slightly poisonous. If bitten, your nerves would be paralyzed and your reactions would slow. Things were getting tricky. There were so many ants. Surely they couldn't just throw rocks at all of them. And constantly picking up rocks would be too exhausting. Who knew how long the battle would last? Conserving energy was wise. "There's a tree over there. We can cut branches to use as weapons." One sharp-eyed player spotted a small, not very thick tree at the base of the cliff. The players rushed over, each trying to pick the sturdiest branch. And Suisui needed one too. She took a couple of steps forward, then looked back and saw that only Jian Shi had stayed where he was. Hands in his pockets, he seemed completely unconcerned by the growing army of ants. When Suisui finally got her stick and returned, she saw Jian Shi swinging a huge, pitch-black scythe. Each sweep left a pile of ant corpses. And Suisui was jealous. That was obviously a reward from the last game. Why hadn't she drawn something so useful? A certain dog's image flashed through her mind, making her shiver. She quickly shook off the scary thought and refocused. In tower defense games, you can't win with just one max-level turret. No matter how strong, it can't cover everything. And Suisui reminded herself that this was a team game. She couldn't be too selfish. She helped clear out monsters farther from Jian Shi, while keeping an eye on the black ants running from the spawn point. But she soon noticed that only half the ants were being killed by Jian Shi. The other half, even though they hadn't crossed his defensive line, had disappeared. She immediately became alert, climbed to a higher vantage point, and the other players soon joined her. Watching Jian Shi wield his giant scythe, the other players were all left with tears of envy. "Oh my God, this guy is way too cool. I'd trade everything I have for that piece of equipment." That was clearly the comment of a game fanatic. And Suisui didn't have time to mess around with them. She was anxiously searching for where the missing ants had gone. Jian Shi had also noticed something was off with the number of ants. But he couldn't leave the first line of defense, so he had to leave the cleanup to the other players. Living up to expectations, Suisui finally found a pitch-black round hole in a hidden corner. It was a tunnel dug by the ants. Her pupils contracted, and Suisui immediately notified the others. "Forget about the ants in front. Jian Shi's guarding them, they can't break through. These ants are digging tunnels, and some have already gotten through to the back." As she spoke, Suisui rushed down the slope, killed the ants around the hole she'd found, and then blocked the small hole with rocks, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The other players who had been idle slapped their foreheads in regret when they heard her, and quickly spread out to check the surroundings. Ants are experts at tunneling. How could they have forgotten something so important? And Suisui then ran over to the carrot, just in case any stragglers tried to attack it while no one was watching. Ants kept spawning at the refresh point. Jian Shi cleared out as many as he could, but some still tunneled underground, creating even more complex passages. The other players were running around in chaos, while Suisui focused all her attention on guarding the rear. Her endurance was good, her speed was fast, and her strength had improved since the last game. Compared to Jian Shi, who was dominating the front lines, her support work in the back was flawless. No ant could escape her pursuit. But as time went on, even Suisui started to get tired. The others were in even worse shape. Some couldn't even lift their arms. Finally, the small monsters at the spawn point stopped appearing, and Suisui collapsed onto the ground, relaxing every muscle and letting her body rest as much as possible. She slowly looked up at the sky. Was the first wave of monsters finally over? No, not yet. The number 10 still hung high in the sky, unchanged. But by now, the players were in bad shape. Even Jian Shi had put away his scythe and was leaning against a wall, panting. And Suisui heard a faint sound and quickly looked toward the spawn point. A black jaw emerged from behind the twisted wall, slowly pushing through and revealing its true form to everyone. "Oh my God, is that an ant too?" And Suisui took one look and felt her scalp tingle. What came out was a giant ant, many times larger than any of the black ants they'd seen before. Judging by its swollen abdomen, its identity was obvious. The Ant Queen. Jian Shi's eyes darkened, and the black scythe reappeared in his hand. The players slowly gathered around Jian Shi. Even though the giant ant was terrifying, if they didn't deal with this boss, they'd only end up failing. And Suisui didn't approach, choosing instead to keep guarding the carrot. She had a feeling this big ant wasn't just about size. There had to be more tricks up its sleeve. As soon as the Ant Queen left the spawn point, Jian Shi charged in and landed a blow. But seeing the long, thick health bar above the Queen's head, all the players felt a heavy weight in their hearts. This was going to be tough. They raised their wooden sticks, carefully adjusting their angles, ready to ambush at any moment. The ant queen swung her sharp jaws, forcing the players back, but didn't advance further. Instead, she crouched down in front of the spawn point. One by one, gleaming white ant eggs dropped to the ground, hatching at incredible speed into fist-sized black soldier ants. Oh my god, this is definitely a boss. As if a boss isn't scary enough, it even comes with endless minions. How are we supposed to fight this? The players gripped their sticks tighter. What else could they do? Just grit their teeth and fight. John Schur paused mid-swing, his gaze sweeping over the ant eggs the queen kept producing. He said to the others, "I'll handle the queen, you guys attack the eggs." He'd already tried. Ant eggs had about half the health of the ants and were much easier to deal with before they hatched. Any eggs that weren't destroyed in time would hatch and quickly scurry away underground. John Schur glanced back at Suisui's figure. Thank goodness there was at least one reliable person in this group. This little girl might look soft and delicate, but her determination was beyond his expectations. Her personal abilities were impressive too. Her speed was incredible, probably even better than his. The other players knew they couldn't handle the queen, so they all targeted the unhatched eggs. And Suisui made full use of her speed, darting around the carrot and swinging her stick. Eventually, after one particularly hard hit, her stick snapped in two. She gritted her teeth. There was no time to find a new weapon. She picked up a rock and started smashing the black ants in front of her. With everyone working together, the ant queen's health bar finally hit 0. And Suisui killed the last black ant and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. She didn't even care about the ant corpses everywhere. She just wanted to rest. Finally, the red number in the sky began to change, rolling down from 10 to 9. They'd survived the first wave, and Suisui finally let her guard down, exhaling heavily and letting herself sprawl on the ground. If the first wave of monsters was this tough, what would the next ones be like? Was the difficulty of this game going to be ridiculously high? As she was lost in thought, a crisp ding-dong sounded in her ear, and Suisui, who had played countless games, recognized the sound immediately. Game companies loved to use this sound for receiving coins. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around. The ant corpses had all disappeared, leaving behind glowing objects. What were those? She reached out to the nearest glowing orb. As soon as her hand touched it, it burst open, turning into a brand new pair of sneakers. Defeating monsters gives you shoes? She picked up the sneakers, and a window popped up showing their stats. Extreme speed running shoes, made from the world's lightest and toughest material. Wearing them grants a 15-point speed bonus. Becoming the king of speed is just around the corner. Eh? And Suisui's eyes lit up and she bounced up from the ground. A 15% speed boost. Were these shoes a piece of equipment? Other players also noticed the usefulness of the glowing orbs. It turned out that after killing monsters, there was a chance for equipment to drop, but all equipment would be tallied and distributed only after each round ended. If players really had to face increasingly powerful monsters empty-handed, they'd lose sooner or later. But with equipment, it was a different story. Equipment was quickly snatched up, except for the items around Jianshi, which no one dared touch. Everything else ended up in the players' hands. The previously harmonious atmosphere among the players now had a faint whiff of gunpowder. And Suisui also picked up all the equipment around her. She'd always been the only one guarding this area. Although there weren't as many monsters as at the spawn point, she handled them all herself. Besides the speed-boosting shoes, Suisui also got a few other things. For example, a sharp long knife, exactly what she needed most right now. She also got a gun that could fire freezing rounds, which was quite useful. The rest were all defensive or support items, including a bottle of green liquid labeled as a stamina recovery potion. After drinking it, Suisui immediately felt light and energetic, back at her peak. It seemed the game didn't actually want to kill them all off. Jianshi slowly walked over to Suisui, and Suisui sat on the ground, looking up blankly. "What's up?" Jianshi didn't waste words. He laid out all the equipment he'd gotten in front of Suisui. "See if there's anything you need? Let's trade." Actually, Suisui already had enough gear for herself. She was about to refuse, but then noticed the looks from the other players not far away. Their eyes were full of wariness toward each other, each clutching their own equipment tightly, unwilling to let go even if they couldn't use it. And Suisui suddenly understood. John Schur was trying to remind everyone that mutual help was the only way to grow together. The two of them were familiar enough to understand each other's intentions, so Suisui immediately laid out her own items as well. She sorted the equipment into 3 categories: weapons, armor, and support. The equipment effects were varied and complex, and what each person got was random. If something didn't match your own stats or you had duplicates, it was pretty useless. Trading equipment was a good idea. Jianshi actually had a few items that Suisui needed, and Suisui focused on speed, quick, ruthless, and accurate, ideally able to kill in one strike. She also needed some agility and endurance, but strength was already sufficient from her last stat boost, so she didn't need more. Jianshi was the opposite. He didn't need much speed or reaction time, focusing instead on attack power and stamina. In a traditional online game, he'd be a versatile, powerful mage. With someone setting an example, the other players hesitated for a while, then started trading again. At this point, Jianshi took out a strange card and showed it to Suisui. "Do you know what this is?" And Suisui craned her neck. "Infrastructure card. It says so right on it." But this card was different from the usual silver cards they got. It was pure white and marked as, "For this game only," meaning it was definitely something they'd need to use in this round. John Schur tapped Suisui on the head. "Duh, I can read. I want you to think about what it's for." He'd thought about it himself, but hadn't figured it out yet. And Suisui was pretty capable and quick-witted, so he had high hopes for her and brought out the card to remind her. If she figured out its use before he did, that would be great. Break time ended quickly, and there was movement at the spawn point again. John Schur rushed back to the front line. No one knew what kind of creature would appear this time, so everyone kept the same formation as last round. The 5th wave of the battle began. A faint white light glowed at the spawn point, and a hedgehog with gray-white spikes slowly crawled out. All the players froze. Wow, with all those spikes, if you didn't have a ranged weapon, you couldn't even get close. A few players cursed under their breath, looking at the short knives in their hands. They wanted better weapons, but no one would trade with them. Jianshi noticed this and frowned. This is a team game. The more players die, the harder it gets later. Now's not the time to fight over resources. He laid out a few of his own weapons. He didn't need them, and neither did Suisui, so these items were left unused. A few players without long weapons gratefully thanked him, traded, and hurried to join the fight. With her new gear, Suisui felt refreshed. Seeing that this round's monsters were hedgehogs and she didn't need to guard the back for now, she joined the front line. These hedgehogs were much tougher than the previous wave of ants. With the ants, as long as you dodged quickly, you were basically safe. But the hedgehogs were different. In the middle of the fight, they'd suddenly squat down and shake their spikes, shooting them right at the players' faces. And Suisui got hit a few times by the dense attacks, suffering some scrapes and losing a bit of health. This batch of players was pretty good. No one ran away, and they kept the monsters contained near the spawn point. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, among the crowd of hedgehogs, a pangolin appeared. The pangolin didn't fight like the others. Without a word, it started digging underground. Since the ground had already been tunneled by the ant army, the pangolin had an easier time digging. If it were just one pangolin, it wouldn't be a problem, but this one was big, and after it burrowed underground, a string of small monsters followed. Here we go again. Jianshi swung hard, killing a swath of hedgehog monsters. These damn things always ran when they couldn't win. The situation was urgent. Jianshi immediately turned to Suisui and explained, "A pangolin just ran out and took a bunch of hedgehogs underground. You go guard the back, I'll hold the front." And Suisui immediately broke away and left without hesitation. She ran to the carrot, and sure enough, saw a pangolin poking its head out nearby. Quick as lightning, she raised her gun and fired. Before the pangolin could climb out, it was frozen by the ice gun, its body blocking the hole. The string of monsters behind it couldn't get out. With the leader down, it was much easier to deal with the rest. This wave of monsters was odd. After the ant wave, the ant queen had appeared as the boss, but this time, a pangolin suddenly showed up. The pangolin was stronger than the hedgehogs, but not quite a boss, somewhere in between. Probably a mini-boss. Jian Shi guarded the front, always keeping an eye on the pangolin's movements. Whenever a pangolin spawned, he tried to take it out immediately. If one managed to slip past, he would notify Suisui behind him. The two of them coordinated perfectly, which only made the other players' chaotic every man for himself strategies look even messier. With everyone's combined efforts, the second wave's boss finally appeared. The boss stomped forward with heavy steps, each one making the ground tremble. It was massive, with a fierce look in its eyes. One roar from its mouth stunned all the players. After the boss appeared, the small monsters gradually disappeared. And Suisui hurried up from the rear to join everyone in facing this enormous hippo boss. That's right, the boss that emerged from the spawn point was actually a giant hippo, and it was a vicious one. The hippo let out a sky-shaking roar, then suddenly reared up, slamming its feet into the ground and making everything shake. Several players lost their balance and fell. The hippo was a master at kicking people when they were down. Whenever someone fell, it would immediately open its huge mouth and bite at them. Everyone knew how terrifying a hippo's bite was, even without Suisui's warning. The first player, caught off guard, was bitten in half at the waist by the hippo and vanished in a flash of light before everyone's eyes. And Suisui felt a chill run down her spine. Not only did the hippo have a huge mouth and powerful bite, but its thick skin and flesh made it hard for the players' attacks to do any real damage. And Suisui had already figured out how the damage system worked. Just like in real life, scrapes and scratches were minor injuries and barely reduced HP. But if you lost a limb, that was a major injury, and your HP would drop rapidly. If all they could do was inflict superficial wounds on the hippo, how long would it take to wear down its massive health bar? And this wasn't some docile animal that would just let them attack. It could outlast them in stamina too. After a long fight, the hippo still had at least 2/3 of its health left. Luckily, it moved slowly. Otherwise, they would have lost already. By now, the players had been forced back to the middle ground between the spawn point and the carrot. There was only half the distance left between the boss and their carrot. And Suisui took a deep breath, rubbed her cheeks hard, and tried to shake off her panic. No. They couldn't just keep grinding it out. They'd never last. She quickly reviewed all the items she and Jian Shi had, and finally came up with a plan. She'd always felt something was off. The hippo was much slower than she expected. Hippos, despite their bulky appearance, are actually very fast animals, capable of sprinting up to 50 km/h. It was only now that Suisui remembered. Hippos can't leave water for long. If they're out of water too long, their skin dries out and they become sluggish. Realizing this, she immediately called out to Jian Shi, "Jian Shi, use your flamethrower on it." Jian Shi didn't hesitate. He put away his scythe and pulled out the flamethrower he'd gotten earlier. Flames roared out, engulfing the hippo. The hippo let out an angry bellow, thrashing around, but there was nothing it could do. After the flames died down, it didn't seem too badly hurt, but its energy was clearly drained. It stopped attacking, collapsed to the ground, and panted heavily. This was the desert. There was no water for it to recover. With its skin burned and cracked by the flames, the hippo's defense dropped as well. Now, the players just had to finish it off without worrying about retaliation, and they'd clear the second wave. With a flash of light, the red number in the sky changed to 8. The hippo's last bit of health was finally gone, and the players collapsed to the ground along with it. This wasn't a battle anymore. By the end, it was just a war of attrition. Whoever lasted longer would win. And Suisui also had to rest quickly. Defeating the big monster was one thing, but once the game rewards appeared, she'd have to fight the other players for resources. These players were all cunning. And Suisui squeezed her fists, her big eyes blinking innocently, looking completely harmless. As soon as the monster corpses disappeared, she sprang up and, using her speed advantage, snatched up the loot with no pressure at all. In the end, about 70% of the items ended up in her hands. Duan Qingyang was just one step away from the item he wanted. He deliberately ignored the things he didn't need, trying to grab what he wanted as quickly as possible. But every time he set his sights on something and tried to compete with the others, a figure would suddenly dart in from the side, outpacing everyone and snatching away the item he'd been eyeing. When the scramble was over, Duan Qingyang was left empty-handed, his eyes blank and his spirit crushed. The others didn't get much either. Only Suisui had so many items she couldn't even hold them all, having to use her apron to carry the rest. Some starve, some drown. Suisui blinked and exchanged glances with the other players. She'd just been focused on grabbing things, and now she realized she'd taken way too much. At least 70% of the loot was in her apron. One player, unable to stand the huge gap, immediately stood up and accused her. "Suisui, you're too much. You took all the items. What are we supposed to do? You weren't the only one fighting those monsters, so why do you get so much?" Suisui puffed up her cheeks in protest. "But I got them with my own skill. Last round I grabbed a bunch too, and no one said anything." Was last round's loot distribution really fair? How can you compare last round to this one? The situation is totally different. The player tried to argue, and Suisui hadn't meant to hog everything, but this player was really getting on her nerves. She clenched her little fists, which looked anything but threatening. "How is it different? I just didn't compete with you last time. And why should I listen to you? If you're not happy, come and take them from me. Whoever has the loot gets to decide." With that, she downed a stamina potion and, feeling light as a feather, leapt 3 or 4 meters away. The player who'd accused her was furious. How could she say something like that? Did she think everyone else was an idiot? Everyone had seen how fast Suisui was. If it was just a matter of speed, no one here could catch her. Now that she had so many items, they probably couldn't even touch her clothes. So what was the point of fighting? It would just waste energy. The player stopped arguing with Suisui, but he didn't give up on the loot. Instead, he started trying to rally the others. "You mean none of you have any opinions at all? Have you said enough?" Jianshi suddenly interrupted him. Among all the players, if it came down to raw strength, Jianshi was undoubtedly number one. The others were all somewhat wary of him and certainly wouldn't rush to oppose him. Jianshi had always been annoyed by people who only cared about their own interests at critical moments. He snorted and sided with Suisui. "There's no such thing as fairness in equipment distribution. What's there to argue about? If you're not satisfied, just grab more next round." Assuming, of course, you can outgrab Suisui. After distancing herself from the other players, Suisui began sorting all the equipment. She checked each item's attributes, picked out special items and what she needed, and then divided the rest into several piles. "Jianshi, come here a sec." Suisui poked her little head out from behind a dirt mound and waved at Jianshi. Jianshi didn't think much of it and went over alone. "Here, this is for you. If there's anything else you need, just say so. If I have it, I'll get it to you first." He was the vanguard after all, both tank and mage. Not easy. Jianshi looked a bit surprised. "For me?" He hadn't minded that Suisui had grabbed most of the equipment, but he really hadn't expected her to give him a share. Other players treated these things as lifelines, clutching them tightly even if they couldn't use them. Suisui's generosity was unexpected. He glanced over the items she'd picked out for him. They were all things he could use. He'd never told Suisui about his stats, but after 2 rounds, she'd guessed them almost perfectly. Jianshi's gaze deepened. This girl was really something. Suisui didn't notice his expression. Her mind was still racing as she picked out another small pile from the equipment. Duan Qingyang sat alone in a corner, looking dejected and numb. Maybe he'd been too greedy. He hadn't grabbed much this round, and what he'd gotten last round was almost used up. The battles with the monsters seemed simple, but were actually full of hidden dangers. Until the very end, no one knew if something unexpected would happen. Without the right equipment, he might die this round and not make it to the next. A small hand patted his shoulder. Duan Qingyang looked up. It was Suisui. He quickly adjusted his expression, not wanting anyone to see his vulnerability. Before he could say anything, a dozen pieces of equipment were placed in his hands. Some were exactly what he'd been eyeing before, perfectly suited to him. And Suisui, clutching the apron on her nightdress, nodded at him with feigned indifference. "If you need anything else, let me know. I'll consider it." Then, with one hand behind her back, she walked off with her head held high. Halfway there, she lost her grip on the apron and dropped some equipment. Her boss-like image instantly crumbled as she scrambled to pick everything up, trying to act like nothing had happened. Like a little kid trying to act grown up in front of adults. Duan Qingyang couldn't help but laugh, then quickly buried his face in his hands again. He hadn't expected to meet such a reliable teammate this time. At that moment, Duan Qingyang finally let down all his defenses and threw himself wholeheartedly into the next battle. As the rear logistics support, Suisui didn't always have monsters to fight. When she had free time, she'd observe the battles and quickly figure out each player's basic stats and strengths. She'd pick out the equipment she thought suited them best and deliver it to each player. Except for the one who'd criticized her. After making the rounds, Suisui's big bag of equipment was almost empty. She looked at her now unneeded apron with some regret, but was glad she'd already kept what she needed. Giving out the rest let the equipment be used to its fullest. This was a team game, and winning in the end was what mattered most. After a short break, the third wave of monsters arrived. The players nervously gathered at the spawn point, swallowing hard. When the spawn point lit up, slender snakes slithered out, and Suisui jumped in fright, her hands trembling. Most girls have a certain aversion to cold, slippery things, and Suisui was a bit afraid of snakes. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and imagined the colorful snakes as twisted ropes, which helped ease her nerves. She gripped a sharp, long knife, with a freeze gun and poison stinger tied to her waist with bark. Besides her speed-boosting shoes, she'd also added 2 pieces of gear. A protective vest and fatigue-relieving knee pads, both very useful. The snakes came in all colors and were likely poisonous. Snakes are aggressive creatures, and these were especially troublesome. Even if you cut them in half, the head could still attack for up to 2 hours. Players had to watch out for both live and dead snakes, making things even trickier. Yu Kang was the only other player besides Suisui who'd played Defend the Carrot. He'd relied on his experience to get through the first 2 rounds, tough but unscathed. But his luck seemed to have run out. He found himself especially attractive to the snake monsters, both alive and dead. Within 10 minutes of the fight, he'd already collected dozens of snake heads. If not for his good protection, he'd have been down already. But not everyone was so lucky. Someone got bitten by a dead snakehead, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed. His body convulsed as he tried to crawl away from the battlefield. No one had time to help. Everyone was busy. The snakes were fast and agile, much harder than the previous monsters. Worse, the ants and pangolins from earlier rounds had left countless tunnels in the ground, and some monsters now used them to go underground, making their movements unpredictable. And Suisui was forced to switch from the front lines back to logistics. With nothing better, she'd been plugging holes with rocks and dirt. In the last wave, only the lead pangolin could dig, so once it was dealt with and the hole blocked, the hedgehogs couldn't get through. But in the rush, the holes were sealed roughly, giving the snake monsters an opening. They pushed the rocks out and slithered up from the underground tunnels. There were a huge number of snake monsters, and their slithering, unpredictable movements were almost as tricky as on Suisui's own. Even as she worked the back lines, cleaning up stragglers, Suisui was left scrambling. No sooner had she cleared out one nest than another batch would appear elsewhere. Before she could finish off that group, new snake monsters would pop up again. No matter how hard Suisui tried, she couldn't stop the snakes from getting close to the carrot. She drew her ice gun from her waist, firing freezing rounds that locked down large patches of ground, but the unfrozen areas still far outnumbered the frozen ones. The ice gun had unlimited ammo, but after each use there was a long 5-minute cooldown. Relying on the ice gun alone wasn't going to solve the problem. As she grew more anxious, a snake monster managed to reach the carrot. By the time Suisui rushed over, it was too late. The snake had already climbed onto the giant carrot, leaving a small bite mark. And Suisui felt as if a piece of her own heart had been bitten out. This couldn't go on. These snake monsters were just too hard to defend against. She needed to find a way to avoid them. And Suisui's gaze shifted from the monsters to the carrot. If she couldn't avoid the snakes, could she do something to the carrot itself? The players on the front lines, while fighting monsters, kept an eye on the back. After all, that was their base. When they saw Suisui getting surrounded by more and more snakes, they grew anxious too. When Suisui suddenly abandoned the snakes and rushed toward the carrot, it looked like suicide to them. But the next moment, something unbelievable happened. They watched as Suisui grabbed 2 carrot leaves, crouched down, then suddenly pulled with all her strength. The carrot actually came out of the ground. She hoisted the carrot onto her back and ran straight away from the cluster of snake monsters. What kind of wild move was this? "The carrot can be pulled up?" a player muttered. Their eyes were full of disbelief and existential doubt, as if their entire worldview had been shattered and rebuilt. With the carrot out of the ground, Suisui stopped attacking the snakes and ran in the opposite direction from before, putting as much distance as possible between herself and the spawn point. The tunnels dug by the previous 2 waves of monsters were now basically useless. This time, the desert was a wide-open space, unlike the cramped setting of the last werewolf game, so she could move freely. The carrot looked huge, but it wasn't as heavy as she'd imagined. Probably just another game item. With the carrot on her back, Suisui's movement was no longer restricted. She was fast, darting around the field with the snakes chasing after her, occasionally doubling back to take a few out. But she couldn't keep running forever. It was too exhausting. "I can't go too far, or I won't be able to help the front line." After circling a few times, Suisui decided to find a defensible spot to build a fortress so she wouldn't be limited in her next moves. After searching, she finally found a place she liked. Southwest of the spawn point was a naturally formed tower-like hill surrounded by slopes with only a small flat area at the top. The slopes were steep and smooth with no footholds. Even Suisui had trouble climbing up, let alone the legless snake monsters. Perfect. This would be her base. She set the carrot down, stretched her sore shoulders, and paced around the less than 10 square meter platform. The snakes were still slower than Suisui, trailing far behind her. By now, the ice gun's cooldown was over, and Suisui raised it and fired at the slope. The front of the slope was instantly covered in snow and thick frost. The ice gun's coverage wasn't as wide as she'd like, if only it could be upgraded. As soon as she had that thought, an upgrade button appeared on the ice gun, along with the requirements. The first requirement was to have used it more than 3 times, which Suisui easily met. The other was to spend 100 gold coins. Although it showed she had enough, Suisui hesitated. Where did these coins come from? How many did she have left? And would spending them now affect her later? A snake monster crawled over, and Suisui casually sliced it in half and tossed the body far away. At that moment, she heard a faint "coins received" sound. Her eyes lit up and she immediately opened her personal info panel. Sure enough, there was a gold coin pouch at the bottom. Clicking it, she could see her coin balance, and the source of the coins was killing monsters. So that's how it worked. Now that she understood and seeing her balance was healthy, she upgraded the ice gun without hesitation. After the upgrade, the ice gun was even more powerful, freezing the entire slope around the carrot and thoroughly protecting it. The ice was slick, and with the slope, the snake monsters couldn't climb up at all, piling up uselessly at the base. And Suisui slid down from the top, quickly clearing out the masked snakes. After cleaning up another batch, she started rummaging through her items to see if there was anything else useful. Most of her items were for players: stamina potions, speed shoes, defensive vests, or powerful weapons. All of these required human control to be effective. But there was one thing Suisui had never figured out: the construction card John sure had. What was that for? She didn't have the card on her at the moment, so she couldn't experiment. She could only think about it. She couldn't leave the carrot in the middle of a fight to go ask John Schur for it. Whatever ideas she had, she'd have to wait until this round was over. Because of the ice, more and more snake monsters gathered at the base of the slope, unable to climb up. Some even started to hibernate from the cold. And Suisui handled the snakes with ease, completely in control. After a while, she heard shouts from the spawn point. A massive python had appeared, tangling with the frontline players. The third wave's mini-boss had arrived. Sometimes mini-bosses were even more troublesome than the main boss, since they not only attacked players themselves but also rallied the other monsters, acting as commanders. This time, the mini-boss was a python, its body as thick as a person's thigh. If it weren't set as a mini-boss, it could have been even bigger. Big enough to swallow a player whole. The python mini-boss wasn't just on the front lines. A couple even made their way to Suisui's base to cause trouble. But she'd already set up her defenses. Smooth ice everywhere. As soon as the snakes hit the ice, they lost all mobility. They couldn't move on the slick surface and were easily dispatched by Suisui. Inspired by her, some frontline players who had ice guns took them out and froze the ground as well. But since they hadn't warned the others, a bunch of players ended up slipping and falling hard. With the snake monsters under control thanks to the ice guns, the situation was finally stabilized. The third boss was about to appear. What none of them expected was that the boss of the third stage wasn't a highly aggressive creature, but a giant turtle. The turtle's shell was estimated to be over 3 meters in diameter. This giant turtle was extremely crafty. When players attacked it, it would shrink into its shell and let the small monsters swarm forward. When the players stopped attacking it and turned to fight the small monsters, the turtle would sneakily continue crawling forward. Although it moved slowly and the ice patches the players created were small, if it managed to crawl on regular ground, things would get tricky. If the turtle really started running, the players might not be able to catch up. Thinking of this, the players felt even more pressure. The turtle's long, thin health bar barely budged, hardly decreasing at all. Yang Siyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with difficulty, "How are we supposed to beat this turtle? I'm exhausted from hitting it, and its health hasn't dropped at all." Indeed, Jian Shi noticed the same thing. The turtle's shell was a defensive fortress. Attacks did nothing to its health bar. Only hits to its limbs would reduce its HP. But this guy was quick to hide. When it wasn't biting, it was fine, but if it got a chance, it would bite and refuse to let go. A tough opponent. Jian Shi's gaze was dark. He'd always been on the front lines, so he hadn't observed things as carefully as Suisui, nor had time to think about them. Now, stopping to strategize, he realized he wasn't familiar with the environment, the players' abilities, or the equipment at hand, making it hard to come up with a good plan. And Suisui rushed over to join the fight against the stubborn turtle. "If you're dealing with a turtle, why not try the flamethrower?" and Suisui suggested. But Jian Shi wasn't convinced. He thought the flamethrower wasn't powerful enough. One shot barely hurt the boss. The cooldown was a full 5 minutes, and by the time the next shot was ready, who knew how far the turtle would have crawled? "If fire works, you can upgrade the flamethrower," Suisui reminded him. Jian Shi had killed so many monsters, he must have plenty of coins. Since you couldn't take them to the next round, there was no point in saving them. "You can upgrade it?" Jian Shi was surprised. This game was really tricky. Aside from the most basic introductions and rules, there were tons of hidden mechanics that players had to discover on their own. Really, a pain. And Suisui had already figured out the upgrade system and explained it to Jian Shi in detail. He was one of her few reliable teammates. She couldn't let him fall. Following Suisui's advice, Jian Shi not only upgraded the flamethrower, but also several other key pieces of his equipment. When the blazing fire scorched the turtle, its slow, steady movements finally changed. It frantically stretched out its limbs, trying to escape. But the ice was too slippery. In its panic, the turtle kept falling, moving even slower. Jian Shi used the flamethrower carefully, avoiding the ice patches, and with Suisui occasionally firing to keep the ice from melting, the surface only got slicker. Seeing the flamethrower working, two other players who'd been hiding their weapons finally pulled out their own flamethrowers. The three of them took turns attacking, barely leaving any gaps. Once injured, the turtle became enraged, attacking any player who got close. If players weren't careful, they'd get scratched by its sharp claws. But as long as you didn't get caught in its mouth, you'd be fine. And Suisui kept a close eye on everyone's safety, helping whoever was in danger and trying to keep everyone alive. There were only so many players. Losing even one meant losing a valuable ally. In the end, the giant turtle couldn't withstand the high temperatures. Its shell cracked from the heat and it finally died at the players' hands. After the game ended, Suisui once again grabbed the majority of the equipment. But this time, the players weren't as anxious as before. They realized Suisui was someone who cared about the bigger picture and would sacrifice some personal gain for the sake of the team. Equipment in her hands would always be distributed most reasonably. After collecting the gear, Suisui didn't pay attention to the others for now. She brought Jianshi to the ice fortress they'd built to protect the carrot. Jianshi took a look and thought it was pretty good, much better than before. Not bad. If it doesn't work, you can always move it. After all, the little bunny will always protect her carrot. Jianshi even had time to joke. And Suisui puffed out her cheeks, wanting to retort that she wasn't a little bunny, but she had more important things to do. Let me see your infrastructure card. Jianshi handed it over without hesitation, asking curiously, "Did you figure out how to use it?" And Suisui only had a guess, but she'd explain after confirming. Following the instructions on the card, Suisui activated it. From Jianshi's perspective, the card disappeared from Suisui's hand, and a large mound of soft yellow clay appeared on the ground in front of the ice slope. Invisible hands kneaded the clay, eventually forming a thick wall. And Suisui stopped, now holding a small model in her hand, identical to the wall on the ground. That was how the infrastructure card worked. So that's how it works. Infrastructure card, tower defense game, makes sense, Jianshi muttered. And Suisui rummaged through the equipment pile and found another infrastructure card. But one card could only make a wall 2 meters thick and 5 meters long. Anything thinner wouldn't be strong enough. To turn the whole slope into a fortress, they'd need at least one more infrastructure card. Where could they get another one? And Suisui looked at the other players. She glanced at her equipment and asked, "Does anyone else have a card like this? It's only useful for building defenses in this round. The card says so." She held up the infrastructure card so everyone could see the writing. At the same time, she watched everyone's expressions. It wasn't wrong to protect your own interests, but being too selfish was a problem. She thought to herself, "I've made it this clear. If anyone is still hiding an infrastructure card, I'll have to deal with them." Hogging public resources without contributing is a recipe for disaster. Players were naturally suspicious, maybe because of the betrayals in the first round, so trust was low. But most people were willing to believe in Suisui. She had the most equipment. There was no reason for her to scam them over something so situational. The player who'd picked up an infrastructure card quietly turned away, checked the card, and sure enough, saw the "for this round only" note. It really wasn't much use. Better to hand it over to Suisui and earn some goodwill. The range covered by the 3 construction cards wasn't very large, but luckily, the fortress Suisui had chosen also took up very little space, just enough for the walls to form a complete circle. When the 3 construction cards created the walls and enclosed the area, the walls emitted a faint, earthy yellow glow, gradually merging together into a single, solid barrier. At that moment, a green health bar appeared above the wall, marked with a LV1 level. "This thing can be upgraded too?" And Suisui paused and tried to check the wall's stats. Level 1 construction item. Wall. Defense 1000, HP 5000, attack 0. And at the end of the level, in small, inconspicuous text, there was a note. Next upgrade requires 5,000 gold coins. Current coins, 0. So it really could be upgraded? Curious, and Suisui put some of her coins into the wall, and the coin count on the wall steadily increased. "It finally feels like a real tower defense game," Jianshi commented. He also contributed some of his own coins to the wall, 5,000 coins was a lot, but as a frontline defender, Jian Shi had killed so many monsters over 3 rounds that he had at least 8 or 10,000 coins. With both of them investing, the newly built dirt wall quickly leveled up. The rough earth wall turned into a reddish brick wall, looking much sturdier than before, and all its stats at least doubled. Jian Shi was thoughtful. The game wouldn't introduce something random. If this thing could be upgraded, did that mean there were even bigger challenges ahead? Their equipment was getting better and better, but the monster's danger level wasn't keeping up. The further they got, the bigger the gap. Except for the occasional tough boss, the regular monsters were basically under control. But that couldn't be the game's intention. The game would only get harder, not easier. After Jian Shi's analysis, Suisui agreed. The sense of urgency made her sit down and sort all the items she'd picked up, distributing them to each player. In her eyes, all the players were her little soldiers. Whether the team could make it to the end depended on whether she, as the commander, could control the overall situation. The items from the earlier waves were all pretty ordinary. Special items like construction cards and stamina potions were rare. But the loot from the third wave was really odd. Besides things like snakeskin and venomous fangs, there were also antidote pills, anti-impact pills, and other items with strange effects. And Suisui didn't know what these things did, so she gave a few to each player and kept the rest, sitting alone on the high platform, surveying the field and preparing for what was next. The fourth wave of monsters gave them a shock right from the start. This time, the small monsters weren't just fast and strong, they were also highly poisonous. Scorpions. The antidote pills immediately proved their worth. The scorpion monsters attacked in formation, some going after the frontline defenders, others crawling through the underground tunnels dug by previous monsters. When they finally made it through the maze-like tunnels and emerged, they found that the victory target they expected was nowhere to be seen. Not only was there no carrot, there wasn't even a leaf. The monsters were instantly lost. And Suisui stood on her distant high platform with a perfect view of the front lines. What's with these dumb monsters? Were they mass-produced on an assembly line? They didn't even look around, just followed the old routes set by previous monsters. Why did they assume the carrot would always be in the same place? When the scorpions finally figured out the right direction and started running, the fourth wave's mini-boss appeared. The mini-boss was also a scorpion, but more than 10 times bigger than the regular ones, with a terrifying barbed tail. But the funniest thing was, after dodging the players, the mini-boss just charged straight for the carrot's old spot, and like the small monsters, got completely lost. And Suisui, ton. Not only were the small monsters dumb, the mini-boss was too. No wonder Jian Shi and the others didn't even bother chasing it. By the time they finished off the frontline monsters, they could just go back and deal with the big scorpion at their leisure. Letting out a breath, Suisui gripped her weapon, ready for action. The first batch of small monsters had already found the real carrot and were heading her way. And Suisui slid down from the top of the tower and paced along the 3-meter-high wall. In front of the wall was a wide patch of ice, which she'd made with her ice gun during a break. The slick ice was very effective at stopping most creatures from attacking. The first wave of scorpions finally made it to the base, and just as Suisui was about to attack, she noticed that after crawling onto the ice, the scorpions all stopped moving. Of course, scorpions are afraid of the cold. The whole area was covered in ice she'd made, colder than anywhere else. And Suisui would occasionally add more ice, and the scorpions, crawling along the surface, felt the chill from below and just froze in place. With a sigh, Suisui realized her little fortress was perfect, a natural enemy for most cold-blooded creatures. She leisurely slid down, gliding across the ice to pile up the frozen scorpions and deal with them. Her easy time in the back caught the attention of the front line. They copied her, making lots of ice in front of the spawn point, and the monsters' attacks weakened so much that the players had plenty of time to rest. This peaceful period lasted until the fourth boss appeared. No matter what, bosses were always strong. But this round, the players were well rested, in top form, and hadn't used up many items. The boss was immediately hit with a fierce attack. Sensing something was wrong, it roared, slammed the ground with its bare paw, and broke away from the players, charging straight for the carrot. This boss didn't care about fighting. It had a clear goal. Its aim wasn't to kill the players, but to eat the carrot they were protecting. But after running for a while, it realized something was off. There was nothing on the open ground ahead. Not even a single scorpion. Looking around in confusion, the boss couldn't figure out where its target had gone. The players, who had been left behind, finally caught up and launched a fierce attack. After a half-hour battle, they finally won. And Suisui. Stealing the carrot seems to have driven the monsters and bosses crazy. Doesn't the game ever notify these bosses? With perfect teamwork, the players completed the 5th wave with 0 casualties. Yukong, who had just been feeling exhausted, was suddenly elated after seeing the boss fall. He felt invincible. Look at him. What an outstanding player. Becoming a top-tier pro was just around the corner. But as soon as the 5th wave of monsters began attacking, the leisure of the previous round vanished instantly. The 5th wave's monsters were a herd of rams. Their charge was fierce, and their thick wool protected them from many attacks. Under the onslaught of the herd, the players' newly gained confidence collapsed in an instant, and they scattered in panic. The ram's horns were long and sharp. If you got hit, your guts could get pierced, leaving you no chance to be saved. But the most troublesome part wasn't the ram's attack power. It was that the single spawn point suddenly became 2. Using the base as the center, the old spawn point was to the southwest, and the new one to the northeast. And Suisui immediately notified the frontline players of this change. Jian Shi was so startled by the news that he almost got his wrist gored by a ram. He steadied himself and frowned at the other players. Could these people even hold the other side? The situation was urgent. Jian Shi took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I'll hold this side alone. All of you go to the other side." Yukong hesitated. "You're going to hold a spawn point by yourself? Can you do it?" Jian Shi snorted. "If you're my teammates, I have no choice but to manage." Yukong was half infuriated. Was this guy saying they were too weak and dragging him down? But there was no helping it. Jian Shi was right. His overall ability was strong, and the other spawn point's attack wasn't any weaker. Even if they all went, they might not be able to hold it. And Suisui was also strong, but she had to guard the main base and couldn't join the front lines. No one else could handle logistics except her. At this point, there was no choice but to trust Jian Shi. Duan Qingyang finished off a monster and immediately ran toward the other spawn point. The other players silently followed. With everyone's efforts, very few monsters managed to break through to the main base. And Suisui didn't feel relaxed at all. In fact, she was even more anxious. She could see the situation was getting harder for the players, and the mini-boss hadn't even appeared yet. What would happen when the mini-boss showed up? "Don't be afraid, I'm still here. Go, Suisui, you're the best." And Suisui clenched her fists, cheering herself on. She watched every player's actions, searching her memory for everything she knew about rams. Easing her teammates' burden was her top priority. Just then, Suisui saw 2 rams suddenly start fighting each other in the open, completely ignoring the players as if they had a deep grudge. The fight didn't stop until one ram killed the other. And Suisui suddenly remembered that while most rams are gentle, some breeds are extremely aggressive. The monsters they were facing were exactly this type. She stood up and shouted to both groups of players, "Don't chase the rams, these guys are hot-tempered and love to fight. You can guide them to attack each other." Jian Shi paused, his blade glancing off a ram's horn. The ram was instantly enraged and charged at him. Perfect! A glint flashed in Jian Shi's eyes. As the ram charged, he dodged, causing it to crash into another ram behind him. The ram in the back suddenly attacked, flew into a rage, and immediately butted its companion. The other ram didn't back down, and the two started a fierce fight. With the rams fighting each other, Jian Shi's pressure eased considerably. He repeated the trick, pairing up all the rams and then picking them off one by one from the sidelines. On the other side, the players at the new spawn point were struggling as more and more rams piled up, making things harder. Hearing Suisui's shout, Duan Qingyang decided to give it a try. He took a deep breath and tried to provoke two rams into fighting. Sure enough, just as Suisui said, these guys were all hotheads. Once they started fighting, they didn't care about friend or foe. It was a fight to the death. Stirring up internal conflict among the rams was even easier than he'd expected. With this method, the players finally got a breather, and Suisui's anxiety eased. Even so, she kept a close eye on the spawn points. She knew that even though they'd found the monster's weakness, the mini-boss hadn't appeared yet. Suddenly, a unique brown figure appeared among the rams. And Suisui's heart skipped a beat, and she focused on the figure. Though it was well hidden, Suisui was standing high up, so as soon as it poked its head out, she spotted it. It was a nimble sheepdog. A sheepdog. And Suisui's alarm bells rang. This was bad. Just as she feared, after the sheepdog appeared, wherever it went, the rams immediately stopped fighting and turned their aggression back toward the players. The sheepdog carefully moved among the herd, never directly attacking the players, so they hadn't noticed its presence. They only realized something was wrong when the rams, who had been fighting, suddenly stopped and started chasing them again. What was going on? Yu Kang clutched his butt, which had just been slashed by a ram's horn, blood streaming down. He shouted in frustration, "Are you kidding me? Weren't they just fighting? Have these rams gone crazy?" And Suisui took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Her throat was hoarse from shouting and there was no water to soothe it, but she forced herself to keep her voice strong. "It's the sheepdog. A sheepdog just came out of the spawn point. You have to take care of it first. If it's around, the rams won't fight each other." This was probably the mini-boss's special ability. Otherwise, there's no way the rams would stop fighting so quickly. She glanced at the other side. Jian Shi had already noticed the sheepdog as soon as it appeared and quickly took it out, so his side was still under control. And Suisui breathed a sigh of relief and turned her attention back to the player alliance. After receiving Suisui's hint, the player alliance finally discovered the sheepdog hidden among the flock. This sheepdog was extremely cunning. It stayed hidden within the sheep, only revealing itself when it sensed conflict among them, rushing in to resolve disputes but never putting itself on the front lines. Yukong was furious. That damn dog even knew how to play dirty tricks? Wasn't it the one that kicked him from behind earlier? "Watch me kill you, you mutt! I'll get revenge for my butt!" He raised his weapon and attacked the sheepdog furiously, but the dog was agile, easily dodging and even counterattacking Yukong. The mini-boss's abilities were no joke. If Duan Qingyang hadn't pushed Yukong out of the way at the last second, the sheepdog's claws would have landed on him. Yukong, shaken, finally calmed down and quickly thanked Duan Qingyang before jumping back into the fight. He'd been so focused on the sheepdog's cunning that he'd forgotten it was a mini-boss. He'd almost paid dearly for it. After saving Yukong, Duan Qingyang fixed a cold gaze on the sheepdog. The dog crouched low, growling threateningly, ready to attack at any moment. Duan Qingyang was no slouch either. He'd always focused on honing his specialty, using every item to its fullest. While his abilities were a bit below Jian Shi and Suisui, he was still far ahead of the other players. The sheepdog feinted an attack, and Duan Qingyang baited it into lunging at him. But instead of dodging, Duan Qingyang turned to meet it head-on. Just as man and dog were about to collide, Duan Qingyang whipped out the ice gun from his waist and fired a freezing round straight at the sheepdog's head, instantly encasing it in ice. Knowing the frozen state wouldn't last long, Duan Qingyang quickly drew his broadsword and slashed at the dog's neck. In its frozen state, the sheepdog was extremely fragile. With one powerful swing, Duan Qingyang decapitated it, instantly emptying its health bar. The mini-boss was down. Without the sheepdog, the antelopes became restless again and were herded by the players until the next mini-boss appeared. Both spawn points were barely under control, and Suisui kept the rear safe. This state continued until the boss of the 5th round appeared. Once the boss showed up, the small monsters stopped spawning, though a few stragglers remained. The 5th boss was a crocodile. Although crocodiles were now extinct and only existed in records, every player had heard of their fearsome reputation. In terms of ferocity, they were at the top of the animal kingdom. There was only one boss per game. After Jianshi finished off the last small monsters, he rushed to the new battlefield, and Suisui could finally leave the base to support the player alliance. She was nervous for the players. Hang in there, everyone. Taking a deep breath, Suisui moistened her throat and hoarsely relayed her strategy to the others. Crocodiles aren't fast on land. Keep your distance. Wear it down. Its stamina isn't great. Watch out for its mouth. If it bites you, you're basically done for. Aim for its eyes and nose. If you can, try to tie its mouth shut, then it can't open it. A crocodile's bite is powerful, but its opening strength is weak. If you tie its mouth, it can't open it. But that was dangerous and hard to pull off, so Suisui didn't insist. She thought the best way was to exhaust the crocodile's stamina. Land wasn't its home turf. She pulled out her ice gun. Against cold-blooded animals, low temperatures were the most effective weapon. At this point, John Schur was on his way, and the player alliance was relatively weak. The crocodile crawled toward the players, its huge round eyes full of savage malice. It had once been a top predator. Few animals survived an encounter with it. The players were intimidated by its massive size, slowly retreating to keep a safe distance. The crocodile's vision was excellent, day or night, and it could easily spot its target. But it didn't see what it was looking for near the spawn point. With a powerful swing of its tail, it accidentally smashed a huge rock to pieces. Yukong felt terrible. He thought that tail swipe had just hit him and everything hurt. "How are we supposed to fight something this big?" he muttered, not even daring to look the crocodile in the eye. Duantingyang gripped his blade. "Didn't Suisui say its stamina is bad? If we wear it down, we can kill it." Yukong rolled his eyes, wanting to say, "Just because Suisui said it doesn't mean it's true." But he had to admit, her advice always pinpointed the key to survival. When the crocodile's gaze locked onto the players, their scalps tingled. Thank goodness Suisui had already moved the carrot. If the crocodile had crawled to the original carrot spot, none of them would have dared stop it. Too fierce, too terrifying. And Suisui and Jianshi finally arrived. She leaned on a rock, panting, but still quickly issued orders. Crocodile, it's afraid of the cold. Anyone with an ice gun, use it." The crocodile slowly approached. Jianshi aimed at its nose. Bang! The battle began. The crocodile was strong, but this was land, and the players had the tools to counter it. After a while, the crocodile's stamina was finally depleted. The players seized the chance to launch a fierce attack, and Suisui fired 2 poison stingers at its eyes. With the cold environment the players had created, the crocodile was already sluggish, and Suisui's surprise attack blinded it. Blinded, the crocodile went berserk, snapping its jaws wildly. But its stamina was already gone, and soon it lowered its head in exhaustion. This time, it really was at the player's mercy. Yukong lay on the crocodile's corpse, gasping for breath, thinking, "So this game takes both strength and brains. If you lack either, you're dead. There's just no way for ordinary people to survive." With Suisui, the game expert, assisting from the sidelines, the players gradually figured out the game's patterns. Every monster and boss had a weakness, usually related to the animal they were based on. As long as they found the weak point of each wave's animal prototype, dealing with the monsters became much less difficult. Most importantly, their equipment kept piling up, and the game didn't seem as hard as before. But Suisui felt more and more uneasy, and Jianshi wasn't relaxing either. Yukong even teased them. "We're already at wave 9. Just one more and the game's over. No need to be so tense." Jianshi didn't comment, just sat on the ground and used the time to rest. In the real world, Suisui was a gaming pro. She'd played thousands of games and had a sharp sense for them. Her instincts told her the 10th wave wouldn't be easy. No game ever gets easier the further you go. She sat on the ground, reviewing the previous waves. After the 5th wave's attack, the 6th wave brought a herd of cattle, with a yak as the mini-boss and a rhino as the main boss, all aggressive, charging animals. Fighting these required guiding their direction and keeping them away from the base. The seventh wave had hyenas as the small monsters, a leopard as the mini-boss, and a lion as the main boss, all fierce, highly aggressive animals. To deal with them, they used strong scents of blood to lure them away from the carrot, making them chase after the bloody bait instead. The eighth wave was wolves, with a tiger as the mini-boss and an elephant as the main boss. Even the small monsters in this wave were hard to handle. Wolves are smart and work as a team, never fighting one-on-one and making full use of their numbers. Weaker players were constantly in danger. Luckily, the flamethrowers and the wall in front of the base protected the carrot, giving them enough time to fight back. But when the elephant appeared, chaos broke out. A normal elephant is already huge, but the boss elephant was even more massive, dozens of meters tall. The wall nearly collapsed under its attacks. Cracks appeared everywhere, and it took a lot of coins to repair afterward. The ninth wave they'd just finished had wild boars as the small monsters, which were also hard to handle, and most players got injured. When the giant lizard boss appeared, they almost got wiped out. And Suisui noticed that each wave was harder than the last. If wild boars were already the toughest of the small monsters, what could possibly come after them? Her anxiety grew. She circled the defensive wall she'd built, then steeled herself and invested all her remaining coins into the wall's construction. She gathered all the players, her expression more serious than ever. I don't think the 10th wave will be easy. Our equipment is already maxed out. I'm calling on everyone to put all your remaining coins into the wall. Any objections? Without waiting for a response, Suisui pulled up her game panel in front of everyone and slid all her coins into the wall's account. The players gasped, and Suisui wasn't leaving herself any backup. What if they needed coins later? Jianshi was the first to stand up. He followed on Suisui's lead and put all his remaining coins into the wall as well. He turned, his cold gaze sweeping over the players. You don't seriously think the 10th wave will be as easy as the last, do you? He sneered. Ever played a game? When is the final boss ever easy? Even in the interstellar era, gaming was as popular as ever, with new updates sparking fresh crazes. Almost everyone had tried immersive games. And Suisui took a deep breath and explained the pros and cons. You all know coins are mainly for upgrading equipment, but our gear is already maxed out. The wall, though, can still be upgraded a lot. Don't forget, our goal is to protect the carrot. If it gets eaten, even if you're in top gear and unscathed, you still lose. No one knew what happened to players who failed the game, and Suisui didn't want to find out. She was tired of the players' stubbornness. Did she really need to explain how important the wall was? If it hadn't been for the wall holding off sneak attacks, the carrot would have been gone long ago, and they wouldn't have survived this far. Duan Qingyang sat on a rock, rubbing his upgraded freeze gun. As one of the most useful weapons, he'd maxed it out. Besides Suisui and Jianshi, he'd grown the fastest and had plenty of coins left. He closed his eyes, thought for a long time, then stood up and put all his coins into the wall. With 3 players making such a decisive move, the rest started to panic. Would the final wave really be that hard? They'd made it this far, just a little more, and they could go home. Yu Kang gritted his teeth, stood up and muttered, "The carrot is the bottom line. This is the right thing to do." He too put all his coins into the wall. And Suisui finally relaxed a little. She quietly reassured the nervous players. You can always earn more coins. As long as we work together and give it our all, we can withstand the final wave. One by one, the rest of the players put their coins into the wall. Even if some kept a little back, they all contributed. And Suisui didn't force everyone to go all in like her. She opened the wall's upgrade system, and with everyone's coins pooled together, not only were all the cracks repaired, but the wall was upgraded 3 more times. The wall went from a shabby mud barrier to a 4-meter-thick, 6-meter-high fortress of iron and copper. The best part? After the 3rd upgrade, 4 icy turrets rose from the 4 sides of the wall. And Suisui's eyes lit up with delight. She circled the turrets again and again, discovering that these turrets were connected to the walls. Whenever a monster entered the wall's defensive range, the turrets would automatically fire, requiring no manual operation. It was like giving the players a powerful new ally. Even the other players felt that emptying their pockets for this upgrade had been totally worth it. At the same time, Suisui told the others, "If anyone is seriously injured and can't keep fighting, you can hide behind the wall to save your life, but..." She emphasized the last part. "If you can hold on, I hope everyone does. War isn't won by just one person. Every player who leaves puts more pressure on those who remain, and one slip could mean total defeat. Everything we've done so far would be wasted." After a short rest, Suisui checked all her gear one last time and joined the others on the front line. The spawn point glowed faintly, and a pitch-black little ant crawled out. Suisui's mind went blank. She stabbed the ant without thinking. The ant's health bar emptied instantly, and it collapsed. Was the 10th wave of monsters really this easy to kill? Suisui frowned, a growing sense of unease gnawing at her. Then another monster appeared. Not an ant, but a basketball-sized hedgehog. Next came a viper, a scorpion, a flock of sheep, and even a herd of cattle. Suddenly, a giant hand seemed to sweep away the fog in Suisui's mind, and an unbelievable thought flashed through her head. The so-called 10th wave of monsters was actually a collection of every monster from the previous 9 waves. A chill ran down her spine. If it was really all the monsters together, did that mean the bosses from each round, hippo, turtle, bear, crocodile, rhino, lion, tiger, elephant, would all show up too? That would be a nightmare. The other players soon noticed something was off. Yukang, while fighting the relatively weak monsters, slowly moved closer to Suisui. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Suisui, don't these monsters look familiar? Haven't we seen them in earlier rounds?" Suisui pressed her lips together, saying nothing. Yukang started analyzing. "If all the monsters are from before, does that mean we'll see all the mini-bosses too? And what about the final boss?" Suisui could no longer stay silent. She took a deep breath and finally confirmed Yukang's guess. "I think the same as you." Yukang's vision went dark, and he muttered, "I'm doomed." His momentary distraction nearly got him stung by a scorpion, and Suisui patted his shoulder reassuringly, her gaze unwavering. No one could say for sure they'd lose until the very end. The bosses were strong, but hadn't they gotten stronger too? A flash of light appeared on the ground, and Suisui paused, slicing through the light with her blade, and it turned into a familiar item. This time the loot was dropping during the fight, not just at the end? Her eyes lit up. If they could get supplies mid-battle, maybe they wouldn't lose after all. She immediately shared the good news with the others. The players' spirits lifted, and their despair eased. Who could say for sure they'd lose? What if they actually won? The ants weren't the main threat in this battle, but they were expert tunnelers. After some were killed, the rest immediately went underground, heading for the base. But Suisui wasn't worried. The base now had 4 turrets protecting the carrot, and the ground in front had been frozen into hard permafrost by her and the others, with a thick layer of ice on top. There was no way the ants could dig through the ice. Even if a pangolin showed up, it wouldn't matter. For now, the little monsters weren't a concern. The real challenge would be the bosses appearing together. 10 minutes after the monsters appeared, the first boss, the Ant Queen, showed up. The Ant Queen's skill was spawning endless ants to dig tunnels and bring other monsters to the rear. Suisui drew her ice gun and fired at the queen. The Ant Queen was instantly frozen solid. The players on Suisui's side swarmed in and killed the queen before she could break free. Her corpse turned into a pile of loot, defensive, offensive, and energy items everywhere. Suisui grabbed a stamina potion and gulped it down, her cute face now tinged with ferocity. She wore a silver helmet that protected her head but slightly blocked her vision and increased her stamina drain. So, of all the items, she stockpiled the most stamina potions. In a war of attrition with the bosses, stamina was everything. Soon, the second boss, the hippo, appeared. Without a word, Suisui blasted it with her top-tier flamethrower before it could react, burning its skin to a crisp. Blood seeped from its flesh and the players quickly followed up, finishing it off. 8 bosses left, and Suisui kept count in her mind. But things got tricky with the third boss. The third boss was a super defensive giant turtle. The turtle's other abilities were average, but its defense was enough to give everyone a headache. They found a way to deal with it, but killing the turtle was slow and grueling. And then, before they could catch their breath, the fourth boss, the brown bear, appeared at the spawn point. Neither boss was on Suisui's side, but she kept a close eye on the other players and immediately noticed the problem. This was bad. The other side might not hold out. And Suisui quickly scanned her teammates, did a rough head count, and grabbed Duan Qingyang, one of the stronger players. There are 2 bosses at the southwest spawn. We probably won't get another boss here for now. I'll take a few people to help. Can you and Yukong hold this side? Duan Qingyang glanced at the other side and saw the battle was indeed tough. If it was just small monsters here, they could probably hold. He nodded, signaling on Suisui to hurry over. If things change here, I'll call you back right away, he said. And Suisui nodded solemnly and, taking another player with her, rushed to the boss battlefield. At this point, the turtle boss and the brown bear boss at the southwest spawn point were nearly unstoppable. One boss attacked, the other defended. Whenever one boss was under attack, the other would immediately step in to help. With too few players, it was hard to mount an effective counterattack. Jian Shi spat out a mouthful of blood. He'd just been grazed by the brown bear's attack when he failed to dodge in time. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, lost in thought. When Suisui arrived with reinforcements, the 2 players already at the southwest battlefield finally breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 bosses were just too cunning. After quickly assessing the situation, Suisui made a decision. Jian Shi, you hold off the giant turtle. The rest of you clear out the small monsters. I'll go give that brown bear a little present. Jian Shi wiped the blood from his mouth and gave a wry laugh. His massive scythe came crashing down, pinning the turtle's shell in place. He knew exactly what Suisui was about to do. He was well aware of the items she had. He'd been waiting for her backup. And Suisui glanced around. Instead of attacking the brown bear right away, she found a medium-sized wild ox, killed it, and skinned it. The black gloves on her hands were a drop from fighting scorpions, and their special effect was scorpion venom. And Suisui was now a true poison master. She killed the ox, sliced the meat into thin strips with her long knife, making sure the poison on her gloves was spread throughout the meat. While she was preparing the meat, she noticed the brown bear's gaze lingering on it several times. Bears are greedy omnivores, and the bloody smell of fresh beef was a powerful lure. Several times the brown bear couldn't resist the temptation and started toward Suisui, but was quickly called back by the turtle's desperate roars. Once the meat was ready, Suisui dragged a bloody ox leg over and tossed it near the brown bear, then pretended to be distracted by the turtle and moved away. At Suisui's signal, the players deliberately ignored the brown bear, focusing all their attention on the turtle and giving the bear a sense of safety. The brown bear circled the meat, finally unable to resist. It figured the turtle was tough enough to hold out so it could eat first and help later. So the brown bear bent down and devoured the poisoned beef in a few bites, then charged back at the players. But the players were ready. They didn't fight the bear head-on, instead using kiting tactics to keep it under control. The brown bear, furious, wanted to charge in for a decisive battle. The turtle's roars pulled it back to its senses, and together they slowly advanced toward the carrot. Just then, more players arrived to block the boss's advance. With the turtle pinned down, the brown bear naturally took the lead in attacking the players. But this time, the players didn't dodge, they charged straight in. The brown bear scoffed. These prey weren't even as thick as its legs, hardly worth eating, yet they dared face it head-on? The one charging in was Suisui. She used her lightning speed to dodge the small monsters and slashed her sharp blade at the bear's forehead. The bear tried to swat her away, but suddenly its paw went limp. It couldn't even lift it, let alone attack. Its huge eyes widened in anger, and it let out a furious, unwilling roar. And Suisui's blade plunged into its skull, draining the last of its health bar. The brown bear finally collapsed. The whole process was quick. The turtle didn't even have time to help before the bear was down. Even as it died, the bear never realized that for a long time, even though the players hadn't attacked it much, its health had been dropping rapidly and its reactions had grown sluggish. With one boss down, the other was much easier to handle. Once both bosses were defeated, the players finally had time to clear out the swarming small monsters. After about 10 minutes, the number of monsters dropped to a manageable level, and suddenly, an urgent call for help came from the northeast spawn point. A new boss had spawned, and Suisui flexed her sore wrist, grabbed Jianshi's sleeve, and ran. Hurry, hurry! Duan Qingyang's group can't hold out much longer. Jianshi shook his sleeve free. They'll have to hold on a bit more. I'm about spent. If I go now, I'll just be cannon fodder. And Suisui glared at him, puffing out her cheeks until her face looked like a soft dough ball. The more Jianshi looked, the more he wanted to poke her. And Suisui pulled 2 stamina potions from her bag, drank one herself, and threw the other at Jianshi, wishing she could knock some sense into his chatty head. You're the one who talks too much. I'm the one who's exhausted. She was supposed to be a speed-type player, but she'd ended up as the team's healer. So annoying. She hoped the next game wouldn't be a team event. She wanted to be a proud lone wolf, not everyone's mom. When Suisui arrived, the 2 players guarding the other area were in bad shape. They were facing 2 powerful bosses, a crocodile and a rhinoceros, but they were clearly outgunned, forced to retreat under attack, barely able to hold the bosses back. Luckily, Suisui arrived quickly with strong reinforcements, and they managed to regain control. Yukong, panting heavily, hid behind the group and finally had time to use a stamina potion. Just now he hadn't even had time to take medicine and was nearly gored by the rhino. If he'd been hit, he'd probably be dead. The crocodile and rhino were both strong attackers. While they didn't have the perfect teamwork of the turtle and bear, 2 powerful bosses were still a huge problem. The fight was tough, but Suisui had learned from the last battle, so this time it wasn't as hard. The crocodile had poor stamina, so when the time was right, she blinded it. Jianshi was even more ruthless. He chopped off the rhino's nose, horn, and all. With their advantages gone, the 2 bosses were gradually subdued. Before the players could catch their breath, the final wave of bosses appeared. The final 3 bosses appeared together. They didn't spawn at the points guarded by Jianshi or Suisui. Instead, a new spawn point appeared between the southwest and northeast. A lion, an elephant, and a giant lizard. 3 bosses slowly emerged from the spawn, their heavy steps crushing the players' last hopes. This is just... Yukong squeezed his eyes shut in frustration. 2 bosses were already hard enough, but now 3 at once. Were they trying to kill them? And Suisui was just as exhausted, but she forced herself to think quickly. The lion was an animal with poor endurance. Its explosive power was strong, but it couldn't last long. The giant lizard was cold-blooded, sharing the common weakness of all cold-blooded creatures, fear of the cold. In extremely cold environments, the lizard's blood couldn't circulate, making it sluggish or even killing it. The elephant, though nearly perfect in every way, was so massive that it couldn't make large movements. Sharp turns and steep slopes were especially difficult. And Suisui slapped her cheeks to stay alert, then ran toward the 3 bosses, immediately notifying the others. Freeze the ground with your ice guns first. Slow down the boss's advance. After giving orders, Suisui pulled out the remaining construction cards from her backpack. Since their fortress was already perfect, they hadn't needed to use more construction cards, so these had just been sitting in storage, unused. Now, these useless items became her greatest asset. The open, flat terrain of the desert made it easy for huge animals like the lizard and elephant to chase prey. And Suisui's plan was to use the construction cards to change the landscape. As soon as the elephant stepped out of the spawn, the flat ground ahead suddenly turned into a towering, steep slope, and the yellow earth beneath its feet was frozen by a blast of cold air, wet and slippery. The elephant stumbled, nearly falling. The giant lizard fared even worse. The sudden cold made it extremely uncomfortable, and when it tried to escape, it found the icy ground too slippery to move, while the temperature kept dropping. The two giant beasts were almost trapped in place, with only the lion managing better. Using its agility, the lion quickly leapt out of the encirclement and charged toward its target. Players rushed over from both spawn points and launched a fierce assault on the lion. With their current gear, fighting a single boss as a group was no problem. The lizard and elephant were stuck at the base of the icy slope, while the lion, having escaped, landed right in the player's trap. At first, the lion fought fiercely, matching the players blow for blow. But as time went on, its stamina quickly drained, and its movements slowed. The players seized the opportunity, swiftly finishing off the exhausted lion, then climbed the high slope to face the shivering lizard and the massive elephant below. Although the two bosses were trapped, as long as they stayed together, the players couldn't get close and had to rely on ranged attacks. Aside from the ice and flamethrowers, the players had no other ranged weapons. No matter if it was a long spear, short blade, or kitchen knife, nothing could reach the bosses from this distance. Yukong scratched his head in frustration, muttering, "There's nothing here, not even a tree. If we could just keep our distance, we could make some crude arrows and wear them down." And Suisui was also stumped, but Yukong's words made her eyes light up. There might not be materials in the desert, but she had some. After fighting so many bosses, she'd collected all sorts of odd items that no one else cared about. She immediately pulled out the pile of materials and showed them to the others. "Anyone know how to make ranged weapons? See if you can use any of this." There really were materials? Yukong's frustration vanished as he circled the pile, marveling at the collection. "Only you, Suisui, would keep this stuff. If I'd seen it in earlier rounds, I'd have tossed it. You actually saved it all this time. Just look at this mess. Snake skins, scorpion stingers, sheep horns, cow horns, turtle shells. In previous rounds, tons of these items had dropped, but no one cared. Only Suisui had bothered to collect and keep them. And Suisui puffed out her cheeks, frowning at the pile of junk. They had plenty of materials, but she didn't know how to make weapons. She'd never learned such a primitive skill. Yukong tried to make a crude arrow, but the result was more like a child's toy. He shot it at the elephant, but it didn't even scratch the skin. The elephant didn't even notice. And Suisui felt discouraged. She'd finally thought of a solution, but was it going to be abandoned just like that? They couldn't just leave the two bosses trapped and do nothing. If they waited too long, who knew what might happen? They needed to end the fight quickly. Jian Shi, who'd been watching for a while, shook his head and sighed when he saw that none of the remaining players could make weapons. They were all city folk, at best having fought in games. No matter how good the game was, it was still unrealistic. Fun to play, but nothing like real life. Jian Shi stepped forward and tested the snakeskin in his hand. With these materials, making weapons is no problem. He picked out some bones from the pile. Each one had special properties in the game, and while they looked ordinary, they were perfect for making arrow shafts. Under Jian Shi's hands, arrows, poison darts, and other ranged weapons quickly piled up, and he even managed to build a clumsy catapult. And Suisui was amazed. So these things could be crafted by hand after all. At that moment, the two bosses below started to act. The lizard, though cold, wasn't completely immobilized and slowly crept behind the elephant. The elephant couldn't climb the steep slope, but it had its own method. The slope was made with Suisui's construction cards, so it wasn't very large or solid. The elephant simply raised its massive body and, with a powerful stomp, crushed the slope beneath it, then began to climb over the broken rocks. The earthen slope Suisui had built was quickly being destroyed. And Suisui used her freeze gun to make the ground even more solid, doing her best to slow down the giant lizard and the elephant. The players, armed with new weapons, launched a final assault on the last two bosses. Their first target was the elephant. The elephant was massive and incredibly destructive, and so far it was still moving freely. They had to take it down first. The giant lizard, while less mobile, had much higher defense than the elephant. Attacking it first would waste too much time. The players' homemade weapons were all sorts of strange, with effects that couldn't be summed up in a single sentence. And Suisui's arrows, for example, were made from scorpion tails. Because scorpion tails were poisonous, Every time her arrows pierced the elephant, the venom entered its body, slowly poisoning it. So even when no one was attacking, the elephant's health bar would drop, albeit very slowly. It wasn't much, but Suisui was still pleased, occasionally patching up the ground. The elephant finally broke through the blockade and reached flat ground. It ignored the players' attacks and charged straight for the fortress. In front of the fortress, because all the players were focused on the bosses, a number of small monsters had gathered. The small monsters struggled across the ice, while the 4 turrets on the wall steadily fired, wiping out large groups at a time. So far, no small monster had reached the base of the wall, until the elephant shook off the players and charged over, slamming into the wall. The wall's health bar plummeted, making Suisui's heart race. Without thinking, she rushed up, grabbed the carrot, and slung it onto her back. If the wall couldn't withstand the elephant's attack, the steep tower behind would be smashed to pieces. When that happened, she'd just have to run with the carrot. Even if it killed her, she'd protect that carrot. The elephant's destructive power was terrifying. Even with the players chasing and blocking it, it still managed to ram the wall several times. By now, the wall was hanging by a thread, barely standing. At that moment, the elephant also ran out of health, its massive body crashing to the ground, eyes still full of unwillingness. Just then, the giant lizard slowly stepped onto the ice. Duan Qingyang looked at the lizard's slow, crawling body, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. The fight with the elephant had nearly exhausted him. He searched his bag, but found he was out of stamina potions. Looking around, the other players were in similar shape. Even Suisui had nothing left. Her small body sprawled on the cold stone like a pitiful squirrel. He sighed. Now it was time to give it everything they had. Luckily, the giant lizard wasn't in much better shape. The slippery ice made it hard to move, and the cold made it shiver. Yukong took a deep breath and stood up. His calf had been smashed by the elephant's trunk, and every step was agony, probably broken. He looked regretfully at his gear. In his current state, there was no way he could fight the lizard up close. He gritted his teeth, took off all his still intact equipment, and handed it to the others, joking, "I probably can't fight in the next round, so take these. If your gear breaks, patch it up. I'm betting my life on you. Don't let me down." And Suisui looked up at the battered Yukong, not sure what to say. The ice was freezing, and Yukong was still in his original shorts and vest. He was lucky not to freeze to death, let alone fight. But Yukong didn't give up. He found a spot far from the lizard, climbed up, and with trembling hands kept firing his homemade arrows at the lizard. And Suisui squeezed her eyes shut, broke off a chunk of ice, and rubbed it on her face. The cold made her shiver, but it also woke her up. Even with her above-average endurance, she was reaching her limit. John Shi had drawn his giant scythe again and was the first to charge at the armored lizard. He looked tired. The long battle had worn everyone down, Jian Shi included. One by one, every player threw themselves into the fight. Even those who knew they weren't strong enough tried to distract the lizard, drawing its attacks and exposing its weaknesses. When the giant lizard finally crashed to the ground, the players collapsed as well. Of the 6 players, only 3 remained: Jian Shi, Suisui, and Duan Qingyang. Yukong didn't make it. He'd given up his protective gear and was killed by a sneaky small monster. The other 2 players sacrificed themselves using suicide attacks to deal heavy damage to the lizard. And Suisui didn't have time to say anything. She closed her eyes in exhaustion and was sent back to the player space by the game. When she woke up again, she was wearing her dirty bunny pajamas, with her beloved bunny plushie safe at her side. Even though she'd slept enough in the player space, her body still felt drained from the long ordeal. The after effects of too many stamina potions hit her, as if she'd been ground up and put back together. Every movement felt like being pricked by needles. And Suisui took a deep breath. When she regained consciousness, her first words weren't about the game rewards. "I want to file a complaint," she said. The game, detecting her awakening and about to speak, froze for a moment, then followed her lead. "Please provide examples and evidence. The system will respond as soon as possible." and Suisui stared at the empty ceiling with her big round eyes. I think your game doesn't respect human rights. Every time we enter, there's no warning, and you always drag us in the middle of the night. That's too much. The game was silent for a long time, as if considering her words, then asked, Player 0023, please provide suggestions. Suggestions? And Suisui finally perked up a bit. Many ideas flashed through her mind, but she dismissed them one by one. She knew the game wouldn't agree to most of them, so she carefully said, First, players who need to participate should be notified in advance, so we have time to prepare. Otherwise, it was always a pajama army. She didn't know about the others, but she found it embarrassing. How could she let others see her bunny pajamas? The game didn't object, seemingly accepting her suggestion. And Suisui realized the game wasn't as unreasonable as she'd thought. Relaxing a little, she made 2 more suggestions, but this time the game rejected them. Her ideas didn't fit the game's expectations. Since her suggestions weren't accepted, and Suisui didn't push it. At least she might get advance notice from the game in the future, which was already a win for her. Having said all she wanted, the game resumed its announcements. Congratulations, player, you ranked 2nd in this game and have earned 2 card draws. Your suggestion was accepted. Reward, 1 special spin. Every draw always brought something useful, and this was the part Suisui looked forward to most. She mustered her strength, raised her arm, and tapped Confirm on the prize wheel, winning a pork floss bun and a free stat allocation card. Pork floss bun instantly restores 50 stamina points after use. Free stat card, 10 points. Grants 10 free attribute points for the player to allocate as desired. Both were great rewards, and Suisui was very satisfied. Next came the game's special bonus spin. The special wheel was filled with rare prizes that were otherwise hard to get. And Suisui was excited, raising her chubby little hand and tapping the wheel with all her might. The wheel spun and finally stopped on a red square. Congratulations, player, you have received the reward, Demon Bloodline. This will be stored for now and activated at the start of the next game. Demon Bloodline. So cool. And Suisui was over the moon. This would definitely change her soft, harmless appearance and make her look much more cold and ruthless. But after all these perks, the game delivered a piece of bad news. Your companion Husky has died. You have 1 chance to save your companion. Would you like to participate in a minigame? If you win, your companion will be revived. And Suisui's joy instantly vanished. She stared blankly at the sky, unable to move, and muttered, Look at me now. I can't even move. How am I supposed to play a game? And that dumb dog, dying for no reason without even doing anything, and now she had to save it? So annoying. The minigame doesn't require stamina, just brain power. The game prompted her, and Suisui struggled internally. She thought of Jian Shi's super cool scythe, then compared it to her own silly dog that died as soon as it appeared. She really didn't want to save it. But every time she wanted to give up, a voice in her head whispered, S-rank companions aren't easy to get. Look at how few gold squares there are on the wheel. Are you really going to give up so easily? Maybe if you train it, it'll become a divine beast. A top-tier beast is always a burden at first, right? And Suisui shook her head, trying to get rid of that nagging voice, but she was already tempted. Yeah, in every game, rare beasts are a pain at first, but once you train them, everyone else will be jealous. She imagined her husky, draped in a cape, standing atop a mountain, all the other players at its feet, and was completely swayed. It's just a minigame after all. Even if she failed, there was no real penalty. Clenching her little fists, Suisui nodded firmly. I'll do it, I'm in. She had to keep her S-rank beast arranging the game. Arrangement successful. Loading game. Load successful. Once again there was a familiar flash of light and dizziness. When Suisui opened her eyes, she was sitting in a soft chair, facing a huge empty chessboard. On the other side of the board sat another player, looking just as confused. They stared at each other across the board. Finally, Suisui couldn't help but ask, Are you here to save your companion too? This is only the first game. How did your companion die already? The other player lowered his head and sighed. In the end, it was my fault. Duo sacrificed himself to distract the enemy and save me. So that's how it was. And Suisui understood. She was touched by the bond between the boy and his companion, but also felt a pang of envy. Look at other people's companions, then look at hers. Sigh, you never know what you have until you compare. The boy was a bit shy. He hadn't really read the rules before coming in. He just heard he could revive his companion and immediately agreed. Only now did he realize he didn't know enough. Will winning this game really bring my companion back? He asked, a little embarrassed. And Suisui didn't mind and answered honestly, Yeah, if you win, you can revive them. The boy's eyes flickered with hesitation. Then he asked, What if I lose? If you lose, you just don't get your companion back. And Suisui replied matter-of-factly. The boy's eyes filled with panic, while An Suisui remained relaxed. She wanted to keep her S-rank companion, but if she couldn't, so be it. No need to stress. After all, unlike the boy, she hadn't been through life and death with her companion. That dog hadn't even given her a chance. She thought about how others had already named their pets, while she hadn't even introduced herself to hers. As they spoke, the mini-game began. Seeing the chessboard, An Suisui guessed what it was, and sure enough, the game was Gomoku, a classic, though now niche, game. When the game assigned her the black pieces, the boy looked even more lost. He clearly didn't know how to play Gomoku. But before full immersion games, Gomoku had been hugely popular, with mysterious ancient origins. And Suisui glanced at the boy, feeling a little sorry for him. It looked like he didn't stand a chance, and she definitely wasn't going to let him win. Unfamiliar with the rules and strategies, the boy quickly fell behind. By the time An Suisui had 4 black pieces in a row, he finally realized what was happening. But it was too late to stop her. He clutched his white piece, knowing that if he placed it, An Suisui would win. His eyes filled with tears as he pleaded, Big sister, can you not win? Please, give me another chance. I really want to save Duo. And Suisui puffed out her cheeks. Just because she looked soft and cute didn't mean she was a pushover. She simply looked at him with her gentle, innocent eyes, and when he ran out of time, she placed the final piece. Victory. The husky was granted a chance to be revived. This last battle had been tough, but the rewards were pretty good. The only downside was the severe after effects, and Suisui had to rest for a long time after returning home before she felt normal again. About a week later, An Suisui received a message from the game. Player 023 will enter the game at 11 p.m. 7 days from now. Please be prepared. Ah, is the game starting again? An Suisui muttered softly. She opened her personal panel to check her stats. After the last game, An Suisui had received a 10-point attribute bonus card. At the end of each round, the game awarded some experience points. With the new experience, An Suisui's level had gone from 1 to 2. She got 3 more attribute points for leveling up, so now she had 13 unassigned points. And Suisui looked at her stats, seriously considering how to allocate those 13 points. Player. And Suisui ID, 023 age, 22, level 2 EXP, 130 HP, 100 agility, 6 speed, 11 endurance, 6 strength, 3 defense, 1 companion husky, S, special ability, none bloodline, demon. Her base stats hadn't changed except for a new demon bloodline. In a normal game, An Suisui would usually put points into agility and crit, keeping everything else average. But the stat system in this real-life game was different. Thinking back to the last grueling team battle, An Suisui hesitated, then split the 13 points into 3 parts. 3 to strength, 3 to endurance, and 7 to speed. Agility represented flexibility, and she'd already tested that in the last game. With a high agility of 6, she was above most people and didn't need to add more. Strength, which didn't seem important at first, had turned out to matter a lot in practice. It didn't need to be high, but it couldn't be too low. Endurance was self-explanatory. No matter what, it was always important. After assigning the points, her stats became Player and Suisui ID, 023 age, 22 level 2 EXP, 130 HP, 100 agility, 6 speed, 18 endurance, 9 strength, 5 defense, 1 Companion, husky. S. Special ability, none. Bloodline, demon. The impressive speed stat made Suisui very happy. She was satisfied with her overall stats and calmly waited for the next game. A week later, at midnight, Suisui waited quietly in her custom outfit. As soon as the clock struck 11, she vanished from her room. When her vision cleared, she found herself in a strange place. The ground beneath her feet was divided into colorful squares. Everywhere else was empty and void, looking terrifying, as if falling off would mean certain death. And Suisui frowned, memorizing the surroundings and searching her memory of all the games she'd played. She quickly found the answer. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed through the space. Welcome to the extreme survival game. This round, Ludo. Game rules. Each player is a game piece. Every 4 players form a team. The first team to get all their pieces to the finish wins. And Suisui was stunned, her cheeks puffing up with air. Another team game. The game was still as devious as ever. Every time it explained the rules, it only gave the basics. The rest you had to guess or figure out by trial and error. And Suisui lowered her eyes. Ludo had once been a very popular casual game, and the rules weren't complicated, but there was definitely more to it than what the game said. She didn't know how much had been changed. And Suisui glanced at her 3 teammates but didn't mention that she'd played this game before. Before figuring out the exact rules, she didn't want to take on too much responsibility. When the game announced the start, the mist over the board gradually cleared, and the other 3 teams became visible. And Suisui quickly scanned her opponents and spotted a familiar figure on the diagonal. Jian Shi was leaning lazily against a transparent barrier, not interacting with his teammates at all. He just glanced at the board, then focused on it. For people sensitive to being watched, it's easy to notice. So, at the same moment Suisui spotted Jian Shi, he suddenly looked up at the diagonal. Seeing Suisui's face, Jian Shi was briefly surprised, then slowly smiled and mouthed a silent phrase. So cute, little bunny. They were too far apart for Suisui to hear, but she understood his lips. She turned away in annoyance, thinking, I'm not a little bunny. I'm a scary, evil demon girl. The game began. In the center of the board, a giant spinning wheel appeared, its red arrow spinning rapidly. 16 players stared at the arrow, their eyes following its movement. The arrow gradually slowed and finally pointed to the blue team's area. The game started with the blue team. The blue team was directly in front of Suisui, and Suisui wore a red scarf on her arm, marking her as a red team player. To their left was the green team, and on the diagonal was the yellow team. When the arrow pointed to the blue team, the wheel vanished, and a basketball-sized die appeared in the center of the blue team. Because of the distance, Suisui couldn't hear the blue team's discussion, only guess from their actions. The 4 players seemed to have a brief discussion, then one picked up the die and rolled it. The die spun a few times and stopped, showing a single dot on top. The die immediately disappeared. There was a brief commotion among the blue team, but none of them left the starting pad. And Suisui's eyes flashed. She'd already spotted the first hidden rule. Comparing it to real Ludo, she easily realized the blue team hadn't moved because they didn't roll a specific number. In the regular game, a piece can only take off if you roll a 6, 4, or 3. In the center of the board was a projection screen, clearly displaying each roll for everyone to see, so Suisui didn't even have to guess what the others rolled. After the blue team finished their roll, it was the yellow team's turn. The yellow team players, of course, had no idea what had happened with the green team or why they were all stuck on their tiny starting area. The 4 temporary teammates didn't get along very well. After a heated argument, someone finally won the right to roll first. And Suisui's eyesight was good. She noticed that Jian Shi hadn't made a move among the yellow team. It seemed he was still testing the game's rules, which meant she had a certain advantage. The die rolled from the yellow team player's hand, tumbling across the ground before finally stopping on a 2. From the player's delighted expression, it was clear that 2 was a number that allowed movement, a takeoff point. That player finally left their team's base and stood on the starting square. After yellow came green, But the green team hadn't rolled a takeoff point and could only watch resentfully as the right to roll passed to the red team. The red team players were confused by the situation. Why was it that even though everyone rolled the die, some could leave the base and others couldn't? They stared at the glowing white die, unsure if they should step up and roll. After thinking for a moment, Suisui gently explained her thoughts about this flight chess game to her teammates. To leave, do we have to roll a specific number? Her soft voice drew everyone's attention. With her gentle appearance, Suisui seemed sweet and trustworthy at first glance. Few people would reject her right away. She pursed her lips. Though she didn't want to, she knew she had to use her looks to gain her teammates' trust. She didn't plan to say much, just enough to help them with what they needed to know now. The rest could wait until they encountered it. Just now, the blue team rolled a 6, which seems to be the wrong number. The yellow team rolled a 2, which was right. The green team rolled a 3, which was also wrong. Maybe there are other numbers that work, but 3 and 6 definitely aren't it. She finished with a shy, well-behaved smile. These are just my guesses. Take them as you will. Among her 3 teammates, 2 were women and 1 was an older man. The man looked scholarly and refined, every move exuding a bookish air. He introduced himself as Lu Jinghuan. I think Suisui's guess is likely, but I'm no gambling god. I can't control the die, so it's all luck. The other 2 women were both young, one lively and clever, the other gentle and shy. And Suisui was actually relieved when she saw her teammates. At least she hadn't run into any particularly troublesome ones. Lena had been staring at Suisui's cheeks since the start, and finally couldn't resist pinching them, earning a confused look from Suisui. Feeling guilty, Lena quickly looked away and changed the subject. If that's the case, let Suisui roll first. Everyone gets a turn, how about that? No one could guarantee they'd roll the right number, so everyone agreed to Lena's suggestion. Since it was a team decision, Suisui didn't hesitate. She reached for the die floating in midair. It felt heavy and smooth in her hand. She couldn't tell what it was made of. She tossed it a few times to get used to it, then controlled her strength and threw it into the air. The die spun and tumbled before finally landing on a 2, and Suisui's eyes lit up. She could leave the base. Chao Han looked at the die enviously, a trace of worry in her eyes. She was afraid her luck wouldn't be good enough to roll a takeoff point. Just as Suisui was about to leave, 2 options appeared before her. Transfer. Use. Huh? And Suisui exclaimed, immediately telling her teammates about this discovery. So the number you rolled could be transferred. Chao Han's eyes brightened. If that was the case, as long as one person rolled a takeoff point, they could give it to a teammate. Then everyone could take off. She glanced at her teammates. They all seemed like decent people, so she wasn't worried about being ignored. Since she'd rolled a takeoff point on her first try, Suisui didn't hesitate and chose to move herself to the starting square. Jianshi, watching from across the board, saw how well Suisui and her teammates were getting along, then looked at his own tense, hostile group and rubbed his forehead in frustration. What a mess. The first round of rolling ended just like that. The second round began. Since the blue team hadn't rolled a takeoff point the first time, they were now behind and looked anxious. The 4 members argued, even escalating to a physical scuffle. In the end, the strongest among them seized the right to roll. Unfortunately, he still didn't roll a takeoff point, and the blue team grew more agitated. This round, both the green and yellow teams rolled takeoff points. Now it was the red team's turn again, and Suisui observed the board. At this point, the blue team still had no one off the base. Yellow had 2 at the start, green had 1. Red wasn't ahead or behind. Back at the red team's base, Lena was about to roll when Suisui suddenly noticed that the die now appeared gray and translucent to her, completely different from before. She paused and quickly stopped Lena. Something's strange on my end, she said softly, frowning. Can I touch the die again? She looked at Lena with pleading eyes. Lena hesitated, but couldn't resist Suisui's pitiful look, and agreed. If you roll a takeoff point, you have to give it to me. Suisui's eyes lit up, and she nodded solemnly. If she got the die again and rolled a takeoff point, She'd definitely transfer it to Lena, but Suisui sensed she couldn't touch the die again. Standing at the starting square, she reached for the gray die. Sensing her call, the die floated toward her. But as her hand passed through the gray die, her teammates looked on in confusion. Having already rolled once, Suisui could no longer touch the die. "So that's how it is," Suisui murmured, then shared her deduction with her 3 teammates. After listening, Lena pondered, "So, if we don't pre-assign the order for each person's turn, there actually won't be any fighting over who gets to roll the die. Although each team only gets 1 roll per round, that right can't be repeated, meaning, until everyone has rolled once, no one can roll again." Such a friendly rule was hard for Lena to believe. In the players' minds, the game had always been synonymous with cruelty, terror, and no bottom line. This rule was a huge surprise. Lena shook her head. "Let's not worry about that for now. I'm going to roll." And Suisui reminded her, "If you don't roll a takeoff number, you can pass the turn to me. When I get the right number, I'll pass it back to you." Lena didn't object. It was a good plan. If everyone cooperated, they wouldn't waste any rolls. Under everyone's gaze, Lena's die rolled and rolled, finally landing on 6. Lena could choose to take off or pass the turn to another player, and Suisui said nothing. In her eyes, using a 6 to take off was a bit of a waste, but whether to pass or not was Lena's right. No one could object. Lena hesitated. Before rolling, she'd worried about not getting a takeoff number, but now, with such good luck, she was even more conflicted. Should she think of the team and pass the number to Suisui, keeping their advantage, or be selfish and move herself onto the board first? Chao-Han seemed about to say something, but in the end stayed silent. Lu Jinghuan watched Lena with gentle, understanding eyes, as if no matter what she chose, no one would blame her. In this peaceful atmosphere, Lena finally made her decision. She firmly pressed the pass button, giving the move to Suisui. Suisui was a little surprised, but before she could say anything, her figure vanished from the starting point. Lena looked around in confusion and asked her teammates, "Where did Suisui go?" Lu Jinghuan's mind raced with possibilities. "Maybe she's been moved to a square ahead, but there's probably some challenge we don't know about." After all, the game was always tricky. It couldn't be as simple as it looked. Just rolling dice and moving? Impossible. Lu Jinghuan, thinking of his previous games, scoffed at the idea. After leaving the starting point, Suisui indeed landed on the 6th square. It was a red square. If nothing else, landing on a colored square should let you jump to the next square of the same color. But Suisui had a problem. She wasn't sure where she was. She'd lost contact with her teammates. Quickly, she pulled out her sharp little knife card, materialized it, and gripped it tightly, scanning her surroundings warily. Except for the square beneath her feet, everything was shrouded in mist. Suisui didn't dare move, patiently waiting for the game's next prompt. Soon, a human-sized gray rabbit hopped out of the mist. The rabbit stopped just outside the red square, waiting quietly. The missing game prompt finally appeared, explaining the rules to Suisui. Game challenge. Little bunny, be good. The little bunny is home alone when there's a knock at the door. Is it Mama Rabbit coming home? Please decide within the time limit whether to open the door. Choose correctly to pass. Choose wrong and you fail. Failure sends you back to the last takeoff point. After the voice faded, Suisui really did hear a crisp knocking. Knock, 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 knock. Through the thin mist, Suisui stared at the gray rabbit outside the square. Was this really a rabbit? She examined it from head to toe but saw nothing unusual. She crouched down and tried to talk to the gray rabbit. "Are you Mama Rabbit?" No response. She tried imitating a baby bunny's voice. Still no reaction. Suisui felt a bit frustrated. How was she supposed to tell? She glanced at the countdown. 1.5 minutes had passed, leaving her 3.5 to decide. If she didn't choose in time, it would count as a failure, and her hard-won 6 would be wasted. Unwilling to give up her lead, Suisui calmed down and examined the rabbit more closely. Its appearance was normal, so she focused on its habits. She stood at the edge of the red square, just a fist's distance from the rabbit. One step further and she'd fall into the void. From this close, she could spot any oddities. She noticed green crumbs at the rabbit's mouth, grass bits. That meant the animal was a herbivore. But was that enough to confirm it was Mama Rabbit? Not quite. Cautious, and Suisui thought of another rabbit trait: timidity. She paced the edge of the red square, pretending to think. When she got close, she suddenly made a scary face and shrieked. Sure enough, the gray rabbit jumped in fright. And Suisui watched closely and saw the rabbit's subtle reactions. Startled, its ears shot up and its forelimbs lifted as if ready to flee. Because they were so close and the rabbit was huge, and Suisui could hear its heartbeat and breathing. She clearly felt its heart rate and breathing speed up. All normal reactions for a frightened rabbit. And Suisui thought, if this was still a fake, the challenge would be way too hard. She decisively pressed the confirm button. The gray rabbit slowly hopped into the square. Mama Rabbit is home. The little bunny is safe. Congratulations, you've passed the challenge. Before Suisui could relax, the red square and the rabbit vanished. When her vision cleared, the gray rabbit was gone, and she seemed to still be in place. But after a moment, Suisui realized she'd rolled a 6 and landed on a red square, which probably meant she'd get to jump to the next red square. Just as she was thinking this, the game's voice sounded again. Game challenge, whack-a-mole. A large number of moles have appeared in the field. Please protect your home and drive away all the moles. Failure will send you back to the previous takeoff point. Whack-a-mole? And Suisui hesitantly glanced at the red brick floor beneath her. Where were these moles supposed to pop out from? At the moment, all she had was a sharp little knife. None of her other items seemed suitable for whack-a-mole. How was she supposed to hit them? Stab them with the knife? Just as she was thinking this, a floor tile under her butt suddenly bulged upward, and a furry head bumped right into her, making her stumble. Turning around, Suisui saw a mole the size of an adult cat, staring at her with big dark eyes. Before she could react, the mole's big teeth chomped down on the floor tile, shattering it instantly. And Suisui froze, then quickly pulled out her knife and stabbed the mole in the neck. The mole shrieked and pulled its head back into the dark hole. Under the flipped tile, there was nothing, just a void of darkness. The game had officially begun. After the first mole appeared, 5 more floor tiles were flipped, revealing dark holes. From then on, all the moles appeared and disappeared from these 5 holes. They never fully crawled out. Each time they popped up, they'd pause for just 1 or 2 seconds, then start destroying the surrounding floor. And Suisui watched in alarm. If all the tiles in this area were chewed up, would she fall into that endless darkness? That was terrifying. Luckily, Suisui's speed stat was now at 17 times that of a normal person, so guarding all 5 holes was no problem. A bright red number hung on the void wall. Every time Suisui killed a mole, the number dropped by 1. When the number hit 0, the game reappeared. A mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, announced the result. Congratulations, player, you have cleared the challenge. And Suisui stretched her sore arm. The white mist around her gradually faded, and she found herself back in the center of the board. She looked down at the red square beneath her feet. It was the 10th square from the starting point. So, every time you landed, you had to complete a challenge. If you wanted to leap ahead, you'd have to clear at least 2 challenges in a row. Any failure would send you back to the takeoff point. When Suisui reappeared, the red team players all breathed a sigh of relief. The other teams were also watching her closely, since she was the first to step onto the board, only she knew what secrets the board held. And Suisui looked back and saw Lena looking flustered, clutching the die, not sure whether to throw it or not. And Suisui smiled at her, then opened the red team's private channel and shared everything she'd experienced, summarizing her advice for her teammates. If the challenges on these squares don't change, then the bunny challenge on the 6th square is doable. Just pay close attention to see if the animal outside the door is really the bunny's mom. As for the whack-a-mole on the 10th square, I don't recommend it for players who are too slow, have low stamina, or don't have an attack item. These challenges weren't too hard, but they weren't for everyone. For example, with whack-a-mole, if you didn't have a weapon, there was no way to drive off those tough moles barehanded. Lena looked at Suisui gratefully. She'd been panicking, not knowing what was happening on the board, and Suisui had just given her the first strategy guide. Without this heads up, she might have failed from panic when suddenly thrown into a challenge. Steadying herself, Lena hugged the die tightly. Rolling a 6 would give you another chance to roll. This was a new rule the red team had just discovered. The red die wobbled and rolled, finally landing on a 2. Lena's face lit up. She could leave the base. Her 2 red teammates were also happy. The more teammates on the board, the better their chances of winning. At this point, the red team was clearly in the lead, which made the other teams anxious, especially the blue team. None of their players had made it onto the board yet. The second round of rolling ended, and the third began. The blue team still had 2 players who hadn't rolled yet. Thanks to the rules, they now knew you couldn't roll twice, so there was no more fighting over the die. They just took turns. Yuliang nervously tossed the die. It rolled to a 4, and the system told him he could leave the base. He couldn't help but smile. Finally, he could move. Any longer, and they'd fall too far behind. He was about to use the roll for himself when a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Yuliang froze. It was Huzi, the strongest player on the blue team. Last round, Huzi had muscled his way to the die first, but his luck was bad and he didn't roll a takeoff point. He could only watch as the other 2 rolled. If the rules hadn't stopped him, Huzi would have tried to grab the die again. He hadn't expected that after all his effort, he still couldn't take off, while the weakest player in the team rolled the right number with ease. Without a word, Huzi clamped a hand on Yuliang's shoulder, his gaze fierce and his voice rough and threatening. "Yuliang, did you see that girl from the red team? She disappeared for a while after leaving the start. Who knows what's out there? I think the strongest player should go first and check things out, don't you?" Though it sounded like a question, Huzi's rough hand was already rubbing Yuliang's neck. Yuliang stiffened, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. He hadn't told Huzi about the transfer option, but Huzi had been watching and had seen the transfer button pop up on the screen. Yuliang cursed his luck. Why did he have to get stuck with such a bully for a teammate? Another teammate quietly poked Yuliang in the back, signaling him to just hand over the roll. Yuliang had no choice but to comply. Huzi smugly stepped onto the starting square, looking down on everyone else. Now it was the yellow team's turn to roll. Currently, the yellow team has 2 members standing at the starting point. After a round of dice throws, everyone has basically figured out the rules of the game. The yellow team players look relaxed. Although the red team is ahead, with games like this, you never know who will win until the very end. Comebacks are common. Another player wanted to take the dice and throw, but just as there was no movement, Jianshi suddenly reached out and directly picked up the floating dice. The yellow team player wanted to curse, but was silenced by Jianshi's sharp gaze and immediately retreated awkwardly to the side, not daring to say a word. Like Suisui, Jianshi first got used to the weight of the dice, then threw it onto the ground. But his luck wasn't as good as Suisui's. The first roll was a 3, which wasn't a takeoff point. Looking at the translucent panel floating in front of him, Jianshi squinted in annoyance and casually pressed the transfer button. Jihanhai saw that he had received Jianshi's transferred points, but before he could be happy, he suddenly found himself standing on a green square. The game's voice followed. Game challenge, jump rope. Please jump rope 200 times within 1 minute. You have 3 attempts. If you fail, you will be sent back to the previous takeoff point. What? Jihanhai was dumbfounded. Jump rope 200 times in 1 minute? This is a game challenge? This is pushing human limits. Jihanhai almost fainted from anger. Of course, he knew about jump rope, a basic and common exercise. He'd even tried it back in school. He knew roughly how many times he could jump in a minute, but 200 times in 1 minute? Very few people could do that. Seeing the prompt that failure would send him back to the takeoff point, Jihanhai had no choice but to grit his teeth and try. 3 minutes later, when the vanished Jihanhai reappeared in front of everyone, he was already collapsed from exhaustion. As expected, under normal circumstances, He couldn't jump 200 times in a minute. In the end, he barely passed the challenge by using a special item. He rolled his eyes and lay on the green square, gasping for breath. Everyone else was stunned. He'd only been gone for 3 minutes. Why was he lying down? The girl who'd disappeared for 10 minutes earlier didn't end up like this. Jianshi narrowed his eyes and was the first to open the yellow team's chat channel. "What happened to you? What did you do?" Jianshi asked directly. Ji Hanhai didn't hold back and immediately told his teammates about the ordeal he'd just experienced. 1 minute, 200 jumps. This is inhuman, Ji Hanhai said angrily. So every square on the board has a different challenge? Jianshi pondered. If that's the case, then the person who gets ahead at the start might not stay ahead. And it's really hard to say who will win in the end. Coming back to his senses, Jianshi glanced at his 3 teammates and his eyelid twitched. Never mind whether others can win. His own team would have a hard time winning. Everyone only thought about themselves, but this was a team game. How were they supposed to play? Ji Hanhai's state startled the players from the other 2 teams, and they weren't in such a hurry to leave the starting point anymore. This time the green team was lucky and rolled a new takeoff point. Now, the right to throw the dice returned to the red team. After discussing, the last 2 red team members decided that Lu Jinghuan would throw first. Lu Jinghuan rolled a 5. Although it was a high number, it wasn't a takeoff point. So he discussed with Lina and Suisui. "Do either of you want these points?" Suisui was already on the 10th square and wasn't in a hurry to move forward, so she gently asked Lina, "Do you want to try?" The 5th square wasn't a red square, so Lina wouldn't have to face 2 consecutive challenges, just one to stay. Lina bit her lip. Ji Hanhai's state had actually scared her a bit. She didn't know what challenge he'd face to end up lying on the ground so miserably. But challenges had to be faced sooner or later. If she didn't want to do 2 in a row, she'd have to avoid all consecutive colored squares, and 5 was a good number. So she nodded firmly and accepted Lu Jinghuan's transferred points. With a flash, Lina appeared on the green square of the 5th space. Game challenge. Spot the difference. Within 5 minutes, find 3 differences between 2 walls. If you fail, you'll be sent back to the previous takeoff point. Spot the difference wasn't too hard. Lina breathed a sigh of relief and focused on the 2 walls designated by the game. But as soon as she looked, she was stunned. Both walls were covered densely with mung beans, 2 whole pictures of mung beans. She had to find 3 differences in these 2 pictures of mung beans? She'd go cross-eyed. But the challenge wasn't up to the player, so Lina could only grit her teeth and try. She wandered between the 2 walls for about a minute, then tried to pick a difference. Beep, beep, beep. A red light lit up in the space. Incorrect choice. With only 4 minutes left, another 10 seconds were instantly deducted. Lina shivered in fright and instinctively wanted to open the team chat for help, but found that during the challenge, the team channel was completely blocked. When she wanted to ask for help, a box popped up in front of her. "Do you want to ask your teammates for help?" Lina was stunned. So she really could ask her teammates for help? The help list had 3 names, Suisui, Qiaohan, and Lu Jinghuan. But only Suisui's name was lit up, meaning only players who had left the tarmac could be asked for help. Lina was anxious, but she wasn't sure if the help button would cause trouble for her teammates or if there were other hidden rules, so she didn't choose it for now. She decided to wait. If she couldn't find a difference halfway through, she'd ask Suisui for help. Lina forced herself to calm down and refocused on the 2 dense mung bean pictures. 5 minutes later, Lina's figure reappeared before the players. Her knees buckled and she knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She wasn't in much better shape than Ji Hanhai. Suisui frowned and immediately opened the team channel. "Lina, what happened? What challenge did you face? Why are you in such bad shape?" Hearing her teammate's voice, Lina gradually recovered. She shook her head at her teammates and forced a smile. "It's nothing. They just gave me 2 pictures and told me to spot the differences. The game was just a bit too hard, and I was under a lot of psychological pressure. There's nothing else." She also told her teammates about the option to ask for help. Suisui thought to herself, this game really does push team cooperation to the limit. Since we can ask teammates for help, let's each talk about what we're good at, Lu Jinghuan said slowly. And Suisui had no objections and introduced her own strengths to the others. I used to be a professional player, so I'm pretty good at game-related challenges, especially anything involving speed. My current speed stat is 17, and my endurance, agility, and strength are all decent too. If there's nothing better, you can always ask me for help. Chao Han looked at An Suisui in surprise, finally realizing she'd been matched with a gaming expert. A speed stat of 17. What did that even mean? So far, the only known ways to gain attribute points in the game were leveling up and card rewards. Chao Han and her friends had all played the game and, after sharing information, learned that only the top 3 players in each game got a chance to draw cards. She herself had played twice, so her base stats had improved a bit. Knowing her health wasn't great and she'd be at a disadvantage, she'd put all her points into endurance and agility. But even so, her endurance was only barely at 4, and Suisui's speed alone was 17. How terrifying. Lu Jinghuan understood this too. He looked at An Suisui with admiration and teased, "Who'd have thought the youngest-looking one would be the strongest among us? Looks like Suisui will be carrying us through this game." And Suisui puffed out her chest proudly. "As long as we work together, it'll be fine." After all, this was a team game. Individual strength mattered, but not as much as teamwork, and An Suisui didn't dare get cocky. Lu Jinghuan then introduced himself. "My base stats aren't as impressive as An Suisui's, just average. I probably can't handle weird games, but I'm older and have seen a lot. If there are knowledge-based challenges, I might be able to help." He was being modest. When it came to Lena and Chao Han, neither seemed to have any particular specialties. Lena was cheerful and didn't mind, even joking. "Don't expect too much from me. If I can take care of myself and not drag everyone down, that's my biggest strength." Chao Han smiled and thought for a moment. "I'm not in great health, and I'm a designer by profession. If there are any design-related challenges, I might be able to help a little." The red team's atmosphere was warm and friendly, but over on the blue team, it was the opposite. It was already the 4th round of rolling. Huzi stood at the starting point, glaring at his teammates. Even though there was a transparent barrier between them and Huzi couldn't hurt them, Yu Liang still felt his gaze like a knife in his back. The last teammate took a deep breath, rolled the die, and without even looking at the result, immediately transferred the roll to Huzi. Huzi smiled in satisfaction and disappeared from everyone's view. Yu Liang was confused. "You rolled a 4. Why give it to Huzi?" The last teammate sighed. "What else could I do? If I stepped onto the board, I'd lose the barrier's protection and Huzi would definitely beat me up. The best way is to send him off first. No matter where he ends up, as long as we avoid him, he can't do anything to us." Yu Liang was stunned, but realized it made sense. As long as they got rid of Huzi first, he couldn't threaten them anymore. But to everyone's disappointment, Huzi was gone for less than a minute before reappearing at the starting point, looking furious and on the verge of exploding. The right to roll passed to the yellow team. The last yellow team player rolled a takeoff point, glanced nervously at Jianshi, and only stepped onto the board after confirming Jianshi had no objections. Once that player was on the board, Jianshi spoke up. "In the next few rounds, no matter who rolls a takeoff point, send me out first instead of just rushing ahead on your own, understood?" Ji Hanhai, who'd already transferred a roll to Jianshi before, immediately agreed. "Got it. It's a team game." The other 2 players hesitated. After 2 rounds, they knew that the better you performed, the higher your ranking and the better your rewards. If they gave their roll to Jianshi, would it hurt their own ranking? Those rewards, especially the cards, were crucial for survival in future games. No one wanted to give them up. Jianshi could tell what they were thinking and snorted, "You only get rewards if you win. If the team loses, you won't get anything." The 2 players laughed awkwardly and waved their hands, insisting they weren't that selfish, but who knew what they really thought. Now it was the green team's turn. The green team already had 2 players on the board, so it didn't matter what number they rolled. Their team's atmosphere was pretty good. No fighting over the die so far. There were 2 men and 2 women on the green team, and the 2 on the board were 1 man and 1 woman. They seemed to be alternating men and women for rolling. The last to roll was a woman. She rolled a 2. She hesitated, discussed it with her teammates, and instead of stepping onto the board herself, sent one of the men out. Maybe it was because everyone wanted to at least step onto the board once, and they were anxious not knowing what was out there. The man disappeared for a full 10 minutes before reappearing at the starting point and quickly sharing what he'd learned. And Suisui had been keeping track of the time. Since he was gone so long, he must have failed the 2nd consecutive challenge and been sent back. So she warned her teammates, "If you're not confident about clearing 2 challenges in a row, I suggest you avoid all the colored squares, or you'll waste your effort." Of course, on Suisui's own goal was the red square on the 14th space. When she reached the 14th square, she'd be teleported to the 18th because of the color, and the 18th had a flight path that would send her straight to the 26th square. That meant she'd have to clear 3 consecutive challenges to make the most of her moves. The right to throw the dice passed from the green team to the red team. The last player on the red team was Chao Han. Chao Han lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully rolled a 2. Being able to roll a takeoff point on the first try, Chao Han was clearly very happy. Her eyes sparkled, but when the system prompted her to choose whether to stand on the takeoff point or transfer the points, she suddenly hesitated. After frowning and thinking for a while, Chao Han turned to Lu Jinghuan beside her and asked, "Lu, I'd like to go up a bit later. Can I give you my points?" Lu Jinghuan was a little surprised, but after looking at Chao Han, he completely understood. The young girl was thin and frail, clearly not suited for physically demanding challenges. He patted Chao Han on the shoulder and said, "It's fine. Wait for us to scout ahead for you. Just avoid the physically demanding challenges." Lena immediately added, "You can come to my square. Spot the difference is tiring on the eyes, but for you designers it might actually be pretty easy." Chao Han gratefully thanked her teammates, looking relaxed. This was the most comfortable experience she'd had since joining the game. Lu Jinghuan stood on the starting point, and a full round was finally completed. At this point, the game board looked like this. The blue team had only 1 player on the starting point. The yellow team had 2 players at the starting point, and 1 on the 3rd square. The green team also had 2 players at the starting point. For the red team, An Suisui was on the 10th square, Lena on the 5th, and Lu Jinghuan at the starting point. By now, all players understood the rule that standing on the board meant facing a challenge, and a new round of the game began. Since the order of dice throws had already been determined in the previous 4 rounds, almost everyone continued in the same order as before. Naturally, the blue team's strong player, Huzi, took the lead again. This time, Huzi also realized that the board wasn't as easy as he'd thought. He glanced cautiously at the board, recalling the 4th challenge he'd faced last time. He thought, if he rolled a 4 again, he'd give it to someone else. What kind of stupid game was that? He'd never go to the 4th square again, not even if it killed him. In the end, he got his wish and avoided the 4th square, rolling a 3. This time, the challenge seemed to suit Huzi's strengths. 5 minutes later, although he was panting, he was standing firmly on the 3rd square. Then, it was the yellow team's turn. Ji Han Hai, as the first to throw, actually rolled a 6 for the first time. Very lucky. He grinned, ready to use it himself, but then remembered the promise he'd made to Jian Shi, and his expression froze. But before he could say anything, Jian Shi spoke up. "Using a 6 just to take off is a waste. You go ahead, I'm not in a hurry." Ji Han Hai breathed a sigh of relief and immediately chose to use it himself, successfully moving from the 3rd to the 9th square. The 9th square was a blue square, and during challenges, blue squares were magnified infinitely. The edge of the square was shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Having already participated in a challenge, Ji Han Hai was not unfamiliar with this scene. In the center of the field was a rack, and on the rack was a hunting rifle. The game's prompt sounded belatedly. Game challenge, hunting. Autumn is the season of harvest. Hunters carry their rifles up the mountain to hunt birds, celebrating the most beautiful moment of the year. Please obtain at least one prey before the flock scatters. Failure will send you back to the previous takeoff point. A shooting game? He could do that. Jihanhai excitedly rubbed his hands and took the rifle from the rack. The chirping of birds grew louder as a dense flock of sparrows flew through the mist and hovered above the field. Although Jihanhai had never handled a real gun, with today's popularity of VR games, the in-game objects were almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Anyone who'd played shooting games could handle a gun. Jihanhai's shooting skills weren't top-notch, but they weren't bad either. With the density of the flock, getting just one bird should be easy. He calmly cocked the rifle and pulled the trigger, but there was no expected gunshot. He was stunned. An empty gun? Was it jammed? The quality of in-game guns couldn't be that bad, right? After hesitating for a moment, Jihanhai removed the magazine and saw... Damn. The game had given him a rifle but no bullets. The magazine was completely empty. How was he supposed to play? Was the game messing with him? Jihanhai was speechless. Looking at the dense flock of birds overhead, his earlier joy vanished instantly. Even the noisy chirping of the birds seemed to be mocking him. Furious, Jihanhai threw the rifle into the air, and a few sparrows actually fell out of the flock. What the... Was the game expecting him to use the rifle as a boomerang? Was it crazy? After 5 minutes, Jihanhai dejectedly returned to the third square, not even daring to look at his teammates. He'd rolled the highest number 6, and yet it was wasted just like that. The yellow team players who hadn't yet faced a challenge didn't understand how tricky the game was, and immediately questioned him. Seriously, Jihanhai, you couldn't even complete a game challenge? Why are you hogging the big numbers then? Exactly, another player said. Next time, don't move forward. Let someone else have a turn. Jihanhai was not happy about this. Big number or not, I rolled it myself. What's it to you? If you want it, roll it yourself. I don't owe you anything. He laughed to himself. They'd never given him their points, so why should they criticize him? He'd originally wanted to warn his teammates about how tricky the ninth square was, but seeing their ugly faces, he suddenly didn't feel like it. Let them suffer a loss for once. So, with another chance to throw, Jihanhai casually tossed the dice and rolled a 1. He didn't use it himself, but transferred the point to the first person who'd mocked him. He wanted to see how capable that person really was. The yellow team player hadn't even reacted before being sent into the challenge. When he came out, his face was horrified, almost cursing out loud, but Jihanhai beat him to it, mocking him before he could even curse the game. Oh my, I specially gave you the point. I thought you were so capable, but you couldn't even finish a challenge. Wasted my point. The yellow team member immediately looked as if he'd swallowed a fly, his face extremely ugly. The words he'd just used to mock Jihanhai had come true for himself, and he had no way to argue back. The other yellow team member, seeing 2 consecutive failures, gave an awkward laugh and didn't dare say anything more. The right to throw passed to the green team again. Both green team members were still at the starting point. If you stand on a square of the same color, you'll have a chance to jump, but you'll also have to face 2 challenges at once. If you fail either, you'll be sent back. The green team player, who'd been sent back to the start last round, said. His teammates nodded. From your description, every square's challenge is different. Even consecutive challenges don't give you time to rest. I think we should play it safe and steady. No need to rush. The green team player who failed the challenge glanced nervously at the board, thinking that taking on consecutive challenges was simply inhuman. That female player from the red team was really lucky, actually managing to clear 2 challenges in a row. Among all the players present, except for the red team members who already knew Suisui's stats and Jian Shi, who had encountered Suisui twice, everyone else believed that Suisui had only managed to clear 2 consecutive challenges because of sheer luck. There was no helping it, and Suisui's appearance was just too deceiving. She didn't look the least bit like a boss with an imposing aura. What they didn't know was that Suisui was already pondering the idea of taking on 3 consecutive challenges. The green team quickly made a decision. except for rolling a 2 or a 6, which would allow a player to jump. If they rolled any other number, they'd send a player onto the board first. The green team rolled a 4, which was a good number. It allowed a player in the hangar to take off, or a player at the starting point to move forward, and it perfectly avoided landing on a same-color square. This time, the green team player steadily landed on the 4th square of the board. He turned back and nodded to his teammates, indicating that the challenge on the 4th square was worth attempting. The dice were once again in Suisui's hands. And Suisui was a bit nervous. She wanted to roll a 4 and make a huge leap. Taking a deep breath, she watched the dice roll and roll, but in the end, she only got a 1. And Suisui sighed and opened her team channel to contact Lu Jinghuan. "Uncle Lu, do you want to try getting on the board?" Lu Jinghuan looked at Suisui's roll and hesitantly rolled a 1. If Suisui didn't want this number, then Lena wouldn't be able to take it either. If she moved forward one more space, she'd land on the 6th red square. Lena made it clear she didn't have the guts to take on 2 consecutive challenges. Lu Jinghuan could tell that Suisui wanted to challenge the biggest root on the board. Her gaze kept drifting to the red square on the 30th space, full of fighting spirit. He could do it instead. He smiled and nodded, accepting the number from Suisui. Unfortunately, Lu Jinghuan didn't clear the challenge. 5 minutes later, he reappeared at the starting point. He said to his teammates, a bit helplessly, "The first square's challenge was model building. I'm not sensitive to colors and patterns, so there was no way I could, just by memory, reassemble the scrambled model within the time limit. I wasted Suisui's roll. Sorry about that." And Suisui didn't think it was a big deal. "It's just a challenge. Failing isn't a problem. At least it gives others some experience. And it's not like we didn't gain anything. Chao Han should have no problem with model building, right?" Model building mainly tested memory and observation. Chao Han felt confident and looked eager to try. "If Mr. Lu hadn't told us about the challenge in advance, I might not have dared to go up so soon," Chao Han said gently. And Suisui was very satisfied with this harmonious team dynamic and felt her chances of winning were high this time. The blue team rolled a 5. Although the blue team player was no longer afraid of Huzi, he was the only one who could move, so the number had to be given to him, or it would be wasted. Seeing Huzi's smug look, Yu Liang was furious. He secretly vowed to do better and roll a takeoff number next round. Huzi, having received the number, moved to the 8th square. When he heard the challenge for the 8th square, his expression instantly cracked. "Game challenge, let's collect honey." Game rules. A hard-working bee is always diligent. Please collect a full cup of honey within 5 minutes. If you fail, you'll be sent back to your previous takeoff point. Huzi, with his burly frame, stood among a patch of delicate flowers, holding a tool barely thicker than a needle. He had to use this tiny tool to collect the small amount of nectar from the center of each flower. "Damn!" Huzi cursed. After carefully collecting for a long time, his arm ached from holding the same position. He stood up to stretch, but accidentally knocked over a large patch of uncollected flowers. The flowers disappeared instantly, along with more than half the nectar. Huzi was so angry he wanted to hit something. If not for not wanting his teammates to laugh at him, he would have given up the challenge already. But even so, after exhausting himself collecting all the nectar, he found that it still wasn't enough to fill a whole cup. And this was after using a special tool. "This challenge is rigged," Huzi said darkly. "I've collected all the nectar and it's still not enough to fill a cup. This is impossible." The 5-minute countdown ended, and the cold mechanical voice announced the challenge had failed, ignoring his protests. Huzi cursed again, but didn't dare do anything out of line, and could only watch himself be teleported back to his previous position. He was just venting. Deep down, he knew the real reason he failed was because most of the flowers were knocked over while he was moving, losing the chance to collect their nectar. The yellow team rolled a 2. He glanced nervously at the yellow square on the 2nd space, then remembered Jihan Hai and his own teammates' miserable experiences, and was filled with a sense of dread. So he pretended to be friendly and passed the number to John Schur, saying insincerely, "Don't be shy, it's all for the team." John Schur sneered and ignored his act, his body transported to the starting point in a flash of white light. And Suisui saw John Shi finally step onto the starting point, and her usual relaxed demeanor vanished. She knew that, in terms of individual strength, among the 16 players present, only Jian Shi was her real opponent. Back to the green team. At this point, the green team had 1 player at the starting point, 1 on the 4th square, and 2 waiting in the hangar. This time they rolled a 1, so the female player at the starting point moved forward 1 space. Luckily, she could handle the challenge on the 1st square and successfully stayed on the board. The red team had already worked out their strategy, and Suisui needed a 4. Lina could take a 2, 3, or 6. Lu Jinghuan was aiming for 3, 4, or 5, and Chao Han just needed to take off. So they quickly decided, roll a 2 and let Chao Han take off, roll a 3 or 5 and give it to Lu Jinghuan, 4 to An Suisui, 6 to Lina. If, unfortunately, they rolled a 1 that no one wanted, An Suisui would take it. Moving forward 1 space didn't matter much to her. Lina closed her eyes and prayed to the dice, hoping to roll a 6 and let the red team advance further. But the result disappointed everyone. She rolled the 1 that nobody wanted. An Suisui. This one really is her inescapable fate. The 11th square was a blue square. As soon as An Suisui stepped into its range, the game immediately announced the rules. Game challenge: the tortoise and the hare race. Game rules: the rabbit has always wanted to race the tortoise, and after a very, very long time, today it finally gets the chance. Please win the race. If you fail, you will be sent back to the takeoff point. As soon as the rules were read, a giant tortoise, dragging its heavy shell, slowly crawled out of the mist and stood in front of a red line. And Suisui followed and stretched her limbs. A tortoise and hare race is just a speed contest, right? How could she possibly lose at this? And Suisui thought confidently. A sharp whistle sounded. The previously slow and lazy giant tortoise suddenly tensed up, solid muscles bulging under its soft skin. After the starting gun, it was as if the tortoise had a jetpack on its back. It shot forward in an instant. And Suisui ate a mouthful of dust and, realizing what happened, immediately sped up to catch up. But to her surprise, even with her high-speed stat of 17, she still struggled to chase the giant tortoise. How the hell is anyone supposed to win this? And Suisui, who had never lost in a speed contest before, was dealt a heavy blow. At this rate, she was going to lose. Alarm bells rang in her mind. She puffed up her cheeks in frustration, her eyes darting around. If you're not going to play fair, don't blame me for using tricks. Catching her breath, An Suisui sped up again. When she passed a tree as thick as her wrist, she had an idea. She quickly climbed to the treetop, bent the tree down, and used it to catapult herself forward. She had already estimated the tortoise's speed and direction, so when she landed, she jumped right onto the tortoise's back. The broad shell was like an uneven seat, and the speed made it a bumpy ride. And Suisui clung tightly to the shell, letting the tortoise run wild while saving as much of her own energy as possible. Before long, the tortoise noticed something was wrong. While running, it turned its head and tried to bite on Suisui's hand with its huge mouth. Catching a ride wasn't going to be that easy. And Suisui had to stabilize herself and avoid being bitten by the tortoise, nearly falling off its back several times. Annoyed, she slapped the shell. When the tortoise opened its bloody mouth to bite again, An Suisui pulled out the small knife at her waist and stabbed it hard in the tortoise's head. The tortoise howled in pain, shaking its body wildly, trying to throw An Suisui off. And Suisui jammed her fingers into the cracks of the shell, clinging on for dear life. In the end, the tortoise thrashed so hard that both of them flipped over. The tortoise was running so fast that even though An Suisui let go in time, she was still thrown hard to the ground by the violent force. Her back felt like it had been shattered, and her left arm and shoulder were covered in scrapes, with some places so badly injured that the flesh was turned over. Truly a gruesome sight. She couldn't get up for a long time, shivering as she fished out a first-aid bandage from a hidden pocket inside her clothes. After wrapping the bandage around her arm for 3 seconds, her left hand was as good as new. Leaning on a tree trunk to stand up, she saw that the tortoise wasn't in much better shape. The tortoise's limbs were short, and the arch of its shell was very high. When its whole body flipped over, its limbs couldn't touch the ground. And Suisui saw the tortoise stretching its neck, trying to use its head to push itself back upright, but the wound on its nose hurt so much that it couldn't manage it. And Suisui's stab had been vicious, not only piercing deep into the flesh but also slicing hard, nearly cutting off the whole nose. Seeing this, inspiration struck her. If she couldn't beat the tortoise in speed, why not just kill it while it was down? If she hadn't been injured, and Suisui might have ignored the tortoise and run for the finish line. But even though her hand was fine, her back felt like it was broken, and she couldn't run fast for a while. If she got halfway and the tortoise managed to flip over, she'd be done for. So Suisui decided to grit her teeth and finish off the tortoise first. This challenge, for once, didn't have a time limit. As long as she killed the tortoise, it didn't matter if it took half an hour to win. Eyes shining, Suisui pulled out her knife and approached the giant tortoise step by step. The tortoise was still trying to flip itself over, completely unaware of the person sneaking up. And Suisui got closer and closer, hiding in the tortoise's blind spot. When it stretched its neck again, she pounced, stabbing the knife hard into its neck, blood spraying everywhere. And Suisui heard the tortoise's painful howl but ignored it, pulling out the knife and stabbing again and again over a dozen times. The tortoise finally died. It tried several times to bite Suisui, but she dodged every time. After it was over, Suisui collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. She wanted to rest a bit before moving on. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed. Since there was no time limit for this round, Suisui just lay there unmoving. At that moment, the tortoise's body beside her suddenly flashed with white light and disappeared. Suisui tensed, worried something unexpected would happen, and quickly got up. To her surprise, after the tortoise's body vanished, several silver cards were scattered on the ground. Item cards! And Suisui's face lit up with joy. She picked up all the cards and examined them. Painkiller. Removes all negative effects caused by pain. This does not mean your injuries no longer exist. 3-meal treat. Delicious food always lifts your spirits, but it's even better when it instantly restores 150 stamina. High quality. A top-quality an essential for home, travel, and wilderness survival. A mysterious powder. Said to make you feel completely energized after taking it, increasing all stats by 30% for half an hour. However, when the effect wears off, you'll be completely drained and need a full day to recover. Use with caution. 6-point card. Use this card and the dice will definitely roll a 6, only usable in special situations. Killing the tortoise earned her 5 cards in total, and Suisui instantly felt refreshed, as if her injuries didn't hurt anymore. No wonder this challenge was so ridiculously hard. If you found the right approach, the rewards were definitely worth it. Happily collecting all the items, the game system chimed in for attention. Detected that the current challenge has lasted too long, forcing settlement. Key PC has died. The winner is player. As soon as Suisui returned to the board, she opened the team channel. Suisui, are you okay? Lena looked at her with concern. She was the closest to Suisui and could clearly see the girl's trembling body. Her once rosy cheeks had lost their color and looked much paler. Although the bleeding had stopped, the internal injuries and pain would still take some time to heal. Because Suisui had been gone for an unusually long time this round, the other teams were also quietly watching her movements. And Suisui shook her head, deciding to talk about these unimportant things later. I discovered a secret, Suisui said in the team channel. The challenge I just did was the tortoise and the hare race. I suggest you all try it. The challenge wasn't too hard, and Suisui had only ended up in such a sorry state because she missed the initiative. To win the race, you had to restrict the turtle's movements. If you kill the turtle, it drops a lot of items. I just got 5 cards. 5 cards? The red team players were shocked by that number. So far in the game, there had been very few ways to get cards. After 2 rounds, anyone who still had more than 5 cards in hand was already a top player. And Suisui had gotten 5 cards just by killing a turtle. How could that not be shocking? After the red team digested this news, Suisui continued, Actually, I suspect it's not just this challenge. Every square might have items to get. We just haven't found the right method? For example, in places with NPCs, you could kill the NPC to get item drops. Other squares might also have hidden items waiting for them. After hearing this, Chao Han couldn't sit still. As a team player, she didn't have to push herself, but for the sake of items, she had to try these challenge squares. If there was no risk to her life and she could get items, it was basically a freebie. Who knew when she'd get another chance like this? Game items were things that could mean life or death for them. Lena was currently on the 5th square. She counted and realized she'd need 6 points to reach the square where Suisui was. The idea that every challenge hid items was just a guess, but Suisui's square definitely dropped items. Whether she could win or not, Lena felt she had to try at least once. The red team players were suddenly filled with fighting spirit. This slight change was clearly noticed by Jian Shi, who was all the way on the opposite diagonal. He glanced nonchalantly at Suisui's tired face, thinking that this little bunny must have discovered something new again. The red team's fighting spirit didn't affect the others. In the 3rd round, the blue team's turn to roll the dice came to Yu Liang. Yu Liang took a deep breath, eyes fixed on the rolling dice. When the dice landed on 6, Yu Liang was delighted. But the dice didn't stop completely and wobbled onto another face. It was a 3. 3 couldn't take off, and Yu Liang closed his eyes in despair. He'd have to give the turn to Huzi again. At this rate, when would he ever leave the hangar? What are you spacing out for? A teammate nudged Yu Liang's shoulder. Before Yu Liang could reply, his teammate said, "Finally, one of us 3 can leave the hangar. Go on, I don't want all the future rolls to go to Huzi." Yu Liang was stunned, then realized that the 3 wasn't the final number. He'd actually rolled a 4. With a bit of joy, he left the hangar, ignoring Huzi's fierce glare. Who cared what Huzi did? As long as he didn't land on the same square, Huzi couldn't hit him. The turn passed to the yellow team. This round, it was Jianshi's turn to roll. Since Jianshi was already at the starting point, no matter what he rolled, he'd choose to face the challenge. And Suisui knew that once Jianshi left the hangar, he could very well surpass all the other players in a short time. Of course, that depended on his luck. At the moment, the only team that could compete with the red team was the yellow team. Jianshi caught the dice one-handed, tossed it lightly into the air and caught it again. If I could roll consecutively, I'd be able to get used to the dice and control the result more precisely, Jianshi murmured softly. Unfortunately, the dice only came to him once every 4 rounds, and each round had to go through 4 players. The interval was too long to get used to it. A nearby player heard Jianshi muttering and, thinking he was talking to himself, leaned in curiously and asked, "Huh? What did you say?" Jianshi snapped back to reality, glanced at the person out of the corner of his eye, said nothing, and threw the dice. The dice rolled and finally stopped at 3. A hint of regret flashed in Jianshi's eyes. What he wanted most was a 2 or a 6, so he could leap ahead quickly. With a few consecutive jumps, he could catch up to the red team's progress. His teammates' voices faded away, and when his vision returned to normal, Jianshi was already standing on the 3rd square. Game challenge. Let's dance. A beautiful dance can relax body and mind. Please dance your heart out and win the judge's approval. You have 3 chances. Fail, and you'll be sent back to your previous takeoff point. Jianshi. He hadn't expected the first challenge to be such a trap. No wonder Ji Hanhai cursed every time he finished a challenge. Jianshi narrowed his eyes, scanning the entire square space. He didn't see any so-called judges. A rabbit hopped out of the mist, stood up on its hind legs, looked in Jianshi's direction, nodded after a moment, and kept hopping forward. After the rabbit, a peacock strutted in, turned its head to size up Jianshi, and stood next to the little white rabbit. Next came a fox and a deer. The 4 animals lined up, staring intently at Jianshi. Could these be the judges? Jianshi seriously doubted that even if he were a professional dancer, he could satisfy these 4 different animals. The peacock let out a crisp call, urging Jianshi to start. Jianshi thought for a moment, then casually moved a bit in the center of the field. Sure enough, a big red X appeared above each animal's head. Licking his lips playfully, Jianshi chuckled and tried a second time. He still moved casually, but this time, his right hand was hidden behind his back. Out of the animal's sight, a ball of black-purple light formed in his palm. Beep, beep. A big red X appeared above the first animal's head. Jianshi glanced over, then flicked his right hand. A huge scythe sliced through the air, piercing the peacock's body and leaving a thumb-width crack in the floor tile. The other animals, startled, immediately scattered, causing chaos in the arena. Meanwhile, Jianshi, the troublemaker, stood in the center with a look of amusement, completely unbothered and ready to watch the show. Once the animals had calmed down a bit, Jianshi kindly reminded them, "The challenge isn't over yet. Why are you all running around? Come back. Your scores aren't finished." The rabbit, the most timid, had been closest to the peacock just now, and could still remember the chilling sensation from the tip of the knife, as if it had frozen its very bones. Its heart was pounding wildly and still hadn't settled down. The rabbit's red eyes cautiously glanced at the culprit, and it tentatively let a red light glow above its head. Sure enough, the next second, Jianshi's gaze swept over. Startled, the rabbit's two fluffy ears stood straight up, and the red light above its head instantly turned green. Seeing the big green checkmark, Jianshi was finally satisfied and shifted his gaze to the fox and the deer. The fox's eyes darted around. Of course it understood what Jianshi meant. No matter how unwilling it was, the other party's instant kill methods truly made it afraid. It couldn't win, so it could only accept its fate. Jianshi's gaze grew more dangerous, his fingers seemingly absent-mindedly rubbing the handle of his scythe. The fox's thoughts froze, and a green light appeared above its head as well. Finally, only the deer judge stubbornly held its ground. Jianshi stood beside the peacock, took up his scythe, and stepped closer and closer to the deer judge. Sensing the threat, the deer kept backing up until it touched the edge of the square, its tail turning black and gray as it brushed against the mist. Jianshi's eyes flashed, his gaze landing on the deer's tail. Then, the black blade of his scythe slid past the deer's antlers and stabbed into the floor beside it. With a snap, one of the deer's antlers fell to the ground. The deer judge finally couldn't endure the torment, and a green light appeared above its head. Challenge complete. After the game's announcement, Jianshi's body gradually became transparent. He curled his lips, half smiling as he stared at the animals inside the square, regretfully saying, "I thought I'd get to do this again later, but I didn't expect it to be over so soon. Well then, farewell, little animals." The fox's pupils narrowed to a thin line, its fluffy tail trembling and shedding a few reddish-brown hairs. Was that even human speech? Do this again later? Did he mean that if they didn't let him pass, he'd just kill them all and try again? Better get rid of this menace quickly. Jianshi returned to the game board, his face showing a look of lingering enjoyment. His teammates looked puzzled. Why was his reaction so different from everyone else's? Ji Hanhai, who had at least exchanged points with Jianshi before and considered himself somewhat familiar, plucked up the courage to ask, "Was the third square's challenge really that easy?" Jianshi put away his smile, lazily glanced at his teammates, and said unhurriedly, "They're all about the same. It mainly depends on who's doing the challenge." Ji Hanhai was left speechless by this answer. The green team continued to advance steadily. When it was the red team's turn, the dice landed in Lu Jinghuan's hand. He opened the team chat and discussed with his teammates before rolling. "Since we can get items from the challenges, there's no need to rush to win. Let's all try more challenges and share information about the levels afterward. As long as we're not eliminated, it doesn't matter if we lose. What do you all think?" And Suisui agreed with this. She'd ranked first once and second once in the previous games, and only got 5 card draws in total. But this round, she'd already gotten 5 cards at the very start, and it felt great. Although the quality might not match the cards drawn at the end of the game, with enough quantity, there would always be a few good ones. So players from the other teams noticed that the red team suddenly changed their strategy. Previously, every roll was carefully discussed, and even if someone rolled the points themselves, they rarely used them personally, always trying to maximize the benefit of every point. But from this round on, things were different. No matter what number they rolled, They all chose to try the challenge themselves. Even if they failed, there wasn't a trace of frustration on their faces. Jianshe kept a close eye on Suisui. This little rabbit always came up with strange ideas, and the red team's new approach was definitely related to her. He studied Suisui's route, calculating whether he could get something useful from her. After 2 rounds, Suisui got the dice again. She'd originally thought that since participating in more challenges was more rewarding, maybe she should avoid the main flight path and take a detour. But when she looked up and saw that cold, stern face across from her, she suddenly remembered she had an old acquaintance. If she suddenly changed her planned route, would the other party notice? The secret of the cards would be discovered sooner or later, but Suisui still hoped to delay it as long as possible, giving herself and her teammates more of an advantage. After thinking for a moment, Suisui's gaze swept across the board, and she suddenly had a better idea. She tossed the dice into the air, and when it landed, it was a 3, exactly the number she wanted. And Suisui entered the 14th square and the challenge began. Game challenge, fishing. Game rules. A fish swarm is coming. Please catch 100 fish within 5 minutes. Failure will send you back to the previous takeoff point. 100 fish in 5 minutes? And Suisui was stunned. Even if fishing was easy during a fish swarm and every cast got a bite, she'd still have to catch a fish every 3 seconds non-stop to barely reach 100. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get that many. She'd have to think of another way. And Suisui picked up the fishing rod on the ground and slowly walked toward the so-called pond. The pond was just outside the square, right next to the tile Suisui was standing on. As time passed, one by one, lively unknown fish jumped out of the water and approached. Although the mist had risen into the air, it hadn't completely dissipated, so Suisui still didn't dare step outside the square. She sat by the pond, thinking hard about how to quickly catch 100 fish. Including the ones dropped by the tortoise, Suisui now had 11 cards. But the uses of these cards were very clear, and none of them had anything to do with fishing. They were completely useless here. She couldn't just use the ha to hack at the water, right? Given how densely packed the fish were, hacking at them with the hawk might get a decent haul, but there was no way to get 100 in 5 minutes. A fish swam to the edge of the pond, its cold eyes staring intently at Suisui. Suisui crouched down and met its gaze. The fish stared back, then suddenly leapt out of the water, opening its mouth wide to bite Suisui. Startled, Suisui, who was quite agile, reacted quickly and dodged as the fish jumped. The fish's mouth was lined with 2 rows of sharp fangs, clearly not a friendly creature. From its behavior, Suisui realized this was a carnivorous, highly aggressive fish. The piranha hadn't expected Suisui to dodge. After missing, it landed on the stone slab with a splash and was quickly scooped into the fish bucket by Suisui. 2 buckets and a fishing rod. That was all the equipment the system game gave Suisui. The buckets weren't ordinary. As soon as Suisui touched the surface, she could see the bucket's attribute description. Exclusive fishing bucket. This is a super large capacity bucket. No matter how many fish you catch, it can hold them all, and once a fish is inside, it absolutely cannot escape. However, it's still just a bucket, so please don't use it for anything strange. Something strange? And Suisui blinked. For example, throwing the bucket into the pond to fill it up and then pulling it out? But that method was too uncertain. Who knew how long it would take to fill it with 100 fish? If the bucket broke or she couldn't pull it up, that would be a problem. Plus, she'd have to be careful of the piranhas jumping up to bite her hand during the wait. No, she needed to think of something else. And Suisui rummaged through her pile of items, hoping to find something useful. But after searching and searching, she still couldn't find anything that would help. A minute had already passed, and Suisui couldn't help but grow anxious. Desperate, her gaze landed on a special card. She'd found this card in the werewolf game scenario, but because of its unusual properties, she'd never used it. Microphone. Try singing a song with it. That was the entire description. No mention of any special effect after singing, and it could only be used 3 times. And Suisui imagined what might happen if she used it. With a microphone, could it possibly be used for a sonic attack? After hesitating for a moment, Suisui took out the baffling card and materialized it, turning it into a silver microphone. There was a button on the handle. Pressing it allowed her to speak. The card said she needed to sing. But what should she sing? Just then, another piranha jumped at her feet, almost biting her toes. Startled, Suisui angrily stabbed the piranha, then picked it up by the tail and tossed it into the bucket. After doing this, she suddenly noticed the red light on the microphone had gone out, giving her a bad feeling. It was still the same silver microphone, but it seemed a little different. She checked again and found the microphone's attributes had changed. Wailing microphone, evolved from a non-attributed microphone. Your first note determines your talent. Even if you can't sing, you can still torture others' ears. Any living creature that hears the microphone will go berserk for 10 seconds. Huh? So that's how you use it? And Suisui suddenly understood. The microphone she got was non-attributed, but after evolving, it became the wailing microphone. And from the description it seemed the microphone could evolve into other types as well. But the wailing microphone's effect was pretty good, just her style. Seeing the increasingly turbulent fish tide and the cold, predatory eyes of the piranhas staring at her, Suisui had an idea. These fish wanted to eat her so badly, yet they just waited in the water for a chance, which meant they had some intelligence. But what if they all went berserk? Would they fight to get ashore for a bite? Thinking this, Suisui decided to try. A burst of harsh, grating noise echoed through the space. The crowded fish in the pond had their dark eyes gradually turn blood red, their tails slapping anxiously, ready to move. At that moment, Suisui, the human prey, deliberately approached the lakeshore, waving herself in front of the piranhas. The scent of prey fiercely stimulated the fish's nerves. One fish leapt out of the pond, mouth wide, lunging at Suisui. That move was like flipping a switch. One after another, the fish jumped out of the pond, crazily attacking Suisui. Suisui held the bucket over her head, dodging left and right to catch the piranhas falling from the sky. In just over a minute, she'd filled the bucket with 100 fish. Ding! The fish tide slowly receded and the game's voice sounded in time. Congratulations, player. Challenge? Wait a minute. And Suisui suddenly interrupted, and the game seemed to freeze, stuck mid-announcement. Let me count my spoils first. You only need 100 fish, so the extras are mine. No cheating. After saying this, Suisui raised her sharp little knife and finished off the piranhas still flopping on the ground. After dealing with all the piranhas, Suisui sat cross-legged on the ground. Afraid the game would send her away early, she looked up at the empty ceiling, her big round eyes serious. She reminded again, these are mine. No cheating. Game. 2 minutes passed in a flash. As the 10-minute game time was about to end, the piranha corpses on the floor finally turned into white light. Some disappeared into the air, while others turned into silver cards. And Suisui jumped up and happily picked up the cards. She counted 10 cards. Could it be that you can only get up to 10 item cards per challenge? But even though there were a lot of items, most were only usable in this round. It seemed that to get good stuff, she'd have to win. As soon as time was up, Suisui was teleported by the system to the next challenge. As soon as she entered the square, the game couldn't wait to announce the rules. Challenge: single plank bridge. Game rules: you and a little goat are both on the bridge, but the bridge can only hold one at a time. Please find a way to cross the bridge and reach the designated spot within 10 minutes. After the rules were read, the white mist before Suisui's eyes gradually cleared. Looking down, she saw that what she was standing on wasn't really a bridge, but a thick, round tree trunk. It was so shoddily made and cut down on materials that Suisui didn't even know where to start complaining. Looking up, she saw a white goat standing at the other end of the bridge. Judging by the sharpness of its horns, if Suisui tried to fight for the right to cross, the goat might charge and gore her. With the width of this bridge, there was no way to cross at the same time. Below was a bottomless abyss. Just looking at it made her scalp tingle. She didn't dare risk her life. And Suisui stood still for a long time, and the little goat on the other side didn't move either. So Suisui tentatively took a step forward, And the goat also took a step, and Suisui was annoyed. What did that mean? Was it provoking her? Since the other side had no intention of crossing peacefully, Suisui decided not to be polite either. She carefully walked to the center of the bridge, standing face to face with the tall little goat. Because the bridge looked so fragile, Suisui didn't dare make any rash moves. She glanced regretfully at the goat's neck. Looks like she wouldn't be able to get any cards this time. Although her path was blocked, the little lamb showed no signs of agitation or any other emotion. It stood quietly in place, silent and unmoving. Even though she knew the single-plank bridge couldn't accommodate two people at once, Suisui still tried turning sideways, wanting to see how the lamb would react. To her surprise, when she turned sideways, the lamb didn't try to pass or remain indifferent as before. Instead, it mimicked Suisui's movement, also turning sideways and sticking close to the edge of the bridge. And Suisui was astonished. When she straightened her body, the lamb did the same. She jumped in place, and the lamb also jumped in place. And Suisui frowned and took 3 steps back. The lamb followed with 3 steps back. So all the lamb's actions were determined by her. It would mimic her every move. If Suisui advanced, it advanced. If she retreated, it retreated. So even if the bridge was wide enough, as long as Suisui didn't move aside, the lamb could never cross the bridge. And Suisui stared wide-eyed, pressing her forehead against the lamb's. The two of them locked in a staring contest for a long time. Given the lamb's height, she wasn't sure if she could jump over it. If they collided mid-air, it would be a disaster. "If you like copying me so much, then I'll let you copy to your heart's content," and Suisui thought angrily. She stood in place and flailed her limbs around in a silly dance, wanting to see how the lamb would imitate these moves. But to her surprise, the lamb didn't react at all, just continued to watch her quietly. "What the heck?" and Suisui grumbled in frustration. "So it only copies simple actions like moving forward, backward, jumping, or dodging? Not smart at all." So how could she get past this single-plank bridge? Looking at the thick, round tree trunk, Suisui suddenly had an idea. She sat down on the spot, clamped her legs tightly around the trunk, and suddenly rolled her body, flipping to the other side of the bridge. She thought the lamb wouldn't be able to copy this move, or even if it tried, it would fall off the bridge due to lack of grip. With the obstacle gone, she could just walk forward. How satisfying. But to her shock, the lamb actually did the same. It spread its 4 limbs, sat on the bridge, then gently rolled its body, flipping to the other side. Its 4 legs clung to the bridge like nails, hanging upside down and perfectly replicating Suisui's move. And Suisui was stunned for a moment, then reached out and smacked the lamb's head. "If you're so good at copying, try copying this. See if you can survive it." This time, the lamb finally couldn't imitate her anymore and could only let Suisui mess with it, pulling its ears and ruffling its wool. After playing for a while, Suisui's arms and legs started to ache. If she kept hanging like this, she might get exhausted and fall into the abyss. So she struggled to flip herself back onto the bridge, rubbing her sore limbs and catching her breath. The lamb's limbs weren't as nimble. After flipping over, it could only cling tightly to the bridge. Not falling was already its limit, and it couldn't flip back like Suisui. Suisui noticed this, and before the lamb could react, she quickly crossed the bridge and passed safely. Challenge success. Her vision blurred, and she entered the 3rd challenge. This time, she was on a super long route and had to complete 3 consecutive challenges to truly succeed. Game challenge. Frog hop hop hop. Game rules. Little Frog has received an invitation from his sister to attend her birthday party, but he hasn't left his pond in a long time and doesn't know which lily pads can support his weight and which can't. You are now the little frog who needs to attend the party. Please cross the pond safely and join your sister's birthday celebration. As her vision cleared, Suisui found herself standing on a giant lotus leaf surrounded by countless other identical giant leaves. She mulled over the game rules. The little frog doesn't know which lily pads can support its weight and which can't. In other words, not every leaf could be stepped on. If she landed on the wrong one, she'd fall into the pond. But then again, aren't frogs supposed to be able to swim? So what if she fell in? Just as she was thinking this, several familiar figures surfaced in the pond, circling the lotus leaf she was on, their mouths opening and closing with a crunching sound. Their sharp teeth could easily snap her leg bones. Damn! Weren't these the piranhas she'd just encountered not long ago? No wonder she couldn't fall in the water. Remembering the piranha's jumping ability, Suisui hung her small knife at her waist and cautiously took out her high-quality nay. The broad back of the Suisui was like a paddle. If any piranha jumped up to bite her, she could easily swat them away. But this time, no fish jumped out of the water. They just circled the lotus leaf, waiting for her to fall in. And Suisui tried poking a piranha, and it got red-eyed with agitation but still didn't leave the water. It seemed the rules were restricting them, and Suisui breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to be bitten by a flying piranha mid-jump and could finally focus on the challenge ahead. The pond was wide, with no visible edge in sight. A red arrow floated on the water, pointing out the direction she needed to go. In that direction, there were 4 lotus leaves she could jump to. These 4 leaves looked identical in every way: color, appearance, everything. How could she tell which one was safe to land on? And Suisui sat in the center of her leaf, pouting and thinking quietly. Jumping directly was too risky. She checked her items, but didn't see anything that could help. As she pondered, the crunching sound of the piranhas grew louder and more annoying. And Suisui turned and glared at them. "Can you stop making noise? Let me think for a bit." The piranhas seemed to understand and actually quieted down for a moment, but they weren't that considerate. Soon the noise resumed, even louder than before. Annoyed, Suisui stabbed a piranha with her klutzerai, then casually tossed its corpse onto one of the lotus leaves. The calm leaf trembled, then slowly and shakily sank into the water, and Suisui's eyes lit up. So as long as something lands on a fake leaf, it will immediately sink? She quickly climbed off her own leaf, staring intently at the circling piranhas. "We've been through life and death together, so we should count as friends, right?" And Suisui said to herself. "If we're friends, we should go all out for each other, save each other from dire straits, don't you think?" The piranhas had no idea what Suisui was talking about. They kept gnashing their teeth and circling the lotus leaves, and Suisui clapped her hands and showed a sweet smile. "I knew you'd agree. True friendship is revealed in adversity. Don't worry. Once I clear this level, I'll definitely reward you. May you be piranhas again in your next life." And Suisui unilaterally acknowledged this friendship, then caught a bunch of piranhas one by one and tossed their bodies onto the lotus leaves she had her eye on. Most of the lotus leaves sank into the water after catching the piranha corpses, but a small number still floated stubbornly on the surface. Still not reassured, she threw 2 more piranha corpses onto them. Only after confirming the lotus leaves didn't change did she dare to jump forward. Using this method, Suisui jumped across several lotus leaves in a row without any problems. Just as she thought she could safely clear the challenge this way, she suddenly realized that 3 minutes had already passed, and she'd only just made it across a few leaves. The road ahead was endless. She couldn't see the finish at all. She'd been tricked, and Suisui immediately realized what was going on. No wonder this challenge seemed so easy. The trap was here. Playing it safe was fine, but there just wasn't enough time. Testing the lotus leaves with dead fish was a long process that ate up a lot of time. There simply wouldn't be enough left to finish the rest of the path. And Suisui stopped, biting her finger and frowning in thought. Besides the method she'd just used, was there any other way? She recalled the details of her journey so far, and suddenly remembered that those so-called wrong lotus leaves didn't actually sink immediately when touched by something heavy. There was a slow process. If she used that sinking time, she could totally jump to another leaf. As long as she was fast and reacted quickly, she could even run straight to the end without stopping. And Suisui suddenly understood. The so-called right and wrong, and the piranhas floating in front of the player as guides, were all just distractions to mislead players from making the right judgment. The real way to clear the level was actually simple and direct. just jump across before the lotus leaf completely sank. When it came to speed, Suisui considered herself second to none. She stretched, took a deep breath, locked onto the direction marked by the red arrow, and quickly leapt forward. This time, the lotus leaf under her feet was clearly not a correct one, but Suisui didn't care. As soon as the leaf started to tremble, she jumped to the next one. There was plenty of time. And Suisui dashed along the arrows, even leaving the piranhas chasing behind her so exhausted they were rolling their eyes far behind. After sprinting for a while, she finally saw a huge lotus leaf with at least a dozen frogs squatting on it. She'd reached her destination, and Suisui leapt and landed right in the center of the big lotus leaf. Challenge complete. Wait! And Suisui quickly interrupted, cheeks puffed out in dissatisfaction. What's the rush? The time's not up and you want to send me out already? Did I say I was leaving? Can't you follow the rules? Game. With just over 10 seconds left on the countdown, and seeing the game wasn't moving, Suisui drew her saw and pointed the tip straight at the frogs in the center of the lotus leaf. She hadn't gotten any items for 2 rounds in a row. Miss Frog, I brought you a gift. These annoying frogs must be your suitors. You're so pretty. How could you fall into the hands of these ugly things? Let me help you clean them up. With that, swished and slashed, killing a bunch of frogs. With only 3 seconds left on the countdown, there wasn't enough time for the corpses to turn into cards. And Suisui quickly pulled out her special backpack card and stuffed all the frog corpses into her backpack space. Beep, time's up. Challenge complete. A flash of white light appeared before Suisui's eyes, and when she returned to the board, she was still bent over, picking up frogs. Realizing she'd been sent out, Suisui was extremely annoyed. She plopped down on the ground, sprawled out, and lay there to recover her strength. Hey, little bunny? Jianshi's voice suddenly sounded, and Suisui jumped in fright, sprang up as if shocked, and turned to see that her square was right in front of Jianshi's. Only an invisible barrier separated the two of them. At this moment, Jianshi was crouched at the edge of his square, watching Suisui's face with great interest. Don't you know you can scare someone to death? Suisui pulled out a piranha corpse and threw it at Jianshi's face, but it bounced off the barrier and landed on the ground after a few spins. Jianshi paused, then smirked teasingly. Isn't a little bunny supposed to eat carrots? Why is your snack a fish? And Suisui flopped back down. 3 consecutive challenges had drained her energy, and she really needed a good rest. Hearing Jianshi's words, Suisui pouted in protest. You're the bunny! How am I fierce like a bunny? She turned away, ignoring Jianshi. Fierce? This bunny must have some misunderstanding about herself, right? Jianshi crouched behind her, his meaningful gaze falling on the piranha that had suddenly appeared. Except for a few personal items, you couldn't bring anything from outside into the game. Jianshi had already tried. Whether it was a particle gun or a bomb, even if he held it tightly before entering the game, it would disappear once inside. The gun he wore on his waist the first time he entered was already an exception. But where did Suisui's fish come from? Was it from the last game challenge? And why did she keep the fish corpse? The more Jianshi thought about it, the closer he got to the truth. The blue team's luck didn't seem great. So far, only 2 players had managed to take off. Although they were anxious, there was nothing they could do but grit their teeth and keep playing. Huzi, having angered everyone, never got any help from his teammates after leaving the starting point and had to rely on himself. This was the most internally conflicted team. The yellow team wasn't harmonious either, but at least their luck was decent. All 4 members had reached the starting point without any major conflicts. Jihanhai was quite lucky, fairly capable, and most importantly, a decent person. After getting the right to roll this round, the first person he thought of was Jianshi, who had previously transferred points to him. Go for it, little rabbit. Jianshi greeted Suisui, and the next second he disappeared from the board square. Game challenge. The farmer's helper. Game rules. Please help the melon farmer pick all the watermelons and put them in the basket within 5 minutes. Be careful not to damage the watermelons or the farmer will get angry. Jian Shi looked at the densely packed green watermelons covering the entire field and raised his eyebrows slightly. So many watermelons to pick in 5 minutes and they all have to stay intact? What a dream. But where was the farmer? He looked around the field, searching for the so-called farmer in the game, and soon spotted a simple straw hut at the edge of the melon patch, with a figure sleeping inside. There really was a farmer? Jian Shi was surprised and slowly approached the hut. When he got closer, he found that the farmer sleeping in the chair was actually a black-haired gorilla. It was hard to say what species the gorilla was, but those powerful arms looked extremely fierce. Jian Shi stared at the farmer for a while, and then his large scythe suddenly appeared in his hand. While the gorilla was completely unaware, he sliced it in half with a single stroke. "There, now the farmer won't get angry," Jian Shi said with a smile. As long as the farmer was dealt with, there was no need to worry about the rule about not damaging the watermelons. In that case, harvesting a whole field of watermelons wasn't so hard. The black scythe in his hand grew larger and larger, the handle stretching from its original 2 meters to about 5 meters long. "If it gets any bigger, it'll be hard to hold," Jian Shi muttered, then swung the scythe low along the ground, instantly cutting through a large swath of watermelon vines. The force of the swing sent the severed watermelons flying into the air. With another wave of his hand, Jian Shi batted the airborne watermelons into the basket like balls. With such a violent method, it was almost impossible for the watermelons to stay intact. If the farmer hadn't already been dealt with, he'd be in a rage by now. At this rate, Jian Shi could clear the whole field in just a few moves. But he didn't continue. After the first swing, he stopped and sat on the edge of the field, deep in thought. What interesting thing had Suisui discovered that made the entire red team so excited and motivated? He quietly stared at the melon field, pondering what secrets might be hidden beneath it. He remembered the piranha that had dropped from Suisui, so he went to the straw hut and sat, staring at the now dead gorilla. Although he didn't know how Suisui managed to bring challenge items out, it was clear there was something unusual about these challenges. "What's the secret here?" Jian Shi muttered, reaching out to tug at the gorilla's fur, pulling hard. Beneath the fur was ordinary dark skin, nothing special. He frowned and turned his attention to the gorilla's teeth. Time was already half gone, and Jian Shi was still stuck with the gorilla. Finding nothing, he kicked the gorilla's corpse in frustration. The gorilla's body had reached its time limit, and with that kick, it instantly turned into several silver cards, scattering across the brownish field. Jian Shi's eyes narrowed as he gathered the cards and held them in his hand. Furious roar. The bloodline power of a certain black-haired gorilla, use it to gain a 30% strength boost. It was an item card. He flipped through the rest, 5 cards in total, all item cards. He almost laughed out loud. "So that's how it is. Well played, little rabbit. Hiding such a big secret. No wonder the red team players were so fired up." He stood up slowly, left the melon field, and put the rest of the watermelons in the basket. Light red watermelon juice seeped through the basket's cracks, moistening the soil below. Game, Xiaomi. Challenge complete. Jian Shi had just taken 4 steps when, after the challenge, he appeared on the 7th square. He turned back, deliberately waved the silver cards at Suisui, who was still lying on the ground, and blew her a kiss. Suisui's gaze landed on the silver cards in Jian Shi's hand, and she instantly understood. It seemed Jian Shi had also discovered the secret of the challenge squares. She shared this news with her teammates and reminded them, "I've dealt with Jian Shi before. He's very strong. Be careful. If you might end up on the same square as him, try to avoid it." And Suisui had played aeroplane chess before, so she knew there was still a hidden rule that hadn't appeared yet. That is, when 2 pieces of different colors land on the same square, the piece that arrived first gets knocked off by the later one. In a real-life game, this rule might not always apply, and Suisui couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be unexpected situations. She looked at Jian Shi, who was now ahead of her, and then at the yellow team's flight path, knowing he was probably planning a big leap forward. But Suisui didn't quite understand. Since he already knew that participating in challenges could earn items, why would he still choose to leap ahead quickly instead of taking on more challenges? She didn't believe Jianshi lacked the ability to complete the challenges. While Suisui was guessing Jianshi's thoughts, Jianshi himself was also conflicted. His original plan was to use the same color square jump function to quickly finish all the challenges, maybe giving the yellow team a better chance of winning. After all, this team's cooperation was really lacking. But now he was hesitating. Even if he did that, it might not guarantee a win. No matter how fast he went, it wouldn't help the team much, and he'd just waste countless opportunities to get cards for himself. Ji Hanhai, standing not far ahead, turned around and tried to chat with Jianshi. "Brother Jian, you know that girl? Can you get some tips from her? I haven't seen her fail a single challenge so far." It was unbelievable. He'd counted. Since Suisui left the starting point, she'd gone through 6 challenges. Whether solo or consecutive, she hadn't failed once. Was there any challenge she wasn't good at? Jianshi snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Ji Hanhai with a half-smile. "You don't need to ask me for tips. If you can get as strong as her, not only 3 consecutive challenges, even 4 would be no problem." Ji Hanhai was stunned, stammering, "She's really that good?" She didn't look it at all. Such a petite, cute girl, she seemed like someone pampered at home. The game board continued to advance. The green team moved forward steadily. The blue team was split into 2 factions by internal strife, and the yellow team members each had their own schemes. Even a big shot like Jianshi found it a headache to deal with such self-centered teammates. He just couldn't lead them. By contrast, the red team's harmonious and friendly atmosphere made the other 3 teams envious. Every time Jianshi saw it, he felt like he was soaking in a vat of vinegar. And Suisui's luck was just too good. 2 more rounds passed, and Suisui was still lying on the ground, seizing every moment to rest. But just as Chao Han's challenge began, a transparent box suddenly appeared in front of her. "Player Chao Han is asking for your help. Do you want to join the challenge?" And Suisui was stunned for a moment. Was Chao Han asking her for help? Without hesitation, Suisui pressed the confirm button. Suddenly her body felt light, as if she had lost all gravity. Her mind became sluggish, and she couldn't even think. What was happening? She'd never experienced this when joining her own challenges. Suisui, is that you?" Someone called Suisui's name. And Suisui blinked back to her senses and found herself in a cramped space. Not far away, Chao Han was pressed against the wall, looking at her in confusion. "It's me. I saw your help request and came right away." And Suisui looked around the environment in surprise. Chao Han was the first player to ask for help. Once she confirmed it was really Suisui in front of her, her panic finally eased a bit. Chao Han's lips trembled as she roughly explained the game rules to Suisui. "This challenge is called the Cabin on the Mountaintop. I need to defend my house for 5 minutes. Ever since the game started, there's been something unknown scratching at my house. I peeked outside and saw a lot of monsters circling the house. I know I shouldn't have called you so rashly, but I was really scared. I'm sorry." Chao Han was extremely unstable, clearly terrified by the monsters outside. And Suisui patted her shoulder reassuringly, signaling her not to be so afraid, then walked over to the window and gently lifted a corner of the curtain. As soon as she lifted the curtain, Suisui saw a bloodshot eye pressed right up against the edge. The eyeball looked swollen and waterlogged, constantly oozing reddish-brown fluid. When Suisui lifted the curtain, the eyeball rolled, its gaze locking onto her. Caught off guard, even Suisui was startled, let alone Chao Han, who had followed her over. Chao Han clamped her hand over her mouth, trying hard not to scream. But her trembling body and rapid breathing already gave away her state. "What the heck is that?" And Suisui patted her chest, then angrily yanked the curtain all the way open. Since they'd already been discovered, she might as well see what was outside trying to scare them. Chao Han, noticing Suisui's action, was so frightened she buried her face in her hands, refusing to look outside. And Suisui could understand Chao Han's feelings. These inhuman things really were scary. If she hadn't been toughened up by all sorts of horror games, she'd be scared too. Once the curtain was fully open, the room's view finally cleared, and Suisui could see what was outside the door. But what she saw left her speechless. She couldn't even find words to describe her feelings. The big eye she'd seen was just the tip of the iceberg. The monster outside had no definite shape. It was like a mass of black-gray sludge rolling along the wall. Inside the sludge were countless eyeballs covering its surface, each one able to move and rotate. And Suisui was so shocked she couldn't speak. No wonder Chao Han couldn't take it and called for help. "What on earth is that thing?" And Suisui muttered instinctively, and Chao Han, curled up on the floor, heard her. Chao Han cautiously lifted her face, sneaked a glance outside, and was so frightened she started shaking all over again, burying her face in her arms. And Suisui took a few deep breaths to calm herself. If she had to deal with such a bizarre creature, she honestly didn't know what to do for now. So Suisui reconsidered the challenge rules, ignoring the deformed monster outside, and started examining the little cabin they were in. Since the rules said to defend the house, the key must be inside. If the house was truly indestructible, they wouldn't need to defend it. The monster was stuck outside and couldn't get in, so for now, she didn't need to think about killing it. Defending the house was the real goal. And Suisui carefully checked the walls and the less obvious corners of the room, and soon found some subtle cracks. If they didn't fix the cracks early, they might get bigger and cause the whole house to collapse. And Suisui explained this to Chao Han, who lifted her head from her arms, turned away from the window, and softly told Suisui what items she'd found in the house. A broom, a bottle of unopened water, a can of meat, and a hammer. She took these things out of the cabinet and handed them to Suisui. And Suisui picked up each item to examine it. Dust broom. Though it looks plain, it's a master at cleaning. Not only trash, but not even dust will be left behind. Brand new unopened mineral water. What do you expect from a bottle of water? Other than quenching thirst, it's just for quenching thirst. Expired canned meat. It's expired and can't be eaten, but it's still meat. Maybe you can find another use for it. Finally, the hammer. Iron hammer from the cabin. Most of the time, the hammer just lies quietly in the drawer, but if you need it, it'll be your best helper for repairs and demolition. From the descriptions, these items all seemed ordinary. Nothing strange about them. There was no way the cabin would have useless items for no reason. Either they were meant to distract, or there was some hidden use they hadn't figured out. And Suisui searched the cabin again. The empty cabinet had nothing but dirty dust and a few broken bowls. Determined not to miss anything, Suisui took out the broken bowl and placed it with the other items. Chao Han followed Suisui's actions nervously, not understanding what she was doing. "Are these things useful?" Suisui shook her head. How would she know? "You never know until you try," Suisui explained. She opened the expired can of meat and looked inside. It was just canned meat, a bit dry. She put some of the meat into the broken bowl. There was no strange smell. Then set the bowl aside. Next, she picked up the hammer. It was light and small, but surprisingly effective. And Suisui gave the floor a gentle tap, and it left a small but noticeable dent. 2 more rounds passed, and Suisui was still lying on the ground, seizing every moment to rest. But just as Chao Han's challenge began, a transparent box suddenly appeared in front of her. "Player Chao Han is asking for your help. Do you want to join the challenge?" And Suisui was stunned for a moment. Was Chao Han asking her for help? Without hesitation, Suisui pressed the confirm button. Suddenly, her body felt light, as if she had lost all gravity. Her mind became sluggish, and she couldn't even think. What was happening? She'd never experienced this when joining her own challenges. "Suisui? Suisui? Is that you?" Someone called Suisui's name, and Suisui blinked back to her senses and found herself in a cramped space. Not far away, Chow Han was pressed against the wall, looking at her in confusion. "It's me. I saw your help request and came right away." And Suisui looked around the environment in surprise. Chow Han was the first player to ask for help. Once she confirmed it was really Suisui in front of her, her panic finally eased a bit. Chow Han's lips trembled as she roughly explained the game rules to Suisui. "This challenge is called The Cabin on the Mountaintop. I need to defend my house for 5 minutes. Ever since the game started, there's been something unknown scratching at my house. I peeked outside and saw a lot of monsters circling the house. I know I shouldn't have called you so rashly, but I was really scared. I'm sorry." Chow Han was extremely unstable, clearly terrified by the monsters outside. And Suisui patted her shoulder reassuringly, signaling her not to be so afraid, then walked over to the window and gently lifted a corner of the curtain. As soon as she lifted the curtain, Suisui saw a bloodshot eye pressed right up against the edge. The eyeball looked swollen and waterlogged, constantly oozing reddish-brown fluid. When Suisui lifted the curtain, the eyeball rolled, its gaze locking onto her. Caught off guard, even Suisui was startled, let alone Chow Han, who had followed her over. Chow Han clamped her hand over her mouth, trying hard not to scream, but her trembling body and rapid breathing already gave away her state. "What the heck is that?" And Suisui patted her chest, then angrily yanked the curtain all the way open. Since they'd already been discovered, she might as well see what was outside trying to scare them. Chow Han, noticing Suisui's action, was so frightened she buried her face in her hands, refusing to look outside. And Suisui could understand Chow Han's feelings. These inhuman things really were scary. If she hadn't been toughened up by all sorts of horror games, she'd be scared too. Once the curtain was fully open, the room's view finally cleared, and Suisui could see what was outside the door. But what she saw left her speechless. She couldn't even find words to describe her feelings. The big eye she'd seen was just the tip of the iceberg. The monster outside had no definite shape. It was like a mass of black-gray sludge rolling along the wall. Inside the sludge were countless eyeballs covering its surface, each one able to move and rotate. And Suisui was so shocked she couldn't speak. No wonder Chow Han couldn't take it and called for help. "What on earth is that thing?" And Suisui muttered instinctively, and Chow Han, curled up on the floor, heard her. Chow Han cautiously lifted her face, sneaked a glance outside, and was so frightened she started shaking all over again, burying her face in her arms. And Suisui took a few deep breaths to calm herself. If she had to deal with such a bizarre creature, she honestly didn't know what to do for now. So Suisui reconsidered the challenge rules, ignoring the deformed monster outside, and started examining the little cabin they were in. Since the rules said to defend the house, the key must be inside. If the house was truly indestructible, they wouldn't need to defend it. The monster was stuck outside and couldn't get in, so for now, she didn't need to think about killing it. Defending the house was the real goal. And Suisui carefully checked the walls and the less obvious corners of the room, and soon found some subtle cracks. If they didn't fix the cracks early, they might get bigger and cause the whole house to collapse. And Suisui explained this to Chow Han, who lifted her head from her arms, turned away from the window, and softly told Suisui what items she'd found in the house. A broom, a bottle of unopened water, a can of meat, and a hammer. She took these things out of the cabinet and handed them to Suisui. And Suisui picked up each item to examine it. Dust broom. Though it looks plain, it's a master at cleaning. Not only trash, but not even dust will be left behind. Brand new unopened mineral water. What do you expect from a bottle of water? Other than quenching thirst, it's just for quenching thirst. Expired canned meat. It's expired and can't be eaten, but it's still meat. Maybe you can find another use for it? Finally, the hammer. Iron hammer from the cabin. Most of the time, the hammer just lies quietly in the drawer, but if you need it, it'll be your best helper for repairs and demolition. From the descriptions, these items all seemed ordinary, nothing strange about them. There was no way the cabin would have useless items for no reason. Either they were meant to distract, or there was some hidden use they hadn't figured out. And Suisui searched the cabin again. The empty cabinet had nothing but dirty dust and a few broken bowls. Determined not to miss anything, Suisui took out the broken bowl and placed it with the other items. Chow Han followed Suisui's actions nervously, not understanding what she was doing. Are these things useful? Suisui shook her head. How would she know? You never know until you try, Suisui explained. She opened the expired can of meat and looked inside. It was just canned meat, a bit dry. She put some of the meat into the broken bowl. There was no strange smell. Then set the bowl aside. Next, she picked up the hammer. It was light and small, but surprisingly effective. Suisui gave the floor a gentle tap, and it left a small but noticeable dent. If it really comes down to it, we can just use this hammer to smash that weird thing outside to death, Suisui joked. Chow Han's body trembled, her face turning even paler. Face that monster directly? She might not dare, but if she had to, she'd try her best. Suisui picked up the broom. The broom was also very petite, and she didn't know what material it was made of, but it was very soft and comfortable, not at all like the rough brooms used at home. It almost seemed a shame to use it as a broom. She picked up the broom and looked around, finally setting her sights on the top of the cupboard. There was a shocking amount of dust up there, but the height. Suisui stood in front of the cupboard, eyes wide. This cupboard was way too tall. She stretched her arm as far as she could, but still couldn't reach the top, and finally had to give up in frustration. There was less dust inside the cupboard than on top, but it was still visibly dirty. She stuck the little broom inside and gave it a gentle sweep. Instantly, a thick clump of dust gathered at the tip, and the area she swept was as bright and clean as if it had just been washed. Was it really that good? Suisui gave it another look. But no matter how good it was still just a broom. Its function was cleaning. She glanced at the bottle of mineral water nearby, then quickly looked away. Mineral water? It really was just mineral water. If it had any special use, the item description would say so. The game was always honest about that. This crappy house has so little stuff, and the monster outside doesn't have an obvious weakness. How are we supposed to defend it? Should we just throw the meat from the canned food outside to distract the monster for a while? Suisui turned to grab the meat from the broken bowl. Huh? Where's the bowl? She looked in confusion at the spot where she'd just put the bowl. It was empty, not even a scrap of meat left. Chow Han was just as bewildered. It was just here. The two looked at each other. If there weren't two of them in the house, they'd have thought they were hallucinating. Don't tell me, don't tell me. Chow Han's voice grew quieter, her eyes darting nervously toward the door before quickly looking away. Don't tell me it's a ghost? Impossible. Suisui didn't believe it. If that thing outside could get in, we wouldn't need to defend at all. She was convinced there was still something strange in the house they hadn't discovered. With determination, she gripped the broom and searched every inch. Under the cabinet, in the drawers, anywhere a bowl could fit, she checked. Finally, she came to the only broken bed in the room. Before she could search, a white broken bowl was gently pushed out from the corner, the meat still inside, though one piece had a small bite taken out of it with a few tooth marks. Suisui froze. What was that? Was there a mouse under the bed? She lay down to look, but it was too dark under the bed. It was nighttime, and the strange light in the room didn't reach under there, so she couldn't see anything. If only she had a flashlight, Suisui thought regretfully, getting up again. 2.5 minutes had already passed, and the cracks along the edge of the house were getting bigger and bigger, so big now that they didn't even need to look for them. They were obvious at a glance. At this rate, there was no way they'd last the remaining 2.5 minutes. Chow Han looked at Suisui worriedly. What should we do? Is that monster going to break in? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have dragged you into this. She felt deeply guilty. She'd only asked for help because she was so scared, thinking at least having someone with her would make it better. She hadn't expected things to turn out like this. The game challenge wasn't scary. Chao-Han was just afraid that thing would break in and tear them apart. And Suisui didn't answer Chao-Han's question. She was still staring under the bed, thinking about what could be there. Maybe that was the key to passing. She picked up the meat from the bowl and examined it. She could see it had been bitten, so whatever was under there wanted to eat meat. But why did it only take one bite and then push the bowl back out? It had already snatched it. Thinking this, Suisui stared at the tooth marks, lost in thought. The marks were shallow. Maybe the bite wasn't strong enough. Was it too tough to chew? If it couldn't chew the meat, it must be pretty weak. As she thought about it, she suddenly had an idea. If it couldn't chew the meat, why not mash it up? That way, it could eat it. She opened the bottle of mineral water, poured some into the broken bowl, and used the hammer to gently mash the meat, mixing it with the water until it became a bowl of soft meat paste. And Suisui carefully pushed the bowl under the bed. This time, she focused all her attention on listening for any sounds from under the bed. Sure enough, after she pushed the bowl in, she heard faint rustling, and after a while, the unknown creature inside started eating. And Suisui could hear the smacking sounds of chewing. After about 10 seconds, the little broken bowl was pushed out again. This time, there was no meat left, just a puddle of clear liquid. Not bad, it even gave a return gift. And Suisui picked up the bowl with interest, and a detailed item description for the clear liquid popped up in front of her. A bowl of house mouse saliva. House mice like to eat meat, but they can't hunt and have weak teeth, so they have to live in human homes and trade their sticky saliva for food. House mouse saliva is very sticky and has many uses, especially for repairing walls. It works extremely well. Repairing walls? And Suisui's eyes lit up. So that's what these things are for. Chao-Han, come here. And Suisui excitedly waved Chao-Han over. Look at this. I'll go repair the wall. You get a few more bowls, split the meat into portions, and send them in to trade for more saliva. Why split it up? Chao-Han asked, puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to put it all together? Look at the wall. And Suisui didn't answer directly, but shifted Chao-Han's attention to the wall. The cracks had already spread to a shocking degree. In a few more seconds, the whole house might collapse. Chao-Han broke out in a cold sweat. I get it. She lowered her head and quickly took out everything that could hold food, carefully dividing the canned meat into portions and mashing it into paste. And Suisui nodded in satisfaction. The little creature inside might not eat fast, but it would definitely take longer to finish a whole can than a small bowl. Their wall probably couldn't wait that long. And Suisui came to the largest wall crack. This crack was already as wide as a finger, with cold wind whistling in, and she could see the big eye of that strange monster outside. Would such a small bowl of saliva be enough? And Suisui used a wooden stick she'd pried from the cabinet to stir it. Just as the game description said, this so-called house mouse saliva was extremely sticky. The stick could barely move through it. This wouldn't work at all. She definitely needed more. So Suisui tried pouring in a little mineral water. Unexpectedly, as soon as the small bowl of saliva touched the water, it began to expand. The increased volume was a good thing, but how exactly was she supposed to use it? Staring at the widening crack, Suisui gritted her teeth and used the stick to scoop out the entire blob of transparent goo, stuffing it into the crack. But the sticky mass didn't adhere to the wall. After less than 3 seconds, it fell out. Impossible. And Suisui was stunned for a moment. Looking closely, she saw a thin layer of dust on the outside of the saliva gel and suddenly understood. So the dust was interfering with the gel's stickiness. The broom's use was finally clear. After sweeping away the dust with the broom, Suisui once again stuffed the gel into the crack and used the hammer to pound the parts sticking out. Whether it was her imagination or not, Suisui noticed that with each strike of the hammer, the crack closed a little more. By the 10th strike, all the saliva had been hammered into the crack and the gap had shrunk from a finger's width to less than half a finger. The change was obvious. Now Suisui was sure of the hammer's purpose. One crack repaired. There were still at least a dozen cracks in the house waiting to be fixed. The monster outside kept pounding out new ones. Chao Han handed over another small bowl of transparent liquid, and Suisui turned to get more mineral water, only to find there was barely any left, not nearly enough for their needs. But if she didn't use water to dilute it, the little bit of house mouse saliva under the bed wouldn't be enough to fix all the cracks. And Suisui quickly asked Chao Han, "Do you have any more water? Or any items with a high water content?" Chao Han shook her head. She hadn't participated in many challenges and hadn't had a chance to get more cards. And Suisui rummaged through her own items, especially those only usable in this round. If she didn't use them, they'd go to waste. As she searched, she suddenly thought of the frog corpses she'd stored in her backpack card. She'd thought the frog corpses would turn into cards or disappear after a while, but they'd stayed in her backpack in physical form all this time, unchanged. Could it be that the backpack's space was isolated from the outside world? And Suisui took out the frogs. As soon as the frogs touched the air, they began to glow faintly, as if they might vanish at any moment. And Suisui quickly grabbed a broken bowl, put a frog in it, and used her knife to cut the frog's skin, squeezing out as much blood as possible. No water. Maybe blood would work? Whatever, it was worth a try. She dismembered the corpses one by one, squeezing out the blood, and when she was done, the bodies turned into light and disappeared, leaving behind 5 item cards. "Hurry, hurry!" And Suisui carried the bowl of blood to Chao Han. "Pour this in, quick!" The monster's attacks outside were getting fiercer, and the whole house was trembling. As long as there was enough liquid, the house mouse saliva could expand dozens of times, barely keeping the cabin intact until the very last second. Ding! Challenge success. Hearing the game's announcement, both Chao Han and An Suisui breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone dies eventually, but no one wants to be tortured before they go. And Suisui once again felt her body go light, her mind foggy and unable to think, and soon she was sent back to her original position. So that's how the help function works. And Suisui let out a soft breath, feeling a bit more confident about winning the game. Jianshe, who was already on the 11th square, saw An Suisui return and deliberately called out to her, "Hey, little bunny, did anything interesting happen? Want to share?" "Nothing to share! Only a fool would share with you," An Suisui muttered, closed her eyes and lay back down on the ground. Jianshe was a little disappointed at not getting any information. He turned his gaze to the blue team for a while, sighing inwardly. Oh well, at least someone's in last place. Whether he wins this time or not, he won't force it. The blue team was still bickering. The yellow team players each had their own agendas, and the green team was steady, but without a top player to lead them, their overall progress was slow. By now, a full round had passed, and when it was the red team's turn, the dice came back to An Suisui. An Suisui stared at Jianshe for a while, estimated his likely route, and decided to get ahead of him. So she used a 4-point card she'd obtained, easily rolled a 4, and got another chance to roll. This time she rolled a 2, and 2 spaces ahead was a red square, giving her the ability to leap consecutively. At this point, An Suisui was 8 spaces from the finish line. If she could get a 4, she'd only need 1 more leap to reach the end. So An Suisui opened the team channel and said to her teammates, "If any of you roll a 4, give it to me first. I want to check out the finish line." The red team players were all easygoing, and since An Suisui asked, they had no objections. Jianshe also told his teammates, "If any of you roll a 3, give it to me and I'll trade with you." 3, huh? The yellow team players looked ahead. If they rolled a 3, they'd land on a same-color square and could take a route straight across the board. "You're going to do 3 consecutive challenges?" The yellow team players were shocked. They knew Jianshe was strong, but since all the challenges were shrouded in mystery and they hadn't seen them firsthand, they didn't know just how strong he really was. Ji Hanhai looked at him with admiration and immediately nodded, saying that if he rolled a 3, he'd definitely give it to Jianshe. The red team's second roll went to Lena. Lena closed her eyes, made a prayer gesture, then reverently picked up the dice and tossed it to the ground. The dice rolled slowly and finally stopped on 4. "Ah, I rolled a 4!" Lena cheered. Remembering what Suisui had said, she handed her roll over without hesitation. With the transferred roll, Suisui instantly moved to the square just before the finish line. Just one more step, and she'd officially crossed the finish. And Suisui came to the largest wall crack. This crack was already as wide as a finger, with cold wind whistling in, and she could see the big eye of that strange monster outside. Would such a small bowl of saliva be enough? And Suisui used a wooden stick she'd pried from the cabinet to stir it. Just as the game description said, this so-called house mouse saliva was extremely sticky. The stick could barely move through it. This wouldn't work at all. She definitely needed more. So Suisui tried pouring in a little mineral water. Unexpectedly, as soon as the small bowl of saliva touched the water, it began to expand. The increased volume was a good thing, but how exactly was she supposed to use it? Staring at the widening crack, Suisui gritted her teeth and used the stick to scoop out the entire blob of transparent goo, stuffing it into the crack. But the sticky mass didn't adhere to the wall. After less than 3 seconds, it fell out. Impossible! And Suisui was stunned for a moment. Looking closely, she saw a thin layer of dust on the outside of the saliva gel and suddenly understood. So the dust was interfering with the gel's stickiness. The broom's use was finally clear. After sweeping away the dust with the broom, Suisui once again stuffed the gel into the crack and used the hammer to pound the part sticking out. Whether it was her imagination or not, Suisui noticed that with each strike of the hammer, the crack closed a little more. By the 10th strike, all the saliva had been hammered into the crack, and the gap had shrunk from a finger's width to less than half a finger. The change was obvious. Now Suisui was sure of the hammer's purpose. One crack repaired. There were still at least a dozen cracks in the house waiting to be fixed. The monster outside kept pounding out new ones. Chow Han handed over another small bowl of transparent liquid, and Suisui turned to get more mineral water, only to find there was barely any left, not nearly enough for their needs. But if she didn't use water to dilute it, the little bit of house mouse saliva under the bed wouldn't be enough to fix all the cracks. And Suisui quickly asked Chow Han, "Do you have any more water? Or any items with a high water content?" Chow Han shook her head. She hadn't participated in many challenges and hadn't had a chance to get more cards. And Suisui rummaged through her own items, especially those only usable in this round. If she didn't use them, they'd go to waste. As she searched, she suddenly thought of the frog corpses she'd stored in her backpack card. She'd thought the frog corpses would turn into cards or disappear after a while, but they'd stayed in her backpack in physical form all this time, unchanged. Could it be that the backpack's space was isolated from the outside world? And Suisui took out the frogs. As soon as the frogs touched the air, they began to glow faintly, as if they might vanish at any moment. And Suisui quickly grabbed a broken bowl, put a frog in it, and used her knife to cut the frog's skin, squeezing out as much blood as possible. No water. Maybe blood would work? Whatever. It was worth a try. She dismembered the corpses one by one, squeezing out the blood, and when she was done, the bodies turned into light and disappeared, leaving behind 5 item cards. "Hurry, hurry!" And Suisui carried the bowl of blood to Chow Han. "Pour this in, quick!" The monster's attacks outside were getting fiercer, and the whole house was trembling. As long as there was enough liquid, the house mouse saliva could expand dozens of times, barely keeping the cabin intact until the very last second. Ding! Challenge success. Hearing the game's announcement, both Chow Han and Suisui breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone dies eventually, but no one wants to be tortured before they go. And Suisui once again felt her body go light, her mind foggy and unable to think, and soon she was sent back to her original position. So that's how the help function works. And Suisui let out a soft breath, feeling a bit more confident about winning the game. Jian Shi, who was already on the 11th square, saw Suisui return and deliberately called out to her, "Hey, little bunny, did anything interesting happen? Want to share? Nothing to share? Only a fool would share with you, Suisui muttered, closed her eyes and lay back down on the ground. Jianshi was a little disappointed at not getting any information. He turned his gaze to the blue team for a while, sighing inwardly. Oh well, at least someone's in last place. Whether he wins this time or not, he won't force it. The blue team was still bickering. The yellow team players each had their own agendas, and the green team was steady, but without a top player to lead them, their overall progress was slow. By now, a full round had passed, and when it was the red team's turn, the dice came back to Suisui. Suisui stared at Jianshi for a while, estimated his likely route, and decided to get ahead of him. So she used a 4-point card she'd obtained, easily rolled a 4, and got another chance to roll. This time she rolled a 2, and 2 spaces ahead was a red square, giving her the ability to leap consecutively. At this point, Suisui was 8 spaces from the finish line. If she could get a 4, she'd only need 1 more leap to reach the end. So Suisui opened the team channel and said to her teammates, "If any of you roll a 4, give it to me first. I want to check out the finish line." The red team players were all easygoing, and since Suisui asked, they had no objections. Jianshi also told his teammates, "If any of you roll a 3, give it to me and I'll trade with you." 3, huh? The yellow team players looked ahead. If they rolled a 3, they'd land on a same color square and could take a route straight across the board. "You're going to do 3 consecutive challenges?" The yellow team players were shocked. They knew Jianshi was strong, but since all the challenges were shrouded in mystery and they hadn't seen them firsthand, they didn't know just how strong he really was. Jihanhai looked at him with admiration and immediately nodded, saying that if he rolled a 3, he'd definitely give it to Jianshi. The red team's second roll went to Lena. Lena closed her eyes, made a prayer gesture, then reverently picked up the dice and tossed it to the ground. The dice rolled slowly and finally stopped on 4. "Ah, I rolled a 4!" Lena cheered. Remembering what Suisui had said, she handed her roll over without hesitation. With the transferred roll, Suisui instantly moved to the square just before the finish line. Just 1 more step, and she'd officially crossed the finish. She glanced back at Jianshi and continued making her plan. "This time I need a 3. After I enter the finish line, I'll stop moving for now. At that point, I'll distribute my points evenly among the 3 of you, to speed up our team's progress as much as possible," Suisui said. The 3rd square of the finish line happened to be on the yellow team's flight path. Suisui remembered that in a normal game of aeroplane chess, a piece stuck on the flight path would be knocked off by another piece flying past. But in a real-life game, this rule would definitely be modified. Suisui had 2 reasons for wanting to move 3 spaces forward. First, to test if the finish line challenge had any changes, and second, to deliberately block Jianshi's flight path. She wanted to see what would happen if 2 players from different teams collided. The red team players had no objections to Suisui's plan and nodded lightly to show they understood. In the 3rd round, the yellow team's turn to roll came to Jianshi. But Jianshi wasn't lucky and didn't roll the number he wanted. He casually picked a player and transferred his points to them. The red team's luck was still going strong. In the 3rd round, Lu Jingwan got the right to roll and rolled a 3 as hoped, then transferred the points to Suisui. Suisui's figure faded as she entered the finish line challenge. Game challenge. Eagle catches chicks. Game rules. The mother hen has 10 chicks, and she loves each one as dearly as her own life. But the wicked eagle always wants to snatch her chicks away to eat. Please protect the chicks until the eagle leaves. Time limit, 10 minutes. If you fail, you'll be sent back to the starting point. Huh? After hearing the rules, Suisui immediately noticed something. Sent back to the starting point. What's the starting point? Isn't it the tarmac? In previous challenges, even if you failed, you'd only be sent back to the square before the challenge. But after entering the finish line, if you fail, you're sent all the way back to the beginning? Suisui made a mental note of this and then focused on the current challenge. Eagle catches chicks. Just as the name suggests, she had to play the mother hen and protect the chicks from being eaten by the eagle. And Suisui stood at the front, glancing back at the 10 chicks behind her. Each one was huge, about 2 meters tall. Wait, did these giant chicks really need her protection? Could the eagle even carry off chicks this big? And Suisui's eyes were full of doubt. Before she saw the eagle, she heard its cry. After a sharp screech, a ridiculously large eagle swooped through the mist and circled above the square. And Suisui just looked up once and froze. The game called this an eagle? This was more like the child of a kunpeng. The black eagle's wingspan actually covered the entire sky above the square. By comparison, those chicks, taller than Suisui herself, really did look like little chicks. And Suisui felt a headache coming on. How was she supposed to fight such a huge eagle? She needed a helper. And Suisui opened the team channel, but found that none of her 3 teammates were good at fighting. Even if they came, they could only cheer from the sidelines. What to do? At this point, Suisui finally remembered her long-ignored troublemaker, the husky. That dog might be a handful, but its attack power was actually strong. Maybe it could help a bit. She clicked on her companion and summoned her dog, silently praying that it would at least hold out for this round. As soon as the dog appeared, it bounced around on Suisui, tongue lolling out the side of its mouth, panting happily. It jumped twice, then suddenly noticed the fluffy chicks behind Suisui, immediately stopping and crouching, scratching at the floor as if sharpening its claws. Seeing how excited it was, Suisui quickly grabbed it, turned it around, and pointed its head upward. "See that big guy? That's the target." The dog got even more excited at the sight of its new prey, wagging its tail furiously. Whether it could win or not, it raised its chin and taunted the eagle in the sky. Ah woo, screech. The eagle seemed to be enraged by the little dog below, whose head wasn't even as big as its beak, and immediately dove down from the sky. And Suisui gripped her wek at her waist, ready for battle. The dog, seeing the huge eagle really coming down, got scared and immediately ran off to the side, totally chickening out. And Suisui facepalmed. She knew bringing this guy out was a mistake. Ignoring the useless dog, Suisui tensed, ready to fight. The eagle was huge and fierce, but it wasn't without weaknesses. Mainly, the challenge space was too small for it to maneuver. Its dive was fast, but Suisui was quick, too. She easily dodged the first attack and shooed away the chicks behind her to keep them from getting hurt. The eagle, realizing its attack had missed, flapped its wings to try to take off again, but the space was so small it almost got stuck. It finally managed to get back into the air and resumed circling. And Suisui waited for the eagle to dive again, but the eagle was clever. After testing Suisui's strength, it realized she wasn't easy prey and didn't rush to attack, instead circling above, looking for an opportunity. And Suisui frowned. Staying tense like this was exhausting. What if the eagle just kept circling and never came down? At that moment, her little gray dog dashed over. With a cocky strut, the dog barked up at the sky again. Maybe animal languages were universal, because Suisui noticed the eagle's killing intent intensify. It changed direction and dove down again. When the dog was on top, it was so smug anyone would want to smack it, but as soon as things turned bad, it chickened out faster than anyone. Seeing the eagle dive again, the dog ran behind Suisui and nudged her leg, as if saying, "Go on, you handle it, show it who's boss." And Suisui. But she realized that, aside from being mischievous, the dog seemed to have a taunt skill. It was great at drawing aggro. Look at that eagle, which was supposed to be catching chicks, but every time it attacked, it went for the dog instead of the yellow chicks on the ground. The dog was fast at running away. It knew Suisui was its owner and wouldn't let it die, so every time it was in danger, it hid behind her. And Suisui, wielding her, found it hard to withstand the eagle's attacks. If only she could bring the eagle down. Unfortunately, Suisui hadn't gotten any ranged weapons so far, so she really had no way to deal with an eagle that always stayed in the air. Whenever the eagle returned to the sky, the dog would taunt it again. It would swoop down to settle the score with the dog, only to be blocked by Suisui. But Suisui couldn't kill the eagle. Her attack power wasn't enough. So the standoff continued, One person, one dog, and one eagle, locked in a stalemate. And Suisui had tried several different items, but this eagle was just too fast and always managed to dodge her sneak attacks. Meanwhile, Suisui's stamina was being steadily drained, her situation worsening, and her hands were going numb from gripping her weapon. She was already struggling to hold on to her. A stalemate would only be bad for her. And Suisui pressed her lips together. No matter how good her stamina was, she couldn't outlast an eagle that hunted for a living. She couldn't win a battle of attrition. She pulled out another card, her eyes turning fierce. As the eagle was once again distracted by the dog's taunts and swooped down from the sky, Suisui pretended to block with her knife, but actually threw another card into the air. "Beast cage!" Suisui shouted. The card turned into a flash of light, and a black beast cage grew larger and larger, until it was big enough to trap the entire eagle before falling from the sky. The weight of the beast cage was not something an ordinary person could handle. At least, this mighty eagle was now trapped. Because the eagle was so large, the cage had to expand to fit it, and in the end, not only did it capture the falling eagle, but it also trapped Suisui and the dog inside. "Let's see you fly now." And Suisui licked her lips, darting nimbly around the cage. The eagle was stunned for a moment after being trapped, but quickly recovered, folding its wings and landing in the cage, using its sharp claws and beak to hunt Suisui. It had figured it out. To catch that annoying dog, it had to deal with this little human first. But this little human was just as troublesome as her dog. Every time the eagle was about to catch her, she would slip out of the cage and then dart back in from another side to attack it again. The eagle, furious, spread its wings, but they slammed into the iron bars, making it cry out in pain. And Suisui seized the opportunity, leaping onto the eagle's head, grabbing a feather with one hand to steady herself, and with the other hand drawing her buah, hacking madly at the eagle's neck. The eagle's feathers were extremely tough and provided excellent protection. And Suisui had to hack 3 times at the same spot just to cut through the outermost feather. Sensing the threat, the eagle thrashed its head wildly. And Suisui quickly sheathed her weapon and gripped the feather tightly with both hands, refusing to be thrown off. Meanwhile, the dog, who had followed Suisui, seemed to discover a new world. It climbed up the eagle's tail feathers and onto its back. "Awoo! Awoo!" the dog barked arrogantly, slapping its paw down hard on the eagle's back. The eagle froze, then its rage exploded even more violently. This time it didn't just thrash its head, it slammed its head and body into the iron bars, trying to crush the 2 pests causing trouble on its back. And Suisui had to avoid being thrown off by the eagle and dodge the incoming iron bars. She was really having a hard time. Her free-range dog, on the other hand, seemed to have excellent balance. No matter how the eagle thrashed, it could keep its footing, and even, annoyed by the eagle's antics, scratched its claws down the eagle's back. And Suisui heard the eagle let out a shrill scream. Looking over, she saw the dog had scratched a long, bloody gash down the eagle's back. And Suisui's eyes lit up and she immediately called out, "Doggy, come here!" The dog heard its master's call, stopped bothering with the crazed eagle, and ran straight for the eagle's neck. But the feathers on the eagle's neck were too slippery. The dog tried several times but couldn't get a grip, sliding down the feathers and howling miserably up at Suisui, who was standing on the eagle's head. "Awoe, awoe, come down and help me!" And Suisui found it funny, but she didn't forget the real task. While dodging the eagle's suicidal attacks, she directed the dog where to attack. "Doggy, go! Tear open its neck!" The dog tilted its head in confusion. "Neck? What's a neck?" And Suisui smacked her forehead. She'd almost forgotten this dog was incredibly dumb. She couldn't expect it to follow complicated orders, so she changed her command. Thinking of the dog's habits, and Suisui pulled out a meat floss bun from her item cards and tossed it to the husky's feet, then gave a new command. "Bury that bun." Bury it? That the dog understood. The dog immediately grabbed the meat bun and with a flurry of digging, instantly gouged a bloody hole in the eagle's nape. And Suisui's eyes lit up. The defense she couldn't break no matter how she attacked was undone by the dog in just a few moves. This dog's destructive power was truly amazing. And Suisui waved her hand in encouragement. Yes, right there, dig through it! The dog, delighted by its master's praise, wagged its tail and dug even harder. Digging holes was what it did best. From her vantage point on the eagle's head, and Suisui could sense the eagle's state best. By now the eagle was half crazed with pain. The beast cage pinned it down so it couldn't spread its wings or fly, and could only run madly around the cage. No matter how hard it crashed into the bars, the 2 fleas on its back always managed to dodge. The more frenzied the eagle became, the more excited the dog got. It dug even harder at the bloody pit, even sticking its head inside, and with one big bite, tore out a chunk of flesh and bone. And Suisui seized the chance, slid down from the eagle's head to the dog's side, stabbed her knife into the eagle's flesh, and hacked away at the wound. The dog, seeing its master by its side, wagged its tail happily and, as if showing off, plucked a feather from the eagle's neck and handed it to Suisui. And Suisui smiled, patted the dog's head, and praised, "Good job." The dog, thrilled by the praise, was so happy it could fly. And then it really did fly. The eagle, racked with pain, suddenly convulsed, and the dog slipped off its neck and fell to the ground, where it was immediately stomped to death by the eagle. Was this dog doomed to die every time it appeared? And Suisui rubbed her forehead in exasperation, but at least the dog had opened a huge breakthrough for her. Taking a deep breath, Suisui jumped into the bloody hole, lit a landmine, and before the fuse finished burning, crawled out and clung to the eagle's back. Boom! A loud explosion erupted at the eagle's neck, the blast severing its neck, and the giant body crashed to the ground. After dealing with the eagle, Suisui was finally exhausted and slowly sat down against the cage. Could it be that every challenge on the finish line was this hard? Thinking about that possibility, Suisui closed her eyes in despair, but soon reignited her fighting spirit. The harder the game, the more she wanted to conquer it. Challenge complete. The surrounding mist dispersed, and Suisui returned to the game board. She was physically and mentally drained, but she had to inform her teammates of what she'd learned and immediately update the team's strategy. Upon hearing the news, her teammates were shocked, and a sense of worry spread among them. "Oh my God, the game is that hard? If you fail, you have to go all the way back to the starting point and do it all over again? That's way too harsh." Lena had originally thought that, given their team's advantage, even if they were overtaken at the end and didn't win, they definitely wouldn't be the ones eliminated. But if clearing the game required pure strength, their team was in some danger. Lena glanced at the other 3 teams. Judging by appearances, their red team was the weakest. Only Suisui and their team could go head-to-head with all kinds of challenges. And Suisui also felt that their team's original advantage had suddenly been greatly reduced. She thought for a moment and comforted them. "Don't worry, there's still a way." She quickly came up with a new plan and explained, "Don't linger on the challenges. Get to the finish line as quickly as possible." "Huh? All of us should go over?" Lena was a bit nervous, but also firmly believed that if she couldn't handle it, she should just listen to the expert. And Suisui explained simply, "Yes, all of you come here. I don't need to move for now, so I can use my points to help you get to the finish line faster. As for the challenges at the finish line, don't worry, you can ask for help, right? Once you're here, just ask me for help, and I'll do everything I can to get you through." That was a workable plan. Lu Jinghuan agreed, though he also felt a bit ashamed. He was the elder, yet not only was he unable to help the younger ones, he had to rely on them to clear the game. After a moment's thought, he voiced his concern. "It would be great if we can do as you say, but what if there's a problem with the help system?" "That's your next task," Suisui replied. Was the help system reliable? She wasn't sure either. "From now on, every time you face a challenge, try to ask me for help. If there's a failure or you can't ask for help, share the information right after the challenge." The red team players agreed seriously. Things were already like this. What else could they do? Just take it one step at a time. The game continued. Since Suisui stayed on a fixed square and kept transferring her points to her teammates, the red team's progress suddenly became much faster than the other team's. Jianshi watched on Suisui and keenly sensed something was off. Was there a problem at the finish line? He flexed his fingers. It looked like he needed to speed up and make a run for the finish line himself. After a few rounds, the red team figured out the rules for using the help button. First, players on the tarmac couldn't be invited for help. They already knew that. Second, they discovered that after a player had been helped, they had to wait at least 3 rounds before they could be helped again. In other words, after Suisui helped a teammate, she had to wait a full round before she could help again. 1 chance every 4 rounds, just like the dice rolling order. In that case, we need to space ourselves out, Suisui muttered, adjusting the plan again to avoid having multiple teammates enter the finish line during her cooldown. After noticing the red team's unusual behavior, Jianshi finally decided to get on the flight path and quickly head for the finish line to investigate. He suppressed his urge to move forward, waiting until a yellow team player rolled the number he wanted before stepping onto a challenge square again. The challenges on the 14th and 18th squares weren't much, still full of traps, but Jianshi forced his way through with his strong skills. When he thought he'd be entering the next square for a 3rd challenge, he suddenly found himself in the center of the board, facing a vigilant Suisui. The other players around them were just as stunned, staring at the two of them. What was going on? Suisui saw everyone's shocked expressions and secretly smiled. So it was true. Players from different teams couldn't stand on the same square, even on the flight path. Jianshi looked thoughtfully at the little, harmless bunny in front of him. Looks like you already figured it out. So even now, you're not going to share a little info with an old friend? Suisui rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue playfully. Tell you? Figure it out yourself. The game's voice finally arrived, as cold and emotionless as ever. Territory Showdown. Game rules. There are no rules for invading territory, just 2 words. Fight. Whoever knocks the other out of the square wins. As soon as she heard the rules, Suisui lightly tapped her toes, putting distance between herself and Jianshi. Knock the other out of the ring? She glanced at the boundaries of the arena. The area wasn't too big, but not too small either, enough for a speed-type player like her to maneuver. Too bad her dog had died in the last challenge, or she could have used it to distract Jianshi. Suisui readied herself. Across from her, Jianshi listened to the rules and showed a playful smile. So that's it? You knew this would happen and deliberately rushed to block me, didn't you? Suisui snorted and ignored him. She'd guessed this might happen, but didn't expect the game to be so direct, actually making them duel. Her opponent was Jianshi. Suisui pressed her tongue against her back teeth, her gaze sweeping over his lean, powerful waist, feeling a strange excitement. A strong enemy only made Suisui more eager for the challenge. As soon as the game announced the start, both of them moved at once. Jianshi's scythe appeared in his hand at some point, slicing through the air toward Suisui. She dodged easily. Jianshi caught his missed attack, spun quickly, and met Suisui's counterattack head-on. Their weapons clashed, the sharp sound of metal on metal making the onlookers cover their ears. Suisui missed her strike and immediately retreated, not giving Jianshi any chance to counterattack. Jianshi knew very well that Suisui's speed was definitely above his own. If it came to a chase, there was no way he could catch her. He rarely met his match in combat. Flexing his knuckles, eyes narrowed, the way he casually swung his scythe was like a beast sharpening its claws. Extremely dangerous. Suisui swallowed nervously, her brain pumping out some special chemical, making her thoughts even sharper and more agile. Jianshi let out a low shout, and his scythe suddenly grew in size, splitting into countless copies that all slashed toward Suisui at once. Startled, Suisui wasn't sure if these scythes were real or illusions, so she quickly leapt through the gaps between the phantom blades, dodging every attack. But then, an unfamiliar presence slowly approached, a chill crawling up her spine from her tailbone to the top of her head. Suisui bent and twisted nimbly, and a hand, carrying a gust of wind, brushed past her scalp, grabbing at empty air. In that brief moment, Suisui once again darted away. Jianshi sighed softly. This little bunny was really hard to catch. And Suisui bared her teeth, muttering to herself, close call. If not for the 10 free attribute points she'd drawn last round, she probably wouldn't have lasted 3 moves against Jianshi. She'd have been done after the first. Drawing the sharp knife from her waist, Suisui's fighting spirit blazed. She feinted past Jianshi's back. He frowned, only tilting his head slightly, not turning all the way around. He knew that with Suisui's speed, there was no way she'd wait for him to turn and grab her. If it was a contest of speed, there was no way he could catch her. And Suisui sprang into action, darting around the arena, occasionally brushing past Jianshi to land a sneak attack. Every time Jianshi reached out to grab her, she was already gone. Her erratic movements and shifting figure soon made Jianshi lose track of her completely, unable to predict her next move. Disruption tactics? Jianshi muttered to himself. If he couldn't rely on his eyes, he might as well close them. As long as he wasn't distracted, all the illusions Suisui created would be useless. As soon as he closed his eyes, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air from behind him, aimed straight at his back. Jianshi's reaction was quick. He deliberately froze for 3 seconds, and when she got close enough, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Suisui's arm. And Suisui didn't care. With her other hand, she slashed Jianshi's outer garment, revealing his well-defined collarbone and muscular chest. The tip of her knife slid downward, as if to cut open his belt and leave him completely exposed. "Hey, that's going too far." Jianshi flung Suisui away, unable to resist teasing her for such a rogue move. And Suisui glanced at his chest, instantly regretting she hadn't been a bit faster and just ripped his whole shirt open. Too much eye candy to resist. Ding! Desire value detected, qualified. Demon talent activating, fusing. Fusion successful. And Suisui's attack paused. Suddenly she felt a warm current surge through her body, rushing to every limb. Her back itched as if something was about to burst out. In her vision, Jianshi, who had been tense all over, also suddenly stopped, staring at her with a strange look. And Suisui waved her arm in annoyance. "What are you looking at?" Even in a fight, he could get distracted. Jianshi didn't answer, just kept staring at her for a while. Seeing Suisui's own confusion, he kindly took out something from his backpack that could barely serve as a mirror. Through the reflection, Suisui saw that she'd grown something new. Was it because her demon bloodline had been activated? She couldn't help but step closer to look, secretly excited. But the activated demon bloodline didn't make her look seductive or cold and ruthless, or even a little bit wicked. And Suisui stared gloomily at the 2 little red nubs poking out of her head in the mirror. They were a pair of demon horns, thick and short, maybe 2 centimeters tall at most. In addition, 2 tiny fangs had appeared in her mouth, just a bit longer than her original teeth, more like cute canines than real fangs. And finally, a thin, long tail had sprouted from her back. The tail moved as flexibly as a finger, but Suisui was still frustrated. She'd hoped the demon bloodline would make her look more fierce, but instead, she just looked even cuter. At some point, Jianshi had walked up beside her, staring in amazement at the little horns that had suddenly appeared. He reached out and instinctively pinched one. "How did you end up like this? It's kind of cute." The word cute deeply offended Suisui. She took off her shoe and threw it at Jianshi's face. "Stop talking nonsense, keep fighting!" And Suisui gripped her knife and charged first. Jianshi had no choice but to raise his hands to defend. He actually wanted to take a few more looks at the little horns on Suisui's head. Cute was one thing, but more importantly, he'd never seen anything like it before. It was fascinating. And Suisui, for some reason, suddenly became much more aggressive. She slashed wildly with her dagger, then suddenly appeared behind Jianshi and kicked him in the lower back. Jianshi was shocked, and Suisui's speed had definitely increased. Was it because of those new horns and tail? So what exactly was this power? And Suisui was a bit stunned herself. The demon bloodline hadn't changed her appearance much, but it seemed to have boosted her abilities. Her speed was faster, and sometimes she could even teleport to where she wanted to be. Most importantly, all the fatigue from fighting the eagle earlier had vanished. Now she was full of energy. She felt like she could fight 10 Jianshis. Riding this wave of excitement, Suisui launched a flurry of attacks at Jianshi. Jianshi seemed to be on the defensive, but he was actually adjusting to Suisui's new abilities and speed. Once he had a rough estimate, he began to counterattack. He thrust his scythe forward, and Suisui dodged immediately, but to her surprise, Jianshi didn't retract the scythe after throwing it. Instead, he sent it even farther, and right before their eyes it rapidly grew larger, blocking off 2/3 of Suisui's escape routes. With his trap set, Jianshi's lips curled into a wild grin, exuding a kind of wicked aura, the kind of boss energy Suisui had always wanted but never managed to achieve. And Suisui was jealous. "I've cut off your escape. Let's see where you run now," Jianshi murmured. Jianshi drew a new weapon from his item cards and quickly closed in on Suisui. Suisui's path was blocked, and her speed advantage seemed to vanish in an instant. She fended off Jianshi's attacks in a panic, fighting and retreating until she was backed up to the edge of the arena, teetering on the brink. Jianshi pressed his advantage, about to deliver the final blow, when suddenly the little bunny across from him looked up, her pitch-black pupils turning an eerie red. That strange demonic color didn't look out of place on her face. Instead, it gave her a hint of fragile innocence. Jianshi's movements paused, his mind going blank for a split second. In that instant, Suisui teleported behind Jianshi and kicked out, "Take that, that's for laughing at me!" Jianshi actually recovered his senses quickly, but Suisui was even faster. In the brief moment he was dazed, she had already vanished. He thought, "Crap." But before he could turn around, he felt a fierce force slam into his lower back, making him stumble forward uncontrollably. One step, then he missed his footing and fell off the arena. As he spun in midair, he hooked his finger, and the scythe that had dominated most of the arena shrank rapidly and flew back into his hand. He fixed on Suisui with a meaningful look, then let out a deep, magnetic chuckle from his chest. Clever little fox. Then his figure vanished from the edge of the arena. The next second, Jianshi was back on the square where he'd started. Congratulations to the red team player for successfully defending the arena. The game's mechanical voice announced, sending Suisui back to her original spot as well. These two were both ruthless. Most of the players who could make out some of the subtleties in their duels subconsciously swallowed. Ji Hanhai finally understood why Jianshi had said that if you had Suisui's level of skill, you'd never have to worry about the difficulty of the game's challenges. These two were both top-tier players. The other two yellow team players, after witnessing the fight between Jianshi and Suisui, now looked at Jianshi with a new wariness tinged with fear. They could tell that, perhaps because the two were familiar with each other, the fight was fierce, but neither went for the kill. For example, Suisui's dagger never went for Jianshi's throat. But if it were them, it might be a different story. The yellow team players instantly became much more obedient. At least for the next 2 or 3 rounds, they wouldn't be plotting anything. Suisui, what's that on your head?" As soon as Suisui returned to her territory, she was bombarded with questions from her teammates, especially Lina, who seemed most excited about the sudden appearance of horns and a tail on Suisui. Her voice even trembled with excitement. "How did you get that? Can I get one too? Which challenge square gives that reward? I want to try it." "Ah, Suisui! Those horns suit you so well, you look absolutely adorable with them." And Suisui glanced at the nearly delirious Lina, a bit confused. The horns barely looked like anything. Did she really like them that much? And Suisui honestly told Lina the origin of her demon bloodline. "It was from a special spin. I made a suggestion to the game, it was accepted, and I got a chance at a special spin as a reward." So it was from the special spin. Lina immediately deflated. That thing was nearly impossible to get. Seeing her teammates fall silent, Suisui focused her attention on her newly activated demon bloodline. She gradually mastered the bloodline's innate abilities through practice, feeling as if it was a ball of energy inside her body, circulating through her limbs when released. When she didn't need it, she could gather the energy back, returning to her normal self. Very convenient, though Suisui was still a bit dissatisfied with the overly cute appearance. She opened her attribute panel and found that after retracting the demon bloodline, her stats returned to normal. The bloodline gave a percentage boost, not a fixed number. And Suisui scrolled to the demon bloodline entry, and a large block of text appeared after the previously empty description. Demon bloodline. When activated, increases speed by 30% and reaction ability by 50%. At the same time, all desires within the host's body will surge. Surging desires? That didn't sound very reliable. And Suisui paused, unable to figure it out, and scrolled down. Talent, demon horns. The little red horns are a concentration of demonic desire. People who see them can't help but be drawn closer, and they have a mild bewitching effect. Demon eyes. The effect of the demon's eyes varies from person to person. The main function is to confuse the mind, putting the target in a state where they can't think for 2 seconds. Demon tail. Don't be fooled by how thin and short it is. The tip is as sharp as any weapon, easily able to cut skin and pierce flesh with a special armor-piercing effect. Even someone with an invulnerable body can't withstand its attack. Other skills to be unlocked. At first glance, the demon bloodline didn't seem that special. Aside from the 30% speed and 50% reaction boosts, the 3 skills weren't particularly strong. But Suisui noticed a LV1 icon next to the bloodline. Did that mean the demon bloodline could be upgraded? She looked further and saw that each of the 3 skills had a level indicator, and clicking on them showed all sorts of bizarre upgrade requirements. After reading them, Suisui quietly closed the panel. This was definitely a pay-to-win setup. It looked like the road to upgrading would be a long one. The game continued. Although the blue and green teams felt anxious after seeing the other 2 teams' strong performances, they didn't show it on their faces. Still, it was clear that the green team players had opened their team channel and were muttering for a long time. They were probably discussing or adjusting their team strategy. They all had the same thought. Even if they couldn't win first place, they absolutely couldn't be eliminated. Suisui scoffed at his teammates' cautious attitude. He didn't see what was so great about those 2. Especially that girl. So she was a bit faster, so what? If he was strong enough, she'd never be able to get close to him. Yu Liang, seeing Suisi's arrogant attitude, grew even more anxious. He bypassed Suisui and quietly discussed the situation with his other 2 teammates. The red and yellow teams look really strong. I think our team is in a dangerous spot right now. After saying this, Yu Liang's gaze swept, seemingly unintentionally, toward Suisui, who was standing not far away. Because all the unusable dice rolls from his teammates were given to Yu Liang, even though he started later, Yu Liang had already surpassed Suisui in progress. Suisui was unhappy about this, but there was nothing he could do except glare angrily. After a brief exchange of complaints, the game continued. At this point, 2 of the green team's vanguard players had already reached the vicinity of the red team's starting point. After this round, Lena had advanced deep into the blue team's gathering area. Because of their constant infighting, the blue team had always distributed their dice rolls fairly evenly, so their players were bunched up, all within a few spaces of each other on the same line. Now it was the yellow team's turn. The yellow team rolled a 3 again, and the player cautiously asked Jian Shi, "Brother Jian, do you still want this number?" Jian Shi thought for a moment and said, "I'll try one more time." If he failed again, he'd bypass Suisui and take another route. The goal was to win the whole challenge, not to get stuck fighting Suisui. So Suisui, who had just started resting, was summoned to the arena once again. She looked up at the sky in exasperation, sitting on the ground and refusing to get up for a long time. "If you're not tired, I am." The demon bloodline had many benefits, but it consumed a lot of stamina. After deactivating the demon bloodline, she always felt especially exhausted, and she still hadn't recovered. Jian Shi didn't take the opportunity to attack Suisui. He stopped a short distance away and coaxed, "If you're running out of stamina, just use a recovery item. Don't tell me you don't have one." Of course Suisui had one, but she didn't want to use it. She felt that fully restoring her stamina just to fight John Schur was a waste of an item. She was a pro. One challenge was enough. Focusing on one opponent over and over was just self-defeating. Forcing herself to get up, Suisui drew her little dagger and charged at John Schur with fierce momentum, shouting, "Let's start!" With that, she pushed off with her feet and sprinted straight at John Schur. John Schur was startled, braced himself with one hand on the ground, and rolled to the left, instantly materializing his scythe in his hand. He thought that after dodging, Suisui would make a sharp turn in midair and launch a series of attacks. John Schur tensed, ready for anything. But to his surprise, the little cannonball didn't even look back and headed straight for the edge of the arena. Congratulations, Yellow Team player, challenge successful. For a moment, John Schur's mind went blank. It wasn't until the game sent him into the next challenge that he snapped out of it. The Red Team players were also stunned by Suisui's suicide move. If this had happened in another team, the vanguard they'd all been supporting acting so recklessly would have caused an uproar. But the Red Team players just froze for a moment, then opened the team channel to chat. "Suisui, are you okay?" Lina was the first to express concern. "Is there some special plan?" Lu Jinghuan thought more deeply, constantly guessing at Suisui's intentions. And Suisui lay alone in the hangar, sighing comfortably. She only slowly opened her eyes when she heard her teammates calling. "What else? Of course it's to get all of you to the finish line." Chao Han pursed her lips, a hint of doubt in her eyes. "What are you planning?" And Suisui's eyes darted mischievously, a sly look flashing across her bun-like cheeks. She told her teammates, "Whoever gets a takeoff roll next, get me out and put me at the starting point. Then don't worry about me, just go ahead. If you run into trouble, we'll talk then." As for herself, she'd be cleaning up behind them, buying time for her teammates to clear the board. Lu Jinghuan still didn't quite understand. He thought maybe Suisui knew something about the game's rules that she hadn't shared. He nodded to show he understood and quietly waited for the next dice roll. A few minutes later, Jian Shi succeeded in his challenge and appeared on a yellow square. He was now not far from Suisui, his gaze fixed on her face. Suddenly he asked, "Have you played this game before?" And Suisui didn't see any reason to hide it, so she waved her hand casually. "I've just played the prototype of this kind of game before." Aside from some basic rules, most of the rules had been changed beyond recognition, so Suisui didn't have that much of an advantage. Since she didn't elaborate, Jian Shi didn't ask further and turned his attention to his own teammates. Actually, the Yellow Team players were pretty solid. They might not lose. In the next round, when Chao Han picked up the dice, Suisui sat up. Even while resting, she needed to keep an eye on the board to protect her teammates as much as possible. She figured this rule would soon be discovered by others. Suisui lowered her eyes, quietly waiting for Chao Han's roll. When the roll succeeded, Suisui stopped Chao Han before she could use it. "Let Uncle Lu go first," Suisui said to Chao Han. Chao Han pursed her lips but didn't hesitate to transfer the roll to Lu Jinghuan. Lu Jinghuan took Chao Han's roll, advanced successfully, and completed the challenge, ending up on the same square as Lina. Lina was amazed. "Uncle Lu can actually stand on the same square as me? Does that mean we can advance and retreat together?" Lina's eyes were full of hope. If two people could take on a challenge together, wouldn't their chances of winning be much higher? Suisui propped up her chin and answered her teammate's question. "I'm afraid not. Even if you could, the game would just increase the difficulty for a two-person team, which would be worse." Lina was instantly deflated, but she was also a bit puzzled. If that was the case, why did Suisui have Lu Jinghuan join her? Suisui blinked her big eyes, thinking, "Isn't it just to protect you too?" The rule hadn't been fully tested yet, so it was hard to explain. She'd wait until she'd tried it herself before saying more. So Suisui just told her teammates, "Don't worry, you'll know soon. If you don't get a takeoff roll, give the next rolls to Chao Han. Lina and Uncle Lu, don't move for now." Lina nodded vigorously. Standing on the same square as a teammate really did feel safer. She'd just rest for now. With a rough strategy in place, Suisui looked at Chao Han's thin frame and asked with concern, "Chao Han, is your body okay? Can you handle it physically? If there's a problem, let me know and I'll adjust the plan." Chao Han smiled shyly. "I've got some stamina recovery items so I can manage for now. Let's stick to your plan." Since that was the case, they'd continue as planned. And Suisui nodded and waited quietly. When the blue team got the dice, the player nervously glanced at the two red team players ahead. "You can have two people on the same square?" He muttered, shook the dice, and hey, the number was just enough to land him on the same square as the two red team players. The blue team player hesitated for a moment and gave up the chance to move forward. To be honest, he was a bit intimidated by the red team's organized and strategic actions. It was as if they knew everything, deliberately waiting for him there, so he transferred his points to Yu Liang. Yu Liang was ahead of Li Na and Lu Jinghuan, so he didn't have to worry about these things. A few more rounds passed. By now, Chao Han had moved ahead of Li Na and Lu Jinghuan, and Suisui had been resting at the starting point for quite a while. At this moment, Li Na rolled a number and was about to transfer it to Chao Han, but Suisui suddenly stopped her. "Wait a second," Suisui said. She looked at the number, then counted the spaces ahead of her. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth square. There was a green team player standing there, and Suisui smiled at the green team player, looking sweet and gentle. Then she immediately said to her teammate, "Give me the points." Lina didn't hesitate and transferred the points, and Suisui felt her body lighten as she entered the fourth square's challenge, which she completed quickly. Immediately after, she was teleported to the center of the arena. Territory battle begins. Players, give it your all. The winner will gain control of this square, and the others will be expelled. The green team player looked at Suisui in confusion, and Suisui kindly reminded him, "Don't space out. I'm about to attack you." "Huh?" "Ah." The green team player snapped back to reality, nervously pulling out his weapon and aiming it at Suisui, his hands shaking. And Suisui glanced at the baseball bat in his hand, took a tentative step forward, and the player immediately panicked, swinging wildly with his eyes closed and shouting, "Ah, ah, ah," nonstop. And Suisui paused to think, then stepped back, accelerated, and after a running leap, flipped behind the green team player, grabbed his arm, and threw him out of the arena. An unexpectedly easy victory. Challenge complete. And Suisui returned to the fourth square, while the green team player, having failed to defend, was sent back to the tarmac. He sat in the green team's base, still clutching his thick baseball bat, looking dazed and panicked, gasping for breath. The other green team players hesitated for a long time before finally opening the team channel, their voices hesitant as they tried to comfort their teammate who'd been sent back to the start. "Are you okay?" It was just a loss, so why was he in such bad shape? Hearing his teammates' voices, the player slowly recovered. Only then did he realize he was back at the tarmac. After a moment of silence, he said dejectedly, "Sorry." He knew he'd lost too badly. The situation was too unexpected. No one could have predicted it. "It's normal to panic," another more rational teammate said. "Besides, that red team ace is just too strong. If she targets you, unless you're on her level, you can't possibly defend the arena." "So what do we do next?" someone asked. The team channel went quiet for a while, then one player sighed softly. "We'll just take it one step at a time. Try not to end up in front of the ace, or just move quickly and get far away so she can't catch you." All they could do was fight for third place. As long as they weren't eliminated, anything was possible. After dealing with the green team player, Suisui looked at the players ahead, raising her hand and counting the spaces one by one. Ji Hanhai watched Suisui's actions and felt his scalp tingle. He instinctively counted the spaces too, realizing they were just 6 spaces apart. She could easily catch him. At that moment, Suisui looked over and their eyes met. She gave him a friendly, gentle smile as if to say, "You're next." Ji Hanhai panicked and pleaded with his teammates. "Someone help me! Move me forward! This spot is too scary! I could get sniped at any moment." Jian Shi, having recovered from the earlier events, also told his remaining two teammates, "Let's move Ji Hanhai forward first." The yellow team's average strength was decent. As long as they didn't face Suisui, they still had a chance to compete. The two yellow team players standing just behind Suisui swallowed nervously and nodded obediently. They had to give the points to Ji Hanhai, otherwise they might end up in front and get targeted themselves. With a hungry wolf behind them, ready to attack at any moment, who could stand it? The red team players finally understood Suisui's thinking. No wonder, when Lina ventured deep into green team territory, Suisui was so cautious and sent Lu Jinghuan into Lina's area. Neither of them was particularly good at fighting, but after so many rounds, they'd both accumulated some items. 2 against 1 should be no problem. If they still lost, it could only mean they were hopeless. Except, of course, against a top player like Jian Shi. Jian Shi was also considering whether to take out a few enemy players. He looked up and saw that the yellow team's finish line was just ahead, while the red team's 2 players were already past their own finish line. He couldn't do anything about those two. Jian Shi felt a bit regretful and shifted his gaze to the blue team player not far ahead, a slight smile on his lips. After dealing with the green team player, Suisui checked Chao Han's position and told her teammates, "Lina and Uncle Lu, you can move forward now." Chao Han had already advanced a fair distance, and there were no other players behind her for a while. However, there were green team players gathered not far ahead. Moving forward might be risky, so the 2 red team players finally started moving together. As Suisui expected, even though the 2 of them were on the same square, only one could use the rolled number. Lina went first, leaving the original square. Lu Jinghuan followed. In the next few rounds, Chao Han stayed put, while Lina and Lu Jinghuan took turns moving forward. The blue team player stuck at the back was eliminated by Jian Shi, leaving one at the starting point and another still lingering at the tarmac. Jian Shi had already reached the finish line and now understood the secret there, instantly realizing Suisui's strategy. He stopped moving for now, focusing on pushing his teammates forward. Because the enemy players ahead of Suisui had either been sent back or had run away, and the rest were stuck behind and refused to move forward, Suisui had no more chances to attack. So most of the time, she didn't move either, only advancing a few spaces when she got a good roll for a quick jump. But this time, she didn't choose to use the flight path to quickly reach the other side, because Jian Shi was blocking it. If the 2 of them met, it would only benefit the blue and green teams. Besides, she wanted to take out a few more blue team players ahead to prevent them from threatening the red team. As soon as Suisui finished her challenge, she set her sights on the nearby blue team player, Huzi. Huzi, who had just been sent back by Jian Shi, was in a foul mood. When he noticed Suisui watching him, he glared back fiercely. "What are you looking at, brat? Staring at your big brother like that? Don't tell me you've got a crush on me." Huzi's wicked gaze swept over Suisui, growing more and more lecherous. He sneered, "You've got a pretty cute face. If you want big brother, that's not impossible." And Suisui's expression turned extremely ugly. She didn't like being treated like a child, but she hated even more this kind of trash who didn't see women as people. With a snort, Suisui said to her teammates, "I need a 5. The red team members didn't know exactly what had happened, but they could clearly sense the deep displeasure in Suisui's voice. Lina hugged the dice and whispered, "Let's get a 5. She then tossed the dice with a prayer, and it really landed on 5. Delighted, she transferred the roll to Suisui. Her little helper Lina had completed her mission once again. Suisui's figure vanished, and she quickly completed the 5th square challenge, appearing on the arena at the same time as Huzi. Huzi licked his lips with his rough tongue, showing no fear at all. Instead, he continued to harass Suisui with his sleazy tone. "So quick to come find big brother? Don't rush, I'll take good care of you." "Ha ha," Suisui sneered, swapping her usual sharp little knife for a high-quality tlang. The rule hadn't been fully tested yet, so it was hard to explain. She'd wait until she'd tried it herself before saying more. So Suisui just told her teammates, "Don't worry, you'll know soon. If you don't get a takeoff roll, give the next rolls to Chow Han. Lena and Uncle Lou, don't move for now." Lena nodded vigorously. Standing on the same square as a teammate really did feel safer. She'd just rest for now. With a rough strategy in place, Suisui looked at Chow Han's thin frame and asked with concern, "Chow Han, is your body okay? Can you handle it physically? If there's a problem, let me know and I'll adjust the plan." Chow Han smiled shyly. "I've got some stamina recovery items so I can manage for now. Let's stick to your plan." Since that was the case, they'd continue as planned. And Suisui nodded and waited quietly. When the blue team got the dice, the player nervously glanced at the two red team players ahead. "You can have two people on the same square?" He muttered, shook the dice, and hey, the number was just enough to land him on the same square as the two red team players. The blue team player hesitated for a moment and gave up the chance to move forward. To be honest, he was a bit intimidated by the red team's organized and strategic actions. It was as if they knew everything, deliberately waiting for him there, so he transferred his points to Yu Liang. Yu Liang was ahead of Lina and Lu Jinghuan, so he didn't have to worry about these things. A few more rounds passed. By now, Chow Han had moved ahead of Lina and Lu Jinghuan, and Suisui had been resting at the starting point for quite a while. At this moment, Lina rolled a number and was about to transfer it to Chow Han, but Suisui suddenly stopped her. "Wait a second," Suisui said. She looked at the number, then counted the spaces ahead of her. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth square. There was a green team player standing there, and Suisui smiled at the green team player, looking sweet and gentle. Then she immediately said to her teammate, "Give me the points." Lina didn't hesitate and transferred the points, and Suisui felt her body lighten as she entered the fourth square's challenge, which she completed quickly. Immediately after, she was teleported to the center of the arena. Territory battle begins. Players, give it your all. The winner will gain control of this square, and the others will be expelled. The green team player looked at Suisui in confusion, and Suisui kindly reminded him, "Don't space out. I'm about to attack you." "Huh?" "Ah." The green team player snapped back to reality, nervously pulling out his weapon and aiming it at Suisui, his hands shaking. And Suisui glanced at the baseball bat in his hand, took a tentative step forward, and the player immediately panicked, swinging wildly with his eyes closed and shouting, "Ah," nonstop. And Suisui paused to think, then stepped back, accelerated, and after a running leap, flipped behind the green team player, grabbed his arm, and threw him out of the arena. An unexpectedly easy victory. Challenge complete. And Suisui returned to the fourth square, while the green team player, having failed to defend, was sent back to the tarmac. He sat in the green team's base, still clutching his thick baseball bat, looking dazed and panicked, gasping for breath. The other green team players hesitated for a long time before finally opening the team channel, their voices hesitant as they tried to comfort their teammate who'd been sent back to the start. "Are you okay?" It was just a loss, so why was he in such bad shape? Hearing his teammates' voices, the player slowly recovered. Only then did he realize he was back at the tarmac. After a moment of silence, he said dejectedly, "Sorry." He knew he'd lost too badly. The situation was too unexpected. No one could have predicted it. "It's normal to panic," another more rational teammate said. "Besides, that red team ace is just too strong. If she targets you, unless you're on her level, you can't possibly defend the arena." "So what do we do next?" someone asked. The team channel went quiet for a while, then one player sighed softly. "We'll just take it one step at a time. Try not to end up in front of the ace, or just move quickly and get far away so she can't catch you." All they could do was fight for third place. As long as they weren't eliminated, anything was possible. After dealing with the green team player, Suisui looked at the players ahead, raising her hand and counting the spaces one by one. Ji Hanhai watched on Suisui's actions and felt his scalp tingle. He instinctively counted the spaces too, realizing they were just 6 spaces apart. She could easily catch him. At that moment, Suisui looked over and their eyes met. She gave him a friendly, gentle smile as if to say, "You're next." Ji Hanhai panicked and pleaded with his teammates, "Someone help me! Move me forward! This spot is too scary! I could get sniped at any moment." Jian Shi, having recovered from the earlier events, also told his remaining 2 teammates, "Let's move Ji Hanhai forward first." The yellow team's average strength was decent. As long as they didn't face Suisui, they still had a chance to compete. The 2 yellow team players standing just behind Suisui swallowed nervously and nodded obediently. They had to give the points to Ji Hanhai, otherwise they might end up in front and get targeted themselves. With a hungry wolf behind them, ready to attack at any moment, who could stand it? The red team players finally understood Suisui's thinking. No wonder, when Lina ventured deep into green team territory, Suisui was so cautious and sent Lu Jinghuan into Lina's area. Neither of them was particularly good at fighting, but after so many rounds, they'd both accumulated some items. 2 against 1 should be no problem. If they still lost, it could only mean they were hopeless. Except, of course, against a top player like Jian Shi. Jian Shi was also considering whether to take out a few enemy players. He looked up and saw that the yellow team's finish line was just ahead, while the red team's 2 players were already past their own finish line. He couldn't do anything about those 2. Jian Shi felt a bit regretful and shifted his gaze to the blue team player not far ahead, a slight smile on his lips. After dealing with the green team player, Suisui checked Chao Han's position and told her teammates, "Lina and Uncle Lu, you can move forward now." Chao Han had already advanced a fair distance, and there were no other players behind her for a while. However, there were green team players gathered not far ahead. Moving forward might be risky, so the 2 red team players finally started moving together. As Suisui expected, even though the 2 of them were on the same square, only one could use the rolled number. Lina went first, leaving the original square. Lu Jinghuan followed. In the next few rounds, Chao Han stayed put, while Lina and Lu Jinghuan took turns moving forward. The blue team player stuck at the back was eliminated by Jian Shi, leaving one at the starting point and another still lingering at the tarmac. Jian Shi had already reached the finish line and now understood the secret there, instantly realizing Suisui's strategy. He stopped moving for now, focusing on pushing his teammates forward. Because the enemy players ahead of Suisui had either been sent back or had run away, and the rest were stuck behind and refused to move forward, Suisui had no more chances to attack. So most of the time, she didn't move either, only advancing a few spaces when she got a good roll for a quick jump. But this time, she didn't choose to use the flight path to quickly reach the other side, because Jian Shi was blocking it. If the 2 of them met, it would only benefit the blue and green teams. Besides, she wanted to take out a few more blue team players ahead to prevent them from threatening the red team. As soon as Suisui finished her challenge, she set her sights on the nearby blue team player, Huzi. Huzi, who had just been sent back by Jian Shi, was in a foul mood. When he noticed Suisui watching him, he glared back fiercely. "What are you looking at, brat? Staring at your big brother like that? Don't tell me you've got a crush on me." Huzi's wicked gaze swept over Suisui, growing more and more lecherous. He sneered, "You've got a pretty cute face. If you want big brother, that's not impossible." And Suisui's expression turned extremely ugly. She didn't like being treated like a child, but she hated even more this kind of trash who didn't see women as people. With a snort, Suisui said to her teammates, "I need a 5. The red team members didn't know exactly what had happened, but they could clearly sense the deep displeasure in Suisui's voice. Lina hugged the dice and whispered, "Let's get a 5. She then tossed the dice with a prayer, and it really landed on 5. Delighted, she transferred the roll to Suisui. Her little helper Lina had completed her mission once again. Suisui's figure vanished, and she quickly completed the 5th square challenge, appearing on the arena at the same time as Huzi. Huzi licked his lips with his rough tongue, showing no fear at all. Instead, he continued to harass Suisui with his sleazy tone. "So quick to come find Big Brother? Don't rush. I'll take good care of you." "Ha ha," Suisui sneered, swapping her usual sharp little knife for a high-quality plang. "If you're going to cut someone, you might as well use a big blade." And Suisui flexed her wrist, her figure vanishing from the spot. Huzi calmly drew his weapon and swung it with force, thinking with contempt, "What's the use of being fast? Even if I just stand here and let her hit me, she might not even break the skin. A little girl like her is only fit to be pinned under me. Squelch." Huzi stared in shock at the claw coming straight at him. The cold blade flashed right through the gap in his swinging weapon, slicing deep into his arm, cutting to the bone. Huzi screamed, his weapon falling still. That made it even easier for Suisui to attack. The blade slashed again and again at Huzi's body. Arms, thighs, back, lower back. Every wound was deep and ruthless, with no mercy at all. Huzi's face turned pale, his lips drained of color, and he lay on the ground howling in pain. At first he could still curse, but soon the pain was too much and he began to beg for mercy, all his earlier arrogance gone. And Suisui ignored him. After carving enough wounds into Huzi, she put away her blade and switched to fists and kicks. Her toes, dusted with dirt, landed on Huzi's wounds every time, making the already serious injuries even worse. Huzi finally couldn't take it anymore. He dragged himself inch by inch toward the edge of the arena. As long as he crawled out of the arena, he'd be considered the loser. He admitted defeat. He'd find a chance to get back at this stinking later. Just as he was about to reach the edge, a small but strong hand grabbed his collar. Huzi stiffly turned his head and met Suisui's frosty, adorable face. "In a hurry? Weren't you here to play with me? I'm not done yet. Why are you leaving?" Huzi was about to beg for mercy, but Suisui was already dragging him by the collar. The pressure on his throat made him gag, and his wounds scraped against the ground, making the pain even worse. The people below the stage watched in shock as Huzi was tortured until he was barely alive, then finally tossed off the arena by Suisui. Ding. Challenge complete. When Huzi returned to the hangar, he closed his eyes and passed out completely. The blue team players were anxious but helpless. How unlucky were they to get a teammate like Huzi? Arrogant and reckless was one thing, but to mouth off to someone so much stronger than himself, he was asking for it. "Damn!" Yuliang cursed. Huzi's defeat wasn't a big deal. If he had the chance, Yuliang would have liked to beat him up too. But unfortunately, they were on the same team, and the ultimate goal was for all players to reach the finish line. How could an unconscious person participate in challenges? The green team player swallowed and opened the team channel to comfort the teammate who'd just been beaten by Suisui. "You really had it tough." That green team player glanced at Huzi, puzzled, and explained to his teammates, "It wasn't actually that bad. When I fought the red team player, she just knocked me off the arena and did nothing else. She even kindly reminded me when the fight started." He couldn't understand it. How could such a nice girl suddenly be so ruthless to that blue team player? It didn't make sense. Jihan Hai wasn't far from Suisui and Huzi, close enough to hear what Huzi had said. He felt both disgusted and a strange sort of admiration for Huzi. This guy was really bold, daring to spout filth at a female player who was much stronger than him. He got what he deserved. In the interstellar era, men and women had long had stable roles, and gender discrimination was rare. He hadn't expected to see it today, and now he understood the consequences of insulting female players. He reminded himself to be careful with his words around women in the future. When girls get ruthless, they're really ruthless. The game continued. Jian Shi's method was similar to Suisui's. The remaining 3 players entered the finish line separately, and Jian Shi helped each of them with their challenges. But compared to the yellow team, the red team's progress was clearly faster. After all, someone in the yellow team had been caught by Suisui and sent back to the start. After sending Lina to the finish, Suisui drew a 6-point card. 6 points was just enough to reach the finish. When Jian Shi saw the card in Suisui's hand, he knew it was over. The game's announcement confirmed his guess. He sighed. He'd thought he had a chance to turn things around, but Suisui's luck was just better. Game challenge over. The red team wins this round. Rankings will now be determined based on each team's overall progress. Check complete. Blue team eliminated. Yu Liang cast one last resentful look at his teammates, his gaze lingering on Huzi. This guy who dragged down the whole team, he'd never forgive him, even as a ghost. After winning the game, Suisui returned to the game space, dragging her exhausted body as she waited for the final settlement. Congratulations, player 023, on ranking first in this game. You are awarded 3 draws. Would you like to draw now? And Suisui pressed confirm, and 3 clusters of silver light flew out of the pitch-black box. The light balls landed in her hands and turned into 3 silver cards, and Suisui opened them one by one. She received Sharpshooter 03. Used by a sharpshooter with a special auto-aiming ability. Every shot hits its mark, but if you want to use it, bring your own bullets. Speed Boost 300% 03. As the name suggests, using this card grants you triple speed for 10 minutes. Follower Upgrade. Potion. How do young followers grow up? Of course, it's not by eating other people's followers. Besides natural growth, you can only use potions. After using this card, you can level up a follower regardless of experience. All good stuff. And Suisui was very satisfied. After the settlement, the game naturally brought up the matter of her dog, who had died unexpectedly. Detected that the player's follower has died. You can revive it through the follower rescue game. Would you like to participate? And Suisui sighed. That dog was troublesome and mischievous, but it was also quite capable and might be helpful in a pinch. If possible, she still wanted to save it. And Suisui pressed confirm again and entered the follower rescue game. This time, Suisui didn't see her opponent. All she saw was a huge screen. In front of her was an old-fashioned game controller, a game that required manual controls. And Suisui waited patiently. Game challenge, Tetris. Game duration, 5 minutes. Please clear as many blocks as possible within 5 minutes. Each cleared row earns 1 point. Clearing 3 or more rows at once doubles the points. If a player loses within 5 minutes, they fail the challenge. The winner gets the chance to revive their follower. The screen lit up, and a square block slowly fell. And Suisui let out a breath of relief. At least it was a game she knew. She easily controlled the joystick, placing the blocks in the right spots and catching the next ones. After about a minute, Suisui glanced at the top of the screen, where both players' scores were displayed. Seeing that her opponent's score was close to hers, Suisui was surprised. This opponent was also a skilled gamer. She couldn't keep clearing blocks at a leisurely pace. Her gaze sharpened, and she abandoned her steady approach, letting the blocks pile up to ensure every clear was 3 rows or more. After another minute, Suisui's score soared. The other player must have noticed and started to panic. Their scoring speed became erratic, and they seemed to try the same aggressive strategy, hoping to catch up and avoid being overtaken. Unfortunately, their skills weren't enough. Using such a risky method only made their stable setup fall apart. When the game was nearly at the 4-minute mark, Suisui suddenly received a game prompt. Ding. Red team player failed the challenge. Blue team player wins. The blue team player was Suisui, and Suisui stopped, letting the silver light carry her out of the challenge and back to her room. She glanced at the clock on the wall, 6 a.m. Both her dad and mom were still asleep, just like the last time she was sent back. The timing was almost the same. It seemed that time in the game didn't match real-world time, and the game tried to send players back in the early morning, as if it didn't want anyone to notice their absence. So what exactly was this game that pulled so many players in, and what was its purpose? And Suisui thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. She shook her head to clear her mind and pulled out a thick stack of cards from her pocket. She had accumulated a lot of wealth from this round of challenges. Aside from some items that could only be used on the spot, she still had plenty left over. She sorted through all her cards. Beast Cage 2-3. Wailing Wolf Microphone 1-3. Special Backpack Permanent. Sharp Little Knife 2-3. Hemostatic Gauze 1-3. High Quality 1-3. Meat Floss Bread 2 sandwich, 3 painkillers, 1 a mysterious powder, 1 sharpshooter, 03, follower upgrade potion, 1 speed boost 300%. These were the familiar ones. There were also some cards and Suisui hadn't checked yet. If you're going to cut someone, you might as well use a big blade. And Suisui flexed her wrist, her figure vanishing from the spot. Huzi calmly drew his weapon and swung it with force, thinking with contempt, "What's the use of being fast? Even if I just stand here and let her hit me, she might not even break the skin. A little girl like her is only fit to be pinned under me. Squelch." Huzi stared in shock at the claw coming straight at him. The cold blade flashed right through the gap in his swinging weapon, slicing deep into his arm, cutting to the bone. Huzi screamed, his weapon falling still. That made it even easier for Suisui to attack. The blade slashed again and again at Huzi's body. Arms, thighs, back, lower back. Every wound was deep and ruthless, with no mercy at all. Huzi's face turned pale, his lips drained of color, and he lay on the ground howling in pain. At first he could still curse, but soon the pain was too much and he began to beg for mercy, all his earlier arrogance gone. And Suisui ignored him. After carving enough wounds into Huzi, she put away her blade and switched to fists and kicks. Her toes, dusted with dirt, landed on Huzi's wounds every time, making the already serious injuries even worse. Huzi finally couldn't take it anymore. He dragged himself inch by inch toward the edge of the arena. As long as he crawled out of the arena, he'd be considered the loser. He admitted defeat. He'd find a chance to get back at this stinking later. Just as he was about to reach the edge, a small but strong hand grabbed his collar. Huzi stiffly turned his head and met Suisui's frosty, adorable face. "In a hurry? Weren't you here to play with me?" "I'm not done yet. Why are you leaving?" Huzi was about to beg for mercy, but Suisui was already dragging him by the collar. The pressure on his throat made him gag, and his wounds scraped against the ground, making the pain even worse. The people below the stage watched in shock as Huzi was tortured until he was barely alive, then finally tossed off the arena by Suisui. Ding. Challenge complete. When Huzi returned to the hangar, he closed his eyes and passed out completely. The blue team players were anxious but helpless. How unlucky were they to get a teammate like Huzi? Arrogant and reckless was one thing, but to mouth off to someone so much stronger than himself, he was asking for it. "Damn!" Yuliang cursed. Huzi's defeat wasn't a big deal. If he had the chance, Yuliang would have liked to beat him up too. But, unfortunately, they were on the same team, and the ultimate goal was for all players to reach the finish line. How could an unconscious person participate in challenges? The green team player swallowed and opened the team channel to comfort the teammate who'd just been beaten by Suisui. "You really had it tough." That green team player glanced at Huzi, puzzled, and explained to his teammates, "It wasn't actually that bad. When I fought the red team player, she just knocked me off the arena and did nothing else. She even kindly reminded me when the fight started." He couldn't understand it. How could such a nice girl suddenly be so ruthless to that blue team player? It didn't make sense. Jihan Hai wasn't far from Suisui and Huzi, close enough to hear what Huzi had said. He felt both disgusted and a strange sort of admiration for Huzi. This guy was really bold, daring to spout filth at a female player who was much stronger than him. He got what he deserved. In the interstellar era, men and women had long had stable roles, and gender discrimination was rare. He hadn't expected to see it today, and now he understood the consequences of insulting female players. He reminded himself to be careful with his words around women in the future. When girls get ruthless, they're really ruthless. The game continued. Jian Shi's method was similar to Suisui's. The remaining 3 players entered the finish line separately, and Jian Shi helped each of them with their challenges. But compared to the yellow team, the red team's progress was clearly faster. After all, someone in the yellow team had been caught by Suisui and sent back to the start. After sending Lina to the finish, Suisui drew a 6-point card. 6 points was just enough to reach the finish. When Jian Shi saw the card in Suisui's hand, he knew it was over. The game's announcement confirmed his guess. He sighed. He'd thought he had a chance to turn things around, but Suisui's luck was just better. Game challenge over. The red team wins this round. Rankings will now be determined based on each team's overall progress. Check complete. Blue team eliminated. Yu Liang cast one last resentful look at his teammates, his gaze lingering on Huzi. This guy who dragged down the whole team, he'd never forgive him, even as a ghost. After winning the game, Suisui returned to the game space, dragging her exhausted body as she waited for the final settlement. Congratulations, player 023, on ranking first in this game. You are awarded 3 draws. Would you like to draw now? And Suisui pressed confirm, and 3 clusters of silver light flew out of the pitch-black box. The light balls landed in her hands and turned into 3 silver cards, and Suisui opened them one by one. She received Sharpshooter 03. Used by a sharpshooter with a special auto-aiming ability. Every shot hits its mark, but if you want to use it, bring your own bullets. Speed Boost 300% 03. As the name suggests, using this card grants you triple speed for 10 minutes. Follower Upgrade. Potion. How do young followers grow up? Of course, it's not by eating other people's followers. Besides natural growth, you can only use potions. After using this card, you can level up a follower regardless of experience. All good stuff. And Suisui was very satisfied. After the settlement, the game naturally brought up the matter of her dog, who had died unexpectedly. Detected that the player's follower has died. You can revive it through the follower rescue game. Would you like to participate? And Suisui sighed. That dog was troublesome and mischievous, but it was also quite capable and might be helpful in a pinch. If possible, she still wanted to save it. And Suisui pressed confirm again and entered the follower rescue game. This time, Suisui didn't see her opponent. All she saw was a huge screen. In front of her was an old-fashioned game controller, a game that required manual controls. And Suisui waited patiently. Game challenge, Tetris. Game duration, 5 minutes. Please clear as many blocks as possible within 5 minutes. Each cleared row earns 1 point. Clearing 3 or more rows at once doubles the points. If a player loses within 5 minutes, they fail the challenge. The winner gets the chance to revive their follower. The screen lit up, and a square block slowly fell. And Suisui let out a breath of relief. At least it was a game she knew. She easily controlled the joystick, placing the blocks in the right spots and catching the next ones. After about a minute, Suisui glanced at the top of the screen, where both players' scores were displayed. Seeing that her opponent's score was close to hers, Suisui was surprised. This opponent was also a skilled gamer. She couldn't keep clearing blocks at a leisurely pace. Her gaze sharpened, and she abandoned her steady approach, letting the blocks pile up to ensure every clear was 3 rows or more. After another minute, Suisui's score soared. The other player must have noticed and started to panic. Their scoring speed became erratic, and they seemed to try the same aggressive strategy, hoping to catch up and avoid being overtaken. Unfortunately, their skills weren't enough. Using such a risky method only made their stable setup fall apart. When the game was nearly at the 4-minute mark, Suisui suddenly received a game prompt. Ding. Red team player failed the challenge. Blue team player wins. The blue team player was Suisui, and Suisui stopped, letting the silver light carry her out of the challenge and back to her room. She glanced at the clock on the wall, 6 a.m. Both her dad and mom were still asleep, just like the last time she was sent back. The timing was almost the same. It seemed that time in the game didn't match real-world time, and the game tried to send players back in the early morning, as if it didn't want anyone to notice their absence. So what exactly was this game that pulled so many players in, and what was its purpose? And Suisui thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. She shook her head to clear her mind and pulled out a thick stack of cards from her pocket. She had accumulated a lot of wealth from this round of challenges. Aside from some items that could only be used on the spot, she still had plenty left over. She sorted through all her cards. Beast Cage 2-3. Wailing Wolf Microphone 1-3. Special Backpack Permanent. Sharp Little Knife 2-3. Hemostatic Gauze 1-3. High Quality 1-3. Meat Floss Bread 2 Sandwich 3 Painkillers 1 A Mysterious Powder 1. Sharpshooter, 03. Follower upgrade potion, 1. Speed boost, 300%. These were the familiar ones. There were also some cards Suisui hadn't checked yet. Ordinary backpack, permanent, used to get a backpack. Ordinary backpack, 03, used to get a backpack. Fresh orange juice, refreshing and delicious, not only quenches thirst but also revitalizes you and removes dizziness and heat-related negative effects. 2. Bone-setting bandage, 03, Miracle Doctor. Brand bone-setting bandage. Whether it's a rib, sternum, skull, or thigh bone, if it's broken, this will fix it. Hunger, 03. People need food to live. Use this card on any target to make them hungry and quickly drain their stamina for 3 hours. X-ray vision, 03. Don't ask what you were thinking when you saw this card. It's definitely pure. After using it, you'll get X-ray vision. Walls, steel plates, nothing will block your sight. After sorting all her cards, Suisui took out the 2 ordinary backpack cards. She already had a special backpack card. Was there any difference between these and her special backpack? Suisui wanted to try, but although game items could be brought into the real world, in reality, they were just ordinary cards and couldn't be materialized. Maybe this was the game's way of protecting the real world, Suisui guessed. After sorting her cards, Suisui opened her attribute panel. Every time a game ended, players would get some experience points. Suisui still didn't know exactly how these were calculated, but it was probably related to in-game performance. After this round, she had just enough experience to level up, gaining 3 free attribute points, which she put into speed and endurance. The game was getting more and more exhausting. What used to be enough endurance now suddenly felt lacking, so it was better to add a bit more. After distributing all her attribute points, Suisui's personal stats changed to Player, Suisui ID, 023 age, 22 level, 3 experience, 040 HP, 100 agility, 6 speed, 19 endurance, 11 strength, 5 defense, 1 companion husky, S, special ability, none, bloodline, demon, activated. Since both the husky and demon bloodline had been activated, she could now view their attributes separately. Suisui had already checked her demon bloodline before, and since there were no changes, she didn't look again. But for the husky, since she'd just obtained a companion upgrade potion, she pulled up its stats to see what would change after using the potion. Name: Husky breed. Husky level: 1 HP, 100 intelligence, 1 agility, 5 attack, 15 defense, 1 skills. Dog paddle. When excited, attack increases by 10%, lasts 10 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. Taunt. When the husky acts, its barking can provoke all enemies, with a chance to make them lose their reason from anger. No cooldown. This was the first time Suisui had seen the husky's full stats and skills. Although its defense and agility were average, its attack power was truly impressive. At just level 1, it already had 15 attack points. How strong would it get as it leveled up? What left Suisui speechless was the husky's intelligence. How could it be negative? Calling it brainless was actually a compliment. Suisui immediately used the companion upgrade potion, hoping that even if the attack didn't increase, at least the intelligence would. She wasn't asking for much, just a normal value would do. After the upgrade, the husky's stats did change. Name: Husky breed. Husky level: 2 HP, 100 intelligence, 1 agility, 10 attack, 30 defense, 2 skills. Dog paddle. Automatically activates when excited. Attack increases by 10%, lasts 10 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. Taunt. When the husky acts, its barking can provoke all enemies with a chance to make them lose their reason from anger. No cooldown. Homewrecker. When in Homewrecker mode, all attacks have armor-piercing effects, with a small chance to activate Pierce, ignoring all defense and directly damaging HP. Lasts 30 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. It only leveled up once, but its stats doubled, and its attack even reached a ridiculous 30 points. But that intelligence? Suisui completely gave up on the idea of raising the husky's intelligence. This dog was destined to be dumb for life. She renamed the husky to Dogzi, took off her combat suit, pulled out her beloved bunny plush from under the covers, and fell asleep instantly. After each game, there was always a long rest period, and thanks to Suisui's suggestion, there would now be a notification before each new game started, and Suisui could relax and return to her normal life. That day, Suisui logged into her favorite game, crushed some ordinary players, and suddenly noticed a highlighted urgent message in her neural interface. Notice: all students of Glory Academy must register and report their information starting September 1st. Registration ends on the 10th. Do not miss the deadline. If there are any issues, contact your class advisor promptly. What the heck? And Suisui stared at the important notice, speechless for a long time. She'd had so much fun during the holidays, she'd almost forgotten she was still a student. The scariest part was, it was already the end of August, and she'd have to leave soon. And Suisui immediately jumped out of bed and rushed to Ji Chutong's room, shouting, "Mom, help! I have to go to the academy tomorrow." Ji Chutong calmly put down her neural device. "What's the rush? I already packed your things and your ticket to Kuxing is booked. Look at you all flustered, don't tell me you only just remembered?" And Suisui grinned and bounced over to her mother, rubbing her cheek against her mom's arm and sweet-talking, "I knew you were the best, Mom." Ji Chutong helplessly tapped on Suisui's forehead and urged her to check her things. "Don't mess around. Go see if you've forgotten anything. Take it all tomorrow. I don't want to be mailing you stuff every other day after school starts." And Suisui bounced back to her room and turned her neat room into a mess. The next day, under her parents' reluctant gazes, and Suisui boarded the interstellar flight to the academy. At this time, most people heading to Kuxing were students going to register. After a whole holiday of indulgence about to enter a period of intense study, most young people were sighing and groaning. Why does vacation have to end just as it's getting started? And Suisui didn't run into anyone she knew. She opened the window shade, glanced at the dark space-time tunnel outside, then closed her eyes and curled up in her seat to rest. After a while, she sensed someone sit down next to her. And Suisui instinctively opened her eyes and was startled by the person beside her, knocking over her water cup. Did I bump you? I'm so sorry." The young man thought his backpack had accidentally hit on Suisui and quickly apologized. And Suisui didn't say anything, just stared at his face for a while, confirming that he was a player she'd met before. Kong Shui. Could it be that people eliminated from the game were just eliminated, with no other consequences? The worry that had hung over on Suisui for so long suddenly eased. She was about to greet Kong Shui, but noticed the confusion and unfamiliarity in his expression. His eyes only showed embarrassment at causing trouble, not the surprise or recognition of seeing an acquaintance. And Suisui's mind raced, and she changed her words at the last second. "It was my fault for not holding my cup steady. It's not your fault." Kong Shui immediately relaxed, tidied up his things, and sat down to rest. And Suisui's seat was right next to Kong Shui's. She kept glancing at him from time to time, but Kong Shui acted as if he didn't know her at all, showing no desire to talk. And Suisui scanned him up and down, finally focusing on his right wrist. Players who had participated in the game all had a white tattoo. Kong Shui had one too. But his tattoo wasn't white, it was gray. Kong Shui himself didn't seem to notice anything strange, as if only Suisui could see the tattoo. In the end, Suisui said nothing, keeping her doubts to herself. After a fulfilling and busy period at the academy, Suisui finally received news of another game. Luckily, the next day was the weekend, and the students at Jiaoyang Academy all had single dorms, so there was no risk of being discovered if she disappeared in the middle of the night. And Suisui put on her combat uniform and quietly sat on her bed, waiting. At exactly midnight, she was transported by the game into a new challenge. Beep. Game loading. Loading successful. Please play actively and clear the game seriously. This game, Minesweeper. Game rules. There are 20 mines on the board. The game ends when all mines are found. Each correct mine found earns 3 points, each mistake deducts 3 points. At the end, players are ranked by points, and the last place is eliminated. After reading the rules, the white light before Suisui's eyes faded, and she found herself standing in front of a wide, square, open space. The square was divided into a 10 by 10 grid, 100 small squares. Each square had a pale, golden number on it. So this was the game board? And Suisui pondered. Finding 20 mines among 100 squares was actually pretty challenging. And Suisui bit her finger, thinking to herself that the game always explained the rules so simply, leaving them to figure things out by trial and error. At least this time it wasn't a team game. She could play freely. The mist covering the board completely dissipated, and Suisui saw that there were a total of 5 players standing around the board, including herself. All 5 players stood far apart, each on guard, looking as if they'd seen through the dangers of the world. Because it was a solo game, none of the 5 had any intention of introducing themselves. They just stood in their spots, quietly waiting for the game to start. Ding. Game start. Player 1, please choose a square. You have 30 seconds. If you exceed the time, the system will choose randomly. Player 1? Who was player 1? Everyone looked around in confusion, clearly not knowing their own number. This damn game, it doesn't even tell us our numbers. The others were too far away to see clearly, so Suisui could only look herself over. She carefully checked every part of herself and finally found a badge on her chest that she hadn't noticed before, with the number 1 on it. Crap. She was player 1. She almost missed her turn. And Suisui walked to the edge of the board, examining the jade-like surface. Each small square was marked with a pale gold number from 1 to 100, making it easy for players to choose quickly. But there was nothing special about the first square, so Suisui just picked a number she liked. Number 66. After she made her choice, a transparent box appeared in front of her with 2 options: flip and dig. And Suisui thought for a moment. Dig probably meant to dig for a mine, while flip meant she thought the area was safe. If you guessed wrong about a mine, you'd lose 3 points. Who would risk digging for a mine right at the start when you have no idea? Without thinking much, Suisui chose flip. Her vision blurred and she was transported onto the 66th square. Ding dong. Board challenge triggered. Complete the challenge to earn points. Hearing this, Suisui was momentarily confused. There were challenges on the board? Was it like the last airplane chess game? Before she could think more, the challenge had already begun. The white mist cleared and all the other players were blocked out. Only Suisui could see the challenge inside the square. In front of her was a steep cliff with a small red flag stuck at the top. A bright red countdown on the cliff wall made it clear that this was her challenge. The timer was set for 5 minutes, and as soon as the game voice finished, the countdown began. She flexed her wrists, carefully grabbed a protruding rock, and started climbing. Rock climbing wasn't too hard for her. If there were no other obstacles, she should be able to clear the challenge. After 4 minutes, Suisui finally reached the top, grabbing the red flag. Challenge complete, reward being issued. Points +3. Game hint. There are 3 bombs in the 9-square grid you are in. There really was a game hint, and Suisui's eyes widened. She knew the game couldn't be all luck. Turns out you had to participate in the game to get hints. With hints, the game was actually playable. The white mist cleared completely, and Suisui stood on the 66th square, watching the other players' choices. Apparently, only she could hear the hint she received. Everyone else still looked confused. Player 2 was cautious, pondering the board for a long time before finally picking a spot far from Suisui. That was the upper left corner, square 1. And Suisui watched as player 2 disappeared from the edge and reappeared on square 1, and then nothing happened. And Suisui couldn't help but look surprised. Wait, didn't he have to do a challenge? Could it be the game was targeting her, and only she had to do challenges? Something's definitely off, Suisui muttered. She looked up at the points leaderboard and saw that after player 2 stood on the board, his points ticked up twice, becoming 2. Apparently, his choice earned him 2 points. Now Suisui was really confused. She didn't understand why that player didn't have to do a challenge, or why he only got 2 points, and judging by his bewildered expression, he didn't get a game hint either. And Suisui pursed her lips and said nothing, sitting down to keep watching. Next was Player 3. Player 3 was already confused by the completely different outcomes of the first two players. He hesitated, sometimes wanting to pick a corner, sometimes wanting to try the middle. Finally, as the timer ticked down, he chose the upper right corner, square 19. But his luck was bad. As soon as he stepped onto the board, the ground began to shake, then exploded with a bang. The shattered floor fragments and blast left Player 3 badly injured. And Suisui. On the points leaderboard, the number of bombs dropped from 20 to 19, and Player 3's score dropped by 3. That's what happens when you step on a mine. And Suisui noted the positions and scores of these two players and kept watching. After being blown up, Player 3 was covered in blood, which scared Player 4 so much that he hesitated until the last second and didn't pick a square. When the timer ran out, the game randomly chose square 74. Again, nothing happened, and Player 4 got 2 points. And Suisui nodded. She was starting to get a sense of things. Then she turned her attention to Player 5. Player 5 stood the farthest away, dressed in black, so Suisui couldn't see his face at all. It wasn't until he came out of his challenge, and because his square was close to Suisui's, that she was shocked to realize it was Jianshi again. Jianshi was extremely sensitive to being watched. The moment he felt someone's gaze, he looked up. "Little bunny?" Jianshi was very surprised. He hadn't expected to run into Suisui 4 times in a row. This was just too much. If this were the real world, Jianshi would have suspected Suisui of stalking him with ulterior motives. But clearly, meeting in the game wasn't something either of them could control. He couldn't help but laugh, teasingly looking Suisui up and down. "Where's your bunny pajamas and your bunny plush?" Damn, this guy always knows how to push her buttons. And Suisui glanced around, looking for something to throw at Jianshi. Jianshi seemed to sense her intentions and quickly changed the subject, saving their precarious acquaintance relationship. Even though this is a solo challenge, this board looks weird. Charging ahead alone is all luck. How about it? Want to team up? And Suisui turned back, considering the possibility of cooperating. She hadn't interacted with Jianshi a ton, but not too little either. Her instincts told her he was at least somewhat trustworthy. Compared to working with a total stranger, Jianshi was clearly the more reliable choice. But the board is huge. If we get too far apart, we won't be able to communicate. How are we supposed to cooperate? And Suisui shook her head. It wasn't like last time, when they had a team channel for internal communication. Jianshi didn't mind. That's easy. If you're willing to cooperate, I actually have a tool for that. He pulled a silver card from his pocket, and after materializing it, a pair of black walkie-talkies appeared. He shook the walkie-talkies and asked again, "So, what do you say?" After a quick consideration, Suisui nodded seriously. "Deal." The rules of this board were too confusing. Exploring alone meant a high risk of trial and error, and it wasn't realistic for all players to work together. Finding a reliable partner was clearly the best option. Jianshi turned on the walkie-talkies and tossed one to Suisui. And Suisui caught it and suddenly said, "Wait, let me make my move before we talk." While they'd been chatting, Suisui's move timer was almost up. She quickly selected the number she'd already decided on and moved forward 1 space, stepping onto square 66. After entering square 66, everything was still shrouded in white mist, and Suisui stayed alert, ready for a challenge at any moment. Ding dong. Board reward triggered. Score +1. Reward, medical kit, X1. Game hint. There are 2 bombs in the 3x3 grid you're in. And Suisui was stunned for a moment, only snapping out of it when the mist cleared and she noticed the other players' gazes. This square didn't have a challenge. Instead, it gave her supplies. Did she step on a bomb or something? Why does she look so dazed? The walkie-talkie crackled, and Suisui pulled it from her pocket, ready to exchange a few friendly words with the guy on the other end. Jianshi saw she'd recovered and spoke first. "You've moved 2 spaces.
To show my sincerity, I'll go first. I got a hint. There are 4 bombs in my 3x3 grid. Game hints, huh? And Suisui touched the medical kit card she'd just received, but didn't mention it to Jianshi. She only shared the 2 hints she'd gotten. I have 2 hints. The hint for square 56 is, there are 3 bombs in the 3x3 grid. The hint for square 66 is, there are 2 bombs in the 3x3 grid. Jianshi was on square 78, not far from Suisui. If all the game hints were based on 3x3 grids, then their grids must overlap somewhat. By analyzing the 3 hints, Suisui could deduce that among squares 45, 46, and 47, one had a bomb. Among squares 55, 56, 57, 65, 66, and 67, there were 2 bombs. Squares 65, 66, and 67 had no bombs. Other information was still uncertain. Thinking this through, both of them focused on squares 45, 46, and 47. Although they didn't say it out loud, both Jianshi and Suisui had realized that not all squares gave the same score. The game rules only mentioned bombs, but besides finding bombs, completing challenges gave 3 points, and empty squares gave 2. Reward squares only gave 1. And Suisui calculated, if you wanted a high score, finding bombs and completing challenges were best. But to find bombs, you needed hints, and only reward and challenge squares gave hints. Not every player could quickly find a partner like Suisui and Jianshi. Most were wary of everyone else and had to explore the board alone. After Suisui made her move, the next few players also chose to explore the squares around their starting points. Player 8 entered square 8 and disappeared for about 5 minutes, and Suisui guessed he'd entered a challenge square. Player 3 was unlucky the first time, getting blown up by a mine and badly injured, but the second time, he chose square 19, which was empty. Nothing happened, which was a good outcome for him. Player 4 explored to the left and entered a challenge. After the challenge, Player 4 sat on the ground looking frustrated, and his score hadn't increased. He must have failed. It was Jianshi's turn again. The 2 of them had already narrowed it down. Among squares 45, 46, and 47, there was definitely 1 bomb. If luck wasn't too bad, they'd find it in, at most, 2 rounds. Jianshi pinched his fingers and chose square 45. A flash of white light. Jianshi's score increased by 2, and nothing else happened. It was an empty square, and Suisui and Jianshi were both partners and competitors. Since they were sharing information, there was a risk of competing for bombs. With 1 square ruled out, there was definitely a bomb in one of the remaining 2. And Suisui looked up and saw Jianshi watching her, as if to say, "What will you do next?" And Suisui was genuinely stumped. If she flipped a square, there was a 50% chance of hitting a bomb and losing 3 points, or a 50% chance of getting the last empty square. But then Jianshi would get the bomb. If she dug for the bomb, there was a 50% chance of finding it and gaining 3 points, or a 50% chance of missing and losing 3 points, and then Jianshi would get the bomb. And Suisui. No matter how she calculated, Jianshi was the one with the advantage, and Suisui puffed out her cheeks in frustration. After a mental struggle, she chose to dig for a bomb in square 46. In square 46, dirt flew as Jianshi and Suisui both stared intently at the block, waiting for the result. Ding. Dig successful. Points +3. Game hint. There are 2 bombs in your 9-square grid, 1 already dug up. She really guessed right, and Suisui immediately beamed with joy and was soon transported to square 46 by the game. Although Jianshi couldn't hear the game's voice, he could tell from Suisui's updated score that she'd succeeded, and the number of bombs dropped from 19 to 18. At this point, the leaderboard showed, and Suisui with 7 points, Jianshi with 5, player 2 with 5, player 3 with 1, and player 4 with 2. And Suisui was temporarily in the lead. While the other players were still making their choices, Suisui shared her latest information with Jianshi, giving him some time to think. Latest info. There are 2 bombs in my 9-square grid, including the one I just dug up. After sharing the hint, Suisui said no more. Their cooperation was limited to exchanging information. The actual reasoning and choices were up to Jianshi. If Jianshi guessed wrong, wouldn't he just become her pathfinder? And Suisui thought slyly. Although it looked like Suisui was giving more information and seemed to be at a disadvantage, in reality, Jianshi was also helping her eliminate options by making choices based on her info. After getting the latest hint, Jianshi immediately combined it with previous clues. The bombs in squares 45, 46, and 47 had already been found, so square 47 must be safe. But Jianshi wanted more than just safety. He needed high points. So he ignored the safe square 47 and focused on squares 55, 56, and 57. From the clues they'd gathered, there was exactly one bomb among these three squares. And since square 56 had already been flipped by Suisui, only 55 and 57 remained as options. Another single-choice question. Where would the bomb be? Jianshi weighed the two squares. Now he was in the same predicament Suisui had faced earlier. If he guessed wrong, he'd just hand the answer to Suisui. Of course, he could also avoid these two squares and let Suisui pick. But Jianshi noticed that Suisui's luck was pretty good. If he let her pick, she might just dig up another bomb. Since that was the case, rather than leaving the choice to someone else, he'd rather make it himself. Even if he was wrong, it was better than waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. While the two of them were thinking, the other players made their moves. Player 2, after successfully exploring squares 1 and 2, chose square 12 this time. But his previous luck didn't continue. There was a bomb under square 12. As soon as he stepped on it, the bomb exploded, blowing up the ground. Fortunately, player 2 was prepared, so although he was badly hurt, he didn't lose all ability to act like player 3 had. Player 2's score dropped by 3, from 5 to 2. Player 3 seemed to have gotten a game hint. After being blown up, he chose square 30 next to square 29. His hint must have been good, because he made his choice quickly and without hesitation. After reaching square 30, player 3 disappeared for a dozen seconds, then reappeared in everyone's view. And Suisui had been watching the others. After player 3 entered square 30, he soon came out, and his score changed from 1 to 0, meaning he'd gained a point. Judging by his happy expression, there must have been some other benefit. Did he land on a reward square like I did? And Suisui wondered. Player 3 was already badly injured and didn't care about the others' glances. As soon as he got a medical kit, he used it on himself. His injuries immediately improved. He wasn't back to his best, but at least he could move normally. Player 3 finally relaxed. Without medical help, he probably would have been the one eliminated this round. Now it was player 4's turn. Player 4 seemed to want to avoid contact with the others. After a brief thought, he chose square 73, far from everyone else. After entering square 73, player 4 was gone for quite a while. When he reappeared on the board, he looked tired but happy, and Suisui instantly understood. He'd completed a challenge and succeeded. Sure enough, the leaderboard updated, and player 4's score went from 2 to 5. Now it was Jianshi's turn. Jianshi had already decided where to go, so he didn't need much time to think. He chose square 57 and selected dig. After some dirt flew, the system immediately announced his result. Ding. Dig failed. Points 3. On the leaderboard, Jianshi's score dropped from 5 to 2. Jianshi. As his partner, Suisui immediately understood. He'd failed to dig up a bomb. She was delighted. When he was transported to square 57, she immediately made her choice. Dig 55. Ding. Dig successful. Points plus 3. Game hint, there are 2 bombs in your 9-square grid, both already dug up. And Suisui was stunned by this message. With 55 as the center, all the bombs in its 9-square grid had been dug up.
Previously, she'd gotten a hint that with 56 as the center, there were 3 bombs in its 9-square grid. Subtracting the 2 she'd already dug up and removing the overlapping safe parts with 55's grid, the remaining 3 squares must hide the last bomb. But one of those squares had already been confirmed safe, and another had just been dug up by Jianshi. The last bomb's location was now exposed. And Suisui looked at Jianshi with envy, making him feel a bit baffled. Although she wanted to keep this latest info to herself, since they'd already established a partnership, and Suisui wouldn't go back on her word. She was someone who kept her promises. And Suisui puffed out her chest and shared all the info she'd just received. Latest info. There are no more bombs in my 9-square grid. Jianshi was amused by Suisui's "you hit the jackpot" tone, raising his eyebrows and about to tease her when he suddenly realized Square 55 was a safe zone? This little bunny had just handed him an answer for free. She really is a lucky bunny, Jianshi muttered softly. After uncovering the bomb in Square 55, the Anjian duo not only marked out a large safe area, but also pinpointed the exact location of the next mine. By digging up mines, the two gained new game hints. There are no bombs around Square 67. The only bomb in that 3x3 grid had already been dug up by Jianshi, creating another new safe zone. And Suisui took out pen and paper, recording this latest piece of information. Jianshi noticed her action and asked curiously, "Is that an item too?" A few sheets of paper and a pen didn't look special at all. And Suisui curled her lip. "What are you thinking? There aren't that many items. It's just regular paper and a pen." But Jianshi was even more surprised after hearing that. "How did you bring them in?" He'd tried all sorts of things, but nothing could be brought into the game. Whether it was a pistol or a cannon, everything got wiped upon entry. How did Suisui manage it? Wasn't cheating impossible in this game? And Suisui had no idea what Jianshi was thinking. Hearing his question, she proudly unzipped her jacket and showed off the pockets on her clothes. "I just put them in here and brought them in. Smart, right?" As she spoke, Suisui pulled out a shoelace, a comb, and a piece of chocolate from her pocket. Jianshi was momentarily speechless, forgetting what he'd wanted to ask. "Why did you bring all that stuff in?" "Isn't it obvious? To use them, of course." And Suisui carefully put the items back in her pocket, clearly annoyed by Jianshi's skepticism. "What's with that look? How was I supposed to know what would be useful before coming in? I just brought a bit of everything." Actually, Suisui had prepared more than just these, but in the end, only these few items made it into the game. She felt a bit regretful about that. Jianshi glanced over the little items thoughtfully. Maybe in the eyes of the game, these were just useless junk, so they were allowed in. Not many people could actually make use of them. It was Suisui's turn again. After 4 rounds, the 5 players had uncovered 20 squares and found 5 bombs. Currently, Suisui had 10 points, Jianshi 5, player 2 had 4, player 3 had 3, and player 4 had 7. And Suisui was still in the lead. Given that, she decided not to rush to find more bombs, but to finish clearing the safe zones she and Jianshi had mapped out to avoid letting other players snatch them. So the two spent 4 turns each exploring the safe zones. In the second set of 4 rounds, Suisui uncovered 2 challenge squares, 1 blank and 1 reward, earning a total of 9 points. Her score went from 10 to 19. Jianshi wasn't as lucky. Although he also got 9 points, he only found 1 challenge, and the other 3 were blanks. Players 2 and 3 also did well. Maybe they got hints after stepping on something, so in their 4 rounds they each got 4 safe points. Player 2's score rose to 13, just 1 less than Jianshi. Player 3's score went up to 11, a bit less impressive. Player 4's luck didn't last. Although he attempted several challenges, his personal skill was lacking. Out of 4 challenges, he only succeeded twice and even stepped on a bomb once. After 4 rounds, he gained 4 points but lost 3, dropping from second place with 7 points to last with 8. And Suisui noticed the cold sweat on that player's forehead. He was clearly anxious. By now, 40 squares had been uncovered, 6 bombs found, and 14 remained hidden. And Suisui took out her pen and paper and merged all the hints from the last 4 rounds. There are 2 bombs around Square 54, 1 has already been dug up, and in the 3x3 grid, only squares 43 and 53 remain unopened. The bomb is in one of those 2. Square 44's 3x3 grid has 3 bombs. 1 has been dug up, and the range of another is confirmed. Because the 2 3x3 grids overlap, there can only be 1 bomb between 43 and 53, so the other bomb must be among 33, 34, and 35. The info for Square 46 was already known.
All bombs in that 3x3 grid have been cleared, so 35, 36, and 37 are now safe. Jian Shi's latest hint for square 47 said there are 2 bombs in that 3x3 grid. Excluding the ones already dug up and confirmed safe, the last bomb can only be in either square 48 or 58. There was also a crucial hint from Jian Shi. Square 68's 3x3 grid has 3 bombs, only one of which has been dug up, and only 3 squares remain unopened. That means, among those 3, there are 2 bombs. After sorting all the hints, Suisui tugged at her hair in frustration. There were too many choices. She didn't know which way to go. She spread the paper on the ground and carefully studied all the information she'd uncovered. She drew a 2-scale 10x10 board, marking all the open squares with different numbers. Even though the other players didn't communicate with her, the way each square was entered and the points earned let Suisui deduce what kind of square it was. In her notes, 1 meant a reward square, 2 a blank, 3 a challenge, and a circle meant a bomb. As she looked, Suisui suddenly realized that the special squares around each bomb were almost identical. She and Jian Shi had already cleared the area around 2 bombs, and she'd recorded the layout. Looking again, she was struck by a realization. Around each bomb, there were always 3 challenge squares and 1 reward square, with the rest filled in as blanks. The layouts were so similar. And Suisui tapped her finger, her gaze falling on the area cleared by Player 3. Although Player 3 had the bad luck to hit a bomb on his first try, he'd gained info about the area around it. From her notes, Suisui could see that after stepping on the bomb, Player 3's path circled around it. Now, in Player 3's area, only 1 square in the bomb's 3x3 grid remained unopened, and Suisui counted the special squares around that bomb, 2 challenges and 1 reward. Seeing this, her eyes froze. If her theory was correct, then based on the pattern of 3 challenges and 1 reward around every bomb, the last unopened square in Player 3's 3x3 grid must be a challenge square. As long as I flip this last square, I'll know if my deduction is correct, and Suisui murmured softly. The shrill alarm that sounded as the countdown began rattled her nerves. Her eyes hardened, and she made a snap decision, deviating from her original plan to choose the last remaining square in Player 3's 9-square grid. "I want to flip square 28, and Suisui shouted. Player 3 looked up in shock, staring blankly at Suisui as she suddenly invaded his territory. "Are you crazy?" he cursed, a wave of anxiety rising in his chest. His score was already near the bottom among all the players, and now the top-ranked female player was butting in. How did she know my last square was safe? Player 3 couldn't do anything but pace around, cursing under his breath. Although his luck had been bad, he'd stepped on a mine his first turn. He'd benefited from it, learning that there were no more mines around that bomb. Even though he was behind in points, as long as he advanced steadily, he might outlast the others and make a comeback. But now, for some reason, Player 1 had suddenly rushed over from her own area and snatched away his last safe square. Did she get information from somewhere else? No matter how hard he thought, Player 3 couldn't figure out why his last safe square had been taken. He let out a shout, squatted down, and scratched his head in frustration. With his original plan disrupted, he'd have to explore unknown territory, not knowing what surprises or dangers awaited. Jian Shi watched as Suisui suddenly veered off course, his gaze deep and unreadable. Speaking of their information sharing, Suisui had promised to share everything and hadn't hidden a thing, so whatever she knew, Jian Shi knew as well. But unlike Suisui, Jian Shi couldn't keep track of every detail and recall all the information after a long time. Just remembering each game hint without mixing them up was already hard enough for him. What did this little bunny discover this time? Jian Shi muttered softly. And Suisui, for her part, was oblivious to the complicated thoughts of the other players. As soon as she felt her body lighten, she found herself in a new space. The surrounding white mist and the completely different environment from the outside world made it clear. This was a challenge square. All her previous guesses had been correct, and Suisui's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and she couldn't help but jump up and spin around in delight. Ding! Challenge triggered. Animal dentist. Game rules. Please solve all the animal's dental problems within 5 minutes. The cold system voice was like a bucket of ice water, instantly sobering on Suisui. What kind of bizarre, difficult challenge was this? She wasn't a dentist. How was she supposed to diagnose animal dental problems? Before she could protest, a large lion with a fluffy brown mane slowly walked out, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light as it stared at Suisui for a while, before sitting in its designated spot and slowly opening its mouth. A strong, foul stench hit her, nearly making Suisui faint. She pinched her nose, doing her best to resist the urge to run, and stared wide-eyed into the lion's mouth. She had no idea how to examine teeth, but she couldn't just give up, right? At the very least, she had to struggle a bit to show the game that Suisui would never give in easily. As she got closer to the lion's mouth, she saw it was full of meat scraps. Not only was it filthy and covered in tartar, but there was also a completely black tooth, standing out starkly among the healthy ones. That was clearly a huge cavity. How should I deal with this? And Suisui frowned, thinking. She took a step back and accidentally met the lion's gaze, startled by the cold yet expectant look in its eyes. She almost couldn't resist smacking it. But soon, her attention was drawn to a new change in the lion's mouth. 2 floating red words appeared. Brush teeth. A mission hint? Was this telling her that brushing the lion's teeth would solve the problem? And Suisui scanned the scene for fixed props and soon found an oversized toothbrush in an inconspicuous corner, perfect for brushing a lion's teeth. Suddenly enlightened, Suisui realized she didn't need advanced dental knowledge to conquer these beasts. She just had to follow the hints. Why didn't they say so earlier? Relieved, she dipped the big toothbrush in water and foam, walked to the lion's mouth, and prepared to brush its teeth. Up to this point, the lion had been very cooperative, but as soon as Suisui's toothbrush touched its teeth, its eyes flashed red and it suddenly snapped its jaws shut. Its sharp teeth instantly bit the wooden toothbrush in half. One piece fell to the ground, the other stayed in its mouth for a while before the lion spat it out, looking at Suisui as if it had just spat out her bones, savoring the taste. And Suisui stared at the ferocious lion, expressionless. No wonder the lion's eyes had flashed with anticipation earlier. It had been waiting for her to reach in or stick her head in so it could bite her head off. It really wanted to bite me! Furious, Suisui pulled out all her stored items, checking them one by one, determined to teach this lion a lesson so the next animals would behave. After checking all her cards, Suisui found none that satisfied her, so she simply materialized her. When the lion glared at her again, Suisui raised her and struck the lion's head hard with the back of it. Clang! The lion howled in pain, opening its mouth to bite Suisui. But she was incredibly fast. Just as the lion lunged, she dodged to the side, deliberately holding her sai chi in front of her so the lion bit down on the hard back of it. Roar! The lion howled again. This time it was because of its dental problem. Its tooth really was rotten, and anyone who's had a cavity knows how much it hurts when it flares up. The pain made the lion's eyes turn red. It stood up to chase Suisui, but couldn't even catch a strand of her hair, and had to listen to her taunting it arrogantly. You think you can bite me? Dream on! Not in 100 lifetimes! The lion didn't fully understand her words, but it could sense the mockery in her tone, and its anger flared, even overshadowing the pain in its teeth. All it wanted was to swallow Suisui whole. And Suisui wasn't fazed by the idea of fighting a lion one-on-one. This wasn't like that giant lion boss from before. Dealing with an ordinary lion was a piece of cake. She was already considering whether she could just beat the lion to death and then treat its teeth. The rules didn't forbid it, so it probably wouldn't count as cheating, right? 3 minutes later, Suisui had caught the big lion and the other animals that appeared one after another, tying them all together with a shoelace. She herself was sitting on the lion's head, forcefully prying open its mouth. Keep your mouth open. If you dare close it, I'll knock out your teeth.
1 tooth for every time you close your mouth until you've got none left," and Suisui threatened. The big lion, as an NPC in the game, could understand some human speech. At this moment, it clearly understood Suisui's threat. Forced by her intimidation, it obediently opened its mouth, letting this seemingly frail human fiddle with its teeth. Brushing teeth was a simple task. As long as she kept the animals from causing trouble, she could clean their dirty teeth in just a few strokes. But the next step was trickier. After cleaning the teeth, Suisui had to pull out the bad ones. Some of the black, decayed teeth were beyond saving and had to be completely removed to solve the animal's dental problems. The big lion had a black, rotten tooth with a bright red label above it. Cavity. Needs extraction. As Suisui approached with pliers, a flash of human-like fear appeared in the lion's eyes. Was this person really going to pull out its tooth? To prevent the lion from acting out during the extraction, Suisui patted its head, half coaxing, half deceiving, and gently reassured it. "Don't be scared, I'm just testing how strong your teeth are. Relax, it'll be over soon." The lion hesitantly opened its mouth, and Suisui pretended to examine the teeth, then quietly slipped the pliers in and carefully clamped onto the black tooth. "Don't be nervous, it'll be over soon." She kept talking, deliberately making noise to distract the lion. She tossed her wooden brush forward. The solid brush hit the ground with a loud bang. Sure enough, the lion was fooled, glancing instinctively toward the sound. "Now!" And Suisui's eyes sharpened, and she gripped the pliers with both hands, yanking hard. The black loose tooth came out with brute force. The lion belatedly let out a heart-wrenching scream, rolling on the white jade floor, occasionally convulsing as if having a fit. The other small animals, subdued by Suisui, watched in terror, shrinking back and avoiding the woman who seemed like a demon. So much for, "It won't hurt." Did she think they couldn't read, or had no culture? And Suisui glanced at the bloody tooth in her hand, then up at the game prompt on the wall. The countdown continued, and the 5 animals needing treatment were now down to 4. Sure enough, as long as she dealt with the cavities, the task was complete, and Suisui tossed away the black tooth and smiled at the remaining 4 animals. "Who's next?" The little animals shivered in fear. The wolf and hyena exchanged glances, communicating silently. Wolf: "Go on, brother. Aren't you the troublemaker? Pestering is your specialty." Hyena: "Hey, we only act tough when we have numbers. You wolves are petty and vengeful. When you fight, it's to the death. You go." The 2 fierce carnivores pushed each other, while the 2 gentle herbivores huddled in the corner, trembling and seeking comfort in each other's warmth. And Suisui reached out her evil hand. 5 minutes later, Suisui emerged on the minesweeper board, pliers in her left hand, sharp tweezers in her right. Blood from her violent extractions had splattered on her face, giving her delicate features a slightly savage look. Player 3, whose spot had just been snatched by Suisui, had wanted to curse her out to vent his anger. But when she actually appeared before him, just one oppressive look from her made him fall silent, his mind going blank. As soon as Suisui left the challenge space, she felt Player 3's angry gaze and instinctively looked back. When their eyes met, it was as if Player 3 had been hit by a bomb. His mouth opened, but only breath came out. He stood silently in his square, sneaking glances at the blood-stained pliers in Suisui's hand. And Suisui suddenly understood. "You've got it wrong, friend," she explained seriously. "It's just a regular tool, just a bit of animal blood, definitely not a murder weapon." She thought her explanation was clear, but Player 3 only looked more terrified, his eyes full of fear as he trembled and asked softly, "I just want to know, are you going to pick a square near here next? If you want this area, just say so. I'll leave." Did he not get what she meant? And Suisui insisted, "It's really not a murder weapon." She even held out the bloody pliers for him to see that the blood was just from animal teeth. Player 3 retreated again, only stopping when he hit the transparent barrier behind him, clutching it and swallowing hard. "Boss, calm down. We have no beef, and I won't fight you for territory. Please put your pliers away. Don't let him see that thing anymore. Just looking at those pliers made him feel like his life was in danger. Other players didn't notice Suisui's problem. After player 1 finished, it was player 8's turn. Player 8 was pretty skilled. So far, he hadn't failed a single challenge and had gathered a fair amount of information. He frowned, glanced at the possible alliance between Suisui and Jianshi, then at the leaderboard, and continued with his plan. He'd finish off the confirmed safe squares first. Player 3, frightened by Suisui's sudden brutality, stared at the pliers for a long time before finally deciding to get far away from her. Whether the boss left or not, he was leaving. Cherish life, stay away from the boss. So player 3 picked the last neglected corner, suddenly moving from the upper right to the lower right's first square. That square turned out to be a challenge. After 5 minutes, player 3 succeeded, gained 3 points, and passed the turn to player 4. Player 4, having recently been blown up by a bomb, at least had some game hints in hand and managed to get through this round smoothly. It was Jianshi's turn. Jianshi was momentarily thrown off by Suisui's sudden, inexplicable move. Although the two of them were partners, there was still competition between them. It was impossible for either to share every deduction with the other. He thought for a moment. Instead of following Suisui's lead, he chose an area with a 2/3 chance of digging up a bomb. Dig square 69, Jianshi said calmly to the game. Ding. Dig successful. Points, Plotch 3. Game hint. There are 2 bombs in your 9-square grid, 1 already dug up. Jianshi passed this latest info to Suisui while discreetly recalling Suisui's route, but, alas, human memory is limited. Just keeping track of every game hint was hard enough, let alone such a complex board layout. He still couldn't figure out why Suisui had suddenly barged into player 3's territory, so he had to give up on that for now. Naturally, Suisui wasn't about to share her deductions with Jianshi. With the new hint, she tried to use it to reverse engineer which squares on the board might be challenge squares. Since her info was useful, she didn't have to chase after bombs. It was better to grab as many challenge squares, worth plus 3 points, as possible, then let the other players probe for bombs. She could then analyze their actions to deduce where more challenge squares might be. After all, both bombs and challenge squares were worth 3 points, but bombs carried the risk of losing points if you guessed wrong. Hardly worth it. The optimal strategy was to claim all the challenge squares first. Suisui excitedly rubbed her hands together and pulled out her little map. Square 46 was a bomb they'd already uncovered. The area around the bomb had been mostly explored, leaving only squares 35, 36, and 37 unopened. These 3 had already been confirmed as safe. Most importantly, in the 9-square grid centered on square 46, only 1 challenge square and 1 reward had been found. That meant, if Suisui's deduction was correct, the remaining 3 squares should contain 2 challenges and 1 blank. Wasn't this just free points? As excited as she was inside, Suisui kept a calm face. She pretended to be troubled, biting her finger in thought, then, uncertainly, chose square 35. Jianshi frowned slightly. He felt something was off about Suisui's actions, but couldn't quite put his finger on it, so he decided to just watch and see. My deduction is right, my deduction is right, Suisui muttered, psyching herself up. It was as if doing this would make luck favor her. Ding! Challenge triggered. High jump. Complete the challenge to earn a reward. Game rules, find a way to win the high jump competition. She really did trigger a challenge. Her guess was correct. Suisui beamed, not even worried about the upcoming challenge. She strode confidently into the challenge arena, where the high jump equipment was already set up. The game's NPC hadn't appeared yet, but the basic setup was all ready. Suisui circled the equipment, confirming it was just standard high jump gear, with nothing inhuman about it, and quietly waited for her competitors to appear. After a while, a few small animals emerged from the mist. There was a bunny, a giraffe, a monkey, even a kangaroo. All strong competitors, Suisui thought. She also noticed something interesting. From the start of these challenges, Every NPC in the game had been an animal. The weirdest was the unknown monster from the Mountaintop Cabin Challenge. So far, she hadn't seen a single humanoid NPC. Why? Was there something wrong with humanoid NPCs? She tucked this question away for later and focused on the challenge at hand. Compared to the bouncy rabbits and kangaroos, Suisui's advantage wasn't obvious. But game challenges were never just about the surface rules. There were always tricks and loopholes waiting for players to discover. And Suisui never intended to play fair. Her eyes darted around, clearly plotting something. Maybe because animals moved slowly, this competition had no time limit. The high jump started at the lowest bar. Even the tiny bunny could easily clear the first height, so it was no problem for Suisui. The bar started at 20 centimeters, rising by 10 centimeters each round. By the third round, Suisui was already hopping over the bar. By then, the less jumpy animals had been eliminated, leaving only the long-legged and super jumpy ones, like the kangaroo. And Suisui quietly stood aside, looking innocent, but her internal alarm was blaring. Time for dirty tricks. The giraffe, with its long legs, managed to clear the ever-higher bar with a weird posture, and Suisui was dumbfounded. She decided to take out this height-cheating giraffe first. The giraffe, unaware it was being targeted, walked gracefully to the bar when its turn came. Just as it was about to lift its hind legs, a glass bottle rolled under its feet. Caught off guard, the giraffe stepped on the bottle, lost its balance, and its long neck hit the bar, knocking it down. Beep! A shrill alarm sounded, and the giraffe was eliminated. And Suisui casually picked up the now empty juice bottle, blinked her innocent eyes, and calmly told the other animals, "Sorry, slipped." After all, high jump is tiring, and she'd been at it a while. What's wrong with having a drink? It was just a coincidence the bottle rolled under the giraffe's feet, definitely not on purpose. After the giraffe, it was the turn of Suisui's biggest rival, the wild horse. The wild horse had been confident. High jump? How could it lose to a human? But after seeing Suisui accidentally take out the giraffe with a bottle, it suddenly wasn't so sure. It might win on skill, but what about cunning? Humans are a notoriously crafty species. Just look, the giraffe still hadn't gotten up. While the animals were sizing up Suisui, she was also observing the remaining animals. 50 centimeters was a clear dividing line. Any animal not good at jumping had already been eliminated. Now, only a wild horse, a kangaroo, a cat, and a giant frog remained on the field. In terms of strength, any of these animals could easily overpower Suisui, but was she someone who could be taken down so easily? Of course not. The wild horse paced anxiously, watching Suisui for a while. Seeing she wasn't making any moves, it retreated a few steps and then suddenly charged forward. It thought, as long as it was fast enough, it could leap before the human could pull any tricks. With this in mind, the wild horse sped up again as it neared the high jump bar. Just as it was about to jump, it caught a glimpse of a blurry black shadow rushing toward it. What was that? Startled, the wild horse instinctively stopped to avoid colliding with the shadow. But it was running too fast, and the bar was already very close. Even though it tried to stop, inertia carried it forward, and it crashed into the high jump equipment, knocking it over. Once it reached safety, the wild horse looked back and realized the shadow was just that cunning human. Only then did the wild horse realize it had fallen for a trick. That human had seemed to charge at it at high speed, but just before colliding, she made a sharp turn and ran back to the starting area. So sneaky. The wild horse neighed angrily. How could this person be so devious? After dealing with the wild horse, Suisui strolled back to the starting area. As the remaining 3 animals stared at her, she just blinked. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I was just nervous and needed to stretch my legs." "Don't mind me. I was just running around." Frog, kangaroo, cat. With that kind of stroll, how could they not mind? After eliminating the wild horse, it was the cat's turn. The cat wasn't as strong as the kangaroo or frog, but it was still much stronger than Suisui. It didn't charge like the wild horse, nor did it need to lift its legs high like a giraffe to clear the bar. The gray-striped cat walked forward with elegant little steps, eyes fixed on Suisui, as if to see what tricks she'd pull. What would Suisui do? Since the animals were so expectant, she couldn't let them down. After watching the cat for a while, Suisui turned and opened a medical kit she'd gotten as a game reward. She'd received 2 medical kits from reward squares. Maybe the game was worried players would all get blown up by mines and not last until the end, so every reward square had a medical kit. She kept one for herself, just in case. She opened the other and checked the supplies. Gauze, splints, alcohol, cotton swabs, basic medical tools. How to trick that proud little cat? And Suisui's gaze landed on the splint bandage. When the cat reached the repaired high jump bar, it saw the cunning human approaching, standing by the bar with innocent eyes, clearly up to something. The cat paused, then arrogantly turned its head away. Don't think that look will make me go easy on you. The tricks you used on the giraffe and wild horse won't work on me. It glanced at Suisui again but didn't see anything unusual. Maybe she was intimidated by my kingly aura, the cat thought naively. Its tail swept the ground, it crouched, then with a push of its hind legs it leapt gracefully. See? Everyone must bow to its elegance. Even this cunning human wouldn't dare lay a hand on it. The cat thought smugly. But the next second, a black shadow flashed by and something light landed around its neck. At first, the cat didn't know what it was. When it tried to jump, the thing tightened, pulling it in the opposite direction. Meow! Meow, meow! The cat struggled wildly in midair, clawing at the splint bandage around its neck. But the system item was top quality. No way the cat could break it. Even if it did, Suisui had already thrown it off course. When its momentum faded, the cat landed lightly on the ground. Jump failed. After landing, the cat seemed unable to accept the result, lying motionless on the ground, refusing to get up. And Suisui walked over and gently stroked its soft fur. Don't be mad, it's just one lost round. Meow. The cat let out a weak meow, as if accusing Suisui of being too ruthless. How dare this peasant do something so crazy to me? I'm furious. And Suisui, unaware of the cat's inner thoughts, just petted it while turning her attention to the last 2 animals. The kangaroo and frog were going to be tricky. Since there was no time limit for this high jump contest, and Suisui couldn't just use brute force to subdue all her opponents, only a failed jump after takeoff would be recognized by the system. Blocking the animals from competing or forcibly catching them and knocking over the bar wouldn't count. How do I deal with these 2? And Suisui muttered. The kangaroo was huge and steady. Little tricks wouldn't work. With its strength, it didn't even need a running start. The tricks used on the horse and giraffe wouldn't work. What about using a lasso like with the cat? And Suisui looked at her own size, then at the kangaroo's muscles. Strong enough to kill a bull. Forget it. If anyone went flying, it'd probably be her, not the kangaroo. The frog was even trickier. Though much bigger than a normal frog, it was still small compared to Suisui. Catching a moving creature that small would be tough, and not worth the effort. Thump, thump, thump. The kangaroo hopped over to Suisui. Its powerful tail slapped the ground, kicking up dust. The kangaroo circled Suisui, showing off its strong legs and tail, warning her not to try anything sneaky. And Suisui looked up and saw that the kangaroo's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Oh no, is this about to turn into a brawl at the slightest provocation? If she played dirty with it, would she end up being chased around the field? And Suisui felt a bit Spartan about the whole thing. The kangaroo circled the high jump equipment 3 times, then stopped in front of it, deliberately pausing and looking down at Suisui with a contemptuous gaze. The kangaroo was actually taunting her? And Suisui was dumbfounded. Seeing the kangaroo about to clear the bar, Suisui couldn't take it anymore and kicked over the high jump equipment. Since it wasn't her turn, and knowing how the system worked, as long as it wasn't a contestant making a move, it didn't matter what she did. The kangaroo's jump paused, and it slowly turned its gaze to Suisui. And Suisui glared back, refusing to back down. So what if you're big and strong? Come at me if you dare. The high jump setup reset quickly. Less than 10 seconds after Suisui kicked it over, the bar was back in place. Before the kangaroo could jump, Suisui kicked the equipment over again, forcing the kangaroo to wait for it to reset. After repeating this 3 or 5 times, the already irritable kangaroo finally lost its temper. With a furious roar, it gave up on the competition and charged straight at Suisui, a hothead going off script to fight. Suisui was startled. She could tell just by looking how strong the kangaroo was. If it caught her, one punch and she'd be done for. She didn't hesitate and bolted. She couldn't win in a fight, but she could definitely outrun it. With her speed, shaking off the kangaroo was easy. But how could such a hot-tempered animal give up so easily? It swore to catch this hateful human and teach her a lesson. So the kangaroo and Suisui started running wild circles around the field. One running, one chasing, neither paying any attention to the high jump bar anymore. The two of them went crazy, but the poor little frog suffered the most. All the other failed animal challengers had already left. At this point, only the kangaroo, Suisui, and the still persistent frog remained. Because the competition had to proceed in strict order. If the kangaroo didn't take its turn, the frog couldn't cut in line. The frog glanced worriedly at the two maniacs charging by and narrowly dodged another trampling attack. Is this a high jump contest or a test of who's tougher? The frog couldn't take it anymore and decided to take action to end this farce. But with its tiny body, it couldn't fight Suisui or the kangaroo, so it had to find another way. So the frog set its sights on the high jump bar. The equipment was a system prop, looked sturdy but actually wasn't heavy. The frog tried pushing it and found it could move it. So as the human and beast passed by again, the frog gave a mighty push, sending the bar rolling in front of Suisui. But this kind of clumsy sneak attack was no match for Suisui. She dodged nimbly, and the bar landed perfectly back in place, not the least bit out of order. Then the hot-headed kangaroo charged over. In its rush to catch Suisui, the kangaroo had accelerated several times, moving almost as fast as a car. And since kangaroos can only jump forward, not backward, it was too late to dodge. It could only watch as it crashed headlong into the bar. Beep! On the display, the kangaroo's icon was marked with a big red X. Clearly, the system judged that the kangaroo had failed its challenge. A pie from the sky? After escaping the kangaroo, Suisui stopped in front of the frog, grabbed its front paw, and shook it enthusiastically. Thank you. Thanks for the help, Allie. Now, since we worked so well together, how about you voluntarily withdraw? That way I won't have to waste time scheming against you. What do you say? And Suisui spoke sincerely, her eyes drooping slightly, big eyes blinking, looking sweet and innocent. The frog stared at her with its beady eyes for a while, then suddenly flicked its tongue and snapped it against Suisui's forehead. So this is how you repay me for helping you? The more the frog thought about it, the angrier it got, and it flicked its tongue at her again. This time, Suisui reacted quickly, blocking the tongue and cheerfully lifting the frog up in front of her. Don't be mad. To celebrate our friendship, here, have some juice. She really did take out a bottle of orange juice and poured a little on the ground. The frog, having witnessed Suisui trick the other animals, stared suspiciously at the bright orange liquid, seriously doubting whether she'd spiked it. It waited a while, and sure enough, Suisui kept glancing at the juice and urging in a sweet voice. Drink up, it's delicious. The frog glanced at the high jump bar in the distance. It was only the 3rd round. Even if it ignored this woman and cleared the bar, the next rounds, 4th, 5th, 6th, even 7th, were still ahead. Thinking about having to compete for so long, all while guarding against this schemer, the frog suddenly felt exhausted. Forget it, better to forfeit. A wise frog doesn't fight with a woman. The frog hopped into the mist and gave up on the competition. Ding. Challenge complete, points +3. Game hint. There are 2 bombs in your 9-square grid, one already dug up. Success? And Suisui instantly relaxed, lowering her hands from behind her back. Just as she left the square, still at the edge of the mist, the frog glanced back and saw Suisui holding a pair of blood-stained pliers. Suisui, unaware she was being watched, looked at the pliers and muttered, Good thing Brother Frog was sensible. I really didn't want to go after my own kind. Right, little pliers? Frog. So, accidentally saved my own life. And Suisui cheerfully returned to the square and immediately saw Jianshi standing not far away. On impulse, she blurted out, Jianshi, I advise you to surrender now, or you'll lose so badly you'll have to hide under your covers and cry when you get home. Jianshi. He looked on Suisui up and down for a long time, making sure this cocky little bunny was still the one he knew and hadn't been possessed by something weird, before finally speaking. So what's it going to be, one-on-one or a group fight? Hearing Jianshi's question, and Suisui instantly sobered up, clicking her tongue in annoyance. So what if she bragged a little? Who hasn't? Pretending not to hear his earlier question, she glanced at the board, her eyes spinning, then quietly spoke into the walkie-talkie. Hey Jianshi, let's play a guessing game. And Suisui pointed to 4 pairs of squares on the board, each pair containing 1 bomb. These 2 out of 1 choices were basically a test of luck. If the people ahead were lucky and picked all the right answers, those who went after would get nothing but scraps. If the people ahead were unlucky and eliminated all the wrong answers, those who followed could pick up the leftovers. And Suisui considered herself pretty lucky, and there were 3 pairs to choose from. If Jianshi picked the wrong one, she'd swoop in for the leftovers. If he was lucky and found the bomb, she'd just avoid that square and go for the other 2 pairs. Besides, she still had a trick up her sleeve. No matter how she looked at it, she was set to win big. As Suisui imagined her score skyrocketing, Jianshi glanced at her and was speechless. Could she be any more smug? When it was Jianshi's turn, he actually hesitated. And Suisui's luck was almost supernatural. If he let her go first, he'd be left with scraps. But if he took the lead, he didn't think he'd be lucky enough to always find the bombs. After a moment's hesitation, he chose a row of already confirmed safe squares. Better to rack up some points before hunting for bombs. Competing with Suisui in a game of luck was a surefire way to lose badly. Looks like first place would go to the little bunny again. Seeing Jianshi had no intention of being the radar up front, and Suisui was a bit disappointed, so she decided to wait too, clearing out the challenge squares she'd already mapped out. Both of them had plenty of game hints and, for now, weren't planning to dig for mines, focusing instead on the safe zones. This was bad news for the players with few clues who had to rely on luck. After a few rounds, the safe zones were almost completely cleared by the 2 of them. Player 4 was the unluckiest. His area didn't have many mines, but almost all the good squares had been taken by Suisui. Every couple of steps, he'd hit a bomb, getting so numb he barely reacted. But whenever he decided to dig, it was always just a regular square. No points, and he lost a lot overall. He was the unluckiest player on the board, hands down. When enough squares had been uncovered, the board suddenly lit up. All the previous markings disappeared, leaving only smooth, white, jade-like tiles. The players looked at each other, confused about what was happening. And Suisui was also puzzled, her internal alarm bells ringing. What trick was the game pulling now? The system finally spoke up. Less than 5 mines remain, entering the final showdown. Final showdown rules. All previously uncovered squares are now hidden and unmarked, but can still be chosen. Picking a previously uncovered square gives no points, but picking a mine will still explode and deduct points. The game ends when all 5 remaining mines are found. What the heck? You can play like this? The players were completely dumbfounded. With a board of 100 squares, who could possibly remember which ones they'd already chosen? Even if you remembered your own, what about the ones other players picked? Impossible. This was brutal. And Suisui looked around cautiously, then at her own map, quickly putting it away before anyone noticed. It wouldn't be wise to show off her map, which tracked every player's moves when everyone else was panicking. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Bzzz. The walkie-talkie crackled with static, and Suisui suddenly remembered her partner. But now, things were different. Their positions were no longer equal, and there was no real need to keep cooperating. Little bunny, can you hear me? Since we're so close, give me a hint.
My fate's in your hands now, Jianshi said shamelessly. He was confident in his skills, but his luck was another story. In all their guessing games, he'd always lost, with Suisui swooping in for the win. Now the whole board was a guessing game. How was he supposed to play? He just hoped his bad luck wouldn't drop him from second place to last. And Suisui stared at Jianshi in shock, not expecting him to say that. You know that's called mooching, right? She couldn't help but remind the usually brash man. Jianshi, unfazed, shrugged. Mooching? My teeth aren't great, I like soft food. You know how good it tastes? And Suisui was at a loss. If he admitted it himself, what could she say? Besides, they'd been through so much together. 4 games, and they'd met every time. Who knew? Maybe they'd meet again. Given Jianshi's skills and character, Suisui was still willing to work with him if possible. I can give you a hint, Suisui said slowly. Let's not talk about future cooperation for now, but if you want my extra info, you'll have to pay up. She mimicked a movie bandit, rubbing her fingers together at Jianshi. She thought she looked like a cocky villain, but to others she was more like a spoiled cat. Jianshi played along, obediently tossing her a card from his stash. Deal done. Guessing the board was exhausting. Even a genius couldn't instantly memorize everything. The most powerful tool was still in Suisui's map, which tracked every player's moves. As the big spender who'd bought her services, Jianshi also got the info, knowing which squares had and hadn't been uncovered. Seeing the other players panic, he suddenly abandoned his steady approach and started hopping between different players' territories. And Suisui was stunned, then realized what he was doing. He was trying to completely mess up everyone else's memory, so they couldn't even keep track of the squares around them. Didn't you see that unlucky player 4 had already failed to score 3 times in a row and even got blown up by a mine? And Suisui scolded him with her mouth, but her body was honest. She eagerly joined Jianshi in causing chaos. The two of them racked up points while disrupting the other players' strategies, leaving everyone else completely dumbfounded. What's wrong with these two? Their own positions were already chaotic enough. Why come over here to stir up trouble? Wasn't the scene messy enough already? Player 2 glanced at the scoreboard, saw the obvious gap in points, and shook his head helplessly. Forget it. As long as I don't get eliminated, that's good enough. No need to dream of a big win. This round ended with no suspense. Even after hearing the game's announcement, Suisui still looked unsatisfied. This feeling of crushing the competition was really addictive. While the game was still settling the results, Jianshi, who was standing nearby, suddenly asked her, Suisui, where's your dog? He remembered that Suisui had a very mischievous dog, which should also be a system item. Why hadn't she brought it out? That dog was pretty interesting. At the mention of the dog, Suisui stiffened, forced a laugh, and dodged the question, Dog? What dog? Pets aren't allowed in the game. That dog was a heavy weapon. Every time it appeared, it was a lifesaver for her. How could she let it out so easily? After returning to the game space, Suisui waited excitedly in place. This was the easiest challenge she'd ever had in the game. Congratulations, player, on ranking first in this challenge. You have 3 draws. Draw now? What a silly question, Suisui grumbled inwardly. Why not offer a 10-draw option to increase the odds of getting good stuff? Who doesn't like saving up for a big draw? But here, you just use them as you get them. So she clicked to draw and immediately got 3 new cards from the wheel. 2 of the cards were ordinary, 1 hemostatic gauze, and 1 called Food is Heaven. Food is Heaven. Randomly receive a type of food. The third was very special. Gold skill card fragment. Collect 10 fragments to get a gold skill. A skill, huh? Suisui pondered. What exactly does this game want to turn them into? Why is there such a mishmash of things? She didn't voice her doubts, just took out all her cards and sorted through them. Then she looked at her backpack cards. Currently, Suisui had 3 backpack cards. 1 permanent special backpack card, 1 ordinary backpack card, and 1 with limited uses. What's the difference between these backpack cards? Why are there so many types? Suisui was puzzled.
She'd used the permanent special backpack card a few times and knew how it worked. It was a small card with the capacity of a regular backpack, not very big, but no matter how much weight you put in, you couldn't feel it. Very convenient to carry. What about the ordinary backpack? And Suisui took out the permanent ordinary backpack, materialized it, and a gray backpack appeared before her. The capacity was decent, about the same as her special backpack, but not as convenient. She figured the limited-use backpack was probably similar. "There's nothing special about this," and Suisui muttered. Unknowingly, she'd accumulated nearly 20 different cards. Each card was the size of a regular playing card, but a bit thicker. Holding 20 cards in her small hands was already a handful. She wondered if she could store all these cards in her backpack card. Otherwise, as she got more and more cards, carrying them all would be a hassle. She tried putting a card into the special backpack card. The card turned into a ball of silver light and was absorbed by the special backpack. It really worked, and Suisui was delighted. She quickly tried another new card, but this time nothing happened. Huh? What's going on? She tried another card. Still nothing. Did it break? Or maybe card items can't be stored in the special backpack, and that first card was just a fluke? And Suisui quickly checked the special backpack card. She didn't want to waste a valuable item. Looking closely, she realized the backpack card's info had changed. Special backpack LV2. Permanent. A card that can store items with about twice the capacity of a regular backpack. Wait, the card can level up? And Suisui checked and saw the space had doubled. She looked through her cards and realized the one missing was the permanent ordinary backpack card. So, cards of the same type can be merged? She tried the other backpack card, but it still didn't work. Looks like it only works for permanent cards. She tried merging 2 meat floss bread cards, but they didn't combine. So only the special backpack card can be upgraded. No wonder it's called special. That really is special. And Suisui wasn't disappointed. A backpack card that could level up was already great. She left the game space in high spirits, returned to her dorm, and hugged her bunny plushie to sleep. The next day was the weekend. Although Jiaoyang Academy didn't have classes on weekends, the top students never missed a chance to study, so the library was still packed. Genius students pored over materials and typed away at their smart devices, making someone like An Suisui, wandering the campus with food, look a bit out of place. And Suisui didn't want to join the study grind. She deliberately avoided the intense study areas and snuck off to a small grove by the greenbelt to relax. What a beautiful afternoon. What a beautiful time. Perfect for... "You're not leaving until you give me an explanation." A sudden shout startled An Suisui, and she almost dropped her snacks. Annoyed, she looked for the source and saw a large crowd gathered in front of a dorm building. So many people at this hour, and not for studying. Something interesting must be happening. And Suisui's gossip-loving soul burned bright, and she squeezed into the crowd with her snacks. In the center, 2 unfamiliar girls were arguing, faces red with anger. And Suisui thought there must be some love-hate drama, but then heard one of them say, "Are you crazy? I'm not even arguing with you. Why do you keep butting in?" Wait, isn't this person supposed to be the main character? And Suisui was totally confused. Could someone explain what's going on? It's so frustrating not to get the whole story. The accused girl was also indignant and immediately retorted, "If you argue with my best friend, it's the same as arguing with me. What's wrong with me standing up for her?" Arguing on behalf of a friend? And Suisui turned her gaze to the person standing nearby, who looked even more like a bystander than she did. Huh, why does this person look so familiar? Hadn't she seen her somewhere before? Ding. Game loading. Load successful, welcome to the game, escape room. Game rules. Find any way you can to leave the school. The faster, the better. And Suisui, dressed in a special outfit, opened her eyes and took in her surroundings. Judging by the layout, this seemed to be a dormitory. The room was large and spacious, with 4 beds in total, and Suisui was sitting on one of them. Escape room? So, is this the school dormitory? She stood up from her spot. The lighting in the dim room was very poor, making it hard to see. Feeling her way off the bed, Suisui found a flashlight nearby. The flashlight's beam wasn't very strong, but it was just enough to make out the dorm's layout. There was a digital clock on the wall, its numbers still ticking. If the clock was accurate, it should be 8 in the morning. 8 o'clock wasn't exactly early, so why was the dorm so dark? Frowning, Suisui swept the flashlight around the room and finally found the thick curtains blocking the light. So that's why it was so dark. She pulled the curtains open, and the dorm was finally filled with light. Through the window, Suisui could see a huge code playground and green belts below. The sky was overcast, so the room wasn't much brighter than before. And Suisui wasn't in a hurry to leave. She remembered that the game's theme this time was an escape room. A key part of escape rooms is searching for clues, right? If you could just walk out, what would be the point? Although the dorm was meant for 4 people, she was currently the only player here. She didn't know how many people had been transported into the game this time, but as long as it wasn't a team game, it didn't matter to her. And Suisui walked to the door and carefully turned the handle. As she did, a faint green light flashed on the screen. It turned out to be a double-sided code lock. Coming and going both required a password. And Suisui wasn't disappointed. Not being able to leave was exactly what she expected. After a quick look around the room, she left the door and started searching from the innermost area. She first went to the only window in the dorm. The dorm was spacious. Besides the 4 soft-looking beds, there were 2 desks near the window, each cluttered with items. Despite the mess, there weren't many types of things on the desks. Aside from a few empty soda bottles, there were only a handful of study materials, and Suisui picked one up to look. High school physics. Before the interstellar era changed the education system, it used to be like this. High school would be equivalent to the current 3rd stage of education, the youth academy. The desk was large. Besides the few study materials on top, the bookshelf was filled with all kinds of books, clearly the area of a studious kid. There was a lock drawer under the desk. But this kind of old, simple lock was no challenge for Suisui. Her strength stat was 5 points. While not extremely high, among ordinary people she'd be considered a rare powerhouse. No need to waste time looking for clues for something this simple. Muttering to herself, she braced one hand on the desk, hooked the bottom of the drawer with the other, and pulled hard. Nothing happened. Ha! Playing hard to get, huh? She pushed it in and tried again. After a few tries, the old lock finally broke. With a clatter, the drawer opened, revealing a mess of personal items inside. And Suisui picked out a few useful things and moved on to the next desk. Each pair of beds had a desk and chair beside them. So, each was basically a personal area. Soon, Suisui had checked all 4 desks. What puzzled her was that, although the drawers contained personal items, there was nothing with any real personality in any of them. No sign of hobbies or interests at all. If she remembered correctly, kids in the 3rd stage of education should be around 16, right? Are students this self-disciplined at that age? Their personal areas contained only study materials and daily necessities, nothing else. And Suisui stopped searching and stood in the middle of the room, looking around again. Although it was a student dorm, the setup was definitely luxurious for its time. Schools of this level used to be called aristocratic schools. Shouldn't students who could afford such schools have more distinct personalities? And Suisui felt a bit confused. Was there something wrong with this school, or was she mistaken? After a brief moment of uncertainty, Suisui resumed her search. On the surface, there really wasn't much in the dorm. After a thorough search, she finally found a yellowed note wedged in the seat of one of the desks. The teachers are very strict. It's hard for me to take it. And the other students don't like to talk. I don't know why. The note was dated and signed by a girl named Mandy Lucia. It looked like a diary entry. And Suisui carefully folded the note and put it in her pocket. Next, she found a prop card under the bedsheet, and what looked like the dorm password tucked in a book. No more clues. She tried the password at the door. Click, it opened. It really was the dorm password. Carefully opening the door, Suisui peeked outside. There was a long corridor, completely silent.
She had no idea where the other players had been placed. In such a big school, not seeing a single person was a bit creepy. And Suisui waited quietly for a while but still heard nothing. She glanced back at the clock on the wall, 10 in the morning. If she delayed any longer, it would be afternoon. With no other choice, Suisui braced herself and stepped out. There was no way there was only one room on the whole floor. She tried opening other doors. Some opened easily, some didn't. Just as she was thinking, one of the locked dorm doors suddenly opened, and a thin boy stepped out. The sudden encounter startled them both, and Suisui was the first to recover. So another player had found the clues and escaped their dorm. So the other players were still stuck in their rooms? No wonder the whole campus was so quiet. She quickly sized up the boy. He looked unfamiliar, someone she hadn't seen before. And Suisui stayed alert but didn't show it, simply nodding and greeting. The boy seemed relieved by her attitude, and, not wanting to chat either, gave a perfunctory nod and hurried off. Finally, meeting another living person eased on Suisui's nerves a lot. Gripping the plunger in her hand, she slowly made her way to the other floors. This school really is high-end. Even the dormitory area, which is only 7 stories tall, is equipped with an elevator. For now, Suisui didn't plan to take the elevator. She followed the emergency stairwell down. Electronic devices are the most unreliable things. In a place that already looks this strange, if she just went and took the elevator right away and then died in it because it malfunctioned, that would be too embarrassing to even talk about. And Suisui had just stepped into the stairwell when she was startled by what she saw inside. Maybe a lot of time had passed because the once white walls had turned a bit yellowish. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that on the pale yellow walls there were long, thin scratch marks, as if something sharp had clawed at them, and some even had traces of blood. Basically, every part of the wall had scratches, and the closer to the ground, the more numerous and dense the marks became. If this wasn't some kind of avant-garde art project by the school, then it could only mean that something had happened in this stairwell and it had never been dealt with. Leaning against the wall, Suisui carefully examined the scratch marks, then looked at her own fingers. They looked a bit like nail scratches, and just looking at them made her feel pain. Instinctively, Suisui hid her fingers behind her back, but quickly realized, why was she scared? She wasn't the one who made those marks. Summoning her courage, Suisui tried to take a step forward, but accidentally glanced at the stairwell shaft. In the darkness, the stairwell shaft looked like a giant beast lurking in the shadows, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow everything, devouring any living thing that entered. And Suisui shivered. Damn, this place is way too creepy. After hesitating for a while, she finally decided to let her dog out for some courage. As soon as the dog came out, it wagged its tail happily, completely ignoring the eerie surroundings, bouncing around on Suisui, making her even more nervous. Afraid the dog would get into trouble again, she immediately took out her custom-made dog leash from her pocket. Not bad. This thing hadn't been confiscated by the game system, and she'd managed to bring it in. And Suisui put the collar on the dog's neck. The dog looked at the thing around its neck in confusion, curiously stretching out a paw to scratch at it. And Suisui stopped it right away. No way. Her dog's attack power was terrifying, and the leash was just made of ordinary material. If it scratched at it, the leash would probably be ruined. A light breeze blew by, and Suisui shivered again, glanced around warily, and instantly lost any desire to scold the dog. She crouched down, grabbed the leash, and hugged the dog in her arms, her eyes peeking over the dog's head as she carefully surveyed her surroundings again. At that moment, she heard the sound of footsteps coming from downstairs. After hesitating for a moment, she took a few steps down, still holding the dog. This was Yuan Li's 5th time participating in the game. At first, he thought this game was incredibly thrilling, exciting, and realistic, way more interesting than any of the games currently out in the interstellar world. But when he realized that this so-called extreme survival game could actually get people killed, his excitement vanished instantly.
Even just receiving the game's notification made him nervous. Isn't being alive good enough? Yuan Li had actually prepared in advance to enter the game today, but maybe because he'd stayed up late gaming the past 2 days, as soon as he touched the bed, he got sleepy. He didn't last long before he fell asleep. When he woke up, he was already in the game, and he'd even missed the initial game broadcast and rules introduction. Yuan Li. Heaven wants me dead! Yuan Li instantly sobered up, hurriedly gathered himself and tried to escape from the small room he was locked in. Since the game had just started, he wanted to find other players and get some information. This kind of system message that everyone should know, surely someone would be willing to tell him, right? Right? Yuan Li scratched his head uncertainly. After leaving his little room, he realized just how eerie the atmosphere outside was. In the huge campus, there wasn't a single sound, not a single person in sight. Oh God, where had he ended up? Yuan Li swallowed nervously, sticking close to the wall as he crept forward. He had to find other players quickly. Otherwise, just the creepy atmosphere alone would scare him to death. So Yuan Li hugged the wall, taking tiny steps, crouching and sneaking forward. Just as he was about to step into the stairwell, a dog's head suddenly popped out in front of him, and above the dog's head was a pair of human eyes. What the hell? Yuan Li was so shocked he fell to the ground with a thud, almost fainting. And Suisui was stunned by his reaction and quickly abandoned the dog to help him up. Why did this guy just collapse out of nowhere? With his build, shouldn't he be pretty sturdy? And Suisui looked enviously at Yuan Li's height. He was over 1.8 meters tall. He was really built, probably at least 300 jin, about 150 kg. With that physique, if it weren't for the player tattoo on his wrist, Suisui wouldn't have dared to help him. Of course, even after trying for a while, she couldn't get him up. He was just too heavy. Hey, wake up, are you okay? And Suisui patted his cheek, then pinched his philtrum a few times. Yuan Li finally came to. He thought he heard a girl's voice. Was he hallucinating? Looking closely, wow, there really was a girl, and there was a dog at her feet. So the dog-headed monster he saw earlier was just the girl's dog? Yuan Li instantly forgot all his fear and became enthusiastic. I'm fine, really. What's your name, miss? Why are you here alone? This place is so creepy, it's not safe to walk around by yourself. How about we team up? Look at my build. Yuan Li slapped his belly hard, so hard it turned red. His face twisted in pain for a moment, but seeing Suisui's curious look, he forced himself to act tough. See this build? Even if I can't protect you, at least if an enemy comes, I can block them so they can't get past. Yeah, over 300 jin of meat. And Suisui gave him a friendly smile. She actually did want a companion. Not that she needed him to do anything. Just having another person around would be nice. This place was really hard to describe. I'm Suisui, she said. Since he wanted to team up, Suisui went along and told him her name. Yuan Li excitedly rubbed his hands together, grinning as friendly as he could. But in Suisui's eyes, when he smiled, his eyes squinted into slits, with a strange gleam inside, and his grin was so wide it looked like he was drooling, a strong air of sleaziness. Hearing Suisui say her name, Yuan Li got even more excited. What a cute name, just like the girl herself. Yuan Li gave her a fawning smile. I'm Yuan Li. I'm good at, well, eating, drinking, and, the rest. So, which way should we go? He spoke quickly, as if afraid Suisui would change her mind. And Suisui hugged her dog tightly, and the dog started barking wildly. She had been on the 5th floor, and now they were on the 4th. It seemed like the players were scattered. Besides her, there was another player on the 5th floor, and Yuan Li seemed to be the only one on the 4th. She blinked and pointed to the end of the corridor. Let's start checking from the first room. Everything was eerily quiet. At first, the two of them kept about a meter apart, but as they walked, Chiang Li ended up clinging tightly to Suisui, his hands gripping the hem of her clothes as if he wished he could crawl right into her arms. He was 6 feet tall and weighed over 300 pounds, yet he managed to shrink himself into a ball behind Suisui, occasionally peeking out to check what was ahead. And Suisui didn't expect Qiang Li to be of much help. She'd teamed up with him mostly for the comfort of having another person around. Qiang Li glanced nervously at the pitch-black corridor, feeling as if a pair of eyes were silently watching him from the darkness. He swallowed and whispered, "Suisui, are we there yet?" Truthfully, and Suisui was a little creeped out too, but she didn't want to show any fear in front of others. She was supposed to be the boss here. So she pretended to be calm and replied, "Don't be scared. It's just another dorm room. The lighting's a bit dim, that's all. Nothing to be afraid of." A loud bang cut her off, making her jump. A dorm room door up ahead had been blown open by a sudden gust of wind, slamming hard against the wall with a huge crash. "Oh, woo!" The dog in her arms let out a pitiful whine, and Suisui snapped back to her senses, her stiff expression returning to normal as she awkwardly patted the dog's head. In that moment, she'd been so startled that she'd yanked out a clump of the dog's fur. She carefully tossed the fur aside, pretending nothing had happened, and smoothed the dog's thick coat, forcing herself to change the subject. "Why is the wind so strong here? Qiang Li, let's go take a look." Qiang Li, eyes squeezed shut in fear, quickly opened them and hurried after Suisui. The two of them stood at the door of dorm 401, peering inside. 4 beds, 4 desks, and some scattered personal belongings. It looked just like the dorms on the 5th floor. "Nothing weird in there, right?" Qiang Li whispered. And Suisui patted his shoulder, putting on her boss act. "There shouldn't be anything strange, right?" They tiptoed into the room, starting their search at the first desk by the window. Aside from some personal items, Suisui once again found a yellowed note. "Doreen is sick. I don't think it's a big deal. People get sick sometimes, but Doreen seems really scared. I feel like if she keeps being this anxious, something will go wrong." Sure enough, during PE this afternoon, Doreen did terribly. The teacher didn't scold her, just told her to go to the infirmary after class. I was relieved for her, thinking she'd finally get a break, but Doreen only got more nervous. On the way to the infirmary, she was shaking all over. She didn't listen to any of my attempts to comfort her. It was signed by Mandy Lucia, the same person who wrote the previous diary note Suisui had found. Suisui nudged Qiang Li with her elbow and showed him the diary entry. Qiang Li scratched his head after reading it, clearly not understanding. "Is there something wrong with this?" Suisui read it over again, then took out the earlier note and read that too. "There's something off about this school," she said firmly. "Huh? What's wrong with it?" Qiang Li looked confused, unable to see what she was getting at from so little information, and Suisui pointed at the room's furnishings and picked up a piece of study material to show him. "See? High school physics. This is a high school dorm in an elite school." "High school?" Qiang Li was puzzled. The term sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite remember. Seeing this, Suisui explained, "High school was what they called the 3rd stage of education before the reforms. How old were you when you were in the 3rd stage? 15? 16? Qiang Li thought for a moment. "About that." Then Suisui led him to check all the drawers in the dorm. "Were you this well-behaved at 16? Interested in nothing but studying? Even if you were a top student, there's no way an entire school would be like that." And Suisui had already searched most of the rooms on the 5th floor, and they were all basically the same. Besides the books on the desks, there were only study materials or a few daily necessities in the drawers, nothing unrelated to schoolwork. Forget 16-year-olds, even adults would find it hard to be this focused. Qiang Li thought back to his own 16-year-old self and suddenly started chuckling, as if he'd remembered something funny. A student life with nothing but studying? Impossible. With Suisui's prompting, Qiang Li also started to feel something was off about the school. But since they'd just entered the game and had only a few clues, and their main goal was to escape, they had no choice but to press on, even if they knew something was wrong. The two of them quickly checked every dorm they could open, running into a few other players along the way. Everyone seemed tense from the strange atmosphere, but seeing other players, even if they didn't team up, was still a relief. At least there were other people. After checking the last open dorm, Suisui walked to the main entrance on the first floor. The dormitory's main door was chained shut. The iron door was solid. There was no way she could force it open, at least not with brute strength. That meant the only way out was to find the key. Who would have the key? And Suisui thought for a moment. Usually there would be a dorm supervisor. Maybe others didn't have the key, but the supervisor definitely would. She stood in front of the locked room next to the main entrance. Logically, the supervisor should live next to the main door, otherwise how would they manage the whole building? But Suisui didn't rush to open the door because her attention was caught by a notice posted on the wall. Notice: all students, please read carefully. 1. No loud noises in the dorm. Lights out by 8 o'clock p.m. After lights out, lie quietly in bed and prepare to sleep. If you hear footsteps or voices outside the dorm after lights out, do not go out to check. Do not open the curtains after dark. All students must return to the dorm before lights out. Do not go out after lights out. If there are special circumstances, report to the supervisor or class teacher the next day. From February 2nd, evening self-study is canceled. Lights out is moved up to 6 o'clock p.m. After reading the strange dorm rules on the notice board, Suisui broke out in a cold sweat. She felt there was a deeper meaning behind these announcements. Since the notice said students had to return to the dorm by 6 and not go out after dark, was that also a warning for the players? Suisui found an empty room to check the time. It was already past 5, almost 6. She decided to stay put for the night. Yuan Li, get in here, quick! Suisui called Yuan Li into the room, then closed the door and locked it. Yuan Li was a bit confused, but he didn't want to go against the girl's wishes. Besides, sharing a room with her made him excited just thinking about it. He found a bed and lay down, feeling like he was bubbling over with happiness. The Yuan family must have some serious good luck. He actually met such a cute girl in this game. The dog had already been put away by Suisui. She didn't need the dog's help for now, and it wasn't safe to leave it out for too long. Given the dog's knack for getting into trouble, if she wasn't careful, it might get itself killed, so she had to be cautious. She took out 2 crumpled notes she'd found while cleaning the dorm building. They were still from that girl named Mandy Lucia's diary. I've officially entered the campus and started a year of study. I heard this is a closed teaching environment. From the moment you enter, you have to say goodbye to your parents, and you can't see them again until the year is over. I already miss my mom and dad. My roommate Doreen is timid but very nice. I like her a lot. She warned me never to leave the dorm after dark and not to turn on the lights. This rule is also posted on the dorm bulletin board. Even the other 2 roommates who don't like me won't cause trouble at this time. Suisui stared at the 2 diary pages in her hand, lost in thought. It seemed that finding this girl's diary could help her learn more about the school. But whether from the diary or the bulletin board, one thing was clear. After dark, you can't leave the dorm, and you can't turn on the lights. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 6 o'clock. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 6. Outside, the sky had quietly grown dark. Following the bulletin board's instructions, Suisui closed the doors and windows, pulled the thick curtains, and turned off the lights. Well, actually, the lights in the room couldn't be turned on at all. After doing all this, Suisui quietly lay on her bed. Yuan Li didn't say a word either. A chilly, eerie feeling lingered in the silent room. At first there wasn't a sound outside the door. As they waited, Suisui suddenly heard the sound of someone running quickly past. Was there a player who hadn't noticed the rule and was still wandering around at this hour? Suisui didn't think much of it. In a single-player game, what happened to other players had nothing to do with her. Still, she hoped they could last a bit longer. This place was so creepy. The more people around, the less psychological pressure she'd feel. Lost in thought, she heard slow, heavy footsteps approaching from a distance, getting closer and closer, until they finally stopped right outside their dorm room. Suisui had been paying close attention to the sounds outside, so she immediately noticed something was wrong. Her heart tightened, and she gripped the toilet plunger by her bed, her whole body tense. This time, the footsteps weren't like the quick ones from before. Instead, they were slow and deliberate, like a hunter stalking its prey. The person stopped right in front of Suisui's door and didn't move. After about a minute, Suisui heard a knock at the door. Bang, 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 bang. Of course, she wasn't stupid enough to open the door. She bit her lip hard, pretending she hadn't heard anything, her pupils trembling with fear. Yuan Li had long since burrowed under the covers in terror. The knocking was fierce and fast. And Suisui stared at the door, afraid the simple lock wouldn't hold against such force. But she didn't act rashly. It was only the first day of the game. It shouldn't be too difficult yet. After a while, the knocking gradually faded, and something outside the door made another sound. A hoarse voice called out. The voice was rough, not like a teenager's, but more like a middle-aged person in their 40s or 50s. The voice kept repeating a few fixed words, and Suisui's eyes darted around, and suddenly, she had an idea. She carefully pulled a workbook from the bookshelf and found a name inside, exactly the same as the one the unknown person outside was calling. Were they calling for the original occupants of this dorm room? When the voice outside realized there was no response no matter what, it finally stopped and slowly moved away. Yuan Li finally dared to poke his head out from under the covers, his eyes squeezed into slits as he looked around. Once he was sure nothing was wrong, he pulled the blanket off his head and mouthed to Suisui, "How is it? Is it over?" And Suisui shook her head. Things were still strange, and she wasn't sure if whatever was outside had really left. Although they'd been disturbed by some unknown entity on the first night, the two of them still managed to make it to morning unharmed. Glancing at the ticking clock on the wall, Suisui woke up the still sleeping Yuan Li, then carefully walked to the door and listened for any sounds outside. It was as quiet as yesterday. She opened the dorm door, gripping the toilet plunger tightly, and Suisui poked her head out and looked around. There was nothing outside, not even a footprint. It was as if the knocking last night had been her imagination. She crouched down and checked the doorway for a while, but found nothing. How could there not be a single trace? She made a mental note of this oddity, then took Yuan Li to the door of Dorm 101 to continue the task they hadn't finished yesterday. "We need to figure out a way to open this room," Suisui said to Yuan Li. After all, this was a prestigious school. Even though it was now abandoned at the time, these coded locks were considered very advanced smart doors. Neither of them knew the code, and so far there hadn't been any clues about it, and Suisui raised the toilet plunger and measured it against the door, wondering if she could just break the door down by force. Yuan Li stopped her. "If it were anything else, I might not be able to help, but I can give cracking the code a try." As he spoke, Yuan Li tapped a few times in the air, apparently summoning his attribute panel. Then, Suisui saw a small, delicate optical computer appear out of thin air in Yuan Li's left hand. The computer extended 2 transparent wires, which Yuan Li wrapped around the code lock. And Suisui glanced at it curiously and immediately realized that the device in Yuan Li's hand was definitely not ordinary. She suddenly remembered her own husky and the giant scythe in Jianshi's hand. The husky was a special prize she'd gotten from a lottery when she first entered the game. According to the game's description, only invited players had a chance at this. In all her time playing, aside from Jianshi, Suisui hadn't seen anyone else with such special items. The special optical computer in Yuan Li's hand gave her the same feeling. It was also something from the special prize wheel. And Suisui wasn't that close to Yuan Li, so she naturally wouldn't ask such personal questions. She quietly waited as Yuan Li used his light brain to crack the dorm password. With a click, the dorm door was gently pushed open, revealing a pitch-black space inside. Yuan Li's focused expression was instantly broken. Startled, he took a step back and hid behind Suisui, cautiously poking his head out to observe. "Are we really going in?" Yuan Li's eyes darted left and right, as if afraid that something strange might jump out and hurt him if he let his guard down for even a second. He couldn't help it. Last night's experience had been so terrifying that even now, just thinking about it made him shiver. And Suisui was a little scared too, but seeing Yuan Li hiding behind her, his eyes occasionally filled with admiration and awe, reignited her boss spirit. "Don't be afraid, I'll go first. Let's check it out together." And Suisui puffed out her chest and took 2 steps forward. A strong wind blew in from outside the iron door, slamming it wide open and making it crash against the wall with a loud bang. And Suisui's feet instantly froze, and she quickly retreated several steps, instinctively raising the plunger in her hand in a defensive stance. Yuan Li did the same, cautiously peeking out after backing away, looking quite similar to Suisui. At some point, Suisui had summoned the dog again to stand in front of her. Its big eyes rolled around, completely ignoring the dog's frantic struggles in her hands. She carefully peeked into the now open dorm room. Aside from the dim lighting, there was nothing particularly strange about the dark room. And Suisui let out a sigh of relief, walked over to Yuan Li and gently patted his shoulder. Yuan Li's whole body trembled, and he buried his head even deeper, muttering pleas for mercy. "Please, everyone, big brothers, big sisters, little sisters, don't be fooled by my size. I may look fat, but I'm actually weak, not nutritious at all, definitely not a good supplement. Please let me go. I've already burned incense and offered paper money to you all during every holiday." And Suisui deliberately stood by and listened to his rambling, making sure he'd run out of colorful phrases before crouching down and whispering in his ear, "It's me, Yuan Li." Hearing Suisui's voice, Yuan Li snapped out of it. He peeked out from the crook of his arm, just a sliver, and saw that it really was Suisui, not some ghost in disguise. Only then did he finally relax, lifting his head and taking deep breaths. "Damn, that scared me to death. This game is just too much. If we're playing a game, fine, but why make it so scary?" He looked frustrated. It was hard enough to meet a pretty girl in the game, but the game didn't give him any chance to show off. In this kind of situation, it was impossible to act manly. And Suisui patted his shoulder understandingly, but no matter how scary the game was, they had to keep going. She coaxed him, "All right, let's go in and take a look. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave." Given how this game worked, if they couldn't clear it, who knew if they'd be stuck here for 10 days or half a month? She didn't want to stay a minute longer than necessary. The 2 of them crept forward, hunched over like thieves. When they reached the door, they even tossed something inside to test for danger. Only after confirming there was no movement did they slowly step into the dorm supervisor's room. The supervisor's room was simple: 4 walls and a window about the same size as a regular student dorm. But with only 1 person living in such a big room, it felt quite spacious. The room was a mess, with all sorts of furniture and daily items piled haphazardly in one corner. It was clear the supervisor wasn't a tidy person, and Suisui struggled to search through the pile, hoping to find something useful, but the room was so messy that every drawer felt like a junk shop. It was hard to tell what was in any of them. She picked up a wrench from the TV cabinet. Although it was a bit rusty, it was still much better than a plunger. She tested its weight in her hand. It was heavy and would make a good weapon or even a throwing object. It would definitely pack a punch. The 2 of them searched every inch of the supervisor's room, then piled all the keys they could find onto the bed. To their surprise, the supervisor actually had quite a few keys. Big keys, small keys, regular keys, electronic keys, so many that it was overwhelming. Yuan Li asked, "What do we do with all these? Try them one by one?" "What else can we do?" And Suisui had no better idea. "Let's try them all. If none work, I'll think of something else." Trying keys was simple enough. Yuan Li volunteered, grabbing a bunch of dirty keys and heading for the main iron door. And Suisui followed him out of the supervisor's room. Behind the dorm door stood a thick, long iron rod. It was solid and heavy. The tip was slightly bent and stained with something dark red. And Suisui's gaze lingered on the now blackened red stain. It looked a lot like blood. She hesitated for a moment, then swapped the wrench for the iron rod. As soon as she gripped the rod, a property window popped up in front of her eyes. Supervisor's rod. The supervisor often carried this rod around the dorms after dark. If anyone made a mistake, he would use it to beat the students' calves or backs. Once, because he didn't control his strength, the supervisor beat a student to death. The student's blood is forever stained on the rod, serving as a warning to the others. Is this really a school? And Suisui's eyes narrowed. Was this school insane? A supervisor this violent? This wasn't how you treated students. Even prisoners weren't treated so cruelly. And Suisui stared at the rod in her hand, lost in thought. Just then, Yuan Li's excited voice called out, "Suisui, come look! The main door is open!" And Suisui put away her grim expression and followed Yuan Li out of the dorm. Outside the dorm was a quiet, tree-lined path. The path branched off in several directions, and without a map, they had no idea where any of them led. To avoid missing the time to return, Suisui had taken an electronic clock from one of the dorms and kept it with her. She picked a direction at random to explore. She had to admit, this elite school was huge. The two of them walked for a full 10 minutes before finally arriving at a tall building. And Suisui glanced up at it. At first glance, it looked like an academic building. And Suisui stood in front of the teaching building, observing for a while. The whole building, unused for a long time, exuded a strange silence, its atmosphere even more eerie than the dormitory. Just as she was about to look away, Suisui caught a glimpse of a faint light flickering in one of the windows of the teaching building. Before she could get a good look, the light quickly disappeared. Huh? Did she see it wrong? And Suisui rubbed her eyes but saw nothing unusual. Unwilling to give up, she asked Yuan Li beside her, "Did you see a light in the classroom window just now?" Yuan Li, who had been trembling and hiding behind Suisui the whole time, looked up in confusion at her question, then immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at the building. "Yeah, I saw it. Is there a problem?" And Suisui smacked her forehead in frustration. This guy had been so scared that he'd kept his head down the whole time and hadn't looked at the teaching building at all. With a sigh, Suisui didn't say anything more. She rubbed the anxious dog in her arms, gathered her courage, and walked toward the teaching building. Of course, Yuan Li didn't dare stay behind alone and hurried to catch up. The two of them, with the dog, made their way up the stairs to the second floor. As expected of a prestigious school, each classroom had only 20 desks and chairs. That meant there were never more than 20 students in a class. The classroom's blackboard was a combination of a traditional board and an advanced electronic panel, and the entire back wall was lined with neat, spacious personal lockers. Each locker was numbered, and most were locked. And Suisui was especially fixated on locked things. With so many lockers, breaking them open by force would take too long. She remembered the instructors saying that these now obsolete passive locks could be opened with the right technique. And Suisui searched the classroom and finally took a thin wire from the window, twisting it into the right shape and fiddling with the lock. At first, she had no technique, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't open the lock. But whether it was talent or just persistence, after half an hour of trying, she actually figured out the trick. With a faint click, the locker door really opened. She took out the contents, glanced at them briefly, then tossed them onto a nearby desk and continued her locker opening spree. She handed another wire to Yuan Li, teaching him the technique as they worked. Yuan Li picked it up quickly, and the two of them crouched in front of the lockers, opening them one by one. There was all sorts of stuff inside, sometimes just simple stationery, sometimes thermos bottles or gloves, and occasionally useful things like student cards. The thrill of opening these mystery boxes was addictive, and the two of them became completely absorbed in the fun, not noticing that the atmosphere in the classroom had changed. The fluorescent light above their heads flickered now and then, as if there was a loose connection. Clusters of gray shadows began to take shape without them noticing. But Suisui, focused on opening lockers, didn't notice anything wrong. She concentrated on poking the wire into the lock. With a click, the locker slowly opened, revealing a pair of blood-stained sneakers inside. And Suisui's gaze froze, her hand instinctively stopping in mid-air. The glaring red snapped her out of the fun of opening blind boxes. Her senses were sharp, and now that she was alert, she finally realized something was wrong. She and Yuan Li had been facing the lockers at the back of the classroom the whole time, but now she suddenly felt as if countless eyes were staring at her. Without making a sound, Suisui gripped the iron rod she'd kept at her side and signaled to Yuan Li with her eyes. Yuan Li, still lost in the thrill, noticed nothing. Although Suisui didn't turn around, her sharp senses could tell that all those gazes had shifted from her to Yuan Li. Yuan Li was still opening lockers, even faster than her now. And Suisui had to quietly remind him, and at the same time, she pressed her foot down and kicked Yuan Li's heel. Yuan Li, confused by the kick, stopped what he was doing. He turned to ask Suisui why, but suddenly, as if he'd seen something, his pupils shrank and his face turned deathly pale. Then, a scream as loud as a pig being slaughtered burst from his mouth. "Ah!" And Suisui was startled by his scream and rushed to his side in a few quick steps, then finally turned to look behind her. At some point, the once empty classroom was now full of people. Each one had a pale, bluish face, stiff limbs, and eyes as lifeless as dead fish, staring straight at the two of them. And Suisui had never seen anything like this before. Her hair stood on end, cold sweat broke out on her back, and her lips trembled as she instinctively wanted to summon her dog for comfort. "Dog, save me." But she didn't get the chance. The teacher standing at the podium suddenly slammed the desk, his eerie eyes fixed on Suisui and Yuan Li, and said in a chilling voice, "Class is about to begin. Any students still wandering around, please return to your seats immediately. Those who do not obey will be punished." But Suisui and Yuan Li weren't students in this class. They didn't have seats. She was sure that whatever punishment the ghost teacher meant, it wouldn't be good. She still didn't fully understand what was happening, but for now, it was best not to anger the other side. And Suisui's lashes trembled, but she quickly calmed her fear. Actually, the scariest part was when these things first appeared. Once she could see them clearly, it wasn't so bad. Steadying herself, she scanned the classroom full of ghosts. The students, hearing the teacher's words, also showed excitement, their eyes brimming with malice. How could Suisui not notice? After a moment's hesitation and seeing the teacher's face grow darker, Suisui walked to the nearest desk. There were no empty seats, so this desk was, of course, occupied by a ghost. The ghost was practically drooling with hunger. Suddenly, Suisui whipped out her iron rod and struck the ghost in the school uniform. The ghost didn't even try to dodge, so Suisui thought her attack was useless. But as soon as the rod hit, the ghost's expression changed. Its scream was even more miserable than Yuan Li's. Knocking the ghost to the ground, Suisui didn't even look back and quickly sat in its seat. After taking care of herself, she signaled to Yuan Li to sit down quickly. The longer they delayed, the worse it would be. Yuan Li was still in shock at Suisui's bold move, but as soon as she sat down, the teacher's icy gaze fell on him. He immediately felt his blood run cold, his limbs as numb as if he'd been plunged into icy water. Who's scarier, students or teachers? Of course it's the teachers. Without hesitation, Yuan Li grabbed a wooden stick and swung it at a ghostly student ahead. The student, seeing that he'd picked up nothing more than a classroom broomstick, immediately gave a sinister grin. His white teeth, stained with something dark red, looked truly chilling. Yuan Li sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to stop. He watched helplessly as his stick struck the ghost student. The stick snapped in two, but the ghost was completely unharmed. Worse, the student's pupils rolled back, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Frightened, Yuan Li dropped the broken broom and immediately turned to Suisui for help. And Suisui frowned, then swung her iron rod from the side, landing a blow on the ghost. The ghost immediately reacted like the previous one, tumbling to the ground with a miserable wail. Yuan Li took the opportunity to sit in the now vacant seat. Just then, The previously silent school building suddenly rang with the crisp sound of the class bell. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The ghost teacher lifted his head. As if he hadn't noticed the chaos in the classroom, he walked over to the two ghost students who'd lost their seats. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he picked up his pointer and approached step by step. The two ghost students trembled in fear, but showed no intention of running away. And Suisui watched as the ghost teacher tore the two students apart, their intestines, eyeballs, and arms scattering across the floor. Then, without a hint of disgust, the ghost teacher stuffed the pieces into his mouth, eating every last bit. When he finished, he even let out a satisfied burp, his evil, greedy gaze drifting over An Suisui and Yuan Li. Both of them broke out in goosebumps. Yuan Li pressed himself low against the desk, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. But in a classroom full of ghosts, how could two living people not attract attention? Sure enough, after returning to the podium and half-heartedly going over a few problems, the ghost teacher walked over to An Suisui. His pale face and eerie voice were anything but a good sign. "Student, let me ask you, do you prefer red soup or white soup?" What kind of question was that? It wasn't related to the problems he'd just discussed, nor was it anything a normal teacher would ask. If this thing weren't such an unpredictable monster, and Suisui might have argued with him. She pouted and shot back. "Teacher, which do you think tastes better, red soup or white soup?" The ghost teacher's face immediately darkened. "I'm the one asking the questions." And Suisui looked innocent. "I know, but I have a question for you too. Shouldn't teachers answer students' questions? I don't think the two are in conflict." Of course they weren't. Her question was just a rephrasing of his. Her response left the ghost teacher momentarily speechless. He could only stare at her with emotionless eyes, then slowly peeled back his lips to reveal bloody flesh and a bizarre smile. Of course the one with human meat tastes best. And Suisui's expression didn't change at all. What she feared most were the unpredictable things, but now that this ghost teacher was right in front of her, what was there to be afraid of? So what if he lost a couple of eyeballs? Even if he ate intestines right in front of her, she could watch without flinching. Having failed to get a rise out of An Suisui, the ghost teacher drifted over to Yuan Li. Yuan Li was truly timid. After sitting down, he'd kept his eyes tightly shut. But the more scared he was, the more excited the ghost teacher became. He stood silently by Yuan Li's side, bending down to blow cold air on his neck. And Suisui saw Yuan Li's body tremble, but he stubbornly kept his eyes closed. As long as he didn't open his eyes, he couldn't see anything. If he couldn't see, it was all just an illusion. So the ghost teacher kept blowing and poking, even gouging out his own eyeball and rolling it over Yuan Li's exposed skin. But Yuan Li refused to open his eyes, leaving the ghost teacher at a loss. Ghost teacher. Why are these two living people so hard to deal with? With a sudden bang, the ghost teacher slammed his pointer on Yuan Li's desk and said in a ghostly voice, "You there? Stand up and answer the question." Yuan Li's back went rigid. He stood up with his eyes still closed, waiting for the question. The ghost teacher asked, "What's the tastiest part of a human body?" As he spoke, the teacher's predatory gaze swept up and down Yuan Li, as if to say, "Which part of you is the best? Hurry up and let me try it." Yuan Li, though his eyes were closed, had heard An Suisui's earlier exchange with the teacher. He tried to imitate her, hoping to get the answer out of the ghost teacher and muddle through. But the ghost teacher wasn't stupid. The same trick wouldn't work twice. Before Yuan Li could speak, the teacher cut him off. "This is a spot check. If you have questions, ask me after class." Yuan Li was instantly at a loss. How was he supposed to answer? If he answered wrong, would the ghost rip out his heart on the spot? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Seeing Yuan Li's distress, An Suisui pressed her lips together, her mind racing. The ghost teacher seemed to enjoy this, not rushing for an answer, but staring at Yuan Li's pale face with a sinister smile, occasionally urging him and increasing his anxiety. Noticing the teacher's attention was off her,
Suisui suddenly stood up, quietly approached, and whispered in the teacher's ear, "What's a ghost's weakest spot?" The ghost teacher reflexively answered, "Of course, it's the ghost fire." He suddenly realized what he'd said, his expression twisting as his disguise fell away, pale skin peeling off to reveal raw, bloody flesh. A long gash opened in his belly, exposing a hollow cavity. And Suisui had been watching him closely. She'd played enough games to know, if you want to win, take out the boss first. As soon as the ghost teacher's disguise began to fall away, she locked onto the ghost fire he'd mentioned. It was a flickering blue flame, invisible while the ghost was disguised. But now, as the mask fell, she could see it burning in his chest. A fierce look flashed across Suisui's face. With his claws out and ready to eat someone, there was no time to worry if this was really the ghost fire or not. She had to act first. And Suisui leapt from her desk, and before the other ghost could react, she drove the sharp iron rod straight into the ghost teacher's chest, right where the ghost fire burned. The ghost teacher's twisted face froze, and his whole form began to flicker and fade. Seeing that it worked, Suisui immediately pulled out the iron rod and stabbed it in again with force. With the first strike, the ghost teacher already lost the ability to move. And Suisui stabbed 3 times in a row, and the already unstable ghostly form completely collapsed, exploding with a soft pop into a cloud of fine blood mist. And Suisui, sharp-eyed, spotted a small reflective point among the messy chunks of flesh. She quickly went over, pushed aside the meat, and pinched the little sharp corner to pull out what was underneath. Sure enough, it was a tool card. This tool card was a real lifesaver. Although it was a one-time use item, its effect was outstanding. Ghosts see me as heir. After using this card, to all ghost-type NPCs, you become a mass of air that will be ignored. What a great item! And Suisui happily put the card in her pocket, then looked up to see a dozen ghost students staring at her with hollow, numb eyes. Only then did she remember that there wasn't just one ghost teacher in the classroom, there were nearly 20 ghost students too. And Suisui gripped the iron rod tightly and slowly backed away. Honestly, she couldn't guarantee she'd win in a fight against so many ghosts. But as she retreated toward the lockers at the back, she realized that none of the ghost students even glanced at her. They just kept staring blankly at the ghost teacher's corpse on the floor. Even though the ghost teacher had already exploded into a blood mist, who knew where all those chunks of flesh on the ground came from? And Suisui didn't want to think about it. She tugged on Yuan Li's sleeve, and the two of them carefully backed out of the classroom, quickly leaving that haunted place. They walked along the wall as quietly as possible, so as not to alert any ghosts inside. After walking a while, Suisui couldn't help but look back. In the dim classroom, the dozen or so ghost students had swarmed forward, fighting to stuff the ghost teacher's corpse into their mouths. Chunks of flesh spilled from their lips only to be shoved back in. Each ghost's eyes flickered with some unknown emotion, looking a bit crazed. And Suisui shivered, feeling that at this moment, the student ghosts were even scarier than the teacher had been. "Hurry, let's go." She pushed Yuan Li from behind, and the two of them quickly left the classroom far behind. A teaching building had at least a dozen classrooms, and after what had just happened, both of them were now wary of classrooms. The job of opening lockers fell to Yuan Li, while Suisui stood guard with the iron rod. If anything happened, they could run at a moment's notice. There were a lot of ghosts in this building. They went through 7 classrooms, and in 4 of them, ghosts suddenly appeared. But because they were prepared, they always managed to escape calmly, with very few direct confrontations. After several encounters, Suisui figured out the ghosts' patterns. Whether it was because they were bound by rules or something else, the ghosts never attacked proactively. During class, students couldn't leave their seats, and before the bell rang, teachers couldn't punish students. As long as they escaped the classroom before the bell, they'd be fine. Of course, every time the ghost teacher would do everything possible to stop them from leaving. Thinking of this, Suisui looked down at the iron rod in her hand. She'd found it in the dorm manager's room, and the bloodstains on it meant it had taken a life. She discovered that ordinary items couldn't harm ghosts. Only things that had been involved in a death could.
There must be more of these items in the school. She needed to collect as many as possible, just in case. The fluorescent lights in the classroom began to flicker, and with her experience, Suisui immediately recognized the sign. It meant a ghost was about to appear. She stuffed everything she'd found in the lockers into her backpack card, grabbed Yuan Li, and fled the classroom. Because Suisui had a special backpack card, she could store everything she found without having to choose what to keep. Yuan Li was very envious of this. This game was all about physical effort, and players weren't even given a backpack. Any tools had to be stuffed in their pockets. He'd gotten a backpack card before, but it was just an ordinary one. "Did you draw your card, or did you find it in the game?" Yuan Li couldn't help but ask. Realizing his question might be a bit much, he quickly took out his own ordinary backpack card to change the subject. "I didn't mean anything by it, just curious. I have a backpack card too. It's just not as good as yours." And Suisui glanced at his permanent ordinary backpack card and was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, she thought of something, and her eyes lit up. "Yuan Li, if you don't need that card, how about we trade?" "And Suisui wants my backpack card?" Yuan Li was surprised. He felt the backpack card wasn't very useful most of the time, and Suisui already had a better one. Why would she want his? But since the girl wanted to trade, he was more than happy to oblige. He handed over his backpack card without hesitation. His hand rubbing made his smile look a bit sleazy. "This thing isn't much use to me. Just give me any card you think is fair." And Suisui considered the value of a normal permanent backpack card and traded him a sandwich that could instantly restore 30% stamina. A normal backpack wasn't very useful, but for Yuan Li, the sandwich was much more practical. Yuan Li was overjoyed to get the sandwich, and Suisui was also satisfied. She pretended to put the backpack card in her pocket, but secretly let her special backpack absorb it. The backpack card leveled up 3 times, and its capacity increased by the equivalent of a normal backpack. This exchange was a win-win. As they walked, they came to a rather special room, and Suisui peeked in through the window and could just make out a spacious office area inside. "This is the teacher's office," she whispered to Yuan Li. Yuan Li's good mood from the trade instantly vanished. "Teacher's office? Don't tell me it's full of ghost teachers." And Suisui glanced inside a few more times, confirmed there were no ghosts for now, and quietly pushed open the office door, sneaking in like a thief. The office was very spacious. Each teacher had their own desk and cubicle, and the common area outside had sofas, a fridge, and other amenities. It was very well equipped. And Suisui chose the nearest cubicle and started by picking up a stack of papers from the desk to look through. Class 2, Grade 12, Physics. This was a physics teacher's office, and Suisui looked around. On the surface, the papers were all student assignments or lesson plans, nothing special. Then her gaze fell on several drawers and small cabinets. Most of the drawers were locked, so she started with the one that wasn't. The moment she touched the cabinet door, Suisui had a feeling there was something inside. She slowly opened the door, and before she could see what was inside, a black shadow rolled out, dodged by Suisui, and came to a stop at Yuan Li's feet. Yuan Li had his back to Suisui and didn't know what was happening behind him. It wasn't until he felt his heel bump into something that he turned around in confusion, only to lock eyes with a shadowy mass on the floor. A severed head had appeared right in the middle of the office, staring at the chubby man with a sinister gaze. Its lipless mouth opened and closed, letting out a chilling, cackling laugh. Yuan Li almost screamed, but instead he reflexively kicked the head. The head flew off the ground, bouncing quickly in Suisui's direction. And Suisui was already prepared. As the head came flying, she didn't hesitate. She raised her iron rod and waited. With a squelch, the head was pierced by the rod, hanging from its center. Its cracked, twisted face stared directly at Suisui, empty eye sockets streaming with fresh blood that dripped down its cheeks and onto the floor, staining it red. "It still won't die." And Suisui jabbed it a few more times with the rod before the head finally disintegrated and vanished. A silvery card stood out among the pile of flesh. Without changing her expression, Suisui picked it up, wiped it off with a piece of clothing, and slipped it into her pocket. She and Yuan Li were just moving together for mutual support in dangerous situations. As for loot, whoever picked it up first got to keep it. Yuan Li was so frightened by the sudden appearance of the head that he nearly had a heart attack. He finally relaxed after seeing Suisui deal with the ghostly thing. He was about to say something to lighten the tense atmosphere when he saw Suisui looking at him with a serious expression, speaking in a soothing tone. "Yuan Li, don't be scared. Ghosts are just a little scary looking, a bit more violent, a bit stronger, and they like to eat people. Other than that, they're not much different from regular people." "Yuan Li, the way you put it, I'm even more scared." But he also sensed something off in Suisui's words. Hadn't she already dealt with the ghost head? Why was she still saying this to him? As he hesitated, his body, which had just started to warm up, suddenly felt a cold chill creeping up his back. His whole body stiffened. Mechanically, he turned his head inch by inch to look behind him. Behind him, a headless corpse was pressed tightly against his back, its hands sliding up his arms, slowly moving upward, shoulders, neck, chin, head. Those icy hands finally rested on top of Yuan Li's head. With a slight squeeze, Yuan Li felt a surge of pain, as if his head was about to be twisted off and placed on the neck of the headless ghost. He let out a miserable scream, panic and terror flooding his heart, and groped blindly across the desk. His hand landed on something wooden. Without thinking, Yuan Li swung it at the corpse in front of him. He'd thought his attack would be useless, but to his surprise, the blow made the ghostly figure stagger back 3 steps, only stopping when it hit another desk. And Suisui seized the opportunity, rushing over and stabbing her iron rod into the ghost's chest, shattering the ghost fire inside. The ghost exploded into a cloud of blood mist. After such a series of shocks, Yuan Li's knees gave out and he collapsed into an office chair, gasping for breath. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and he looked dazed. And Suisui picked up a card from the pile of flesh, wiped it off on a rag, and stuffed it into Yuan Li's arms. "Pull yourself together, friend. We'll probably be seeing a lot more of this in the next few days." Yuan Li understood the logic, but this kind of bone-deep fear was hard to control. He glanced at the clock on the wall and asked Suisui for her opinion. "Let's finish searching this office and head back. I really can't take much more. I need a break." And Suisui patted his shoulder sympathetically and said nothing more. "Once we finish searching this office, we'll go find a place to rest." She'd already found a lot of things. It made sense to sort through them before making new plans. The two of them quickly finished searching the office and hurried out of the teaching building. Before leaving, Suisui couldn't help but glance back. A faint white light flickered in one of the windows, and a dark figure stood silently at the window, watching them leave. After Suisui looked over, everything returned to normal. But having noticed something so unusual, there was no way Suisui would forget it. Rubbing the goosebumps on her arm, the two of them found an open dorm room before dark, locked the door, and took safety precautions. In the relative safety of the room, Suisui finally relaxed a little and began sorting through the items in her backpack. Most of what she'd found in the cabinets was ordinary, but there were also some things that might be useful, even if she didn't know their purpose yet. For example, a pair of blood-stained sneakers. At first glance, they didn't seem useful, but since the system had given them a detailed description, Suisui figured they might come in handy. She kept them. Then there were 2 familiar diary entries from Mandy Lucia. "Doreen always warned me never to make mistakes. I don't understand why she was so serious. The students here all seem so well behaved. Today was the first time I saw someone punished by a teacher. After class, he was taken away by the teacher. When he came back, his face was pale. I wondered if he was sick, but he didn't say anything and insisted on finishing all his classes. It's been a week, and there's still no news from Doreen. I couldn't help but ask the physics teacher. The teacher stared at me for a long time, and for some reason, I felt scared. But I finally got some news. The teacher said Doreen was seriously ill and her parents took her home. But I feel like something's wrong. Wasn't it just a cold?" As Suisui read the notes, Yuan Li looked on. After reading both diary entries, Yuan Li suddenly said, "There's gotta be some dark secret at this school. Human experiments or a criminal organization or something." And Suisui didn't deny it. There really have been organizations in history that used the guise of education to do terrible things, like crime. So Yuan Li's guess wasn't unreasonable, but Suisui couldn't help but think of another point mentioned in the diary: the physics teacher. Wasn't the first office desk she searched the physics teachers? And Suisui dug out a roster from the pile of junk, the one from the physics teacher's office. It listed all the students in Class 2, Grade 3. Looking closely, she found that most students' names had nothing next to them, but Doreen's name was marked with a special symbol. After sorting through their spoils, Suisui rubbed her empty stomach and ate a meat floss bun that could restore 150 stamina. Although system food items were quite filling, after a whole day of consumption, Suisui's stock of food items was completely depleted. She pulled out the school map she'd found in the office, her finger tapping heavily on the cafeteria, her expression extremely serious. "Tomorrow, we're going to explore the cafeteria." This game was a battle of attrition. If they couldn't find new food, they probably wouldn't last until the end. Eating, drinking, and other needs were a big deal. Yuan Li was swinging the teaching pointer he'd just found, but when he heard Suisui speak, he hurried over. "Will there be food in the cafeteria?" "Not sure, but we have to check." And Suisui casually took Yuan Li's pointer and examined it. Dean's pointer. This isn't just any pointer. It once helped the dean punish many students, and after accidentally beating a girl to death, it was honorably retired. As expected, only items that had taken a life could harm ghosts. And Suisui handed the pointer back to Yuan Li. Who knew what had happened in this messed-up school to make it like this? Night gradually fell. There were no lights on in the room, and the heavy curtains blocked out even the moonlight. After a tiring day, Suisui lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Yuan Li wasn't much better. At first he was too scared to sleep at all, but after lying under the covers for less than a minute, he went from being tightly wrapped up like a dumpling to sprawling out on the bed. Drool dripped from his open mouth onto the pillow, and he occasionally let out silly giggles, clearly having a good dream. Drip, drip. The faint sound of water wasn't obvious, but Suisui was a light sleeper, and even in sleep her vigilance was high. The sound of water reached her ears, instantly alerting her nerves. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, but she forced herself not to open her eyes. She was wrapped up in the blanket, only her face exposed, so from the outside no one could see what was happening under the covers. Of course, neither of them would be foolish enough to sleep undressed in such a dangerous place. Forget undressing. And Suisui hadn't even taken off her shoes. She deliberately slid down to the foot of the bed, her feet in shoes sticking out, her body weight hanging off the edge. Under the blanket, her hand was tightly gripping the blood-stained iron rod, ready to spring up at the first sign of trouble. The dripping sound continued at a steady pace, and Suisui's mind gradually cleared from its fog. She listened carefully and realized the sound was coming from the bathroom. Could it be that Yuan Li had gotten up to use the bathroom? For a moment, Suisui wondered, but she quickly dismissed the thought. With Yuan Li's level of cowardice, if he needed to pee in the middle of the night, he'd rather hold it until morning than get up now. That meant there was a ghost in the bathroom. Just as she thought this, the water sound suddenly grew louder, then stopped. It was just like someone flushing the toilet after using it. Next, the bathroom door opened. The old wooden door creaked as it turned, and Suisui heard footsteps coming from the bathroom into the bedroom. Her nerves tensed even more, the iron rod in her hand ready to strike. The footsteps paused, but didn't come toward Suisui or Yuan Li. Instead, they went to the bed opposite theirs. Then the sound disappeared. And Suisui's eyelashes trembled again. She still didn't open her eyes, but her mind was racing, trying to figure out the purpose of this ghost's sudden appearance. She hadn't expected that the ghost really had just come in to use the bathroom, and then did nothing else all night. When dawn broke and the alarm clock on the wall rang out crisply,
Suisui immediately opened her eyes, grabbed the iron rod, and jumped out of bed, warily looking at the two beds across from hers. "What's wrong?" Yuan Li was startled awake by her movement, sitting up on his bed in confusion, scratching his messy hair and following her gaze. And Suisui quickly scanned the two beds, her eyes settling on the one directly opposite hers. Although the dorm room was a bit messy, it was surprisingly dust-free, and the sheets and blankets were all very tidy. It made it easier for players to rest at night. On the bed opposite, the white sheet was neatly made, the soft blanket folded like tofu at the head of the bed, looking as if no one had ever slept there. But Suisui noticed faint creases and barely visible water stains on the sheet. That ghost had clearly spent the night on this bed. And Suisui carefully climbed out of bed and approached the wooden bed step by step, but stopped a step away. She glanced at the dark space under the bed, big enough to hide a person, and slowly bent down. Bang! A loud noise sounded behind her, making Suisui jump. She grabbed the iron rod and spun around. Yuan Li was getting up, holding onto the bed for support, and explained awkwardly, did something happen? I get clumsy when I'm nervous and fell out of bed." He smiled apologetically at Suisui, who forced her pounding heart to calm down and her startled pupils to return to normal. Only then did she tell Yuan Li what had happened last night. "A ghost came in last night. It probably spent the night on this bed. I'm checking to see if there's anything unusual." "What? A ghost came in by mistake?" Yuan Li was shocked. He kicked off the blanket tangled around his ankles, trembling as he picked up the pointer to hold in front of him. "Where is it? Where's the haunted room?" And Suisui ignored him and continued checking the wooden bed. There was no ghost hiding under the bed, but when she crouched down, she did notice something different. From above, the sheet only had a few faint water stains, almost dry. But from underneath, she could clearly see that the middle of the light brown wooden slats had been stained dark. That was what happened when water soaked in. So the ghost really had spent the night on this bed, but did nothing else. And Suisui was full of questions. What was this ghost's deal? Did it really just come in to use the bathroom? She used the iron rod to lift the blanket, nothing unusual. Then she moved the two pillows, still nothing. Just as she was about to give up, she finally found a diary page stuffed between the sheet and the mattress. It was another entry from Mandy Lucia. But this diary was much longer than any of the previous ones Suisui had found, and the handwriting was messy, clearly written in a very agitated state. "Last night I was delayed by something and didn't make it back to the dorm before lights out." The entire dorm building was eerily quiet, not a sound anywhere. Suppressing my fear, I climbed the stairs all the way up. When I reached the 5th floor, I suddenly heard footsteps in the hallway. Was someone else coming back late like me? Curious, I peeked out but saw no one. For some reason, my heart started pounding. There were still 2 floors to go, and even if I rushed back now, my 2 roommates who didn't like me might lock me out. So why bother hurrying back? I knew there was an empty room on the 5th floor that was never locked. I carefully slipped inside, planning to make do on the bed for the night, but in the end, fear drove me to hide under the bed. Not long after I hid, the door opened. Someone walked in with slow, dragging footsteps. Was it another girl coming back late like me? Maybe she was also avoiding her roommates and decided to hide here for the night? Out of caution, I didn't greet her. I heard the footsteps come closer and then saw her appear in my line of sight. It was too dark to see clearly, but I felt her lie down on the bed above me. My heart was pounding with nerves, but after a long time with no movement, I figured she must have fallen asleep. My anxiety eased a little and I started to doze off, but then I felt something icy on my cheek, and my whole body felt cold. That's when I woke up again. It took my groggy brain a while to remember where I was. I carefully reached up to touch my cold cheek, only to find my hand wet. Where did the water come from? Puzzled, a drop of water fell from the bed slats above, landing on my head. I finally realized the source. It was that girl. Had she fallen into water? Did she come back soaked?
This ordeal woke me up completely, but I didn't want to reveal myself too soon, so I forced myself to wait until the girl left. But even after waiting until dawn, she never left. I couldn't wait any longer. If I did, I'd be late for class. So I crawled out from under the bed thinking maybe the girl was sick, but when I got out, I found the room empty. No one but me. I stared in shock. Had she left while I wasn't paying attention? I swallowed nervously and crept closer to the bed. The slats were covered in thick dust, with no sign anyone had slept there. If my clothes weren't still wet, I'd have thought I imagined the whole thing. What on earth happened? What on earth happened? And Suisui wanted to know the answer too. So that ghost girl who asked to use the bathroom had been appearing for a long time? From this student's diary, it seemed the first time she encountered that thing, the school was still running normally, just with occasional supernatural events. That's why there were such strict rules about returning to the dorm on time. And Suisui gathered this diary page with the others she'd collected, then left the room. As they left the dorm, they bumped into another player. Judging by the player's disheveled, blood-stained appearance, he'd just survived a fierce battle. No wonder there hadn't been any knocking last night. The knocking ghost must have been busy with this guy. The player eyed on Suisui and Wenli warily, slowly edging toward the dorm entrance. And Suisui stopped where she was, keeping her hands visible to show she meant no harm. After leaving the dorm building, the player sprinted away and quickly disappeared from sight. And Suisui checked the map, then led Yuanli toward the cafeteria. Their top priority today was to find enough food so they wouldn't be hampered by hunger in the coming days. The cafeteria of this elite school was truly luxurious. No matter how dirty the school's secrets were, its surface appearance was impeccable. The cafeteria had 2 floors. The first floor served fast food from a large counter. The second floor was more refined, with 2- and 4-person tables separated by green plants for privacy. Expensive crystal chandeliers hung overhead, and advanced tech devices displayed electronic menus on the tables. This was clearly a private dining area. They hadn't arrived early, and it was clear other players had also realized the importance of food. When An Suisui and Wen Li reached the second floor, they encountered another solo female player. This woman looked to be in her early 30s. She wore thin-framed glasses, her hair was neatly coiled, and her expression was serious and stern, with not a hint of a smile. A strong sense of authority radiated from her. Though her clothes were a bit casual, they didn't match her strict aura, probably chosen just for the game. She felt very familiar. Yuan Li, who had been peeking out from behind An Suisui, immediately straightened up when he met her gaze, not daring to make a single move. Under her scrutiny, even An Suisui felt a jolt of intimidation. That look, that presence, she was just like a disciplinary dean. If not for the obvious player tattoo on her wrist, they would have thought she was actually part of the school. Dean's sister? Wen Li said nervously, eyes darting. Could you not stare at us like that? Her gaze made him feel like a little kid again, afraid she'd ask why he was wandering the halls during class time. Hearing Yuan Li's words, the woman finally looked away and went about her own business. And Suisui and Wen Li entered the kitchen. It was clear the kitchen had already been ransacked, and the mess didn't look like the work of players. They searched the kitchen thoroughly, but didn't find even a single leaf of vegetable. Strange indeed. The other female player in the kitchen also came up empty-handed, it seemed. Unless, of course, she had a special backpack card like on Suisui. Then all bets were off. This school just keeps getting weirder, An Suisui muttered. She left the kitchen, politely greeted the player still searching, and was about to leave. Just then, a soft, eerie voice sounded behind them. "What would you all like to eat?" And Suisui was startled and quickly turned toward the voice. At some point, the chaotic kitchen had lit up with a harsh white light. A ghost in a chef's uniform and hat stood at the serving window, gripping 2 sharp butcher knives, his gaze vicious. He slammed one of the knives down on a thick bone, splitting it in 2. Tiny bone fragments and bits of meat splattered against the glass window, slowly sliding down. From outside, it looked as if the chef had left 2 trails of bloody tears. This place was getting creepier by the minute. And Suisui and Yuan Li huddled together, shivering, while the stern female player only frowned, her expression unchanged. The chef, not getting the answer he wanted, slammed his butcher knife down on the bone again, his eyes fixed on the three of them outside. Yuan Li felt as if that knife had landed on his own leg. He instinctively reached down to touch his calf. Thankfully, it was still there. After a moment of silence, the chef asked again, "What would you like to eat?" While they were distracted by the chef, the cafeteria doors had been firmly shut. Even though they weren't locked, Suisui knew clearly that unless they dealt with this ghost, they wouldn't be able to leave. It seemed they had no choice but to answer. Yuan Li kept his eyes on the chef's knives and answered cautiously, Actually, I'm not really hungry." Before he could finish, the butcher knife slammed down again, and the chef's face darkened. The strange smile that had been on his face vanished, his swollen eyeballs rolling upward, pupils turning white. This looked like the prelude to some kind of fit. Yuan Li whispered to Suisui, "Is he about to go crazy?" "I think he's about to transform." Suisui gripped her iron rod and slowly walked toward the serving window. As she approached, the chef's mood gradually stabilized. His unfocused eyes stared at Suisui, making her scalp tingle. She carefully opened the menu and randomly pointed to a dish, testing, "How much is this dish?" The ghost didn't even look, just grinned with a twisted smile. "Heh, you're the first to order today, so I'll give you a discount. Just one finger is enough." What? What did that mean? Was this ghost planning to chop off one of their fingers? Yuan Li was horrified, clutching the table to keep from collapsing. So this was the price? Suisui hesitated for a moment. Then, "I'll have a plate of braised fingers. No fewer than 10 fingers." What the heck? The ghost's face instantly darkened. "Are you trying to play the middleman and make a profit off me?" Suisui had been watching the ghost's expression closely. Seeing his face change, she wondered if she'd asked for too much and quickly changed her offer. "If 10 is too many, 4 is fine." The ghost's face grew even uglier, and Suisui kept bargaining. "If that's still too much, 3 is okay." The ghost stared at her expressionlessly. Still not satisfied? Suisui gritted her teeth and made her final offer. 2 fingers, no less. Any less, and I'm getting ripped off. Ripped off my ass? The ghost was instantly enraged. After all this trouble, not only was he not getting paid, he'd have to give up a finger himself. Who's really getting ripped off here? Provoked by Suisui, the ghost couldn't hold back any longer. His hair stood on end, half his face peeled off and fell onto the cutting board, and blood began to ooze from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. Seeing this, Suisui cried out in alarm. "Your face just fell onto the cutting board. Is there any compensation for failing hygiene standards?" The ghost exploded, slamming his knife into the counter, causing the main door to crash down. "The ghost is out!" Yuan Li shouted. But the ghost ignored Yuan Li's yelling and charged at Suisui with both knives. With her current speed, unless she was caught off guard, it was almost impossible for anyone to hit her. She easily dodged the ghost's attack. The ghost didn't give up, grabbing his knives and continuing the assault. The cafeteria echoed with the sounds of their chase, the two weaving between tables and chairs. Yuan Li carefully edged over to the stern female player and gave her a fawning smile. "Sis, aren't you scared?" These ghosts were terrifying. They could exist anywhere dark, lurking in corners and waiting to ambush you when you least expected it. Worst of all, normal methods didn't work on them. The female player kept her stern face and replied calmly, "Yes, I'm scared." Huh? Yuan Li thought he'd misheard. She didn't look scared at all. Suisui always said she was scared, but she was the one who fought ghosts the most enthusiastically, so the only one truly afraid was him. Meanwhile, Suisui and the ghost chef were locked in a fierce battle. Despite his fat appearance, the chef was surprisingly agile and fast, and his 2 butcher knives were no joke. When they clashed with her iron rod, the knife actually bent the rod. Brutal. Suisui ducked under a flying blade and quickly retreated to a safe spot. Time to bring out the dog. She opened her attribute panel and summoned her dog from the pet space. The dog had been summoned and put away several times over the past few days, and every time Suisui had kept it tightly in her arms, never letting it do anything. It felt very wronged, and when it appeared this time it turned its back on her, showing only a proud silhouette. And Suisui patted its head and coaxed, "Good dog, help me deal with that guy and I'll buy you the best dog food when we get home." The dog's ears twitched, but it didn't react. After following her for so long, it had never gotten anything to eat. Who was she kidding? But since its owner was begging, the husky reluctantly glanced in the direction Suisui pointed. At that moment, the dog got excited. That person in white with the hat? Was he doing a trick? Hey, he just threw something. I know this game. The husky leapt up, mouth open, ready to catch the butcher knife the ghost chef had thrown. And Suisui reacted quickly, grabbing the dog and pulling it aside, saving its life. The butcher knife whizzed past the dog's nose and embedded itself in the wall behind them, as the chef charged forward, murderous intent in his eyes. And Suisui pointed at the oncoming chef and said to the husky, "Dog, go!" The husky immediately crouched, growling low, eyes fierce, as if it would pounce and tear the enemy apart at any second. And Suisui gripped her iron rod, full of anticipation at the dog's imposing stance. But a second passed and the husky didn't move. Another second passed, and still nothing. The ghost chef was almost upon them, but the husky remained in its pose, showing no intention of attacking. And Suisui, "I can't believe I trusted you." And Suisui had always known this dog was unreliable, but she hadn't expected it to be this bad. Annoyed, she gave the dog's butt a smack, and the dog immediately turned to bite. But Suisui was quick, so instead of biting her hand, the dog ended up biting its own hind leg. Its leg hurt, so the dog kicked out with the bitten leg, knocking its own mouth askew. And that wasn't the end of it. Even after kicking itself, the dog didn't stop its foolish antics. Instead, it slowly turned to glare at its disobedient hind leg, looking utterly incredulous, then bit its own leg again. The leg kicked the mouth bit the leg, over and over, an endless cycle. To avoid Suisui's interference, the dog even ran off to a corner to wrestle with its own leg. What kind of bizarre performance was this? And Suisui was dumbfounded. She dodged the ghost chef's attack and, in passing, smacked the chef's fat belly with her iron rod. The chef vanished in the blink of an eye after hitting the ground. And Suisui rushed over to the dog, grabbed it by the neck and glared furiously. "What on earth are you doing?" "Awoo, awoo." The dog looked at Suisui with a pitiful expression, glancing at its own hind leg as if begging her to help. And Suisui grew even angrier, shaking the dog by the neck. "Get a grip, that's your own leg." "Awoo, awoo." The dog haughtily lifted its head, turning away and drooping its ears. Its meaning was clear. Not listening, not listening. I don't care what you say. And Suisui felt like she was about to lose her mind. The information had only said the dog was dumb, not that it was this disobedient. Try to reason with it, and it throws a tantrum. Completely, utterly unreasonable. Frustrated, Suisui hugged the dog's head and gave it a rough rub, not knowing what else to do. Just then, a faint whooshing sound came from behind. A blood-stained butcher's knife appeared out of nowhere, slicing through the air toward Suisui. She dodged to the side, and the knife stabbed into the floor right next to the dog's thigh. The dog's fur stood on end, and it collapsed on the ground, howling miserably. "Awoo, my leg is broken. Awoo, I'm going to die. Awoo, my leg is broken." Annoyed, Suisui smacked the dog, grabbed its head, and turned it toward its leg. "Look closely, it didn't even touch you. Not a single hair is missing." The dog's wailing paused. It tried moving its leg, and sure enough, it was fine. It immediately bounced up from the floor, hopping around energetically. And Suisui rubbed her temples in frustration, watching the dog run off, its lively steps as if it had just found some priceless treasure and couldn't wait another second to get to it. Yuan Li peeked out and finally figured out what was going on. And Suisui wanted the black and white dog to help her subdue the ghost. But the dog seemed completely uncooperative and just ran off to play. "Suisui, you've never raised a dog before, have you?" Yuan Li whispered, seeing the constipated look on her face.
Try tempting it with something. For a dog, this mischievous, normal communication was useless. If you wanted it to listen, you had to use special tricks, and Suisui was too exasperated to complain. I tried offering it dog food, but it didn't work. If food doesn't work, try something fun. Dodging another ghost attack, and Suisui flipped behind the ghost and stabbed with her iron rod, but the ghost vanished again. This ghost seemed even tougher than the ones before. Taking Wenli's advice, Suisui glanced at the dog, who was now digging a hole in the distance. After thinking for a moment, she called out tentatively, "Dog?" The dog paused its digging to glance back at her, its proud eyes full of disdain. At least it still knew who was in charge. So Suisui added, "See that guy with the knife? He's playing hide and seek with you. If you find him, you win." The dog's eyes lit up, ears perking with excitement. It dove under a table to crawl out, but got stuck in the gap between the tables. "Oh woo, help! The table monster's got me." The dog whimpered pitifully. And Suisui, "There's always something crazy going on with me and my disaster of a dog. I have 14,000 grievances to air." After rescuing the dog, Suisui let it take the lead, standing on higher ground to oversee the situation. The dog was highly motivated by the idea of play. It sniffed the chef's dropped dough, confirmed the scent, and began searching the entire cafeteria. Dumb as it was, the dog's skills were impressive. It actually managed to find the vanished chef. The chef didn't even have time to react before the dog peed on him, forcing him to reveal himself. And Suisui, already prepared, rushed over and knocked him to the ground with a single blow. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot, and Suisui wasn't about to waste such a golden opportunity. She drove the iron rod straight through the ghost chef's forehead. The chef's eyes turned vicious, but his ghostly body didn't change at all. Clearly, she hadn't hit a vital spot. He'd hidden his ghost fire well, and Suisui still hadn't found where it was. With her attack failing, the chef tried to escape, but after being marked by the dog's pee, his vanishing act was useless. The dog quickly found him again. The dog pinned the ghost chef to the ground, howling triumphantly. All the chef's hatred was focused on Suisui. Even after being found by the dog, he knew who the real threat was. Hearing the dog's proud barking, the chef's eyes suddenly turned red. He reached out and grabbed the dog by the throat. The dog, of course, refused to back down. With a rebellious glare, it swiped at the chef with its claws, left hook, right hook. Then came the dog's mouth, dog dig, and dog headbutt. A husky's attacks might be fierce, but against a ghost, they were useless. Purely physical attacks couldn't hurt a ghost. Luckily, Suisui rushed over in time to save the dog, stabbing her iron rod into what should have been the chef's heart and twisting hard. Still no reaction. The ghost fire wasn't in the heart. Where on earth had this guy hidden his ghost fire? While the chef was locked in a standoff with the dog, Suisui stabbed his belly, chest, shoulders, hands, thighs, everywhere she could think of, but still couldn't find the hidden ghost fire. Finally, her gaze landed on the chef's most private area. Could it really be there? The ghost chef, still arguing with the dog, suddenly seemed to sense something. His body tensed, his dead fish eyes rolled upward, and he looked at Suisui with suspicion. "What are you trying to do? I advise you to calm down." And Suisui hesitated too. Should she try that spot? After all, they'd searched the chef's whole body already. But then she thought, as a big shot, she should maintain her image. There were still 2 bystanders watching. If she stabbed there, would they think she was some kind of pervert? Neither Suisui nor the ghost chef noticed that. Because their attention was focused on that private area, they'd both overlooked the dog still messing around with the chef. After finally breaking free from the chef's grip, the dog also turned its gaze to the chef's crotch. A look of contemplation appeared in the dog's wise eyes. Why are both of them staring there? Is there some secret? That bulging shape looks a bit like a sausage. Oh, now it understood. Ha! Did they really think it was a dumb dog who couldn't figure it out? The dog shook its head, a wicked grin appearing at the corner of its mouth. It glanced at Suisui, who was lost in thought, her expression conflicted. Maybe she was wondering who to give that sausage to. Then it turned its gaze to the ghost chef. The chef didn't notice it either, still watching Suisui warily. With the dog's power suppressing him, the ghost chef's soul-vanishing skill was temporarily disabled, and he was pinned to the ground, unable to escape. Otherwise, he would have run long ago. Why would he stay here and let himself be slaughtered? Seeing that neither human nor ghost was paying attention, the dog's eyes flashed with intelligence. It stretched its neck and carefully approached its target. "Hey, big sausage, here I come. Once it's in my belly, it's all mine." And Suisui and the chef faced off, a strange tension filling the silence. Just then, the ghost chef's expression suddenly changed. He looked down and saw the dog had bitten his crotch. The chef flew into a rage, grabbing his knife to hack at the husky. Sensing the murderous intent in the air, the husky clamped down, and that indescribable thing ended up in the dog's mouth. Mission accomplished, the dog immediately jumped off the chef and bolted. The ghost chef let out a shrill wail, but having lost the nourishment of his ghost fire, he could no longer maintain his form. With eyes wide open in death, he faded away, leaving behind a pile of inexplicable meat chunks. And Suisui was stunned by the dog's actions. She'd only looked away for a second, and the dog had done something so shocking. What kind of things are you eating? And Suisui imagined the dog biting every chicken it saw in the future, and her eye twitched. She couldn't let it develop this bad habit, so she hurried after it. The dog wasn't as fast as Suisui, but it was good at hiding, darting under tables and into tight spaces. By the time Suisui finally caught the dog, quite a bit of time had passed. She sat down on the dog, pried open its mouth, and tried to get it to spit out whatever was inside. But there was nothing left in the dog's mouth, not even the pants that had wrapped that thing. And Suisui was furious. She hugged the dog's head and smacked its butt. "Do you even know what you just ate? What if it was poisonous? Are you tired of living?" The dog, though subdued, still held its head high, refusing to admit defeat. Every time Suisui scolded it, it barked back like a rebellious child. Annoyed, Suisui raised her hand to smack its butt again, but this time her hand passed right through the dog's fluffy rear and hit the floor. What was going on? And Suisui anxiously hugged the dog. Could it be that after eating the ghost fire, the dog was turning into a ghost too? Worried, she immediately let go and checked the dog all over. The dog, enjoying the attention, closed its eyes and lay on the floor like a king, drooling everywhere. Compared to usual, there was nothing strange, and Suisui almost thought she'd imagined the whole thing. But if the dog really had turned into a ghost or entered a death state, it would show up on its status panel. She quickly opened the dog's panel and was shocked to find that not only was the dog fine, but it had gained a lot of experience from swallowing the ghost chef's ghost fire. Most interestingly, it had learned a ghost skill, ghost shadow. Ghost shadow. After using this skill, the body turns into a spirit form for 10 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown. Body turns into a spirit form? And Suisui stared blankly at the dog, which was flickering between forms because it hadn't mastered the skill and had 100,000 questions. But looking at the silly dog, she knew she wouldn't get any answers. With no one to ask, Suisui could only give up. "Suisui, this is yours." After confirming the ghost was gone, Yuan Li came over and handed her the card she'd forgotten in the pile of meat. And Suisui took the card and glanced at him. She hadn't expected Yuan Li not to keep the card for himself. Because she'd been worried about the dog, she'd forgotten that ghosts dropped items when killed. The other female player had already left. If Yuan Li had blamed her and kept the card, she wouldn't have had anything to say. But Yuan Li hadn't done that, and Suisui looked at him with a bit more sincerity. This card was quite interesting. It was called Chef's Sensitivity. Chef's Sensitivity. After using this card, you become extremely sensitive to food ingredients and will sense when you're near places with food. And Suisui turned the card over and over, puzzled. How was this card supposed to be used? There was no usage count, no time limit, no cooldown. Even permanent cards usually had permanent written on them, unless it was a special one-time item like the meat floss bun or orange juice, but even those had their effects listed.
Why did this card have nothing? And Suisui tried using the card. It dissolved into starlight and disappeared into the air. Immediately, she felt something strange. Her gaze shifted to an inconspicuous corner. Her intuition told her there was definitely food hidden there. And Suisui walked over and rummaged through a cabinet they'd already searched countless times, and soon found a hidden compartment. With a click, the secret door opened. So this was where the chef had stashed his private food, and Suisui opened her status panel. Under special abilities there was now a new entry, Chef's Sensitivity. So it was a passive skill. Whenever the conditions were met, her food radar would activate automatically. Now she'd never have to worry about going hungry again. With food in hand, the two of them could finally hold out for a while longer. The dog's skill was something it had figured out on its own, and it wasn't a dog-exclusive skill. Its state was still unstable and needed more time to fully integrate, so Suisui put it back into the dog space. It was still early. After finishing up in the cafeteria, Suisui decided to explore somewhere else. The ghostly shadows haunting the teaching building always lingered in her dreams, sending chills down her spine. Every time she passed by the teaching building, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. So, Suisui decided to avoid the teaching building for now and check out another place. She opened the school map, her finger hovering over several nearby buildings, and finally chose the swimming pool, which wasn't too far from the cafeteria. There was another reason she picked the swimming pool. That soaking wet ghost girl who'd come to their room in the middle of the night asking to use the bathroom. Probably a ghost anyway. With that in mind, Suisui gathered up the scattered food and set off with Yuan Li toward the southwest, heading for the swimming pool. To get there, they had to pass through a small grove. The landscaping at this elite school was excellent, and the trees in the grove were lush and dense. It was already a cloudy day, and the sunlight couldn't penetrate the thick leaves at all. The rustling of the wind through the leaves sounded eerily like ghosts crying. And Suisui thought, even on a normal day, no one would come here. If it was this creepy during the day, how terrifying would it be at night? The two of them moved slowly toward their destination. Strangely, what should have been a walk of just a few minutes took them over 10, and they still hadn't reached the swimming pool. And Suisui had a bad feeling. Why were there so many supernatural events even in broad daylight? Yuan Li wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, panting as he complained to Suisui. This place is terrible. The facilities are nothing special, but the landscaping is top-notch. We've been walking forever and still haven't arrived. This school is seriously messed up. What kind of school focuses on landscaping and not facilities? Even an agricultural college wouldn't go this far. If the map's scale is right, we should have been there ages ago. And Suisui replied casually. Let's walk a bit more. If we still can't get out, we'll stop and think of something. Yuan Li didn't answer, just kept trudging along behind Suisui. But before long, he started calling out again. Suisui! Suisui! Slow down. Wait for me. And Suisui was walking with her head down, studying the map, and hadn't noticed Yuan Li falling behind. She only stopped when she heard him call out. After a while, Yuan Li caught up, gasping for breath and wiping sweat from his brow. Suisui, you've got great stamina. After all this walking, you're not even tired. He hesitated, worried she'd think he was weak, and quickly tried to save face. Actually, I'm usually in good shape. I wouldn't get this tired from just a little walk. Maybe I'm still shaken from that chef this morning. After saying this, Yuan Li couldn't take it anymore and leaned against a tree to catch his breath. If he weren't so determined to stick with Suisui, he'd have sat down to rest long ago. Why was he so exhausted? Yuan Li was starting to feel uneasy. And Suisui had already studied the school's layout pretty thoroughly. She carefully put away the map and turned to comfort Yuan Li. But when she turned and met those two pitch-black eyes, the words caught in her throat, her own eyes going wide with shock. She looked just like a startled rabbit, but Yuan Li was too tired to notice anything else. He just thought Suisui's expression was odd, which made him nervous too.
What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? And Suisui said nothing, just stared at Yuan Li. He realized she wasn't looking at him, but at his shoulder. The thought scared him so much he shivered, and he couldn't help but look back. A pair of pure black eyes met his gaze. Not just black pupils, the entire eye, even the whites, was pitch black, as if the eyeballs had been gouged out. The owner of those eyes had a face as pale as paper, with lips completely devoid of color. The stark contrast made the ghost even more terrifying. The black-eyed female ghost was clinging to Yuan Li's back, arms wrapped around his neck. When Yuan Li turned to look at her, she turned her face to meet his gaze. Yuan Li couldn't handle the shock. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. The black-eyed ghost let go, letting Yuan Li's body fall to the ground, then slowly turned her gaze to the only other living person standing, Suisui. The ghost opened her mouth, trying to say something, but her severed tongue made it impossible to form words. Ah! She tried several times, but could only produce hoarse, broken screams, her expression visibly twisted, on the verge of collapse. She tore at her hair, slammed her head against a thick tree trunk, and even used her sharp nails to gouge at her own flesh. She started self-harming right in front of Suisui, who had no idea what the ghost wanted. She couldn't just abandon the unconscious Yuan Li, so she pulled out 2 butcher knives and faced the ghost warily. She'd gotten these knives from the ghost chef. They weren't ordinary knives. They'd been stained by dozens of lives, true murder weapons. No wonder the chef had been so much tougher than the other ghosts. The black-eyed ghost thrashed for a while, then forced herself to calm down. She stared at Suisui with those dark eyes for a long time, making Suisui's skin crawl. Just when Suisui thought the ghost was about to attack, the ghost instead climbed back onto Yuan Li's back. Yuan Li's body convulsed as if electrocuted, then suddenly his eyes snapped open. Now his eyes were just as black as the ghost's. Clearly, he was being controlled. And Suisui's heart pounded with alarm. She had no idea what the black-eyed ghost wanted. But instead of attacking, the ghost forced Yuan Li to open his mouth and speak. Please help me.